Chapter 6151, The Power of Curses. Consuming the introduction to the withering curse enlightenment fruit was one of the best decisions that Vess had made as of late. It contained knowledge on everything that Vess needed the most at the moment. It granted Vess a clear and succinct introduction on the wood element. The information contained in the rotted fruit went beyond the other basic sources that he had absorbed in the past. Vess originally did not intend to delve into the intricacies of the wood element so quickly. According to his original plan, he should have invested more time into developing a solid understanding of the water element. He had already started on it for a while, and he hated to leave this job unfinished. Not only would increased comprehension allow him to better incorporate the water element into his hyper-tech and e-tech applications, but it should also allow him to utilize some of his Phase Lord abilities more effectively than before. He then planned to familiarize himself with the fire element next. He already gained a head start in this field after helping the Dominion of Man transcend into the very first bloodfire vessel of her kind. He could use the scattered insights he acquired during this legendary ordeal and quickly complete his familiarization of this volatile element. The timing of it was also convenient. Vess did not only intend to upgrade and convert the heavily damaged and disabled Promethea into a first-class ace Mech, but also reshape her into the first proper Bloodfire Carmine Mech of her kind. The more he understood the fire element, the easier it would be to develop what may possibly be the most dangerous elemental Carmine system. Vess had yet to formulate any plans after completing these goals. He did not have a strong preference for tackling elemental Carmine Mechs based on wood, earth, and metal, so he decided to postpone his decision until he finally reached this point a few years later. Current events had overtaken him, though. How could he have known that Task Force Salus would build their foothold on Reticulacorine V next to a powerful calamity plant? The Emperor Tree provided so much materials and research value on the wood element that Vess would be a fool to ignore the benefits. On top of that, the elegant Rage's mutation into a half-wooden Mech made it extremely convenient for Vess to extrapolate her transformation and turn her into a woodsap Mech. While Vess did not regret the detours that he had made, he could not deny that he completely made a mess out of his development trajectory. He deviated so far from his original plan that it had practically turned worthless by this point. All of this meant that before he ingested the enlightenment fruit, he lacked a solid foundation in the wood element. The lessons he learned from the Emperor Tree was not enough for him to gain a systematic understanding of an element that was closely aligned with his life domain. These shortcomings hindered him from making the elegant Rage stronger. Now that the introduction to the withering curse had addressed this shortcoming, Vess knew much more clearly that he had missed several opportunities to make his woodsap Mech stronger and more in tune with the wood element. "I feel so stupid," he grumbled. As a Mech designer, he hated it when any improvement in his design capabilities forced him to look at his older works in a worse light. It was especially painful for him to recognize a lot of flaws in the work that he completed earlier today. Intellectually, he knew that he couldn't have done any better at the time. He had yet to absorb the introduction to the withering curse enlightenment fruit before this hour, so how could he have possibly done any better? Emotionally, he couldn't accept this argument. He felt stupid and incompetent for developing and releasing his first woodsap Mech without bothering to mastering the basic foundation of the wood element. There were so many aspects about the elegant Rage that he had left criminally underutilized. Vess resisted the urge to smack his head with his palm and tried his best to think forward. "I still have a chance to remedy this mistake." His new comprehension of wood was not particularly deep or profound, but it still gave him a few tips on how to increase the efficiency of the elegant Rage's inherent regeneration capabilities. For example, Vess could teach the elegant Rage how to take control over her own restoration process by concentrating a lot more wood energy at the parts that needed to be repaired first. By moving away from equal distribution and allocating more wood energy at more essential parts, the wood sap mech should be able to last a lot longer in combat. A third-order living mech like the Elegant Rage can probably learn this trick on her own over time, but it is better if she masters this technique in advance. Vess did not linger too long in his newfound understanding of the wood element. What interested him even more was all of the insights related to curses. Since the Enlightenment fruit was called Introduction to the Withering Curse, it went without saying that it offered Vess a true introduction into the subject of curses. From what Vess was able to learn from the knowledge package imparted by the fruit, curses had very different definitions, forms, and meanings for as long as cultivation existed. Traditionally, curses possessed a lot of religious associations. They were so mysterious and poorly understood that people often regarded victims as those who had been cursed by gods. Perhaps there was an element of truth to these beliefs, depending on the definitions, but it did not take a true god to cast a curse on others. According to the unknown group who developed the withering curse contained within the Enlightenment fruit, curses were often regarded as a more covert means of weakening a target. In many cases, curses worked too slowly for them to be useful on a battlefield. They were much more useful when employed as a means to sabotage or assassinate key personnel without alerting anyone. Good curses could be cast covertly and over a long distance, thereby achieving the goals of minimizing exposure and reducing the risk to the culprit. That did not mean that curses could be cast on the battlefield in order to debilitate an opponent up close, but this was a more advanced application of curses that was not covered by the introduction on the Withering Curse. An Enlightenment fruit worth 77 ascension points could only cover so much theory. There's no need to learn how to cast more advanced curses. With better theory and techniques, a curse master could gain the ability to bestow an affliction onto an unsuspecting victim that was many light years away. A curse master could also cast a powerful curse onto a powerful adversary in the middle of a duel, without giving away any clues. There were many possible ways to apply curses, and Vess felt incredibly tempted by all of the possibilities. However, the talent and effort required to go deeper into this field was too much for Vess. Unless he was willing to spend a lot more AP into mastering more advanced curses, it would take decades, if not centuries, for him to master all of these methods. Vess did not fall for the temptation of curses despite their usefulness. He was a mech designer first and foremost. Learning how to attack others in a sneaky fashion was not only a waste of time, but completely unnecessary. If he wanted to get rid of a powerful opponent, he would spend a lot of money or bestow powerful mechs to people who could do this job on his behalf. This was the correct way for a mech designer to fight. That said, there was one aspect about curses that intrigued Vess a lot. Many curses can be amplified through the use of rituals. Due to their religious origins, a lot of curses could not be separated from rituals. By setting up specific conditions in a ritual, a practitioner was able to harmonize with the power of heaven and channel much greater power into a curse. Vess understood that the method of rituals was the key to enable the Elegant Rage to quickly drain the energies of a forest. He already thought of a few ways to allow the Elegant Rage to perform a ritual in battle. Rituals could enable the casting of many different curses, but the Enlightenment fruit only focused on the Withering Curse. There were actually many different variations of Withering Curses, each of which should be applied to different circumstances. Most of the Withering Curses were meant to be cast onto plants, but there were also others that should only be cast on exobests or humans. No matter the target, the effects were roughly similar, which was the draining of vitality and other energies. Some curses produced a relatively strong effect, but only lasted for a short duration. Other curses could last for months, but this was by design as the probability of detection was not high. All in all, Vess gained a comprehensive understanding of the basic variations of the Withering Curse. The biggest issue is that none of these curses are particularly strong. Vess muttered. The best curses could theoretically enable a mortal to cripple a true god. Of course, in order to achieve such an exaggerated effect, the weaker cultivator had to compensate for the huge gap in strength by concocting a grand ritual that likely drained several life-bearing planets of all of their energies. Even then, the true god may still be able to resist such a curse, as long as he was prepared or possessed stronger spiritual defenses than usual. Although it was impossible for Vess to pull off such an insane ritual with just an introduction on curses, Vess still gained a lot of inspiration from the mere mention of this possibility. This may be a way for the elegant rage to quickly drain an entire forest. Vess initially bought the enlightenment fruit with the assumption that he would have to teach the woodsap Mech how to cast a modified withering curse that possessed an energy drain effect. Now, he understood that it was not necessary for him to reverse engineer the withering curse. It was much easier if he modified one of the existing rituals so that the woodsap Mech forcibly treated the surrounding trees as sacrificial vessels to fuel a powerful withering curse. Of course, Vess had no intention of letting the elegant rage cast the curse. Basic low-level curses were generally ineffective tribulation manifestations, such as the alien swordsman. Even if the four-armed alien was fighting against the elegant rage in the flesh, ordinary curses should never be able to take effect on such a highly trained and disciplined warrior. It's better to remove the actual curse component and replace it with another effect. Vess suddenly came up with an inventive idea. Withering is the process of weakening a target and more specifically a plant. What if I can do the opposite? What if the elegant rage sets the target of the reverse curse on herself and attempts to strengthen herself? This was exactly what Vess wanted to accomplish when he decided to enter the system's space. Even though the introduction to the withering curse did not contain any knowledge on how to reverse the withering curse, Vess was confident he could figure it out by relying on his existing foundation in cultivation science. The opposite of a curse is a blessing. Perhaps the elegant rage may become known as the first living Mech that can bless herself in combat. Vess briefly frowned. He had already utilized the word blessing in a different context related to design spirits. In order to avoid confusion, it was best if he coined another term for reverse curses. I'll figure it out later. Chapter 6152, Sacrificing Nature. When Vess exited the system space, his entire demeanor drastically changed. In reality, virtually no time had passed. Neither Major Jankowski nor the Elegant Rage noticed that Vess had secretly spent hours inside a completely different space. Enlightened by knowledge related to withering curses, Vess had painstakingly deconstructed one of them and made many alterations based on other theories and reasonable inferences. His work was anything but clean or elegant. Vess lacked the immense knowledge and experience of his mother, so he encountered many difficulties in trying to rework a mysterious means of attack that he only understood on a shallow level. It didn't matter. Vess was a good improviser. This was not the first time that he tinkered with cultivation techniques. He possessed a broad enough understanding of cultivation science to be able to see through the surface of most techniques and dissect them, as if he was studying the source code of a software program. Although the programming code of cultivation techniques was a lot more complicated, any professional software engineer should be able to understand them and change their operations much easier by relying on familiar methods. As a Mech designer, it was essential for Vess to know how to program his own Mechs, so he was able to work on dissecting the withering curse before repackaging it into a completely different technique. Vess had no idea whether it would work. There was no way for him to try it out for himself, as he completely tailored the improvised technique for the Elegant Rage. No other Mech or individual was able to perform a similar reverse curse because they lacked the unique conditions of the first woodsap Mech. This was why he did not waste too much time in the system space. There was little point in lingering when he did not have a solid goal to work towards. Vess immediately became immersed in battle again. Elegant Rage was on the verge of losing one of her tonfas, and the other one was not too far away from breaking apart either. The momentum of this bout had shifted so much in the alien swordsman's favor that Major Jankowski looked as if he was already starting to think about pulling the ejection lever. "I am sorry, Professor. My skills are not enough to outfight this alien sword wielder." "Your Mech, it's okay," Vess quickly replied with a confident grin. "You have fought well so far. You managed to buy enough time for me to figure out a way to boost the Elegant Rage's performance. Sit tight and be prepared to cooperate with the Mech when she begins to show initiative." There was no time for explanations. Vess ignored Major Jankowski's confusion and instead began the vital process of enlightening the Elegant Rage to an entirely new method of drawing power. "Elegant Rage, accept my data transfer." Vess utilized his cranial implant to transmit a long and very detailed text document that contained a lot of theory and instructions. As a machine, the Elegant Rage was able to read and understand most of the contents of this document in just a fraction of a second. Although she was not as intellectually strong as a true scientist, the Elegant Rage's inherent information processing capabilities were not weak. The sapience of a third-order living Mech also enabled her to gain true comprehension of all of the easy insights that could only be understood by other sentient beings. The Elegant Rage immediately began to regain a lot of confidence. "What did you share with her, Professor?" "You'll find out soon enough. Give the Elegant Rage time to process the information that I have sent. Progenitor, this technique is amazing. Can I truly use IT to become more powerful? I can't say for sure whether it will work, but we may as well try it out," Vess responded. "Be aware that trying it out on a wide scale will have grave consequences for yourself. The more you damage the environment, the more you are at risk of provoking a backlash. I am only teaching you this because your survival is at stake. Thank you. As much as I want to make use of IT right away, I am not confident I can execute IT. There are many steps in your instruction that requires proficiency that I do not possess. Don't worry, I already thought of that. Let me give you a small upgrade. Emro." Blinky emerged from Vess' head and began to release a ball of wood energy that the star cat had prepared beforehand. The ball was actually a spiritual construct that Vess had specifically designed for easy absorption. As soon as the Elegant Rage swallowed the ball of wood energy, the living Mech's spiritual foundation changed and became a little more complex. The Woodsap Mech integrated a handful of the core operations of the new technique, allowing her to execute it a lot easier and with less chance of accidents. There was nothing stopping the Elegant Rage from applying what she just learned. "Get ready." The fight outside continued to push the Elegant Rage back. The power of fire and ice intermittently slammed towards the battered living Mech, making it seem as if she was on the verge of getting engulfed by a firestorm and an ice storm all at once. Crack! One of the tonfas of the Elegant Rage finally snapped. The resilient ebony wood could no longer handle the alternating exposure to high heat and extreme cold. Although the living Mech was put at an immediate disadvantage, the machine made a surprising move that interrupted the alien swordsman's rhythm and temporarily forced him back. The thorns on the Elegant Rage's exterior abruptly began to glow as the living Mech concentrated a lot of wood energy into the abnormal growths. At the same time, the aura of the Woodsap Mech changed as the living Mech began to conduct a ritual that she had only recently learned. The Mech made a few incomprehensible movements that somehow seemed oddly sacred. Surprisingly enough, the grace imparted by the Lobus fragment gem happened to help the Elegant Rage during this critical moment. If the Mech was forced to perform a ritual dance by herself, then she would have moved like a malfunctioning bot. Yet with the help of the elegance of a different existence, the living Mech instantly knew how to perform the ritual dance in a way that greatly harmonized with the surrounding environment. Once the dance reached a key moment, the Elegant Rage suddenly opened a port and began to spill Emperor Tree's sap into the air. This sacrificial step raised the elegant rage's harmonization with the power of heaven to a peak, allowing her to empower her thorns with greater wood energy. Feel my pain. The thorns suddenly launched in every direction, causing the immediate air around the woodsap mech to turn into a killing field. Most of the thorns ended up hitting nothing but empty air, but a handful of them soared straight forward and threatened to penetrate the alien swordsman. However, the alert lightning manifestation responded quickly. The alien warrior rapidly swung his two-sword in front of his body, causing the fire and ice energies to form two protective layers of energy curtains. The thorns that threatened to impale the alien first began to get exposed to a huge amount of heat, causing the wood energy attached to them to burn and shrink. The half-burned thorns then struck a rapidly solidified ice curtain. This not only caused the thorns to encounter a physical obstacle, but also cooled them so rapidly that many of them already started to shatter. Although the alien swordsman successfully defended himself against a costly area attack, trying to poke the tribulation manifestation with thorns had never been the point. Sunk, 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 sunk. Many thorns soared at different heights and angles, but all of them eventually obeyed the call of the planet's local gravity and fell from the skies. A lot of thorns struck different trees, causing them to punch straight through their fragile trunks before slamming into the soil. As soon as the thorns dug themselves into the ground of the surrounding forest environment, they began to glow brighter as they tried to influence the trees in their surroundings. If the trees were mutated plants that developed rudimentary sapience, then they would have figured out that they were under attack. Any intelligent individual would have been able to put up active resistance against the weird effect propagated by all of the thorns. However, the story was different for trees that were just ordinary in many aspects. Each of them may have been exposed to energy radiation to grow a little stronger and more remarkable, but without undergoing a promotion in life, they did not have the capital to resist. The glowing thorns easily overcame the weak and instinctual resistance of the trees and began to siphon their wood energy at a steady pace. The thorns acted as makeshift totems at this junction. Each of them became vessels of an ongoing ritual that required the absorption of a huge amount of wood energy from unresisting sacrifices. The technique imparted by Vess did not have the power to force unwilling subjects to cooperate with the ritual, but trees had no wills in the first place. As such, the entire forest began to age and dry out at a rapid speed. Many sections of the forest visibly began to change as hundreds, if not thousands of plants started to grow weaker at once. Their leaves turned yellow and brown. Their bark started to crack. Their trunks started to droop and dry out. All of the green and vitality that characterized this forest were disappearing at a rapid rate. The thorns grew more and more vigorous in the meantime. They became so flush with mixed wood energy that glowing runes even began to appear on their surface. It turned out that one of the ways the elegant rage prepared her thorns for the new technique was to carve them with a handful of runes. Vess only designed a modest alteration to the thorns to selectively boost their intended functions. Adding a couple of runes was the limit to what he could do for the time being. It took a lot more expertise in traditional crafts, as well as more specialized knowledge in withering curses, for him to be able to apply more relevant runes to the thorns. However, the simple meanings associated with the runes that Vess happened to be familiar with already made enough of a difference. As the trees all around the elegant rage began to die in large numbers due to overdrafting their energies, the woodsap mech rapidly started to accumulate a lot of power. With each second that passed, the elegant rage increased her resemble to the once mighty emperor tree. The woodsap mech felt as if she had almost gone back to the time where venerable Laney broke through, and had managed to empower her battle partner with forced resonance. Although the effect this time was nowhere near as strong in many aspects, the elegant rage at least enjoyed one overwhelming advantage. She commanded a lot more wood energy than before. She became flooded with so much power that a lot of excess wood energy started to spill into the environment and disperse at a rapid rate. It appeared that there was a limit to how much wood energy the Elegant Rage could control at any one time. Even so, this was already enough. The Elegant Rage immediately started to wrangle some of the borrowed wood energy by concentrating them onto her broken tonfa. The ebony wood shaft magically started to stretch and grow until the entire tonfa grew whole again. It only took up to a dozen seconds at most to make the weapon whole again. Although the newly grown portions looked a lot cruder, darker, and imperfect than before, this did not change the fact that the Elegant Rage successfully utilized the power of the forest to enhance her own performance. The momentum of the Elegant Rage began to grow. The living Mech felt a lot stronger and more confident than before. Let nature's benediction grant me the power to smite this foe. Chapter 60, 153, Profligate Energy Spending. As the thorns spread across the forest environment, sucked the energies of all of the surrounding trees to the point where they had nothing left to donate, the Elegant Rage became drunk with stolen power. Aside from repairing her broken tonfa, the Elegant Rage also expended a lot of wood energy to spontaneously grow a lot of new thorns across her Mech frame. The ones made of improved ebony wood grew the fastest, while the ones that were meant to be made out of second-class alloys took a lot more time to take on their final shapes. Regardless, as soon as the Elegant Rage managed to regrow most of her thorns, she immediately launched them out with far greater force than previously. Even though a lot of thorns ended up crashing into areas that had already been drained of life, there were still a lot more thorns that managed to traverse much longer trajectories before they landed on the ground. Once these distant thorns took root, they began to drain all of the trees and plants of all of their energies, causing the entire terrain to look as if the area had become affected by an apocalypse. The Elegant Rage already regrew her third set of thorns, though she was not in a hurry to launch them anymore. She already gained access to far more wood energy than she could reasonably harness. She had so much energy in her reach that her control over it all had rapidly degraded. It couldn't be helped. The Elegant Rage was not that strong, and she did not possess the support of true resonance that she could only gain when being piloted by venerable Lainey Larkinson. Even so, the Woodsap Mech was still capable enough to perform a number of crude operations. For example, her tonfas along with her entire Mech frame became fully rejuvenated. Just like the Emperor tree when it was at its height, the Elegant Rage inherited the same insanely effective regeneration factor. As long as she had access to enough wood energy, there was no limit to her ability to restore from battle damage. One of the reasons why the Elegant Rage fell behind during the start of this bout was because she already accumulated a lot of damage across her Mech frame from previous exposures to Tribulation Lightning. Now that the Elegant Rage managed to repair all of the damage that the living Mech previously did not have time to remedy through the normal process, the machine practically returned to her peak condition. Major Jankowski almost moaned as he experienced this reversal. He truly felt as if he could defeat any opponent so long as the wood energy remained abundant. Though Vess was glad to see that his efforts successfully allowed his creation to finally live up to her potential as a Woodsap Mech, he did not miss the sequelae of utilizing demonic means to gain more power. The regenerated components of the Elegant Rage looked darker and less perfect than the other parts of the Mech. It was as if the wood energy plundered from the trees was tainted. From the moment the Woodsap Mech utilized the energy that was stained with the lives of so many plants, it absorbed all of the taint and negative karma that came with it. Guilt literally stained her Mech frame. Vess was already able to figure out a few consequences to this mutation. The Elegant Rage had started to sink into darkness, making her less compatible with positive energy. Nature also started to repel her more actively. She was no longer a Mech that could peacefully get along with plants anymore. She had proven herself to be a predator who did not hesitate to destroy ecosystems in order to gain a combat advantage. Fortunately, the stain was not too great this time. The forest that she destroyed was still very young and artificial to boot. The heavens did not really think much about unmaking trees that were just a few years old at most. Perhaps there might be ways for the elegant rage to gradually get rid of the stain in the future. It all depended on what Venerable Laney used the woodsap Mech for, and whether she took the initiative to drain another forest of power. For now, the elegant rage still had a bout to win. Major Jankowski did not want to let all of the overflowing wood energy to go to waste, so he quickly boosted his Mech back into the fray. Crack, crack, crack. The elegant rage began to assail the alien swordsman with so much force and fervor that she immediately gained the upper hand. Major Jankowski had completely thrown aside any notion of defense and decisively committed to attack. Was the alien swordsman attempting to block? Attack. Was the alien swordsman trying to conjure a fire and ice curtain? Attack. Was the alien swordsman making a risky attack that could inflict serious damage to the elegant rage's chest? Attack. A more skilled and transcendent fighter like Venerable Laney would have been able to employ this aggressive strategy so well that her adversary would not be able to launch a counterattack. Major Jankowski did not possess her extraordinary skills and reflexes. His dual-wielding ability was just as poor as before. Gaining access to a lot of wood energy did not affect the considerable disparity in fighting skills. The alien swordsman was still able to block many strikes and launch clever counterattacks that neatly exploited the elegant rage's obvious openings. So what? Each time the elegant rage got struck by a fire or ice sword and incurred varying degrees of damage, a lot of wood energy instantly surged to the scarred sections and restored them whole again. The restoration process was sloppy and inefficient, but it was quick. Speed mattered the most. As the elegant rage continued to batter the alien swordsman's guard with a pair of tonfas that almost never dipped below their peak conditions, the woodsap Mech periodically got struck by swords that Major Jankowski was not able to intercept with his skills. However, it was already enough for him to be able to contain the offensive dower of the tribulation manifestation. As long as the alien swordsman was not able to assume a fully offensive posture and inflict heavy damage at a rapid rate, the elegant rage was always able to restore herself to full condition before the enemy had a chance to exploit any gaps in her defenses. Not too long ago, a few Larkinson expert pilots became frustrated by how they were unable to get any closer to killing the Emperor Tree and its ebony mechs due to the inability to compound on any damage. In order to kill most large enemies, a mech needed to start small and focus on weakening different sections of an enemy. Crippling the limbs, breaching armor plating, and disabling specific modules were all established methods to defeat giants who could not be killed in an instant. However, this strategy had little chance to succeed when the enemy regenerated too damn quickly to allow any of these gaps or faults to persist. Right now, the alien swordsman was put in the unfortunate position of trying and failing to attack a wooden opponent that seemingly had access to an endless supply of vitality. "My mech is immortal. She can't be killed," Major Jankowski exclaimed. The expert candidate recklessly squandered the wood energy harvested from the entire forest. He acted like a lottery winner who had just switched from extreme poverty to extreme wealth and couldn't wait to spend much of his windfall. The stolen wood energy surrounding the elegant rage continued to deplete at a rapid rate, but all of it was worth it as the woodsap Mech's seemingly suicidal offense finally pushed the alien swordsman to the brink. Crack. Bang. The swords wielded by the tribulation manifestation lost much of their elemental power as the elegant rage exhausted much of fire and ice energies at her enemy's disposal. The alien swordsman had tried to harness his power over the opposing elements to fend off one attack after another, but the repeated blunt force strikes had finally caused the four-armed alien to bottom his reserves. "Ha! Not so tough now, huh?" The threat level of the tribulation manifestation instantly plunged now that it was running out of fire and ice energy. The alien swordsman was only able to draw upon the relatively paltry amount of E-energy radiation that was constantly radiating from Messier 87. But this was far from enough to make up for the gigantic disparity in energy levels. The alien swordsman still managed to hold on by relying on his exquisite sword skills. Even if he was not able to perform any dazzling elemental techniques with his blades, he was still able to rely on solid swordsmanship to block and deflect a lot of incoming tonfas. Unfortunately, the alien swordsman's skills and physical strength alone was not enough to fend off the elegant rage's reckless assault. Major Jankowski was forcing the woodsap Mech to overstrain her mechanical parts and pull off moves that would have torn or damaged her internals, just to be able to hit the enemy faster and harder. Normally, it was completely counterproductive to perform these self-destructive moves, but Major Jankowski clearly realized that he could get away with his actions because the Mech would regenerate all of the self-inflicted damage anyway. Faced with such an unreasonable Mech, the increasingly more exhausted alien swordsman could not avoid instances where the tonfas managed to strike his body with hard and punishing blows. There was no particular elemental reinforcement to these blows. Vess could have taught the elegant rage how to expend wood energy in order to produce a withering effect that could promote the decay of any enemy struck by a tonfa. He declined to do so because it wouldn't be effective against all but the weakest tribulation manifestations. He also did not want to overwhelm the elegant rage by forcing her to perform multiple techniques at the same time. The current results were already satisfactory enough. Even if Vess' solution had only increased the elegant rage's effective energy level and did nothing to improve her energy utilization, it did not matter so long as the woodsap Mech could get by with simply smashing enemies by relying on brute force. Bang! 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 Major Jankowski may be mad with power, but he was still professional enough to focus on how to negate the threat posed by his adversary as quickly as possible. Any tonfa strike that broke past the alien swordsman's increasingly feeble guard went on to strike the limbs of the creature. All four arms suffered repeated impacts. Soon enough, the arms began to snap, causing them to lose the strength to wield a sword. Though the alien swordsman managed to prolong his resistance by relying on the fact that he had four arms to hold a sword, the elegant rage repeatedly bashed her tonfas like clubs until her adversary had no arms to spare anymore. Before the elegant rage rushed up in order to deliver the coup de grace against a swordsman who had lost the ability to hold his weapons, the tribulation manifestation made a surprising move. The crippled swordsman bent his knees and made a formal alien gesture that conveyed respect towards his adversary. "This is an honorable swordsman, or at least the simulation of one. Simon." Jankowski calmed down from his adrenaline rush. As one soldier to another, this alien fought honorably and sincerely. I like his species. Vess didn't care about Marshall's sentiments. He patted the side of the wooden piloting chair with his hand. "Finish this bastard off and prepare for the next and final bout. Make sure to fly to a different forest." The one underneath, the elegant rage, has already been depleted and can no longer serve as an energy reservoir. The end of the lightning tribulation was in sight. The elegant rage only needed to overcome one more challenge. Chapter 6154, The Power of Earth. The elegant rage vanquished the alien swordsman. The woodsap Mech successfully managed to defeat an opponent that was previously objectively superior in every way that mattered. It did so by gaining an entirely new ability that had massive consequences. Every observer of the ongoing lightning tribulation became amazed at how much more powerful the woodsap Mech had become. In terms of performance, the elegant rage still performed like a well-made second-class Mech in most aspects. Her parts did not mysteriously increase the strength, speed, or even the defenses of her cybernetic Mech frame. The Mech pilot also did not become a lot more skilled and capable. The intense duel may have polished his fighting skills to an extent, but Simon Jankowski never managed to outfight the alien swordsman that obviously dedicated a lot more time and effort in advancing his swordsmanship. In the end, the spontaneous improvement applied by Vess made all of the difference. Even though few outsiders had a way of understanding what was happening inside the cockpit, it was fairly obvious that the Elegant Rage suddenly gained an entirely new ability. From the moment she launched her thorns into the surrounding forest, everything changed. The surrounding air grew drier, colder, and increasingly more devoid of life. Every tree, plant, and critter that got caught under the influence of a nearby thorn began to lose their lives at a rapid pace. When people started to notice that an entire forest was getting drained, they began to grow frightened. This was especially the case when all of the clues identified the Elegant Rage as the culprit of this ecological extinction event. Even though the damage was merely confined to a forest that the terraformers working for the DeVos ancient clan planted with little effort, people were still concerned about the implications. The damage done by a single Mech to an entire region was too great. A second-class Mech shouldn't possess the capacity to inflict so much collateral damage. What if more strange Mechs like the Elegant Rage became available? What if more powerful first-class versions of such a Mech became common? If each of these partially wooden Mechs possessed the capacity to drain all of the energies that sustained life on the surface, how many planets would get utterly ruined by machines that initially looked as if they were guardians of nature? Nobody expected that the thorns of the Elegant Rage possessed such a diabolical purpose. Many discussions broke out among certain circles. These members of high society grew a lot more concerned about Vess had been doing as of late. Why did he invest his time, resources, and effort into developing such a destructive machine? Did the Red Association truly condone the development of a Mech that had already proven to be an ecological weapon of mass destruction? However, there were also those who believed that the end justified the means. Mr. Newman. Yes, Madame Gloriana. Please contact the DeVos ancient clan and tell them that our clan will compensate for the damage done by one of our Mechs. We will fully reimburse the cost of replanting new trees and restoring a thriving ecosystem. I will get on it, madam. Personally speaking, I believe that the DeVosans will not mind the damage. We did not put actual people at risk, and no one outside of the ancient clan holds a claim to these lands. I agree with you, but our clan must send a message that we are not damaging the environment because we can, Gloriana explained to Vess' personal assistant over the comm. We must assume a stance that unambiguously explains that we do not support widespread destruction. The damage is only occurring because one of my husband's experimental projects has met with an accident. The appearance of the lightning tribulation should serve as sufficient proof. I see. Very well. I shall convey this sentiment to the Terrans. Oh, before I forget, tell them that this incident is not over yet. The Elegant Rage may be forced to destroy more flora and fauna in the next wave. Please ask for a list that designates which nearby forests the Elegant Rage is allowed to damage. We do not want our new Mech to stumble into an area that holds secret bases or has turned into a hiking destination. The DeVos ancient clan graciously hosted the premier branch of the Larkinson clan on the capital planet of their host system. If New Constantinople Roman 8 belonged to the Larkinsons, then Vess could do nearly anything he wanted on his own planet without needing to account for himself. However, the DeVos ancient clan not only had a legal claim on the planet, but invested a huge amount of money, resources, and manpower to transform it into a thriving old Earth-like planet that could serve as a prosperous living space and trading hub for Terrans in the Agamemnon Upper Zone. It was extremely rude and also illegal for any guest who settled in the territory of another to recklessly damage the ecological landscape of a planet on such an exaggerated scale. Even if Vess' high status and immense value allowed him to get away with these deeds, his reputation was bound to take a hit after this incident came to an end. The only thing the Larkinsons could do was to engage in damage control. While Gloriana concerned herself with the negative impact of this incident, her husband held no concerns about the many negative repercussions of the Elegant Rage's plundering behavior. As far as he was concerned, the modifications made to the Woodsap Mech resulted in a complete success. "You did it, Jankowski. You finally managed to beat that dual-wielding bastard." Although the expert candidate clearly looked jubilant, he did not delude himself into thinking he earned much credit for this victory. "I am not responsible for this win. The Elegant Rage deserves much of the credit, and so do you." Even a third-class Mech pilot should be able to defeat the four-armed lightning manifestation after having so much energy at his disposal. There was so much power under my command that I developed the impression that I was piloting a quasi-first-class Mech. The Elegant Rage simply could not run out of energy. My greatest frustration was that the Mech did not possess the corresponding equipment to channel most of the excess energies. Vess looked thoughtful as Major Jankowski shared his earnest feedback on what he experienced as a pilot. There were good reasons why the association primarily paid attention to energy level to determine the class of a Mech. Sure, superior materials and tech also played major roles in distinguishing third-class, second-class, and first-class Mechs from each other, but none of them would be able to stand out if their power supply could not keep up with the rest of the Mech frame. From the moment the Elegant Rage deployed her thorns across the environment, she and Major Jankowski were no longer fighting alone anymore. The alien swordsman, with the support of the lightning tribulation as well as a fraction of the power of heaven, had actually entered into a fight against the Elegant Rage and the local environment. In cultivation terms, the energy and resources derived from a planet, and whatever was present on it used to be called the power of Earth. In other words, the last segment of the previous bout could actually be regarded as a contest between the power of heaven and the power of Earth. The situation was a lot more complex in reality. The sources of all of that excess wood energy did not voluntarily support the Elegant Rage. The living Mech's plundering behavior was an abuse of the power of Earth. The consequences were many, but not all of them were obvious. The most obvious sequela was that many of the parts of the Elegant Rage that got repaired in haste had become tainted with dark stains that reeked of sin. The evil committed by the Elegant Rage even went on to stain her spiritual foundation, causing her personality to distort a little further. As Blinky carefully studied the Elegant Rage's physical and spiritual condition, the cat saw other clues. For example, it became harder for the Elegant Rage to harness the power of heaven. By engaging in behavior that violated the rules set by the heavens, the Woodsap Mech began to get repelled by the energies with heavenly origins. Of course, the effect was not too noticeable, since the Elegant Rage only massacred a lot of plants for the time being. Vess frowned as he stared upwards. He could feel that the tribulation storm had grown a little stronger and more hostile than before. Regardless of the severity of her transgressions, the Elegant Rage had crossed a line, and did so when under the full view of an active lightning tribulation. This was a clear provocation that caused the tribulation to become more upset with the living Mech. The storm clouds grew stronger and more active. The ninth and final tribulation manifestation was bound to become more powerful as a reaction to the Elegant Rage's desecration of nature. Though Vess knew that the next and hopefully final wave would become even more difficult to overcome than before, he grinned as he felt a lot more confident about his Woodsap Mech then. Imparting a new technique that Vess had designated as nature's benediction had successfully expanded the Elegant Rage's potential. It made Vess understand the usefulness of treating life as a resource. By giving the Elegant Rage the capability to draw upon the power of Earth as fuel to all of her hyper-tech, she was finally able to give full play to her advantages of a partially organic Mech. The performance of the Elegant Rage during her wood energy-saturated state was completely different from before. What stood out to Vess was the incredible display of tenacity and endurance. The Woodsap Mech might not be invincible, but she was able to take a lot of hits and keep going without any concern due to her insane regeneration factor. As far as Vess was concerned, endless tenacity and endurance should be the defining trait of all Woodsap Mechs, not just the Elegant Rage. So long as similar living Mechs fought on lush planets with plenty of greenery, these machines should all be capable of demonstrating combat power that was at least half a class beyond their conventional levels. A cheap second-class Woodsap Mech should be able to compete against an expensive quasi-first-class Mech. A quasi-first-class Woodsap Mech should be able to fight a low-tier first-class multipurpose Mech to a standstill. In fact, the Elegant Rage could have performed at an even greater height if Vess had made the corresponding preparations. The Elegant Rage lacked modules and features that possessed high energy scalability. For example, if she was armed with an energy sword, it would have been possible for the Woodsap Mech to dump an astronomical amount of wood energy into the weapon. As long as the melee weapon was capable of containing so much wood energy, then it had the potential to unleash an empowered strike that inflicted as much damage as a first-class weapon. Unfortunately, the Elegant Rage lacked such a feature. The closest piece of equipment that came to mind was the Sprout rifle, but the alien swordsman never gave the Woodsap Mech enough room to draw a ranged weapon. Vess already decided to make sure he remedied this shortcoming for his future. Woodsap Mechs. All future Woodsap Mechs, and maybe other elemental Carmine Mechs, for that matter, had to be designed with high energy scalability in mind. They were no longer confined to the power supplied by their static energy reactors and fixed rate of exotic radiation anymore. As long as these elemental Carmine Mechs possessed the ability to absorb the power of Earth from the local environment, they all gained the potential to succeed in winning leapfrog challenges. The best way to verify this assumption was to witness the Elegant Rage's performance against the next lightning manifestation. The overall threat posed by the final wave should far exceed the tolerance of Mech and Mech Pilot in isolation. Only by taking advantage of nature's benediction did Major Jankowski and the Elegant Rage possess a realistic chance of overcoming the tribulation. Chapter 6155, The Need for Withering. The exaggerated performance of the Elegant Rage during the last bout made Vess appreciate the conditional power of Woodsap Mechs. However, he reminded himself that not all Woodsap Mechs could fight as exaggerated as the Elegant Rage. The living Mech had already existed for a few years and experienced a lot of growth. The machine also absorbed a lot of breakthrough energies while undergoing a strange mutation that fundamentally altered her character. Vess was doubtful that he could design a mass production model that possessed the same properties and advantages as the Elegant Rage. The thorn-covered machine was a product of growth and evolution. Unless Vess mastered the same concepts and mechanisms that made the Elegant Rage so unique, he did not have the confidence to design a mass production version of this machine. This meant that Vess needed to be more careful about making assumptions about Woodsap Mechs. He could not blindly consider the Elegant Rage to be an accurate representation of this specific classification of Carmine Mechs. Vess estimated that more general Woodsap Mechs probably wouldn't be able to harness so much power at once. They may also be unable to tolerate the accumulation of negative energies, as well as a Mech that had already experienced the deepest despair of her Mech pilot. Vess needed to conduct more tests on Woodsap Mechs in order to verify all of these guesses and assumptions. Still, even if other Woodsap Mechs aren't as strong as this one, they should still be a lot harder to defeat due to their amazing tenacity and endurance. Woodsap Mechs seemed tailor-made for attrition warfare. Vess already figured that they were the perfect machines to use for planetary defense and assault missions. So long as they fought in any environment that was rich with life, they would undoubtedly be able to bully other opponents by their ability to draw upon the power of Earth. However, Vess became a little worried when he thought about how to defeat these annoying mechs. If every woodsap mech became nearly as unkillable as the Emperor Tree, each of them would become a nightmare to fight against. There was nothing more frustrating than to put so much effort into attacking a woodsap mech, only for the organic or partially organic machine to heal the damage in an instant. This made Vess more concerned about how to defeat in the most effective way possible. Even he couldn't guarantee whether woodsap mechs would be arrayed against him and his clan one day. The most obvious way to remove the advantage of woodsap mechs was to confront them well outside any life-bearing planet. They should possess no advantage in deep space, so that was the best environment to ambush these resilient machines. If a confrontation on a life-bearing planet could not be avoided, then the difficulty became much greater. Woodsap mechs could always enjoy a bonus from the environment to display greater combat effectiveness than typical hyper mechs. This should be the case even if they did not resort to extreme measures, such as forcibly draining the energies of nearby plants. How should woodsap mechs be countered? Wait, maybe this is why the withering curse exists. The introduction to the withering curse did not explain the underlying reasons why such methods were needed, but Vess was able to connect the dots easily enough. Wood-based cultivators possessed an abundant amount of life and wood energies. They were so filled with vitality that it was much more difficult to harvest their lives than usual. The best way to counter such unreasonably healthy opponents was to target the source of their strength. Perhaps the withering curse is the most targeted method a wood cultivator can employ against another wood cultivator. Whether the withering curse was applied to an enemy wood cultivator or the flora that served as his basis of power, the effectiveness of this method should be quite high. Woodsap mech should also be vulnerable to this kind of attack, Vess surmised. By undermining the abundant vitality and wood energy that sustained a woodsap mech, it was possible to weaken them to the point where they became just as easy to defeat as an ordinary mech. Though Vess did not expect for the native aliens or other enemies to employ such methods against his woodsap mech anytime soon, it was a possibility that he could not ignore. Every mech possessed weaknesses. Vess did not obsess too much over the potential vulnerabilities of his woodsap mechs. They were not yet even released, so it was way too premature for him to worry about these issues. The storm is about to send its final manifestation, Major Jankowski stated, pulling Vess out of his theorizing. The energy levels generated by the storm clouds have risen above expected levels. The tribulation is disgusted by U.S. The elegant rage spoke with greater energy and fervor than before. IT will put greater effort into getting rid of U.S. Be ready for a true challenge. Major Jankowski pressed his lips into a line. That is why we are moving to another forest as quickly as possible. During this temporary lull, the DeVoe's ancient clan permitted the Larkinson clan to destroy the environment of multiple nearby forests that were located on the same continent. The Elegant Rage received a transmission that detailed this agreement and pointed out several forests where the Elegant Rage could fight without restraint. This was why the woodsap mech had been flying away from the area that it had previously drained of life as quickly as possible. Her flight speed was quite high due to her good condition and relatively slim frame. Of course, the storm clouds followed the living mech no matter how fast she moved. There was no escape from the tribulation. By the time the woodsap mech had reached the edge of a larger and denser forest, the storm clouds finally dispatched the final foe. When Vess saw the alien form that descended from the angry storm, his eyes widened and his blood almost froze. Has that bastard come back again? No, he shouldn't be this weak or idle. This is a different guy. Vess almost gave in to despair when he thought he saw the return of the subjugation king. the slaving bastard had developed a strong animosity towards Vess. As a god king, his means were unfathomable, so it was very much possible for him to hijack the tribulation storm in order to ruin the elegant rage's right to exist. Fortunately, Vess quickly figured out that he was looking at a different member of the Krellian species. The proportions looked a bit different, though the bipedal alien was covered by an exoskeleton that looked a lot plainer and less sophisticated than that of the Subjugation King. This lightning manifestation was based on a weaker and much less overbearing member of the Krellian race. Yet despite this crucial difference, Vess did not dare to take this opponent lightly. Just like the Subjugation King, this Krellian that unmistakably exuded the vibe of warrior radiated a lot of light. Vess felt repulsed by the harsh and merciless light of the Krellian's aura. The alien did not appear to channel any other E-energy attribute, but that caused Vess to become even more wary towards this adversary. "We're in trouble, Major," Vess stated. "I don't know how much intelligence you have access to, but I have encountered a simulation of this alien race in the past. According to the limited information that we have available, the Krellians are one of the top races of Messier 87. Even if this tribulation manifestation is based on a low-ranking grunt, a race that is able to gain dominance in the supermassive galaxy has an exceedingly strong foundation. It is just how even the most mediocre first-raters are still far superior to excellent third-raters in almost every aspect." Major Jankowski already turned grim when he instinctively sensed the much greater threat posed by this light-blessed alien, but he became even more wary after hearing Vess' words. "What can you tell me about their strength and abilities?" "Not much. The Krellians are Kai cultivators that are likely obsessed with light. They have studied this E-energy attribute so well that none of their light-based abilities are weak or flawed. I think that the Krellians are also strong enough to fight up close or from a distance, though I am not sure if every member of this race can fight well under any circumstances. Aside from that, I can't make any more generalizations. We'll just have to find out during the fight." As the Krellian manifestation floated above the forest, the alien's radiance began to grow stronger. It became harder for observers to view the Krellian with the naked eye. "So bright," the elegant rage complained as she automatically lowered the sensitivity of her optical sensors. "Be careful. I feel greatly threatened by this alien's light." The Krellian spent a few more seconds getting in tune with the light of the local environment. It was still daytime on this hemisphere, so the alien also seemed to draw strength from the local star that was located in the center of the new Constantinople system. The alien finally lifted one of his arms and conjured up a staff that possessed an intricate design. The Krellian proceeded to point the tip of the staff towards the elegant rage, before unleashing a powerful light beam that instantly struck the elegant rage. Crack. It burns. The opening strike shouldn't have dealt so much damage to the elegant rage. The enemy light beam was powerful, but Vess estimated that the woodsap Mech should have been able to take it without suffering too much harm. He was partially correct. The Mech's physical defenses were able to withstand the attack. Only a moderate hole that was rapidly regenerating was proof that the light beam had struck the elegant rage. However, the light beam did more than that. It also attacked the elegant rage on a different level. Her incomplete descent towards darkness just happened to make the woodsap Mech a lot more vulnerable to light-based attacks. That was not all. Vess sensed something weird and profound from the light beam attack. It felt rather familiar to him, but the Krellian already launched his second strike. This time, the glowing staff released a lot more energy. An entire cage of light energy spat out and sought to envelop the elegant rage. There was no way for the woodsap Mech to evade the strange light cage. It closed the distance and enveloped the elegant rage in the blink of an eye. So fast. Once the cage fell into place, the bars made out of light began to contract and press against the cybernetic Mech's physical form. No matter whether the cage pressed against solid surfaces or one of the many thorns covering the machine, The harsh exposure to this merciless light was inflicting significant harm to the machine. "Shake off this cage." Even as the elegant rage started to get burned by the cage, she did not delay too long in launching as many thorns as possible. Numerous thorns failed to launch as they were captured by the cage, but many more managed to pass through the gaps before landing across the surrounding forest. A huge amount of wood energy steadily arrived and infused the elegant rage with a potent injection of power. The elegant rage not only regenerated the damage inflicted by the cage of light, but also managed to shatter it by channeling an overwhelming amount of wood energy. "We're free again." Yet just as Major Jankowski intended to retaliate by firing the sprout rifle at the Krellian warrior, the alien had briefly turned into a streak of light before quickly arriving in front of the elegant rage. The Mech barely had enough time to lift her ebony wood tonfas before they got struck by powerful staff strikes. Bang! 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 Each collision caused the staff to generate explosions of light, which not inflicted greater damage onto the tonfas, but also began to make the elegant rage feel pained. This light is burning the elegant rage. It is as if this alien is passing judgment on us and declaring us guilty. The judgmental qualities of this light were too strong. It seemed specifically made to fight against anyone tainted by darkness. "This is not a mere warrior. This is a judge," Vess whispered. "The lightning tribulation specifically sent out this manifestation to target all of the elegant rage's weaknesses. The fight is only going to get much tougher." Chapter 60, 156, Repercussions of Evil. The fight rapidly heated up when the two fighters came closer enough to exchange blows with each other. The Krellian judge wielded a single ornate staff, but possessed enough skill and might to suppress the elegant rage, despite the fact that she was wielding two weapons. This was not because the alien possessed powerful weapon skills. His attack moves were not particularly brilliant or clever. Rather, the alien relied on other advantages to gain the upper hand. The Krellian struck hard and fast, allowing him to exert greater pressure onto the elegant rage than the alien swordsman. Not only that, but the Krellian was even better than the four-armed alien in leveraging the power of his element with every strike. During a particular instance, the lightning manifestation's entire body exploded with light, which not only caused the surface of the elegant rage to burn, but also blinded the Mech for a time. The woodsap Mech almost lost grip of her tonfas as a glowing staff smacked them aside before punching a hole through the chest plate that almost managed to penetrate the cockpit. The Krellian had already come close to killing the Mech pilot, and thereby ending the elegant rage's chances of surviving this tribulation. Major Jankowski immediately felt the pressure of death and began to burst out his potential. A huge infusion of wood energy channeled into the tonfas before the elegant rage smacked them towards the alien. The Krellian did not bother to retract his staff as a shield of light energy intercepted the tonfa strikes. Bang! Bang! Each weapon strike released a large burst of wood energy, generating enough force to separate the two combatants from each other. The elegant rage and the Krellian judge briefly paused in order to evaluate the first exchange of blows. The tribulation manifestation is able to keep up with the elegant rage when she is saturated with plundered wood energy, Vess immediately noted. This is bad because once our Mech is no longer draining any wood energy from the environment, it will not be able to keep up anymore. Then we will have to win this fight before we run out of forests to drain, Major Jankowski declared. The man had already fought a long and exhausting duel against the alien swordsman. The Krellian judge exerted even greater pressure towards him, but Simon Jankowski was determined to perform better rather than worse. His qualities as a first-class Mech pilot and his considerable combat experience made it easier for him to maintain his fighting spirit. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he should never allow himself to get discouraged. The lower his morale, the quicker his defeat. The elegant rage was in the worst mood out of the three. The Mech not only suffered a lot of burns after getting struck by different intensities of light energy, but her wounds were also recovering slower than usual. The enemy's light aura is inhibiting my regeneration, the elegant rage warned. The alien's light is burning the wood energy gathered by my thorns. The light source is much more inhibiting to me at close range. Both Vess and Major Jankowski frowned. The elegant rage was most comfortable fighting up close, but the light-emitting alien appeared to be expressly designed to counter this advantage. The elegant rage tried to create more distance from the alien judge, though it was not entirely certain whether this would work. The Krellian judge had demonstrated amazing speed earlier, but perhaps there was a restriction that prevented him from moving so quickly all of the time. Whatever the case, as the elegant rage flew closer towards the center of the dying forest, the Mech began to launch a second salvo of thorns, enabling her to drain the energies of trees located much further ahead. Once she had managed to prolong the supply of stolen wood energy, the elegant rage finally turned around and aimed at the distant tribulation manifestation with the sprout rifle. Vess did not dare to call Gaia to ask for another blessing. Fortunately, the elegant rage was able to make up for the absence of this boost by channeling a lot of wood energy into the weapon. The ebony wooden seed began to grow in both a qualitative and quantitative fashion. Once the organic projectile had reached its limit, the sprout rifle quickly launched it towards the enemy. Feel the wrath of nature. Major Jankowski half expected for the alien judge to evade the shot, but he instead remained stationary, allowing himself to get hit by the empowered seed. Bang! The impact was not particularly powerful, but that was not the purpose of the seed. Instead, the seed rapidly began to sprout. It quickly absorbed all of the wood energy infused into it and began to grow dark and ominous vines that were covered by thorns. The thorn vines grown from plundered wood energy were not only steeped in negativity, but also exuded a depressing atmosphere. However, the Krellian judge appeared to be incredibly resistant against the dark vines. His light shield not only did a perfect job at keeping the vines and their sharp thorns at bay, but also negated all of their ominous properties. When light and darkness intersected with each other, the weaker of the two often suffered an immediate disadvantage. This was most definitely the case this time, as the powerful light, generated by the Krellian judge, overpowered the thorny vines. The tribulation manifestation's command over energy was better than the elegant rage in her empowered state. Major Jankowski did not leave it at that. The elegant rage continually fired one ebony seed after another. The Mech did not spend any time to create any more sprouting seeds, so the organic projectiles only inflicted a lot of kinetic damage upon impact. Each strike sapped the light energy shield a little further, but it remained so bright and whole that it didn't appear as if the repeated impacts were accomplishing anything useful. Instead of showing signs of distress, the Krellian judge glowed brighter and brighter until an illusionary vision appeared behind his back. A complex circular symbol appeared behind the alien. It was at least 10 times taller than the Krellian judge and exuded a sense of sacred duty towards justice. "What is that?" Major Jankowski reacted with shock. "The tribulation manifestation has grown brighter and more powerful than before. The dark vines are already burning up as we speak. I truly do not want to get too close to this enemy in this state." Vess grew more serious as he caught sight of this mysterious occult-like symbol. He could already tell that it was far more than an artistic doodle. The light from the local star seemed to brighten in the direction of this giant light symbol. It was as if the star suddenly decided to play favorites and bathe the Krellian judge with an extra strong dose of light. The aura of the tribulation manifestation grew stronger, sharper, and more heartless than before. The elegant rage immediately became suppressed to the point where she was unable to harness stolen wood energy as smoothly as before. Vess immediately frowned when he formed a guess of what was happening. This is probably a method employed by Kai cultivators. What you are seeing is a representation of the Krellion's artistic conception. Perhaps it is a logogram that holds the meaning of both light and justice. Whatever the case, this outward expression of an artistic conception has allowed this alien to amplify his domain in combat. Wait, are we facing an ace Mech-like opponent? Is this why we have fallen under a suppression effect? I don't think our opponent has reached the equivalent rank of an ace pilot, but that does not change the fact that he is powerful. His command over light is too exquisite, and it doesn't help that this element happens to counter the elegant rage especially well. This was just the beginning. Now that the Krellion judge had entered into his most serious combat state, he no longer limited himself to probing strikes and began to launch much more fervent attacks. Watch out! The Krellion pointed his decorated staff at the elegant rage and began to release a sustained light beam that struck the elegant rage and continued to drill into her armor despite her attempts to evade the attack. The woodsap Mech was not only suffering constant damage from the active energy beam, but also began to suffer mental torment as the attack violently punished the living Mech for giving into evil. Major Jankowski experienced the elegant rage's pain as well, but the neural interface separated him from his machine just enough for him to make the correct move. The elegant rage flew deeper into the forest before hiding behind a low hill. The sustained light beam struck the ground and began to burn through a lot of worthless soil. Since the Krellion judge was no longer able to strike at the Mech, he cut off the energy beam and started to move closer. Major Jankowski was not in a hurry to move the damaged Mech again. Much of her exterior had become scarred by burn grooves. The sustained energy beam might not have been able to pierce through the armor, but the areas that got burned were very slow to recover. The light has both a purifying and punishing property, Vess commented. The former makes it harder for the elegant rage to recover. The latter causes the light to inflict more direct damage. The combination of the two is quite lethal. Our Mech needs more wood energy, Major Jankowski said. This forest is already halfway to getting drained. We need to move and spread thorns into another forest. Then move, focus on replenishment rather than offense, Vess advised. It is okay to fall into a temporary disadvantage. Woodsap Mechs should always be able to win a battle as long as they can last long enough. Do your best to keep the Mech alive. The elegant rage did not dare to stick around any longer. The machine jumped from his location and blasted away towards a different forest that had been designated for use by the Larkinson clan. The Krellion judge advanced faster and began to pursue the elegant rage. With the giant representation of his artistic conception hovering behind his back, the powerful tribulation manifestation not only radiated light that continually stung the elegant rage, but also fired energy beams that unerringly struck the Mech. The rear of the elegant rage began to accrue more and more holes that were slower to regenerate. The Mech was forced to channel a lot more wood energy to these damaged parts in order to boost their restoration rate as much as possible. The action was effective, but the elegant rage ate through her excess wood energy reserves considerably faster than before. By the time she reached another forest, her surplus had already dwindled to almost nothing. Nature's benediction. Many thorns flung from the elegant rage and spread across a forest that was filled with a different variety of trees. Stolen wood energy began to gather in and around the cybernetic Mech once more. Her sprout rifle began to fire considerably more powerful seeds, only for the projectiles to burn and weaken before even managing to strike the alien's light energy shield. The retaliation from the glowing enemy was much more effective. As the Krellion judge's staff continued to strike the elegant rage with judgmental light beams, the Mech suffered considerably greater damage than before. The alien has grown stronger. That's not true. Vess shook his head. The energy levels of the tribulation manifestation has not increased any further since he unveiled his giant artistic conception. What changed is that his light attacks are inflicting at least 20% more damage to the elegant rage. I am afraid that the Mech is the reason for the difference. The more she plunders from the environment, the more guilty she becomes. Not only that, but all of the parts that are restored with the help of stolen wood energy become tainted with darkness and other nasty stuff. That makes the Mech frame increasingly more vulnerable to the aliens' light attacks. Major Jankowski looked shocked. If that is the case, then our Mech will become increasingly more disadvantaged over time. It's impossible for us to win by attrition. Vess realized this as well. His heart sank as he realized that the Krellians' more developed domain and exquisite artistic conception provided him with an absolute advantage in this battle. Chapter 60-157, The Suppression of Light. More and more high-level observers interrupted their schedules and tuned in to the restricted feeds that displayed the ongoing fight that had overtaken New Constantinople Roman 8. They had good reasons to pay close attention to this special occasion. The battle between the Krellian Judge and the Elegant Rage represented a struggle between two completely different combat systems. The Elegant Rage fought like a living Mech endowed with experimental hyper-tech and e-tech. Even though the cybernetic Mech diverged a lot more from ordinary Mechs that people were accustomed to seeing, the Woodsap Mech was still a product of human technology. There was a good possibility that Mechs like her may turn into the mainstays of human civilization in the future. The tribulation manifestation that took the form of an exoskeleton-covered humanoid alien fought completely differently. The only recognizable tech utilized by this powerful fighter was the staff in his hands. The lightning-forged appearance of the staff did not do a good job at reproducing its details, so it was unclear how much of its power was based on engineering rather than material quality. Nonetheless, the Krellian Judge fought in a way that was similar to all of the other tribulation manifestations that had shown up in similar events since the start of the current age. Almost every alien warrior relied on their bodies and their extraordinary cultivation to fight. They only made rudimentary use of external technologies, such as simple-looking weapon artifacts. Of course, many people theorized that the fighters simulated by lightning tribulations were much more restricted than their actual counterparts. Perhaps the storm clouds were unable or unwilling to reproduce all kinds of other auxiliary equipment such as medicines, combat armor, combat vehicles, subordinate soldiers, and so on. That was part of their comprehensive strength. However, the amazing combat power displayed by Messier 87 Kai cultivators already presented enough clues to conclude that the inhabitants of the energy-rich galaxy prized their personal combat ability over every other factor. Therefore, the fight between a Lodomid-ranking alien official from Messier 87 and an experimental second-class Mech from the Red Ocean represented a rare but incredibly valuable comparison between two completely different civilizations. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos frowned as she stood in front of a large projection. As one of the high-ranking Devosans on the planet, she not only had access to all of the visual feeds transmitted by hundreds of cloaked observation bots, but also kept an eye on highly informative data readings. The damage to the regional ecosystem is escalating quickly. An unknown exobiologist spoke over a secure communication channel. The damage to the forests will reach a point where the climate is severely disrupted. Preliminary examinations of the dead trees and soil have painted a disastrous image. Nothing less than digging out the nutrient-deprived soil and filling the terrain with fertile soil imported off-planet will allow us to restore the planetary ecosystem as soon as possible. The expense is not too great at the current scale, but if that Mech continues to drain more forests, the urgency will become greater, thereby giving us less time to take corrective actions. Cost is not an issue. Master Layla DeVos calmly spoke as she continued to track the performance of a very curious Mech that was made of both metal and wood. The Larkinson clan has already offered to compensate us for the damage their experimental Mech is doing to the planet-wide ecology. The planetary governor sounded relieved. That is good news. This gesture indicates that the Larkinsons are aware of their responsibilities and wish to maintain good relations with us. We can answer with our own gesture of goodwill. The attention that this incident has attracted from a wide range of circles will stimulate our trade and commerce activities in the next months or year. Our budget will not become strained if we extend them a discount on the total bill. Master Layla DeVos shook her head. Money is one of the most dispensable assets in the Red Ocean. We will not demand repayment in the form of cash. We can generate it ourselves well enough. We have an opportunity to gain access to new and cutting-edge mechs and tech from the Larkinson clan. If we can set the repayment terms to give us access to similar mechs as the experimental machine that is currently damaging our ecosystem, then the Larkinsons are free to destroy as many arboreal habitats as they want. At worst, we can temporarily dome all of our colony settlements to guarantee that our guests and citizens can continue to breathe the most optimal air mixture. The DeVos ancient clan was not the only group that developed an interest in the first woodsap mech. Many other ancient clans, as well as foreign organizations, expressed similar degrees of interest. However, before they could make any further inquiries, they soon learned that the Red Association had already dug their tentacles in Professor Larkinson's secret project. The survivalists and the transhumanists both used various means to make it clear that the tech behind this highly destructive, but also absurdly effective cybernetic mech was not yet ready for large-scale use. While all of these leaders grew interested in getting their hands on the new mechs or the tech to make them, the creator of the current iteration of the Elegant Rage had no time to think about the future. He was very worried about the present. Many of his hopes and dreams related to woodsap mechs were tied to the Elegant Rage. If the living mech fell in battle today, then that would be a major setback in his plan to develop and propagate similar mechs. More than that, but the fall of the Elegant Rage would also deprive venerable Lainey Larkinson of her best battle partner. For the sake of his true-blood cousin, Vess tried to do his best to figure out a way for the woodsap to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Vess couldn't think of a practical solution. He had already exhausted his strongest option. The Elegant Rage had become more and more proficient in drawing in the power of Earth to amplify all of her moves. Yet instead of making the woodsap mech stronger, it only made the machine more vulnerable against her opponent. The Elegant Rage had been struck by light beams and irradiated by the Krellian judge's radiance so many times that much of the exterior of her mech frame had been damaged and restored multiple times. This caused the Elegant Rage's exterior wood-end metal exterior to take on an increasingly darker tint. Her negative karma continued to pile up, causing the living mech to become more susceptible to her opponent's attacks. It took more and more plundered wood energies to forcibly restore the damaged components quickly enough before the Krellian judge had time to take advantage of the gaps in the mech's defenses. Yet doing so required the Elegant Rage to fly to other forests, before subsequently launching a lot of thorns to drain the trees of all of their vitality. This cycle could not persist. So long as the Elegant Rage had fallen below a certain threshold, Vess had no doubt that the woodsap mech would get scorched entirely by the punishing light of the Krellian judge. "We need to go on the offensive," Vess spoke. "We are only prolonging our defeat if the Elegant Rage continues to fly away all of the time. She is completely disadvantaged in ranged combat. The ebony seeds have failed to shake the enemy's light energy shield, and any thorn vines spawned from charged projectiles always burn up before they can do any significant damage. Only the mech herself is strong and resilient enough to get close and exhaust the enemy's defenses." Major Jankowski gritted his teeth. "We can't get close. We already tried, but we got our butts kicked by this tribulation manifestation. The constant light released by the alien will burn the Elegant Rage even stronger than before now that she has become burdened with greater guilt. I am already apprehensive at the thought of fighting the enemy at point-blank range. Furthermore, the alien's light energy shield has never shown any sign of collapse, and his staff fighting skills are more than adequate to block my tonfas. In other words, whether it was specs, skills, or energy, the Krellian judge effectively enjoyed an advantage in every aspect. What was worse was that the enemy alien's advantage was only growing over time. The existence of this lightning manifestation completely negated the elegant rage's advantage in attrition warfare. This was also why Vess urged the expert candidate to no longer bother with dragging out the fight. Vess grew depressed when he thought about how terrible the elegant rage looked from an outsider's perspective. If people didn't know any better, they would have thought that the elegant rage was the evil villain that had committed reprehensible crimes, while the Krellian judge was the hero that enforced justice on behalf of the heavens. The fact that the latter could actually be taken literally added an extra layer of absurdity in this setting. Vess turned away from all of the projected graphs and data readings and placed his hand on Major Jankowski's shoulders. Believe in the elegant rage. This living Mech had almost died, but managed to recover from that ordeal. She is no stranger to suffering. Where do you think her thorns come from? Pain is a punishment as well as a source of power to her. As long as you can ensure that the elegant rage does not get destroyed or crippled in an instant, she still possesses the capital to resist. Fighting up close is the most reliable combat approach for this Mech. Only then will she be able to utilize her thorns according to their original purpose. Though Major Jankowski was rational enough to agree with Vess' logic, emotionally, he felt anything but confident. I am sorry, but I do not think it will work. The alien's light will burn up all of the elegant rage's thorns before they can do much stinging. The entire Mech frame will burn from the outside, making it increasingly harder to attack and defend against this opponent. I will try if there is no other choice, but I strongly advise against this course of action. Vess inwardly shook his head after hearing this. He had faint hopes that the intensive combat so far may have allowed Simon Jankowski to experience an explosive amount of growth. Perhaps he did grow a lot further as an expert candidate, but it was clear that not all of his aspects had reached the standard. At the very least, an expert candidate not only needed to feel incredibly desperate, but also possess great courage and mental fortitude in his ability to overcome a seemingly impossible challenge. Major Jankowski completely failed this test, so Vess could completely forget about hoping that he would break through somehow. It wasn't his fault, not entirely. The Krellian judge's overall combat capabilities resembled that of a weakened version of an ace Mech. An expert candidate that was nowhere near as strong as an actual expert pilot could not escape the fate of feeling suppressed by the enemy's aura. If Venerable Laney was piloting the elegant rage, then many of the advantages such as the alien's oppressive domain would never be so effective. Her willpower should be strong enough to resist a lot of Kai cultivator shenanigans. Vess frowned as the elegant rage continued to evade confrontation as much as possible. Was there a way to reduce or negate the Krellian judge's insane suppression effect? As long as the elegant rage was able to resist the pseudo-domain field of the tribulation manifestation, she would be able to brawl with much fewer scruples than before. There had to be a solution. Vess refused to accept the fact that he had exhausted every possible option to upgrade the elegant rage further. What can I do? Vess frantically wondered. Chapter 6158, The Hidden Potential of Wood. Vess was put in the same position as last time when the elegant rage struggled against the alien swordsman. The Krellian judge was thrashing his woodsap Mech. The disparity in strength was obvious to everyone. The only reason why the elegant rage had yet to fall entirely was because she had already drained through half a dozens on the surface of New Constantinople Roman 8. Although the planet still offered many more forests for the woodsap Mech to drain, continuing this pattern was not a viable pathway to victory. The tribulation manifestation this time precisely punished such behavior. The greater the excessive harm to the environment, the greater the sins of the elegant rage. a Kai cultivator that gained strength from light, and Justice gained a massive bonus whenever he fought against a genuine evildoer. In fact, the existence of such a profession among the Krellians caused Vess to wonder whether their alien civilization was as evil and tyrannical as he initially thought. The subjugation king had made an awful first impression. Might was clearly right in a galaxy as rich and prosperous as Messier 87. It was not difficult to think that most of the Krellians living under the reign of such a bastard of a leader would end up as bastards as well. It was difficult for Vess to judge the truth. The Krellian judge was just a lifeless simulation. He was not a clone possessed by an actual alien powerhouse. There was no way to communicate with this temporary manifestation. There is still too much we do not know about Messier 87, Vess sighed. He quickly shifted his mind from this subject and tried to think on what he could do to help his Woodsap Mech win. There had to be a way. If he had to return to the system space and make a gamble by drawing his radiant lottery ticket, then he was willing to do so. The main reason why he kept it in reserve last time was because he had no pressing need for any goodies. This was not the case anymore. The Elegant Rage might not be a valuable Mech in absolute terms, but her growth and the sentiments attached to her had made her irreplaceable. The Mech was partially responsible for saving Venerable Laney's life. Vess also took advantage of her strange mutation to skip a huge amount of research effort and easily develop his very first elemental carmine Mech in existence. These reasons and more all encouraged Vess to double down and massively increase his investment in his latest work, so that he could save her from the brink of annihilation. Having made up his mind, Vess was just about to scurry back into the system space until the Elegant Rage made a surprise announcement. "I have an idea on how to win this fight." "Explain," Vess asked as he shifted his interest back to the present. "I did not realize this plan before, but now that I have fought long enough to establish a closer connection to my wooden half, I discovered that it can do far more than act as a replacement to my metallic Mech parts." "Are you suggesting that we use the ebony Mech that makes up much of your Mech frame for other purposes?" Vess quickly guessed. "I think IT is possible. The more I exercise my wood, the more I understand what IT is capable of. This wood is not like the metal that my Mech was initially made of. There are emotions, memories, and instincts buried in the ebony wood. Only fragments remain, but if I try to draw them out, I think I can do way more than fight like a Mech. I may be able to transform into a much larger ebony wooden Mech, especially if I absorb enough wood energy." Both Vess and Major Jankowski reacted with shock at this suggestion. The idea sounded crazy. It also sounded plausible. Vess quickly thought about the suggestion. He recalled that the wooden parts of the Elegant Rage were made out of an improved version of ebony wood. The ebony wood was derived from the ebony Evertshanger, which in turn was a clone of the Emperor tree. All of this meant that the Elegant Rage inherited at least a part of the legacy of the Calamity plant. It was therefore quite possible for the Elegant Rage to induce a state of ancestral reversion, where the living Mech deliberately let go of her original form and activate whatever heritage was buried inside her organic components. Vess immediately came up with a number of doubts. The Elegant Rage did not sound certain whether she could control this transformation process. There was no guarantee that she would grow strong enough to gain an advantage against the Krellian judge. What if her wooden components fell apart? She would basically cripple herself as a result. Another concern that bothered Vess was whether this would bring back the Emperor tree in any way. What if the clever Calamity plant had deliberately laid a trap in order to bring itself back to life again? Even if the Emperor tree could not be resurrected in full, there was a high chance that Elegant Rage would get contaminated by whatever remnant that was buried inside all of the ebony wood. Still, if everything went right and the Elegant Rage managed to win the final fight, what next? Would she be able to reverse her transformation and turn back into a recognizable Mech, Or would she remain permanently mutated in a much more monstrous form? If the latter was the case, then she may no longer possess the qualifications to be piloted by venerable Laney. As Vess continued to think about all of the possible ways the Mech's proposal could go wrong, the elegant rage adopted a firmer tone. I can do this, progenitor. Believe in me. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to maintain control, but I am convinced that this action will make me strong enough to beat the tribulation manifestation. This hidden ability is a part of my design. Whether you intended to or not, this wood contains the seed of power of the Emperor Tree. All I need to do is to feed it with energy, which I happen to possess in abundance. Are you aware that this may be a one-way trip, if you are unable to return? Then tell Laney that I am sorry that I cannot accompany her any further, the living Mech said in a melancholic tone. Please design a good replacement Mech for her if I cannot be her partner anymore. That said, I have no intention of letting another machine take away my birthright. I swear I can beat this light-obsessed enemy. What I am not too sure of is whether I can go back to normal. I think I will need your help at that time, progenitor. Vess adopted a determined expression. You can count on me. Hopefully, my intervention won't be necessary, but if this scenario unfolds, I promise I will bring you back, if not physically, then mentally. That is all I want to hear. Let me proceed with unlocking the potential of my wooden parts. Pilot, please brace yourself and cooperate however possible. I fear I shall need your mind to keep me grounded. I am glad to serve. Major Jankowski spoke in a reverent tone. Vess began to develop the idea that the elegant rage's idea may be the true defining feature of a woodsap Mech. The true power of an elemental carmine Mech made out of emperor wood was not its impressive tenacity and endurance. A woodsap Mech certainly scored high on these criteria, but wood was capable of doing more than make the machine last longer in battle. Perhaps the true reason for such an unusual Mech to exist was to impart the machine with the ability to expand her wooden parts and turn into a much more formidable combat machine. As long as the environment was favorable enough, the resulting transformation may have the potential to increase the combat power of such a Mech by an order of magnitude. Of course, there was no certainty whether the elegant rage could produce such an exaggerated result. Vess and Blinky paid extremely close attention to the elegant rage's physical and spiritual condition. If there was any sign that the transformation would go off the rails, they would definitely intervene without hesitation. It is starting, Professor, the expert candidate stated. The elegant rage began to unleash the potential hidden within her ebony wood. It was as if the woodsap Mech removed a lock that previously kept her wooden parts contained. It was as if a beast inside the living Mech woke up. The activated ebony wood instantly started to absorb a huge amount of plundered wood energy. The elegant rage quickly had to launch another volley of thorns at the surrounding forest environment in order to feed the voracious demand of her own ebony wood. The organic components of the woodsap Mech immediately started to squirm and expand in a monstrous fashion. Her volume started to increase at an escalating rate, causing her to grow heavier and less balanced than before. The Krellian judge did not stand by while all of this took place. He actively assaulted the elegant rage with harsh and punishing light beams. Although the continuous strikes inflicted heavy damage to the elegant rage, the out-of-control ebony wood rapidly recovered the damage and continued to grow in mass and volume. At some point, the unconstrained growth of all of the ebony wood started to envelop the flight system of the elegant rage. This had severe consequences for the machine in flight. We are losing altitude, Major Jankowski warned. Elegant rage, please slow down. I can't. The woodsap Mech rapidly lost thrust power and quickly began to fall to the ground. The massive wooden monstrosity that was constantly squirming and expanding in size smashed through a large amount of leaves and slammed onto the soil with massive force. Vess and Major Jankowski briefly shook as the inertial dampeners found themselves unable to fully compensate for the impact. Even though the transforming elegant rage incurred damage from the fall, the Mech actually began to grow faster now that she had landed on proper soil. The woodsap Mech was actually taking root. As a large amount of roots began to burrow deep into the ground, the mutating machine began to accelerate her growth, causing the ebony wood to expand so much that the woodsap Mech had already tripled in size. The elegant rage's chaotic growth did not slow down in the slightest. Dark wood continued to squirm and expand with every passing second. Practically nothing related to Mechs was visible anymore. The original Mech frame had become fully covered by an expanding mass of wood. As wood energy and other nutrients continued to pour into the transforming elegant rage, the living Mech eventually began to adopt a completely different appearance. Is that a tree?" Gloriana gasped as she watched the live feed with growing astonishment. "It is," Alexa Strian spoke. "The wood is entirely made out of a weaker version of ebony wood, but the volume is massive. The elegant rage is beginning to resemble a smaller and darker version of the emperor tree." She was not exaggerating when she said that. Even though the transforming elegant rage was nowhere close to matching the emperor tree in terms of height, mass, spirituality, and more, her new state was still a lot stronger than her original form. As the elegant rage's transformation into an ebony tree finally started to slow down, the entire Mech made a completely different impression from before. Although the elegant rage had completely lost all of her mobility, her size and ability to resist attacks had increased by a huge margin. This became evident as the Krellian judge's attacks that previously inflicted heavy damage onto the blackened Mech only inflicted light damage against the ebony tree. Chapter 60-159, Unequal Confrontation. The situation on the ravaged battlefield completely turned around when the elegant rage suddenly transformed into a tree. Many observers grew perplexed as the woodsap Mech completely let go of her original form and mutated into a giant ebony tree that radiated both vitality and power. This is impossible. Biomechs can never grow so quickly. Has the Mech lost control? The Mech has turned into a mutated plant. As many observers reacted with shock, the growth of the latest form of the elegant rage began to abate. As Vess observed what was happening in total shock inside the cockpit of the Mech, he noticed that the Mech still wanted to grow larger, but had reached the limit of what she was able to control. Her spiritual foundation was nowhere near as strong as the emperor tree when it was at its height. Since she was unable to control a body that was taller than the current ebony tree, she had no way of making herself larger. That did not mean that her new form was short by any means. The tree that comprised her enhanced tree form was much thicker and taller than her original self. Her new body had already reached an overall height and mass that was equivalent to that of a small juggernaut. That was already a completely different kind of combat unit. Now that her mass and volume became equivalent to that of a small warship, the elegant rage was no longer as weak and fragile as before. Even if nothing else about the elegant rage had changed, the simple increase in size made it a lot harder for the Krellian judge to inflict meaningful damage. The tribulation manifestation did not give up, though. He wielded his staff like an artillery cannon and began to shoot out a sustained light beam that carved into the bark of the ebony tree like a mining laser. The elegant rage suffered a lot of pain as the sustained beam continually tried to pierce a hole through the ebony wooden trunk. The sins accrued by the living Mechs caused the ebony wood to receive greater damage from the persistent light element attack, and the lack of movement made it trivially easy for the alien enemy to stay on target. Yet despite all of these adverse conditions, the elegant rage was no longer afraid of the light attacks of her opponent. Even as the Krellian judge's powerful artistic conception attempted to suppress the demonic living Mech, the elegant rage's tree form had become so large and massive that she was finally able to properly utilize all of her excess wood energy. In addition, the growth of an enormous hidden root network had caused her regeneration capabilities to grow even more exaggerated than before. A huge amount of minerals, buried far beneath the surface, were getting drained at a rapid rate. The additional metals and other materials helped to strengthen the trunk and enable it to grow a large amount of thorns. The ebony tree in its current form resembled the emperor tree, even less after her trunk became covered by so many sharp and ominous growths. As the thorns began to absorb a lot of wood energy, as well as the wood sap Mech's anger and indignation for getting attacked so many times, the ones facing the floating enemy finally launched in the target's direction. The Krellian judge reacted quickly. He no longer tried to attack, but quickly used his staff to conjure a wall of light that formed an additional layer of defense. Crack, 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 crack. Dozens of thorns struck this light wall and exhausted its defensive capacity. The Krellian judge quickly spun his staff and blocked numerous more thorns from getting through, but he was still unable to prevent a lot of thorns from crashing against his light energy shield. Unlike the previous attacks of the Elegant Rage, this time the thorn projectiles struck so many times that the alien's primary defensive measure finally collapsed. Yes, we did it, Elegant Rage. Not that many thorns were left to puncture the alien's body, but each time they struck, the Mech and her pilot gained a little more satisfaction. Over a dozen different thorns ended up piercing through the alien's exoskeleton. Even though the Krellian's hard outer shells successfully drained the momentum of the projectiles and prevented them from digging any deeper, the thorns still inflicted a lot of harm. Not only did the Krellian judge suffer a lot of shallow flesh wounds, but the extraordinary thorns also induced a large amount of pain, causing the tribulation manifestation to falter and lose his rhythm. While the powerful alien tried his best to recover from this grievous blow, the Elegant Rage was already starting to grow a second set of thorns on her trunk. Vess became more and more gobsmacked as he witnessed the performance of the transformed Elegant Rage from the cockpit. Kill, punish, let him experience my pain tenfold. Whoa, calm down, partner. The Elegant Rage had undoubtedly contaminated herself as she activated the hidden power of her ebony wood, but it didn't matter so long as she became strong enough to turn this battle around. Major Jankowski desperately tried to rein in the out-of-control Mech, but his mind and will were far too weak to rein in the much more powerful machine. Since the Elegant Rage's current tree form had completely subsumed her original Mech form, the role of a Mech pilot had pretty much grown redundant. Simon Jankowski had practically no control over the actions of the Elegant Rage anymore. The Woodsap Mech had taken full control over herself and began to fight against the tribulation manifestation on a completely autonomous basis. This was a nightmare scenario to everyone that was paranoid about machines taking over. Though Vess held a lot of concerns about how easily the Elegant Rage made her own Mech pilot irrelevant, he became incredibly impressed by how much stronger she became. Her increased size and her ability to control her much more massive form to a reasonable degree had practically turned her into a juggernaut in truth. Other than the loss of her legs, she truly performed no different from a hyper-juggernaut. Amazing. If every Mech made out of Emperor wood possessed this trump card, then that would completely transform their value. His Woodsap Mech were finally able to justify their own existence. In fact, this was only the beginning. Vess had never thought about this possibility when he converted the Elegant Rage into a Woodsap Mech. Now that he knew, he could design his subsequent Woodsap Mechs to deliberately take advantage of this capability. What excited Vess even more was that the lack of control might not be that big of an issue. The greatest flaw of the Elegant Rage was that she was currently being piloted by a conventional neural interface. Once the Elegant Rage formed a Woodsap pact with Venerable Laney, or any Mech pilot for that matter, the strong connection should give the living Mech a much stronger anchor to another mind. It should become much easier for her partner to keep the Mechs in tree form under effective control. At this time, the battle had taken another turn, as the Krellian judge no longer thought about keeping his distance. He's advancing. The enemy wants to burn the elegant rage's enlarged form with his light. The Krellian judge's manifestation of his artistic conception became much more oppressive and scorching up close. So much light shone onto the darkened tree that the bark and leaves were already starting to dry up and burn. However, the enormous size of the elegant rage's tree form meant that it was much more able to withstand this damage. A large amount of wood energy and minerals transported by tree sap moved to restore the damaged exterior and prevent the tree form from losing any further integrity. In the meantime, the elegant rage never let up on her attacks. When the Krellian finally came too close to launch a lot of thorns at the tribulation manifestation, the elegant rage began to imitate the emperor tree in a different way by whipping her many branches at the enemy. Whip, whip, whip. Many branches missed the fairly nimble and mobile opponent. Other branches ended up getting parried by the alien's light staff. However, it was still difficult for the Krellian judge to avoid damage, as there were too many branches attacking on a repeated basis. Each strike inflicted considerable damage to the alien's exoskeleton. Smaller thorns had grown onto the exterior of every branch, thereby making sure that the Krellian judge could not shake off the attacks so easily. The alien did not turn himself into a whipping boy for no reason. Once he got close, his radiant light began to scorch the elegant rage's enlarged form a lot more effectively than before. So much of the woodsap Mech was vulnerable to the punishing light of the Krellian judge that the living Mech was eating her way through a huge amount of energy and minerals with every passing second. Furthermore, the Krellian judge also attempted to cripple, or at least cut the elegant rage down to size, by striking at the trunk with his staff. A sharp and long light blade extended from the tips of the tribulation manifestation's staff. Each time these blades cut into the trunk of the elegant rage, the living Mech suffered a lot of pain. Yet despite all of the light energy and tribulation lightning ravaging the trunk, the scale of the damage was trivial compared to the total size of the current elegant rage. It was like a mouse trying to kill a human. Despite the former's best efforts, the massive difference in scale brutally reduced the threat posed by the Krellian judge to a barely lethal level. The only way for the tribulation manifestation to defeat the ebony tree was to exhaust the transformed woodsap Mech's entire supply of wood energy and minerals. This was why the Krellian judge had come close and tried to attack the elegant rage as much as possible. The more damage he inflicted, the greater the resource drain. To be fair, this was not an unrealistic plan. The elegant rage's loss of mobility prevented her from moving to other forests that she could tap. Her enormous roots had grown very large, but their volume was ultimately limited by the elegant rage's limited spiritual foundation. There were only so many minerals that they could extract from the underlying soil. The fight had reached an intense state as both sides engaged in a sped-up contest of attrition. The elegant rage tried her best to break the Krellian judge's shell-covered body as quickly as possible. The tribulation manifestation attempted to exhaust the ebony tree's energy and mineral reserves without any other consideration. It was impossible for this intensive exchange to last for long. As the Krellian judge continued to strike his light blades deeper into the damaged trunk, the elegant rage's gigantic form suddenly began to spawn a multitude of dark and thorny vines. Even though the enemy's scorching light already started to burn these vines, there were so many of them that they successfully wrapped around the body of their target until not a single gap remained. Gotcha. The alien had become completely trapped. Although the trapped enemy began to radiate an increasing amount of light in order to break free from this trap, the ebony tree continued to launch more and more vines to strengthen the hold onto the powerful opponent. Then, the vines started to squeeze, in an attempt to constrict their unruly prey. The forces acting upon the poor tribulation manifestation became so great that the exoskeleton finally couldn't take it anymore. The Krellian judge's manifested body completely collapsed. From the moment this occurred, the tribulation energies that previously made up his body completely lost control and began to explode outwards and engulfed the elegant tree's exaggeratingly large form. The final wave of the lightning manifestation had finally come to an end in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. Chapter 60, 160 Feeding Negativity. Vess no longer questioned why the heavens saw fit to subject the elegant rage to a lightning tribulation. He severely underestimated the potential of Emperor Wood. The modified ebony wood that made up much of the Mech frame of the elegant rage apparently retained a lot of possibilities from the former calamity tree. Even when the Emperor tree was already dead, his wood still carried his highly mutated DNA and other remnants. The elegant rage only needed to activate the hidden legacies of the calamity tree in order to take on the form of the once mighty Emperor tree. Even if the woodsap Mech was too weak to simulate the full splendor of this powerful organism, the ebony tree form enabled the machine to gain the size as well as the effective combat power of a small juggernaut. This was an amazing amplification of power that no one expected to witness from what looked like a strange second-class Mech on the outside. If this ability was not a one-time feature, but instead a controllable option that could be toggled during every battle, then the meaning of a Mech like the Elegant Rage had definitely changed. Just the fact that the Elegant Rage managed to smack down the Krellian judge so easily after her transformation into a tall and thorn-covered ebony tree was clear proof of the potential of a woodsap Mech. Vess did not delude himself into thinking that the ebony tree form allowed the Elegant Rage to win every battle. Everything had a price. The transformed woodsap Mech had not only lost her mobility, but also drained a huge amount of moisture and minerals beneath the ground. The ecological landscape of this entire forest was worse than the other ones. Not only had it been drained of life, but all of the minerals underneath the ground had disappeared as well. This included many low-grade and mid-grade exotics that enriched this planet and made the ground more resistant against orbital bombardment. Such a consequence would doubtlessly make people reluctant to deploy woodsap Mechs in a defensive capacity. What was the point of working so hard to defend a planet against foreign invasion when its own protectors had already ruined the environment? Perhaps the only suitable role for woodsap Mech was to take part in offensive sieges against hostile planets. As long as the woodsap Mech were allowed to desecrate on planets that the attacking force didn't care about, they could give full play to their costly but powerful tree forms. It would be like fielding an army of juggernauts, but only demanded a fraction of resources and transportation capacity. However, Vess noticed that woodsap Mech also acted under another constraint. From the moment their tree forms took root, they lost the ability to move. Sure, they derived a lot of power from the resources they could extract from the ground, but when that came at the cost of losing their mobility, they instantly turned themselves into obvious targets. Vess did not make the mistake of assuming that every stationary object was weak. The Emperor Tree had managed to smack around several expert Mechs without incurring any significant damage. What if stronger enemies came around? Once a sufficiently strong powerhouse such as an ace Mech confronted the tree, the latter had no chance to retreat. In fact, it didn't take a phase lord or an ace Mech to slay the Emperor Tree. All it took was heavy bombardment in order to exhaust its defenses and resources. Unless the tree had a way of attacking far beyond its own position, it was helpless to block out the damage inflicted by orbital bombardment or the massed firepower of lots of heavy artillery Mechs. Vess recognized that an opponent like the Krellian judge had lost the last battle a little unjustly. If he was a real living being and not a manifestation created by tribulation lightning, then he could have made the most rational choice and simply retreat. There was no advantage in fighting against the elegant rage in her powerful ebony tree form. This was especially the case at close range. The proper way to deal with a strong opponent with a strong stationary advantage was to disengage and move out of the range where the ebony tree could pose a significant threat. Once the Krellian judge moved far away enough, he could either initiate a siege by bombarding the transformed elegant rage at an extreme distance, or simply stall and wait until the elegant rage could no longer afford to stick around and reverted to her Mech form. Unfortunately for the Krellian judge, the rules of the game did not permit it to adopt these shameless tactics. The manifestation was not permitted to move outside of the reach of the tribulation storm that sustained it. He was also not allowed to adopt Fabian tactics, because lighting tribulations were all about facing challenges head-on. Therefore, the elegant rage lucked out big time, as the Krellian judge was essentially forced to fight the monstrous ebony tree on her own terms. Tribulation manifestations literally could not retreat, so the outcome of such a lopsided battle became predictable. Real battles should not unfold in such a stupid fashion. Most native aliens were not stupid. Once they learned what woodsap mechs were capable of, they would definitely make the corresponding adjustments. The tree form of a woodsap mech therefore possessed very distinct strengths and weaknesses. The presence of weaknesses did not invalidate the value of machines like the elegant rage. They just made it a bit more troublesome to use them to their full potential. Combined arms was all about mixing different unit types together to cover for each other's weaknesses. The presence of heavy artillery mechs, light mechs, and other supporting units could easily compensate for the obvious shortcomings of woodsap mechs. Woodsap mechs could easily act as movable fortresses that could quickly secure solid footholds or forward operating bases in enemy territory. Vess could already envision these machines being put to use in planetary raids and invasions. They were so much cheaper, quicker, and easier to deploy than full defensive works. This made woodsap mechs especially suitable for use in the upcoming deep strike operations. If Vess could figure this out, then so could others. He already knew that the Red Association, as well as a lot of other observers, had definitely taken notice of the elegant rage, absurd combat effectiveness under the right conditions. He could already foresee that he would get flooded with inquiries about mechs similar to this machine. While he certainly had reasons to feel pleased about receiving validation for his hard work, the ongoing crisis was not over. The defeat of the 9th and final wave of the multimodal lightning tribulation should have made him feel relieved. The problem was that the elegant rage had paid a heavy price in order to transform into her ebony tree form. By unlocking the remnant of the emperor tree that was hidden inside her own wooden construction, the elegant rage became increasingly more contaminated by the calamity tree's powerful imprint. In other words, the ebony tree not only tried to take on the form of the emperor tree, but also tried to revive the mentality of this powerful entity. As a powerful lightning baptism continued to transform and strengthen the elegant rage, Vess quickly realized that this sequence could go horribly wrong. Pain, kill, suffer, grow. Instead of reverting back to her mech form, the elegant rage doubled down on her current form and actively tried to grow her ebony tree form. Vess could sense that the exterior of the current elegant rage was steadily growing taller by the second. The thorns grew thicker and longer, making them look a lot more menacing than before. Although the lightning baptism was also causing a lot of harm to the ebony tree, the berserk elegant rage simply took the pain and channeled her growing rage into shaping a larger and more aggressive form for herself. The lightning baptism did nothing to improve the elegant rage's unstable mentality. Her deep contamination and her loss of rationality had caused her to pursue whatever instincts became dominant at this time, and she just happened to have inherited most of them from the emperor tree. So long as the elegant rage wanted to become a more powerful tree from the bottom of her heart, then the lightning tribulation would endeavor to make her wish come true, even if that was not her original intention. "Damn it," Vess cursed. "This is not supposed to happen. If this goes on, all semblance of a Mech will disappear. Jankowski, can you rein in the elegant rage?" "I can't," the expert candidate responded with a desperate voice. "I am trying my best to help the Mech regain her sanity, but my mind and will is too weak to get through her suffering. She's in so much pain that it is fueling her descent into madness. I have never experienced anything like this. I am already lucky that she has not seen any reason to lash out against me, but I cannot guarantee that she will stay this way." The elegant rage was losing control, and the damned heavenly authority of Messier 87 deliberately fed this tendency just to screw the humans over within the confines of the rules. "I see," Vess gritted his teeth. "I can't sit still." He understood now why the living Mech asked him to pull her back to sanity. She predicted that this might happen. A lot of thoughts went through his mind. He quickly came up with a potential solution, though he was anything but certain whether it would work. He also doubted whether the lighting tribulation would let him get away with this action. There was no time for doubts. The final lightning baptism was strengthening the elegant rage's ebony tree form so much that the process may reach the point of no return. "Blinky, bring over Lufa now." "Emro." The star cat actively tried to reach out to the angel of tranquility. The activity of the tribulation storm made it difficult to form a connection, but Lufa was already waiting to help. As soon as Blinky formed a connection with the design spirit, the latter immediately began to spiritually possess the companion's spirit. The purple spiritual cat slowly began to morph into a humanoid shape with the wings of an angel. The aura and glow of the possessed companion's spirit also changed to the point where they mirrored that of Lufa. As Blinky did his utmost to open his own spirituality to Lufa and allow the design spirit to channel as much of his power to this location as possible, the entire cockpit soon became a haven of peace and tranquility. Major Jankowski immediately relaxed his tense and frayed nerves as he succumbed to the influence of Lufa's soothing presence. This glow, the miniature manifestation of Lufa, maintained a calm and stoic facade as he strengthened his presence inside the cockpit as much as possible. His aura quickly began to spread outside of the confines of the cockpit and affect the larger tree. Though Lufa's glow did not appear to be strong enough to force the elegant rage to regain her sanity right away, the design spirit had not yet exhausted his options. He soon began to lift up his finger and press it onto his chin. As Lufa adopted a thinking expression, he began to shift his current manifestation from the aspect of tranquility to the aspect of rationality. His glow no longer tried to suppress every mental and spirituality on an indiscriminate basis. Instead, Lufa left the elegant rage's conscious and rational thinking alone and concentrated all of his efforts into taming her rampant emotions. The effect of the rationality glow was barely stronger than that of the tranquility glow, but every bit of progress mattered. Meanwhile, Vess tried his best to wake up his woodsap Mech. "Remember who you are. You are the elegant rage. You are not a tree. Venerable Laney is waiting for you to come to her. Don't you want to reunite with your battle partner? Calm down. Let go. Endless glory awaits, but only if you are able to turn yourself back into a Mech. You can do it. I believe in you. Let Lufa bring you back to sanity." Chapter 60, 161 Seeds of the Tree. As the elegant rage became bathed by a glow that was completely opposite to her rage-filled mental state, the faint presence of Lufa's glow deep inside her wooden body began to trigger familiar memories and associations. The Mech gradually remembered that she was originally a Mech that not only derived strength from rage and passion, but also kept herself alive by emphasizing control and rationality. By maintaining enough discipline, would she be able to channel her fury as effectively as possible? As a Mech that once started off as a copy of the lucid rage model, losing control like this was one of the biggest taboos of her kind. It was only now that the elegant rage managed to regain her connection with Lufa that she remembered her original self. I am not the Emperor Tree. An explosion of power erupted from the ebony tree as its trunk spontaneously burst apart and shed a lot of lightning-scarred wood. The sight of a juggernaut-sized tree exploding and raining lots of broken wood across the terrain was shocking. Has the Mech fallen? What happened to the pilot? Wait, there is still a Mech. After the elegant rage purged all of the excess wood, a familiar sight emerged from the base of the trunk. The familiar thorn-covered form of the woodsap Mech reappeared in all of her glory. Although her half-metal, half-ebony wood Mech frame still bore the taint of defying the heavens, the lightning tribulation did not set out to destroy her anymore. Might was right. The elegant rage had successfully passed 9 different tests in a row. Since that was the case, the tribulation had an obligation to reward the surviving machine for proving herself to be strong enough to withstand so much punishment. The tribulation lighting arcing across her mixed form not only strengthened and perfected her hybrid Mech frame, but also cleansed some of the taint and more adverse mutations. Now that the elegant rage had regained her lucidity with the help of Lufa, the woodsap Mech no longer blindly pursued power, but instead yearned to strengthen her stability. She never wanted to lose control like that ever again. Rage is a double-edged sword. Only by grasping it firmly will I prevent myself from getting harmed by this weapon. I must never let Lainey down again. The more elegant rage blamed herself, the more she became determined to strengthen her control. Now that she had set her priorities straight, whatever was left of the lightning baptism went on to fulfill her strongest desire at this time. Her spiritual foundation not only became a little bit stronger, but also became a lot more resistant against external influences. It was a pity that the tribulation baptism of a single-round multimodal lightning tribulation was not that strong. A lot of the improvements had been tied into the massive ebony tree form that previously served as the woodsap Mech's extended body. By purging herself of all of that tainted and oppressive wood, the elegant rage may have liberated her mind from the pernicious influence of the Emperor Tree, but she also gave up on much of the benefits of the final wave of lightning baptism. It didn't matter. Neither the elegant rage nor Vess cared about all of the tribulation energies that had gone to waste. Vess felt glad that his first woodsap Mech returned to her original form and regained her sanity. So long as she was able to do this once, she could do it again. The elegant rage should definitely be much better prepared to pull herself back from her most primal state. It was a pity that Major Jankowski did not receive that much benefit from the lightning baptism. His role had been minimized in the last and most profitable wave. The giant ebony tree also intercepted and absorbed a lot of tribulation energies, so the expert candidate only managed to receive minimal benefits through the man-machine connection. Now that the elegant rage was no longer at risk of turning herself into the reincarnation of the Emperor Tree, Lufa took the initiative to break his connection with Blinky. The companion's spirit quickly morphed back to his original fluffy cat shape. He looked a bit winded due to enduring the pressure of channeling a design spirit, but the star cat otherwise remained in good shape. Emro. The storm clouds above the surface of New Constantinople Roman 8 slowly faded away. The energy levels dropped as the entire region returned to calm once again. The sight of the aftermath looked dramatic. The surrounding terrain was utterly devoid of any life. The remains of many plants and trees littered the landscape. Everything that used to be vibrant green had turned into muddy brown. The site that used to be a lush and carefully planted forest not only looked dead, but felt this way as well. A pervasive aura of death had spread throughout the entire location. Other forests affected by the elegant rage's hunger for wood energy became filled with death as well. Only the lingering marks of tribulation, lightning across the terrain and pieces of wood, caused the air to feel a little more charged. Vess did not care about the damage to the terrain. Now that the crisis had passed, he regained the mentality of a Mech designer and quickly returned to his projected data screens. He rapidly studied the graphs and data readings in an effort to understand the myriad of changes to the woodsap Mech. Emro. Blinky, meanwhile, began to study the elegant rage's sublimated spiritual foundation with rapt attention. The lightning tribulation had sublimated the woodsap Mech in many different ways. Her growth was considerable. She became a considerably stronger and more stable Mech out of this harrowing experience. One of the best ways to quantify the growth of the elegant rage was to take a look at her ascension runes. Emro. 20 ascension runes. That was more than any other living Mech, aside from the dark Zephyr mark Roman 3. The only complication was that the ascension runes had been split into 4 different ascension paths. 3 of them were already familiar to Vess, but he felt conflicted about the latest one that the elegant rage spontaneously acquired. The path of the berserker, the path of the tranquil sage, the path of thorns, and the path of the emperor tree. There was no other way to describe the elegant rage's newly acquired ascension path. The handful of runes that corresponded to this path possessed a strong association with the wood element, but also contained a sense of primal majesty that reminded Vess of the former calamity plant. Is the emperor tree truly dead? The gigantic tree that once occupied a major Salus gas deposit on Reticula V had perished. This was an absolute fact. Task Force Salus had thoroughly studied the calamity plant's old haunt in order to confirm that the powerful tree did not secretly manage to live on through another growth. Yet death did not appear to be absolute when it came to the emperor tree. So much emperor wood had survived the passing of the calamity plant. The Larkinsons had already begun to use this wondrous material for other purposes, and that was where the emperor tree may be hoping to make a comeback. If Vess and Lufa had not intervened to save the elegant rage from her maddened state and finalized her evolution into an ebony tree, would she still be known by her original identity, or the emperor tree? Vess had a feeling that the latter possibility was likelier. This damn tree just won't stay down. The emperor tree was too greedy for life. It was not enough for it to pass on an obvious legacy like the ebony Evertshanger. For the emperor tree to bury seeds of himself in every piece of ebony wood and possible other varieties of emperor wood meant that it was impossible to guarantee that this former enemy would truly stay down. The only way to rule out any chance of a comeback was to destroy every single specimen of emperor wood, but that was far too wasteful. At least the emperor tree shouldn't be able to do much damage if he does manage to come back somehow. Task Force Salus may have great reasons to fear the return of the emperor tree on Reticula V, but the Larkinson clan had multiple ways to deal with a hostile calamity plant. The Terrans had even less to fear, as one of their powerful first-class multipurpose mechs should be able to kill or heavily damage the emperor tree. Since there was no particular reason to fear the return of this old foe unless it had taken over the elegant rage somehow, Vess no longer bothered to concern himself over this matter and returned to studying the changes to his creation. The woodsap system has become more perfect. The elegant rage never employed it once, but she still cared enough about it for the lightning tribulation to optimize it. This was good news, as that would likely reduce the probability of accidents occurring once she was finally able to reunite with venerable Laney. Vess even took note of all of the small changes and tweaks. They would definitely come handy when it was time for him to design other woodsap mechs. Vess, the communication channel crackled back online. What is your condition? Are you in good health? What is the state of the mech? I'm fine, Gloriana. Nothing serious happened inside the cockpit. Both me and Major Jankowski are unharmed. A storm of this magnitude has no chance of threatening me. The elegant rage appears to be in a better condition than before. You can take a look at her yourself once we return. That is good to hear. We no longer have access to the data feed from the Elegant Rage. The transmissions ceased from the moment she transformed into a large tree. Oh, let me fix that. No, you better not do so. The scrutiny on the Elegant Rage has exploded among the highest circles of the Mech community. Do you know how much attention you have attracted after the Elegant Rage began to behave unlike any Mech they have seen before? Not even the survivalists and the transhumanists can hold back all of the interest expressed by the Terrans, Rubarthans, and so on. The Elegant Rage needs to be brought back and put out of sight as soon as possible. Understood. I will see if my Mech is in a good enough condition to return to Diandi base. Can't the Blue Jay fleet teleport us back directly? The Mechers do not want to risk it. The Elegant Rage is still radiating strange energies that may lead to complications. They will need time to recalibrate their teleportation systems and to see whether the anomalous activity of your Mech has subsided. Very well. Both Major Jankowski and the Elegant Rage had entered into an introspective mood. They both went through life-changing experiences that profoundly changed their mentalities. As much as he wanted to leave them alone, they really needed to move. Vess lightly nudged the expert candidate's shoulder. Hey, this is not the time to decompress. Please try and see if we can make our way back to Diandi base. Ah, my apologies, Professor. The flight system of the Elegant Rage has returned to good condition. Our energy reserves are low, but it should be enough to bring us back as long as my Mech controls her speed. This will be a lengthy trip. We have traversed far away from your home. As the Elegant Rage ascended from the ground and steadily flew back to the home base of the Premier Branch, Vess stared at the ruined landscape down below. As the Elegant Rage ascended from the ground and steadily flew back to the home base of the Premier Branch, Vess stared at the ruined landscape down below. Although the Woodsap Mech had only killed a lot of plants and animals, the Elegant Rage still carried the guilt of harming the ecosystem of the planet solely for the purpose of plundering wood energy. Vess regretted that the Elegant Rage had taken a deeper turn towards darkness, but at least her return to lucidity reduced the impact of this adverse change. Chapter 61-62, Attention on Carmine Mechs. The Mechers snatched away the Elegant Rage before she completed her journey back to Diandi base. In one moment, the exhausted but sublimated Woodsap Mech calmly flew towards a single destination. In the next moment, Vess suddenly blinked as the closed cockpit environment around him changed into a completely outdoor setting. It turned out that the Red Association teleported the Elegant Rage, as well as Major Simon Jankowski, directly from her current location to a different site. That sounded fine and all, but the problem was that they excluded Vess from the teleportation process, meaning that he got left behind. Naturally, just because the Mech was gone did not mean that Vess lost all of the forward momentum from the Elegant Rage's flight. Just like any other person that got launched from a flying shuttle, Vess turned into a ballistic projectile that managed to fly a certain distance before crashing onto the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Vess dug himself out of the hole he created onto the soil. As a Phase Lord, he incurred no damage from the violent impact. He just felt upset that the Mechers dared to play a prank on a dignified Tier 3 galactic citizen. Screw you guys, he roared as he raised his middle finger into the air. Can you at least bring me back to Diandi base? Nothing happened. Vess no longer bothered to wait and brushed off whatever dirt had clung onto his suit before rising in the air and journey home by relying on his own power. Fortunately, a shuttle dispatched by the Premier Branch and escorted by a bunch of Mechs managed to meet him halfway. This allowed him to take a break until the vehicle finally brought him back. Vess immediately went down to his workshop. He grew disappointed when he did not see the Elegant Rage. This meant that the Mechers had already claimed the Woodsap Mech for themselves. He turned around and entered the elevated control room where he was met with Gloriana, Alexa, Jovi, and Vector. Vess, you have returned. Master Dervidian wishes to contact you as soon as possible. It quickly became clear that a lot of people wanted to talk to him about what just happened. Vess knew that he would probably remain occupied all day, so it was best to get all of the meetings over with sooner rather than later. "I will talk to Master Dervidian first," Vess declared. "I'll talk to Master Layla Rebecca DeVos next. I will let my personal assistant decide the order from there, skipping any appointments with irrelevant people." "That works," Gloriana said. "I hate to disappoint you, but I don't think I can whip up anything too quickly." Vess tried to temper her enthusiasm. "The base version of Carmine Mechs have not even been released yet. Unless the Mechers have changed their mind, the first Carmine Mechs will consist of third-class machines that will be put on sale later this year. We should give the third-raters enough time to act as our test subjects and verify that my Carmine system is safe to use. After that, we should test it on second-raters. Then the first-raters get their turn, but only with the vanilla version of Carmine Mechs. I don't know how much time will pass before we finally get to release Woodsap Mechs on a wider scale." The answer satisfied the two Mechers. The Red Association had already held discussions on the amazing and terrible capabilities displayed by the Elegant Rage. The huge potential as well as the perceived instability of this powerful machine were the main reasons why the Mechers rushed to take custody of the Woodsap Mech. "Before I go and account for myself, do you have any questions, or is there anything you want to bring to my attention?" "How soon will you begin with the development of a mass-production Woodsap Mech model?" Alexa asked. "The Strion ancient clan and numerous other ancient clans have expressed great interest in the concept that we have tested today. Woodsap Mechs may be our best way to gain a foothold in the Terran Mech market." "I hate to disappoint you, but I don't think I can whip up anything too quickly." Vess tried to temper her enthusiasm. "The base version of Carmine Mechs have not even been released yet. Unless the Mechers have changed their mind, the first Carmine Mechs will consist of third-class machines that will be put on sale later this year. We should give the third-raters enough time to act as our test subjects and verify that my Carmine system is safe to use. After that, we should test it on second-raters. Then the first-raters get their turn, but only with the vanilla version of Carmine Mechs. I don't know how much time will pass before we finally get to release Woodsap Mechs on a wider scale." As amazing as the Elegant Rage performed earlier today, there were many problems and shortcomings that Vess had overlooked. If every other Woodsap Mech possessed the same vulnerabilities as the first machine of its kind, then they clearly needed to undergo a lot more R&D before Vess could responsibly make them accessible to others. After Vess answered a few more questions, he left the control room and waited until he got teleported to a secure R-ray stronghold. "So now you are willing to teleport me again," he grumbled. Due to the heightened sensitivity of the topic, Vess needed to contact Master Dervidian in one of the most secure communication chambers on the planet. Once Vess sat down, his surroundings changed as he gained a projected view of one of Master Dervidian's offices. "Professor Larkinson, you have once again failed to remain low-key," the old but healthy-looking gray-haired man began. "The events surrounding your latest work have distracted many people from their final war preparations. The short but dramatic tribulation event has also caused our faction to experience a small crisis. Did you know that all of the excessive attention directed towards your strange mech has almost shattered the confidentiality surrounding your Carmine Mechs? As it is, many more individuals have managed to learn about the existence of the Carmine system, even if it is just the name of your invention." Vess quietly listened, but did not really feel guilty about the transhumanist faction's problems. "With respect, Master, I think we have greater concerns to deal with than maintaining secrecy on a product that will become widely known in the short term." Dervidian looked at Vess as if he was an idiot. "We have deliberately shielded you from the political turmoil that would ensue once your Carmine system threatens to upend the hierarchy of the Mech community. Do not think that you can release your Carmine Mechs without suffering any negative consequences. Your products are so subversive that they pose a threat to the status quo. There will always be selfish rent-seekers who will do their utmost to defend their existing privileges, even if they have to stand in the way of progress itself. Vess shrugged. I get it, but you guys are the ones who want to manage the Carmine system so much. Since that is the case, it is only natural for you to bear the burden of managing the public perception of my work. Opinions about your Carmine Mechs have become more polarized after we have witnessed the Elegant Rage's performance. The master Mech designer informed Vess. We understand that it is a more advanced and experimental version of a normal Carmine Mech, but that still gives us great concerns about the damage they can do. During the final fight, your experimental Mech managed to defeat an opponent by obtaining the power of a juggernaut, if only temporarily. You should know how significant such a transformation can be if it can be applied to more Mechs. Vess nodded. He had already thought about the implications of such an amazing feature. I see great hope in them. When used correctly, Woodsap Mechs can allow us to defeat more enemies with less. Being able to deploy juggernauts the size of ordinary Mechs is too much of an advantage for us to leave aside. It will probably take years before I can work out their kinks and minimize all of the risk factors that I have taken notice of. But in the long run, I think our civilization will become better if we field more of these wooden machines, not less. There are those among the association that believe that your Woodsap Mechs can indeed play a small but significant role in turning around the Red War. There are also Mechers who have developed great doubts about the safety and stability of these unusual living Mechs. It is good that you are willing to continue the development of these special Carmine Mechs for a longer period of time. The base version of the Carmine system might not possess as many advantages, but the risks are not as great. So what does your faction actually want? Vess impatiently asked. Do you want to change the timeline, or do I need to make any changes to the Elegant Rage? The R-Ray Master spread his arms. We need you to begin with prioritizing development of your first third-class Carmine Mechs. We understand the reason why you have prematurely begun to work on your so-called Woodsap Mechs, but we are concerned that you will quickly cause accidents, of which some may produce fatal results, if you continue to work on more advanced and experimental versions of the Carmine system. We do not think it is prudent for you to maintain this pattern. It is best if you return to basics and focus on developing the most stable, low-tech, and cost-efficient Carmine Mechs for the third-class market. In other words, the transhumanist faction wanted Vess to stop attracting so much attention by pulling off a crazy stunt. As long as Vess spent his time on working on the most boring and least powerful versions of Carmine Mechs, then there was no way he could inflict as much harm as today. I can do that, Master. Do you want me to complete these projects sooner than scheduled? Designing third-class Mechs is not a difficult challenge to me. Carmine system or not, its presence only introduces modest complications to the Mech frame. A third-class Mech is still a third-class Mech. Master Dervidian looked undecided. There are good reasons to adhere to the original timeline, but there is a chance that we will shift our chance. It depends on how the alien offensive unfolds. If our defensive bands collapse one after another, then we may need to rely on any solution to stop the alien invaders from pressing into our hinterland. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I would like to release my Carmine Mechs early, but not at the cost of letting the native aliens rampage across our stars without hindrance. The two Mech designers talked a bit more about the planning and arrangements surrounding Carmine Mechs. Although people like Master Dervidian were highly sensitive towards the societal impact of the release of the first Carmine Mech models, the strange capabilities shown by the Elegant Rage also attracted a lot of concern. Tell me honestly, Vess, how much is the Elegant Rage at risk of losing control again? None, 0. The only reason why the Elegant Rage grew out of control was because she was not paired with a sufficiently strong pilot. She was made for venerable Lainey Larkinson. Once an expert pilot takes charge, my latest work will have no chance of going out of control. This is assuming that Lainey interfaces with the Elegant Rage with a regular neural interface. What will happen if the two form a Woodsap pact? I can only guess at the result, Vess honestly replied. I predict that the elegant rage will become even more stable as Laney's strong willpower can act on the machine through an even stronger connection. I think that you should agree with this logic. Master Dervidian possessed a good understanding of extraordinary willpower, so he was willing to take this statement at face value. That did not assuage all of his concerns, though. How do you estimate the risks when you consider other Woodsap mechs that are paired with either professional mech pilots or norms? Well, assuming that they have undergone the same kind of extreme body modifications that Laney must undergo, I think that the personality and discipline of the pilots in question will affect the stability of Woodsap mechs. There is a heightened risk that they can turn into giant trees if their pilots are too weak, undisciplined, weak-willed, or beset by personality disorders. That was not a pleasant answer to hear. Master Dervidian frowned as he mulled over the answer. If that is the case, then we must restrict the sale and usage of Woodsap mechs to mentally stable individuals. I guess so, Master. I do not think that any variation of an elemental carmine mech is suitable for weaklings. They have much greater potential, but that also makes them a lot more dangerous. I don't think this is bad. This will give elites a goal to strive for, while also keeping ordinary carmine mechs relevant for the masses. Chapter 61-63, A Costly War Strategy. The Elegant Rage's most recent performance significantly increased people's attention towards Vess' next big research project. As a young senior who already established a solid track record for radical innovations, people were readily willing to believe that a wood-based mech like the Elegant Rage possessed a huge amount of potential. People weren't stupid. Those who reigned at the top of human society were often first-raters who managed to stand out from the rest of their highly augmented and well-educated rivals. Given the available data points, it was safe to assume that Vess' secret project could significantly disrupt the entire mech market and mech industry. While the benefits of living mechs had always been hard to quantify and compare with products developed by other mech designers, the benefits of fielding a partially wooden mech that could transform into a juggernaut-like tree were clearly recognizable to the most ignorant laymen. Who wouldn't want to have a mech that could take root and increase their immediate combat power by at least an order of magnitude? Even if the commercial variants of mechs like the Elegant Rage were only able to become 3 to 5 times stronger after transforming into trees, that was already a game-changer as far as customers were concerned. Since the opening of the Red Ocean to human colonization, most battles in the new frontier overwhelmingly took place in high orbit or in deep space. This trend heavily slanted the focus of the mech community towards spaceborne combat. Mechs that could effectively fight in space received a lot more development resources. Machines that operated exclusively in planetary environments became neglected as most colonies were too small and underdeveloped to merit large garrisons and defensive works. All of that changed since the start of the Age of Dawn. As the native aliens began to raid planets located in the border regions on a larger scale, a lot of unprepared powers suddenly discovered that neglecting planetary defense had real consequences. To be fair, the reason why many colonies in the border regions lacked enough ground-based defenses was because humanity had been too optimistic about conquering the Red Ocean. The Great Severing happened so abruptly that so many groups stuck in the Red Ocean immediately plunged into a civilization-wide crisis. From lacking financial support to an inability to receive vital shipments from the old galaxy, a lot of states and organizations had their hands full with trying to fix their messy and incomplete internal situations. They did not have the time or resources to rectify their borders and increase their defenses. This caused the border regions to suffer a lot when the Red War truly kicked off. Even now, Red humanity still suffered from their inability to fortify the zones adjacent to alien space. This made it all the more important to grasp every possible defensive advantage. Vess found it rather strange that Master Dervidian put so much emphasis on the possible use of woodsap mech in defensive warfare. If all of my woodsap mechs gain the ability to transform into large trees, people might not welcome them onto the battlefield, especially within our own territories. Vess cautiously warned. By the time a large group of woodsap mechs have barely managed to repel an invading alien force, the terrain and ecosystem of a prosperous planet may end up ruined to the point where it is no longer worthwhile to develop its colony settlements any further. The projection of Master Termanio Dervidian smiled but shook his head. It is not about retaining the value of our planets. It is not even about halting the encroachment of the native aliens. It is about making the enemy bleed for every step they take. In order to discourage our enemies from conquering our star systems, we must increase the cost and reduce any gains that they can make to the greatest possible extent. Think about it, Vess. Would you like to conquer a moderately defended planet that will remain mostly intact after the fighting? Or would you prefer to assault a more heavily defended planet that will lose much of its value and become a complete burden to the victors? War forces us to be cruel. Master Dervidian spoke as he stood up and placed his hands behind his back. According to our analysis, our technological edge is growing by the month. Our best researchers and mech designers are constantly developing newer and better applications of hyper-technology that help us overcome the enormous disparity in numbers. Your woodsap mechs can be counted among them. What we need to do is buy more time, and if that comes at the cost of ceding ground and ruining many of our planets, then so be it. The more we make the aliens suffer, the more we can deter them from advancing further. Vess minutely widened his eyes. This was high-level strategic information that would never fall into the ears of ordinary people. This was because the open admissions made by Master Dervidian could have a significant impact on the morale of human defenders. Although Vess was already aware that the higher-ups had chosen to adopt a strategy where they would trade territory for time, there was always an assumption that people could one day regain everything they lost. However, if woodsap mechs were allowed to take root on a large scale in order to inflict greater losses to the invading aliens, then large parts of a planet's ecology, as well as mineral endowments, would become utterly ruined. If red humanity regained the advantage and began to take back the zones that had previously fallen to the native aliens, it would become a lot more difficult and much less profitable to recolonize the ravaged star systems. Isn't this going a bit too far? Vess questioned. I get why this can give us an advantage in the short to medium term. However, the lack of development potential of all of these ruined star systems may screw us in the long term. We have already made these considerations. Our strategists are far more far-sighted than you. The Red Ocean may be tiny relative to the Milky Way, but it still encompasses many star systems. Certainly, the planets left untouched by colonization or warfare are not as rich in resources, but they can still serve as adequate substitutes. Besides, you have to realize that red humanity only occupies a corner of this dwarf galaxy. There are many more star systems beyond our borders that offer abundant resources. As long as we can buy enough time to field superior mechs and warships, we can not only take back our lost territories, but make large inroads into prosperous alien territories. That made a lot of sense. The sacrifice of employing woodsap mechs to their fullest may be painful, but it could still be highly profitable. Vess quickly frowned when he thought about another uncomfortable factor. Woodsap mechs can not only be employed in a defensive capacity, but also for offensive purposes. In fact, I think they are more suitable to assist in launching attacks because they can drain planets that are currently occupied by our enemies. It is just that employing woodsap mechs like this on a wider scale may end up evaporating the benefits of conquering alien territory. Then we must control and restrict their usage, Dervidian plainly stated. The power of woodsap mechs must be regulated in a similar fashion to warships. The greater their capacity for mass destruction, the greater the need to restrict their usage. This task falls within the mandate of the Red Association, so we will properly address this issue. Your task is to continue your development on these interesting mechs and ensure they will become available within a reasonable timeframe. Vess nodded in understanding. The division of responsibility was clear. His job was to develop the products. The Mechers would ensure they would be put to good use. There was no need for the two parties to interfere with each other's duties. They talked a bit more on the subject. Vess eventually addressed an interesting point. The Terrans have expressed great interest in my woodsap mechs, he told the master mech designer. I suppose everyone is interested in a mech like the Elegant Rage, but I think the Terrans may be particularly suitable to invest in this future product. Oh, what do you have in mind? If it is permitted, I would like to cooperate more closely with the Terrans to speed up the development of woodsap mechs, Vess proposed. One of the most important factors needed to make a stronger and much more strategically significant first-class woodsap mech is to develop exceptionally strong and resilient wood materials that possess connections to very strong tree organisms. The R&D institutions of my clan are improving, but they are far from ready to conduct research in such a demanding endeavor. I think we can shave 1 or 2 years off the release date of the first mass production version of a woodsap mech if I can partner up with the Terrans. Both of us will take what we need from each other. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Master Dervidian looked intrigued as Vess laid out a thoughtful development plan. There was only one problem. Why do you wish to turn to the Terrans? Why not turn to us instead? We are already involved in the development of your Carmine mechs. We have granted you access to numerous facilities and given you multiple conveniences. It's not enough, Vess retorted. I know you guys are rich, and I know you guys have a lot of research teams. However, the Red Association is preoccupied with so many affairs that it is impossible for you to slant a huge amount of resources towards any single priority. There are too many Mechers who are all clamoring for manpower and resources. I don't want to make enemies out of them. Since the Terrans have expressed the strongest degree of interest, why not take advantage of them and encourage them to invest heavily into the development of woodsap mechs? The results will ultimately become available to everyone, including Mechers like yourself. Isn't it nice to sit back and relax while waiting to obtain free stuff? Although Vess described this scheme in crude terms, Master Dervidian quickly accepted the logic behind it. Letting the Terrans do much of the heavy lifting was indeed a rationally sound decision. However, there were other considerations that Vess had not mentioned. Variables such as trust, intimacy, and dependency also mattered. Master Dervidian frowned. His authority was not enough to make a major decision on this matter. If the evolution witch was available, then she could issue a verdict without any problem. The imminent alien offensive would soon occupy all of their attention to the extent that many leaders had no time to address other issues anymore. The transhumanist mech designer stared at Vess for a moment before choosing to overstep his boundaries. He knew the temper of the evolution witch and understood that she would approve any measures that could accelerate forward progress. You have my permission to seek greater cooperation in the research and development of woodsap mechs, Master Dervidian stated. Until you are ready to unveil your first Carmine mechs to the public, you must keep this collaboration as secret as possible. It is best to join forces with a select group of individuals hailing from a single ancient clan. You have my permission to seek greater cooperation in the research and development of woodsap mechs, Master Dervidian stated. Until you are ready to unveil your first Carmine mechs to the public, you must keep this collaboration as secret as possible. It is best to join forces with a select group of individuals hailing from a single ancient clan. I plan to explore whether it is possible to collaborate with the DeVos ancient clan first. Good choice. You are already operating in its territory, so it is much easier to maintain confidentiality. The DeVos ancient clan is also a relatively small and weak group within the Terran Alliance, so the Devasans will likely remain honest in their cooperation. That was all Vess needed to hear. His projects became increasingly larger and more technically sophisticated in scope. The time where he could design all of his prestige projects by himself had passed. It became more important than ever for Vess to build up relations with other powerful parties and take advantage of them to further his own research. Chapter 61-64, The Value of an Early Start. After his virtual meeting with Master Dervidian, Vess did not take a break. He immediately personally paid a visit to the Eden Institute of Business and Technology to meet with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos in person. Both sides had a good idea of what they wanted from each other. They also had a strong intention to cooperate with each other. This made it so that the talks proceeded remarkably quickly. Since Vess received authorization from the transhumanist faction, he did not hesitate to disclose the key details of both the Carmine system and the Woodsap Carmine system to Master Layla DeVos. The dean of the Department of Humanoid Mech Design reacted with genuine shock several times, but she kept her expressions schooled most of the time. As a master mech designer who had lived over 3 centuries, she had witnessed many revolutionary advances in the mech industry. Certainly, giving Norms a chance to pilot mechs without relying on the dreaded neural interface was a much more impactful invention. Her powerful mind was able to extrapolate how society would respond to such a revolutionary advance. There were so many people who had been denied the chance to fulfill their dream and become a mech pilot. Once they had a chance to enter the cockpit of a Carmine mech and earn glory on the battlefield, many more soldiers would enter the battlefield. Although it was not clear how effectively these non-potentates could pilot mechs, as long as the difference was not too great, the use of mechs would definitely expand on an enormous scale. The implications were so massive that Master Leia's brain and cognitive implants were already beginning to overheat. There were far too many variables for her to keep track of. It was impossible for her to predict the massive changes that would ensue once the Carmine system became public. Master Layla placed a much higher priority on cooperating with Vess and the Larkinson clan on this matter. It had been the right decision to bet on the Larkinson clan after witnessing the abnormal performance of the half-wooden mech earlier today. Since the Red Association has already taken charge of the development of the base version of your Carmine mechs, then we shall not impose. We are more than happy to take part in the research and development of your so-called Woodsap mechs. Our biotech sector is enormous. As Terrans, we highly value our planets and living environments, so we have made many advances in the field of exobotany. Our ancient clan can mobilize several top research teams to facilitate the research of superior hyper-wood varieties. Right now, the elegant rage that I tested out earlier is largely made out of wood derived from the Emperor tree, a single calamity plant that my clan previously managed to defeat on an untamed planet. This wood has strong advantages, but its overall properties are limited by the Emperor tree's relatively inadequate habitat. I think that there are many other calamity trees out there that possess much more powerful material properties. Their wood should serve as much stronger raw ingredients for my future first-class Woodsap mechs. Taking wood from different calamity trees may also be a way to differentiate my products further, as they may each gain access to unique abilities that are derived from their powerful ancestors. Vess smiled at the old lady. I would be pleased to enjoy the support of your excellent researchers. My own scientists can do this work as well, but their numbers, connections, and qualifications pale in comparison to yours. I do not have the patience to wait until my own clan can provide me with the results I need. With the help of your contributions, I think I can complete the development of Woodsap mechs within 3 years as opposed to 5 years. This was just a loose estimate, but Vess truly believed he could turn Woodsap mechs into mature products by that time. The need for them was great. The Red War was about to intensify. The two sides should continue to fight a lot in space, but a lot more battles are about to take place on planets. That was exactly where Woodsap mechs held the greatest advantage. The sooner Vess completed development on woodsap mechs, the faster they could make a difference in the war. This was his driving purpose as a mech designer. Master Layla DeVos understood his motivations well. She supported his ambitions, even if she questioned whether he was being optimistic about getting everything done in just 3 years. For mech designers at her level, it was not unusual for them to spend decades on completing a single major research project. However, Vess possessed such an excellent track record that she was willing to take him at his word. "We shall fully bear the cost of our own research activities," the Terran master mech designer spoke. That was a generous offer. Vess did not want to burden his clan with any excessive costs. He knew that gaining the support of top Terran biotech researchers was anything but cheap. If the DeVos ancient clan took care of this concern, then that lifted a burden off Vess' shoulders. Of course, he fully understood that nothing came for free. The greater the support, the greater the expectation of repayment. "What would your ancient clan like in return for your generous support?" Vess inquired. "Please keep in mind that it is not possible to grant you exclusive access to woodsap mechs. The Red Association will not agree, and if my products are powerful enough, you cannot prevent others from adopting them as well." "We are not that unrealistic in our expectations, Professor Larkinson. We do not ask for the impossible. We merely wish to receive additional accommodations. For example, when woodsap mechs are finally ready for mass adoption, we would like to be ahead of the competition." "You want to claim a first-mover advantage," Vess guessed. "Yes, if our mech designers can observe, assist, and possibly collaborate with you in your projects, we can master the art of designing woodsap mechs sooner than others. You can even start a master class here at the Eden Institute that can only be attended by the mech designers of our ancient clan. It would also be a great honor if you can design several exclusive woodsap mechs for the Terran Alliance. As the inventor and chief developer of this new variation of neural interface optional mechs, you should be able to bring out qualities in woodsap mechs that cannot be matched by other mech designers." Master Dervidian was right. The Terrans wanted to take advantage of their cooperation with Vess to get an early start in woodsap mechs. The demands voiced by Master Layla DeVos did not sound excessive at all. None of them required Vess to commit too much time and effort into fulfilling them. He just had to play favorites with the Terrans when it came to anything related to woodsap mechs. This sounded like an equitable exchange to Vess. Since he had no objections to the demands, he was already willing to agree to the deal in principle. Of course, it would be too reckless for him and Master DeVos to sign a contract on the spot. Both parties still had to hash out precise and concrete terms in order to reduce ambiguity to a minimum. "I will tell my personal assistant to contact your representatives and hammer out a secret agreement between the Larkinson clan and the DeVos ancient clan," Vess eventually declared. "You should keep in mind that the Red Association will probably want to take a look at it before signing it off. Nothing will happen unless the Mechers give their approval." A bitter smile appeared on the old master mech designer's face. That is to be expected from a trade association with enforcement power. To call the MTA and R-Ray trade associations was like calling the Dominion of Man a passenger liner. Both Vess and Master Layla knew that the only reason why the Mechers could get away with overseeing this secret deal was because they possessed the might to enforce their hegemony. There was little point in talking about this topic. Nothing could change while the current status quo persisted. The Age of Dawn had just begun. There were still many more years left for yesteryear's hegemons to make way for tomorrow's rulers. Once they offloaded the tedious and trivial responsibility of forming a contract to their legal departments, Vess and the Terran Master began to relax and talk about lighter subjects. "The Mechers want to phase the introduction of Carmine mechs," Vess said. "The third raiders get to have their turn first. Once we can confirm that they are doing well enough, the second raiders will get their turn next. Only after that will first raiders, such as your fellow Terrans, get to pilot their own Carmine mechs." What is the time interval between these phases? I don't know. 6 months maybe. It shouldn't be too short or long. I will try and save time by converting my existing third-class and second-class Mech models into Carmine Mech variants. It is only when I have to design a first-class Carmine Mech that I will probably need to put in a lot of hard work myself. Given your lack of experience and your immature comprehension of first-class technologies, it would be prudent of you to collaborate with an experienced first-class Mech designer if you wish to publish a Mech on the Terran Mech market. We hold high standards. As long as your product meets our exacting expectations, you should not feel concerned about sales at all. If the basic performance of your products falls below our minimum requirements, then we will attempt to correct them ourselves. I do not believe you wish to see this happen. Vess furrowed his brows. It would be an insult if Terran Mech designers had to purchase licenses of his Carmine Mech designs in order to develop superior versions of his work. I suppose your ancient clan is willing to help me ensure my upcoming first-class Carmine Mech will satisfy the Terran Alliance's clientele. If I am available at the time, I shall take action myself, she stated. It is not a waste of time to design at least Carmine Mech together with you. We may belong to completely different generations, but it is exactly because our perspectives diverge so much that miracles can be made. You possess a creative mind and excellent affinities in the latest technologies. I possess a wealth of knowledge and experience in traditional Terran Mech design. Our collaboration should yield considerable rewards for the both of us. My greatest concern is that I may not be available in a year's time. One of our other Mech designers shall take my place if that is the case. The proposal sounded a little weird to Vess. He was not entirely unaccustomed to collaborating with master Mech designers, but they tended to be less than 2 centuries old. Working together with a Mech designer who grew up a full century earlier was a different experience. Master Layla was hardly the oldest Mech designer in the Red Ocean, but she could truly be considered as an old fossil. Vess was afraid that the vast gulf in experience, mind states, ideologies, and so on would cause too much friction during their collaboration. He was much more comfortable collaborating with the members of the same generation, such as Jovi Armelin. However, the Terrans would never accept the work of a mere senior Mech designer. Only when a master Mech designer, and an experienced one at that, became involved in the development of a new Mech would the market have confidence in the new product. It shouldn't take that many steps for Vess to release a Mech in the Rubarthan Mech market. The customer base over there were much more tolerant towards new and experimental products designed by upstarts. Oh well, at least the cooperation with a Mech designer as reputable and accomplished as Master Layla Rebecca DeVos should ensure that their product was guaranteed to become a bestseller. Chapter 60, 165, Parallel or Sequential Development. Vess departed from the Eden Institute of Business and Technology as a happy man. The strong willingness of the DeVos ancient clan to collaborate with Vess on Woodsap Mech resulted in a quick agreement in principle. It would take longer to form and sign a proper contract, but their cooperation was already set in stone as far as both sides were concerned. With this new deal, Vess had taken another step towards developing a closer relationship with the Terran Alliance. As Vess boarded an armored shuttle that would take him back to Diandi Base, he began to look back on his decisions in order to reflect on them. Had he made any mistakes in his haste to make quick progress? I don't think I have made any wrong decisions. In fact, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a more promising development trajectory. Vess never forgot that he speculated that one of his potential opportunities to advance to master Mech designer was to develop elemental Carmine Mechs based on all 5 classical elements. One of the reasons why he felt reluctant to pursue this particular path was because it demanded way too much time and effort from him. It was already exhausting enough for him to develop Woodsap Mechs alone. To repeat this ordeal 4 times, without a convenient shortcut like the elegant rage on hand, was too excessive. Yet, what if he took advantage of extensive technical support from third parties? As long as Vess did not go too far and made sure he always remained in charge of the key systems of the elemental Carmine systems, he could offload a huge amount of secondary research topics to the top research teams of powerful players. The cooperation agreement with the DeVos ancient clan could serve as a template for similar deals with other partners. For example, Vess could cooperate with the Mech supremacist faction to develop a metal Carmine Mech, the transhumanist faction to develop a water element Carmine Mech, the Rubarthans to develop an earth Carmine Mech, and maybe even the Red Fleet to develop a Bloodfire Mech. As long as he limited each major player to a single element, he could maximize the research support he could leverage from third parties. I don't have to cooperate with the big players either. There are many smaller first-rate colonial states that would be happy to sponsor my research in exchange for special treatment. One of the advantages of making multiple deals with different partners was that he could work on all of the major research projects at the same time. It would take a very heavy commitment from him in order to devote enough time on the development of all 5 variations of elemental Carmine Mechs on a concurrent basis. He would have to reduce his teaching obligations, spend less time with his children, design less Mechs for the Larkinson clan, publish less commercial works on the market, and cut back on spontaneous research projects. However, as long as he was willing to make this sacrifice, he could devote all of his time on developing 5 very different varieties of elemental Carmine Mechs. If everything goes smoothly, it should not take longer than 5 years to complete any single project. That means I will gain an opportunity to realize my design philosophy 5 years after kicking off this marathon. Vess grew stunned at how absurd this sounded. A part of him felt it was crazy for him to think that he could make up for the extensive gap in Mech designs and other forms of accumulation by developing 5 revolutionary elemental Carmine Mechs, but he truly felt as if he could complete this amazing feat. So long as he continued to build up his momentum and did not get stuck along the way, Vess had great confidence that he could actually realize his design philosophy by the time he completed all 5 research projects in quick succession. This is crazy. Vess was over 40 years old at the moment, so if he followed this insane plan, then he had a good chance of breaking the polymath's record for becoming the youngest master Mech designer in human history. He kind of understood why the polymath managed to make such rapid progress when she finally became a senior. Part of the challenge that seniors struggled with was that they had to wait a long time to obtain the right inspiration to develop the right idea that could form the basis of their advancement opportunity. There were seniors who managed to gain a clear idea on what they could do in order to realize their design philosophies, but lacked the knowledge, resources, and other requirements to fulfill their ambition. There were also other seniors who studied a lot of knowledge, but became so awed by the work of their predecessors that they could not come up with a worthwhile idea for them to pursue. Then there were Mech designers who possessed the resources to pursue an ambitious idea, but lacked the knowledge and skills to realize their dream. In short, there were many reasons for senior Mech designers to remain stuck in their current ranks for decades, if not centuries. Vess used to place himself in the first category, sort of. He was not lacking in ideas, but he always thought he was not qualified to work towards becoming a master Mech designer due to inadequate resources and knowledge. This was why his latest insight came as a shock to him. By outsourcing a lot of secondary and less important research assignments to different partners, Vess could reap a lot of benefits and accelerate his own progress. He seriously felt tempted to enact this bold plan right away. I can't, Vess shook his head. It's too demanding. I can't work on 5 of these heavy projects at the same time. I would have to give too much in order to break the polymath's record. Although Vess understood the need to speed up his progress and become a star designer before the subjugation king arrived in the Red Ocean, he did not want to deviate from his heart and become a different sort of Mech designer. Vess always pursued breadth over depth. He possessed a wide variety of interests and liked to explore many different research directions at different times. He always considered his ability to jump from one research subject to another as his strength. If he tried to force himself into completing his elemental carmine mechs at the exclusion of everything else, then he would be betraying his own inclinations as a mech designer. He understood the benefits of becoming a more focused and specialized mech designer like Cadiz and Gloriana, but Vess refused to limit his options. There was an endless variety of mechs and design applications that he could explore over his long career. He did not want to let his fear towards the subjugation king and the vanity of beating the polymath's record divert him from his current trajectory. Vess let out a sigh. It's best if I stick to my original plan and work on them one by one. There is no need for haste. Working on the research projects on a sequential basis will also allow me to apply the lessons of the old projects to the newer ones. It was more efficient and steady to work on Woodsap mechs first, Bloodfire mech second, and maybe Water Carmine mechs third. By the time he tackled Earth and Metal Carmine mechs, technology advanced so much that a lot of better options became available. Vess also gained so much proficiency in elemental carmine systems in general that it should only take a fraction of the time to complete the remaining ones. Perhaps he might end up prolonging his status as a senior mech designer for another decade if he followed this trajectory, but he would truly earn his breakthrough at that point. If Vess had a choice, he did not wish to force an early breakthrough and suffer the consequences of doing so. Perhaps the polymath paid a heavy price in order to hold her current record. As the shuttle finally returned to Diandi base, Vess finally reunited with his wife and shared some of the latest developments. You made the right decision to cooperate with the Terrans, Gloriana remarked. I believe that one of the reasons why the Terrans have uncharacteristically moved quickly to secure an agreement with you is because they are driven by Gaia to embrace your Woodsap mechs. Vess raised his eyebrows. Gaia, really? I do not know if you have been paying attention to it lately, but Gaia worship has been gaining ground within Terran society. There are many older and established faiths that are doing their best to push against the rise of paganism, as they call it. But the fact that Gaia actually bothers to respond to her devoted worshippers on rare occasions is much more convincing than praying to a boy that is nailed to a cross. That figure on the cross is a man, Vess corrected her. How old was he? 30? That is a full adult, especially in more primitive times when life expectancies were much lower. Gloriana rolled her eyes. That doesn't change the fact that the gods of these old churches have produced less miracles over multiple millennia than Gaia has done in only a handful of years. You're right, I haven't paid attention to this. I wouldn't dismiss the old faiths too soon, though. They existed for thousands of years for good reasons. At the very least, their flocks are not only huge, but there are also a lot of strong worshippers among them. The power of collective belief is capable of producing miracles on its own. Anything is possible in the Age of Dawn. Vess used to be a strict secularist that treated all religions as scam organizations, but he was not as eager to promote this stance anymore. He was a mech designer as well as a scientist. He had witnessed a lot of crazy stuff during the Age of Dawn that had forced him to recalibrate his perspective on reality. In any case, if Gloriana was correct that Gaia had quietly been pushing the Terrans to support the rise of Woodsap mechs, then Vess welcomed this development. He did not feel upset that Gaia, who already possessed a vested interest in Woodsap mechs, had secretly encouraged the Terrans to fall in love with mechs like the Elegant Rage. As long as Vess did a good job in delivering a strong and practical Woodsap mech design, everyone's beliefs in his work would get vindicated. The help of the Terrans comes at a convenient time, Vess remarked. Once we have completed the upgrades to the Amaranto, the Riot, the First Sword, and the Promethea, I think it is time for us to upgrade the Evertshanger into a Woodsap mech. Will Joshua agree to form a Woodsap pact with the Evertshanger? Gloriana skeptically asked. I don't know, but who says that Mech pilots have to form a Carmine pact with a Carmine Mech? Didn't Major Jankowski manage to do an adequate job with the Elegant Rage, despite the fact that he never made use of the Woodsap Carmine system? We can add this feature to the next iteration of the Evertshanger, but retain the existing neural interface. This way, we can give Joshua the choice on how he wants to shape his own future as a Mech pilot. His wife looked intrigued. I understand your logic. This will not make Joshua's life comfortable, however. The longer he pilots the Evertshanger without making use of the Woodsap Carmine system, the more he will become plagued by this temptation. Joshua is a pilot that is prone to worrying. You will mentally torture him if you put the Woodsap Carmine system within reach, but do not place any obligations to form a pact. I can't baby Joshua around forever. If he cannot withstand this torture, then he is not fit to become an ace pilot like Tusa and Isabel. Chapter 60-166, Work on the Dark Zephyr. While Vess dealt with the aftermath of the Elegant Rage's exposure on New Constantinople Roman 8, the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance continued to wait and prepare for the tough times ahead. All of the soldiers of the expeditionary fleet had set aside their pride and satisfaction for taking down the Torment fleet as the atmosphere in the border regions became increasingly more tense. Every Larkinson, Glory Seeker, and so on frantically exchanged their money and war merits for tangible benefits that could give them a better chance to survive the storm to come. Nobody dared to underestimate the native aliens that were about to bear down on the border regions. The more time passed by, the more intelligence trickled down from above. Both the quantity and quality of alien fleets had increased by a huge margin compared to before. The Red Cabal was no longer content with sending out rabble in an attempt to exhaust Red humanity's resources. Perhaps the high-end mighty Phase, Wales, finally noticed that this strategy was starting to become counterproductive. Simply sending in a steady stream of shabby alien raiding fleets could no longer shake the defenses of Red humanity. Many human forces were madly upgrading their combat assets, and the Red too had also built up a lot of fortifications in the most vulnerable regions. Faced with such a stiff set of metaphorical walls, it made a lot more sense for the native aliens to concentrate their forces and send them all out at once. The momentum of this imminent alien assault was bound to shake the entire dwarf galaxy. In the face of all of these threats, no one could guarantee they could live their way past all of the battles that would break out in the next few years. However, many people also saw this as a great opportunity to temper themselves and attain greatness. Heroes were born in wars. Many veteran Mech pilots wished that they had been born a decade or a couple of decades sooner. They had fought and toiled during the age of Mechs, where human space used to be a lot calmer and more stagnant. The wars that took place during those years amounted to little more than human infighting. Under the suppression of the MTA and the CFA, the fighting between different states often led to a lot of misery, but rarely resulted in the kind of mass slaughters that used to take place during the most terrible days of the Age of Conquest. It was a lot harder for Mech pilots to stand out, break past their limits, and ascend the path of godhood under those controlled circumstances. Now that Red humanity had not only lost the backing of original humanity, but also entered into a war against aliens who never agreed to play by the rules of their adversaries, many Mech pilots felt more pressured than ever. While it was true that a lot of Mech pilots who had grown up during times of peace failed to adapt to the changing times, the ones that fought in the border regions and went on to become line fighters benefited the most from the Red War. These rising elites and heroes not only tempered their fighting spirits while confronting warships that could disintegrate their fragile Mech with a single salvo of their powerful batteries, but also earned precious war merits. The importance of these war merits could not be overstated. The Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact generously set up exclusive exchanges for the new elites to reward them for fulfilling the collective duty of Red humanity. The Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates behaved quite sincerely and opened up access to plenty of goods and services that used to be exclusive to their own people. The war exchange had quickly become the favorite destination for every blooded line fighter. Not only did it offer attractive rewards at every price point, but the providers also discounted a lot of goods. Everything they did was for the purpose of incentivizing as many soldiers to fight on the front lines as possible. The powers that be also wanted to speed up the development of the new elites and allow them to rise up faster. One of the beneficiaries of the new policies was St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Although the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan did not manage to achieve a dramatic breakthrough on the battlefield like most of his peers, Tusa had already proven his strength before and after his breakthrough. He managed to earn a lot of war merits recently for his key role in defeating the Torment fleet. His quick takedown of the powerful eminence of Torment especially earned him a high bonus, as it was in Red humanity's best interest to kill as many phase leaders as possible. At this time, the value of a war merit was roughly equal to that of an MTA merit. This alone made war merits more desirable, as MTA merits were usually a lot more valuable than the same sum in MTA credits. Many third-raters and second-raters never dared to imagine that they would be able to earn rewards equivalent to the salaries and bonuses that first-raters took for granted. Even so, compared to the total proportion of combatants in the new frontier, only a modest proportion of Mech pilots and other soldiers earned the status of line fighters so far. It couldn't be helped. Many people rationally figured out that there was no way for them to enjoy their rich rewards when there was a large chance that they would die after getting targeted by a scary warship. Modern humans had developed such an acquired fear towards the threat posed by warships that many Mech pilots chose to stay in the rear. They were not necessarily cowards. There were plenty of veterans among them that had fought against a multitude of Mech forces. It was just that the anti-warship propaganda of the MTA and the CFA worked too well. It was difficult for so many adults to unlearn their extreme apprehensions at the thought of fighting not just one warship, but an entire fleet of armed vessels. The casualty figures were horrendous. So many hopeful Mech pilots died or got crippled after just one or two encounters against the aliens. Whatever war merits they managed to earn all became lost, as they were neither transferable or inheritable. Only the strong and the living deserved to cash in their rewards. This was why the war exchange became so lucrative to the few soldiers who were courageous enough to fight the aliens, but also lucky enough to survive the successive battles. Those who were in a position to take advantage of the war exchange had survived the harshest crucible and came out stronger in every way. These were the true new elites that the Fist of Defiance wanted to nurture from a human population that had long grown complacent in their past superiority. As a participant of many battles against the native aliens, St. Tusa already managed to build up a generous stash of war merits. The additional rewards for contributing to the defeat of the Torment fleet had practically doubled the amount of war merits in his possession. Tusa felt like a rich man after accumulating so much wealth. Despite all of this, Tusa never felt the urge to spend them on anything expensive. As far as he was concerned, the Larkinson clan already took care of all of his essential needs. From providing and upgrading the Dark Zephyr to bestowing him with a companion spirit, Tusa did not feel like he was lacking anything. As a former third-rater, Tusa still retained the frugality of his humble background and never thought about squandering his war merits on goodies that were ultimately dispensable. To high-ranking Mech pilots like himself, their only basis for power was their extraordinary willpower and their Mechs. This was why Tusa finally thought about spending his war merits for the first time. His Dark Zephyr had received a monumental upgrade not too long ago, but now the living Mech faced one of his most important transformations in his existence. Under the gaze of awed members of the Crosser clan, Saint Tusa calmly stepped deeper into the bowels of the factory ship known as the Cyclical Cross. Although the second-class ship was horribly outdated compared to the frequently updated Spirit of Bentheim, the Cyclical Cross possessed her own ruggedness and industrial charm that Tusa could respect. After passing through an armored hatch, he finally stepped inside one of Master Benedict Cortez's private workshops. The Dark Zephyr had already been placed in the center of the chamber. Master Benedict had not yet finalized the design of the Ace Mech iteration of the powerful living Mech, but that did not stop him from applying numerous iterative improvements in advance. This showed the difference between Master Benedict and the Mech designers of the Larkinson clan. Whereas Vess and Gloriana preferred to work on their big projects and move on after delivering their Mechs, Master Benedict never left his most important works alone. For example, the Mars received frequent incremental upgrades over time that steadily improved its performance over time. Its parts received updated tech, while weaker materials also got swapped with superior ones. It was not easy to keep the high-ranking Mech of the Cross clan up to date. Master Benedict frequently had to set aside his research projects and original Mech design projects in order to revisit his old works. However, the advantage of an incremental upgrade approach was that the Mars never needed to undergo a massive refit like the Mechs fielded by the Larkinson clan. Master Benedict also tried to make the best out of his situation by constantly conducting small experiments with the Mars and other powerful machines. This allowed him to improve and optimize his index system at a rapid rate. In any case, now that the Larkinson clan entrusted the upgrade of the Dark Zephyr to the second leader of the Cross clan, Master Benedict did not delay too long before he started to tinker with the powerful machine. As Tusa stopped in front of his dormant Mech, he looked up as Master Benedict personally worked on components located beneath a disassembled abdomen plate. The ace pilot did not have the faintest clue what the Master Mech designer was working upon. "Master Benedict," the young ace pilot greeted. "How goes your work?" The older man grumbled as he continued to struggle with the complicated alien tech around him. "Slow, difficult, interesting. This architect that Gloriana Wadden has adapted to your Mech is endlessly fascinating, but it is also hindering my work. My proficiency in this alien tech is far behind. It does not help that your machine has become a masterwork either. I cannot be careless when applying any change. I have to collaborate with Gloriana every time I wish to modify your Mech. Does that mean it will take longer before I can pilot a true ace Mech?" Tusa frowned. "There is no need for you to feel too concerned. This is a problem of logistics, not competence. I will be able to fully upgrade your Dark Zephyr in a reasonable time frame. Perhaps you may be forced to fight the first 2 or 3 opening battles of the upcoming alien offensive with a mere high-tier expert Mech, but you will soon be able to fight at your best." That mollified Tusa a little. "What can I do to help?" "I need you to spend as many war merits as you can tolerate on a set of ace Mech-grade resonating exotics. It is best if you spend all of it at once," Master Benedict explained. "Do not take this decision lightly. The current set of resonating exotics are not bad, but they can no longer keep up with your growth. It is better to replace them with stronger materials that can amplify the power of your upcoming ace Mech much more drastically." "I understand, Master. I am willing to invest my war merits, but why so much?" "I need you to spend as many war merits as you can tolerate on a set of ace Mech-grade resonating exotics. It is best if you spend all of it at once," Master Benedict explained. "Do not take this decision lightly. The current set of resonating exotics are not bad, but they can no longer keep up with your growth. It is better to replace them with stronger materials that can amplify the power of your upcoming ace Mech much more drastically." "I understand, Master. I am willing to invest my war merits, but why so much?" "I would be happy to explain why you do not want to rein in your spending this time." Chapter 6167, The Availability of Resonating Materials. Master Benedict Cortez did not keep tinkering with the partially disassembled Dark Zephyr while he talked. That would be disrespectful towards an ace pilot. While a master Mech designer did not have to bow and scrape in front of a saint, it was best not to cause needless offense to a powerhouse that could literally bend reality. A few minutes after St. Tusa arrived, he and Master Benedict moved to a rest corner and sat down on the couches. A bot delivered a drink to Master Benedict, which he sipped with visible pleasure. Do you know what resonating exotics are, or where they come from? No, Tusa shook his head. I have used them for years, but I never saw any reason to dive deeper into these questions. I am a pilot, not a Mech designer. Well, have you heard of the theory that all exotics in the universe are originally the decayed remains of powerful life forms that have died many ages ago? I have heard of it, Master. Good. That saves us time. What you may not know is that there are supplemental theories that attempt to explain where resonating exotics come from. Where the more normal varieties of exotics can come from any body part of deceased beings, resonating exotics may be derived from their core organs. Whether it is the brain, the heart, or some other alien organ that has no equivalency in human physiology, the theories claim that as they degenerate into exotics, they still retain the strongest and most persistent qualities of their once mighty sources. St. Tusa looked thoughtful as he leaned back on the couch. He wondered why Master Benedict bothered to explain these theories to him. What difference did it make? That sounds interesting, but whether exotics are the remains of dead aliens and beasts or not, it is not as if we need to pay attention to their feelings. We live in completely different eras. You are correct, St. Tusa, but not entirely. It is true that the origins of all of those exotics that we use today have died many years ago, but what if I say that resonating exotics can still develop feelings towards high-ranking pilots such as yourselves? We do not have enough information to be certain about this, but one popular theory why resonating exotics behave as they do is because they carry a lingering intelligence or semblance of it that are based on those long-dead organisms. Much has been worn away over time, but what is left are the most fundamental qualities and strengths of those past life forms. If that is the case, then does that mean I resonate with certain exotics a lot better than others because I share something in common with the former? Master Benedict nodded. That is what the most convincing theories state. Many Mech designers, including Vess and Gloriana, believe it to be true. I am also leaning towards it, but I am not entirely convinced. We have never witnessed the lengthy process of death, decay, and transformation of a resonating exotic from beginning to end. Scientists have only been able to make inferences based on a large amount of clues and calculations. So all of this may be false. Do not think too hard about this issue, Tusa. This is a problem that scientists and Mech designers such as myself are fighting over. The reason why I wanted to bring this possible theory to your attention is the importance of choosing the right ace Mech-grade exotics for your Dark Zephyr. That caused Tusa's mood to sharpen. Please explain. There are two main reasons why I urge you to spend all of your war merits on procuring the best possible resonating exotics that are compatible with your willpower. The first is efficiency. What do you think is better? Do you want to buy a single set of quality resonating exotics that are strong enough to remain relevant during your entire run as a saint? Or do you want to procure a set of affordable resonating exotics at the start of your career as an ace pilot, then subsequently replacing them with more powerful resonating exotics when you have grown stronger and require more powerful combat solutions? Is there any benefit to the latter approach? Tusa asked with a doubtful expression. The upfront cost and commitment is lower, Benedict replied. You can make use of the cheaper resonating exotics with an attitude of conducting a trial. Once you have fought many battles and grown into a senior ace pilot, you can choose to replace the old set with more powerful resonating exotics that can perform similar functions at a much higher power level. you can also discard your old methods and acquire a new set of resonating exotics that can bestow your dark Zephyr with new and much more promising resonating abilities. There were pros and cons to both approaches. Tusa could not make up his mind which one he should embrace. The second reason why you should make a heavy commitment is the issue of scarcity. Think about it, Tusa. If resonating exotics come from the most important organs of dead organisms, then it is not unreasonable to assume that more powerful resonating exotics come from stronger beings. There are many resonating materials that are suitable for use in expert mech, but there are much less that are suitable for ace mechs, especially the more powerful ones. Do you know why this may be the case? The Larkinson ace pilot did not have to think too much to come up with a possible answer. Just like mech pilots, the hierarchy of powerful beings in the past must be shaped like a pyramid. There used to be many aliens that managed to become as strong as expert pilots, but there are very few that can match the strength of ace pilots, and even fewer of them can give a peak ace pilot a challenge. Master Benedict nodded. This is a universal pattern. The circumstances of the distant past are not all that different from the circumstances of the present. There are very mech pilots today that can grow and survive long enough to reach the rank of ace pilot. In the distant past, the aliens who occupied the Red Ocean must have been distributed in a similar fashion. Yes, red humanity is constantly prospecting for more resonating exotics, but they are not as common as normal exotics. The more powerful materials that are highly suitable for ace mechs are even scarcer. They are so rare, in fact, that ace mech grade resonating materials are increasingly more artificial in nature. Material scientists, such as the renowned Resonance Smith, are highly celebrated because their work allows our civilization to expand the availability as well as the variety of high-end and top-end resonating alloys. However, the time, effort, and funding needed to develop these premium resonating materials are prohibitive. Does that mean that the most powerful resonating exotics are limited and difficult to find? Yes, red humanity is constantly prospecting for more resonating exotics, but they are not as common as normal exotics. The more powerful materials that are highly suitable for ace mechs are even scarcer. They are so rare, in fact, that ace mech grade resonating materials are increasingly more artificial in nature. Material scientists, such as the renowned Resonance Smith, are highly celebrated because their work allows our civilization to expand the availability as well as the variety of high-end and top-end resonating alloys. However, the time, effort, and funding needed to develop these premium resonating materials are prohibitive. Saint Tusa understood a little bit more what Master Benedict wanted to convey. Good resonating materials that were effective for ace mechs were exponentially more difficult to acquire than the ones suitable for expert mechs. Even an ace pilot like Tusa needed to be aware of the factors that limited their availability in order to plan out their futures. Without suitable resonating materials that could support them in their struggles to break past their limits, their growth would ultimately stagnate. All of the better ace mech-grade exotics are not ones that can be mined from ore deposits, but are instead created in high-end labs. Correct. To be honest, the War Exchange currently lists many different ace mech-grade resonating materials that are fairly powerful and useful, but it does not contain any of the top products. The Mechers, the Terrans, and the Rubarthans all prefer to keep them exclusive to their own ace pilots. Saint Tusa grew disappointed when he heard that. This meant that the Larkinson clan likely wouldn't be able to obtain the truly powerful resonating materials. The quality and other properties of resonating materials is not the sole factor that determines your strength and growth limit. Master Benedict taught the ace pilot. This is why I advise you to invest heavily in a set of the most expensive resonating materials that you can attain. As long as you choose well, you will be able to use their associated resonating abilities many times over many years. The more you employ them, the more you are able to master them. You can also start to improve upon them. A resonating ability can produce drastically different outcomes depending on the growth of your resonance strength and the development of your Saint Kingdom. Saint Tusa already received a few lessons about that during his last pilgrimage to the Red Association. Are you saying that I should rely on decades' worth of growth and exploration to improve the performance of good resonating materials so that it can match the performance of top resonating materials? Yes, that is the strategy that I am recommending to you. Do not forget about willpower baptism. Resonating materials are less susceptible to it, but it is still possible to grind them over a long period of time so that they become slightly more compatible and receptive to your willpower. The benefits sounded rather uncertain. Tusa knew that it was a lot easier to work with weaker resonating exotics in the beginning and switch to more powerful ones when he became a senior ace pilot. Won't it be possible for our clan to gain access to those top resonating materials one day? Maybe Vess will become a Tier 1 galactic citizen and be able to ask favors from the Resonance Smith. We could also become so friendly with the Terrans or the Rubarthans that they are willing to open up their secret stash to our clan. Are you willing to bet your future on that? Benedict asked with a smile. Are you absolutely certain that your Larkinson clan will never stop growing, and that Vess will fully realize his potential and become a renowned master Mech designer or even a star designer? Saint Tusa possessed a strong sense of confidence in Vess. However, no one could say for certain what the future might hold. Time was also a big variable. Very few Mech designers managed to realize their design philosophies within the first century of their lives. As for becoming a star designer, hardly any Mech designer could match the pace of the polymath. Tusa eventually sighed. Let us settle for your strategy, then. It fits the style of the Larkinson much more. As long as the foundation of my Dark Zephyr is good enough, I am confident I can expand his potential over time. This was the spirit of a true ace pilot. High-ranking pilots never abided by the limits of reality. Master Benedict smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then let us proceed with making a preliminary selection. Based on the compatibility test conducted by the Red Association, I have singled out multiple key resonating materials that can replace the function of perfidious steel and bisonate. You can either select new materials that can bestow your ace Mech with similar resonating abilities, or you can decide to change your combat approach and gain access to brand new options. Tusa thought for a moment. He was quite fond of both resonating exotics. Perfidious steel allowed the Dark Zephyr to distort the perception of observers, causing them to miss their shots much more frequently than they should. Tusa relied on this resonating material to keep his then fragile expert light skirmisher undamaged in many battles. Bisonate was a fairly boring but effective resonating exotic that amplified the resilience and cutting power of the Dark Zephyr's weapons. It was this unassuming resonating exotic that enabled his battle partner to cut through lots of thick and sturdy hull plating of giant alien warships without ruining their edges. Chapter 6168b, 30 Shattersteel. Before Saint Tusa wanted to take a look at the list of resonating materials, he first needed to decide what he wanted out of this selection. Should he stick with what he was already familiar with and find superior substitutes for perfidious steel and bisonate? He decided to solicit Master Benedict's opinion. When the master Mech designer of the Cross clan heard Tusa's request, the older man immediately voiced his own opinion. The effects of both perfidious steel and bisonate are dispensable at your current rank, Master Benedict said. I was not involved in the development of the original Dark Zephyr, but I can infer that the original motivation of choosing these two resonating exotics was to compensate for the weaknesses of your first expert Mech. One is meant to increase your ability to cope with attacks. The other is meant to compensate for the weak offensive capabilities of your Mech. They are chosen because the designers of the Dark Zephyr are afraid that you would falter at a critical moment. Vess and Gloriana did not want you to lose your Mech as well as your life because of any shortcomings in their work. Tusa's eyes flashed as he took in this explanation. He knew the two Mech designers quite well and could clearly agree that they had this intention in mind. A part of him felt warm. He appreciated the care and attention from the Larkinson clan. He knew he was lucky for joining a prosperous clan that was able to provide better and better Mechs over time. Another part of him felt insulted. Even if he was a lot weaker back then, he was still an expert pilot at the time. There was no need to coddle him when he faced much greater risks before he ever managed to trigger his apotheoses. Tusa crossed his arms. I understand. I admit that my ability to defend myself was a lot worse in the past. That is over now. I think I have outgrown the need for these functions. My Saint Kingdom is able to compensate for all of my greatest vulnerabilities. It can reduce the lethality of incoming attacks, thereby making perfidious steel redundant. It can also help me strengthen and sharpen the blades of my knives, which means that Bissonat is only icing on the cake. I am more interested in exploring new options. Now that my responsibilities have grown, I need to expand my range of options so that I can solve more crises. That is a good mindset to take, but are you certain you want to replace the old resonance abilities entirely? I have found a pair of substitutes in the war exchange that can make you change your mind. Oh, do tell. Master Benedict activated a projection that displayed a strange purple faceted crystal. It looked incredibly weird. It was not only highly reflective, but also seemed to change its shape depending on the angle of view. It was a highly disturbing effect that could make anyone doubt whether their eyes still worked correctly. This is a rare naturally occurring resonating exotic from the old galaxy that the Red Association has in stock. It is called Turbulenta, and it has gained its name because it can disturb the observation of an ace mech under the influence of true resonance. What makes Turbulenta especially useful is that its effects can differ depending on how you apply your true resonance. If not for the fact that very few ace pilots are compatible with it, the Mechers would have long exhausted their limited supply. The projection changed to show a first-class ace mech that happened to incorporate Turbulenta. The ace pilot cleverly combined his Saint Kingdom with Turbulenta to produce a range of optical illusions, ranging from creating a dozen visual clones to completely hiding the actual coordinates of the ace mech inside the large domain field. The ace mech that utilized Turbulenta was even able to turn its entire exterior into a fractured mirror, making it impossible to track its weapons. These were familiar tricks to Tusa, but when they were applied at the level of an ace mech, the results were drastically better. For example, the ace mech was able to employ effective misdirection to outmaneuver and eventually defeat another ace mech. Saint Tusa developed a much greater appreciation of Turbulenta due to this example. The powerful ace mech-grade resonating exotic could truly turn him into a trickster that could torment and confound all kinds of powerful opponents. However, the ace pilot did not really like the fact that it did nothing to increase the direct combat power of his machine. It only gave him more coping mechanisms in case he was met with much greater resistance than he could ordinarily handle. This was what the other resonating material was for. Master Benedict soon introduced his hand-picked replacement for Bissonat. There are many resonating materials that can increase the damage inflicted by a bladed weapon. Instead of searching for a more powerful material with an identical effect, I have sought out a modern resonating alloy called B30 Shattersteel. It is designed to give ace mech a means to overcome strong defenses by repeatedly striking them in the same areas. The projection changed to display another ace mech, this one belonging to the Terrans. The Terran first-class ace mech confronted a very powerful Orvan battleship that was considerably larger and more powerful than the tortured Scream. Due to her superior size and tech, the giant Orvan battleship was protected by powerful, segmented, multi-layered transphasic energy shields. Even the more powerful ace mechs would have a headache in trying to breach those defensive layers. However, the Terran ace mech approached boldly and without any fear. It did not even employ its suite of ranged weapons in order to soften up the energy shields. Instead, as soon as it came close, it began to unfold 8 pairs of arms, each of which held 8 different long but slender knives. The ace mech began to attack. Tusa straightened his back as he witnessed the Terran mech's arms repeatedly strike at the segmented energy shield in front at an absurdly high rate. The arms did not strike with a lot of power, but their swinging speeds were so fast that the ace mech was able to attack dozens of times in just a handful of seconds. It soon became clear why the ace mech emphasized attack speed over strike power. Each contact with a knife caused the transphasic energy shield to show minor cracks. This phenomenon was almost unnoticeable at the start, but as the rapid knife attacks continued to hit the energy shield, the cracks became more and more noticeable. Due to the ridiculous fact that the ace mech possessed 8 arms, it only took a couple of seconds to breach the segmented transphasic energy shield. The ace mech did not stop here. It immediately advanced and breached the second layer before moving to the third. The crew of the Orvan battleship clearly panicked. They tried to repel or slow down the progress of the human ace mech by resorting to a lot of means, but their countermeasures took so much time to deploy that their enemy already managed to make it through. Surprisingly enough, the hull plating of the Orvan battleship was quite thick and resilient. The vessel had been built recently after the native aliens mastered a lot of stolen human technologies. Despite facing stiffer resistance than usual, the Terran ace mech was able to drill through all of the thick metals by continuously creating more and more extraordinary cracks with every rapid knife strike. "Interesting," St. Tusa commented. "So this is the effect of weapons made with B-30 shatter steel." "Yes. It is an artificial resonating alloy that is designed to break the unbreakable and undermine any form of hard defense by overriding reality. B-30 Shatterpoint is not meant to breach defenses with single overwhelming attacks. It is meant to give ace mech the ability to steadily weaken the integrity of anything it strikes. If 10 attacks cannot break a barrier, then 100 attacks should do it. If 100 attacks is not sufficient, then maybe 1,000 attacks will do the job. As long as your willpower is abundant enough to support the consumption of this resonating alloy, you can theoretically break through any barrier." That was a bold claim. As Tusa studied the Terran ace mech that had been expressly designed to take advantage of this interesting new material, he soon began to frown. B-30 Shatterpoint is clearly a resonating alloy that is meant to be used in rapid attacks. As far as I know, the Dark Zephyr only possesses a single pair of arms. My battle partner will never be able to breach defenses as quickly as this Terran ace mech. "It doesn't have to stay that way," Master Benedict said. "We can install additional limbs to your ace mech. They do not even need to be that big and cumbersome. You can fold them into the back of the Dark Zephyr when they are not needed, and unveil them when you are about to attack powerful enemies." The Master Mech designer activated another projection and quickly used his cranial implant to produce a visual mock-up of such an alteration. The Dark Zephyr with additional arms did not look as monstrous as Tusa feared. The additional limbs were very thin and slender. That caused them to become a lot more fragile and less capable of exerting power, but that was not important. Tusa couldn't help but develop greater interest in B-30 Shattersteel. He liked the fact that this resonating alloy did not force the Dark Zephyr to rely on hard power in order to break enemy defenses. The current pair of knives wielded by the Dark Zephyr may be able to become a lot sharper and tougher under the effect of true resonance, but the light skirmisher still had to exert a lot of power in order to breach anything that was annoyingly tough. In other words, Bissonat still demanded the Dark Zephyr rely on one of his weaknesses, while B-30 Shattersteel was a lot more dependent on one of the living mech's strengths. Master Benedict truly managed to find an excellent choice for Tusa. It fit the Dark Zephyr's inclinations very well. "I am not impressed by Turbulenta, but I am impressed with B-30 Shattersteel. I will keep the latter into consideration," the ace pilot said. "Good choice. Do keep in mind that ace Mech-grade resonating materials have a tendency to produce greater conflicts with each other. Their effects are too strong, so any form of incompatibility will become magnified at higher energy levels. What does that mean? It means that for many cases, you may only have the luxury of integrating a single key resonating material into your dark Zephyr. This may force you to choose between B30 Shattersteel and another material that has earned your appreciation. The master Mech designer answered. Tusa managed to pick up a hidden clue. Is the compatibility issue the reason why you presented Turbulenta, despite the fact that its benefits are rather underwhelming? Benedict smirked. That is a clever deduction. That is indeed a part of my considerations. Turbulenta is not as overwhelming as many other resonating materials, but it is because of this reason that it produces fewer conflicts. You can rest assured that we can safely implement both Turbulenta and B30 Shattersteel in the same ace Mech. Doing so will leave no room for other powerful resonating exotics. If that is the case, then I would like to study my other options. I do not want to make a premature decision without knowing what I may be missing out on. I doubt that the rest of your selection is weak. You are correct. There are truly amazing resonating materials available in the more expensive section of the war exchange. For example, have you ever heard of an ace Mech that can banish an enemy into another dimension? Chapter 6169 Erleman. A way to banish my enemies by sending them into a different dimension. Isn't that what FTL drives are supposed to do? How can you weaponize something like that? Saint Tusa skeptically asked. With strong enough willpower and a resonating alloy that possesses strong spatial characteristics. Master Benedict grinned. Let me introduce you to one of the Resonance Smith's more recent products. Erleman is one of the few known ace Mech-grade resonating alloys that has integrated face water. This enables the alloy to effectively displace any material object to another dimension upon physical contact. The projection in front of the master Mech designer changed to play a few pieces of footage of Erleman in action. In one instance, a first-class ace Mech holding a hammer struck a thick and extremely solid block of metal. The Mech-sized object disappeared in an instant, making it seem as if it was literally erased from reality. Saint Tusa never imagined that an ace Mech was capable of producing such a feat. Is this banishment permanent? No, Master Benedict said. Objects that belong in the material dimension will try their best to get back. This happens to starships as well when their FTL drives suddenly malfunction. There are many reasons why this happens, but the explanation is too technical for you to understand. Just know that the more massive the object, the shorter their stay in another dimension. The ace Mech responsible for banishing the object can extend the period by investing much more true resonance when executing this resonating ability, but it can become extremely draining. If the target actively resists the banishment, then the duration will shorten even further. The footage showed examples where this occurred. When the hammer-wielding ace Mech banished an opposing ace Mech, the latter only stayed absent for a few seconds. The reason why it lasted so short was because the powerful enemy ace pilot leveraged his Saint Kingdom to forcibly drag his machine back to the material realm. Tusa grew a little disappointed when he saw this. A trick like this was unlikely to work too well against other high-ranking Mech pilots. How well does Erleman perform against larger targets such as alien warships? Is it powerful enough to banish capital ships and phase lords? Much of the opposition that red humanity fought these days reached stupendous sizes. The native aliens had a huge amount of warships in reserve. Plenty of them boasted a length that was longer than a kilometer. This was the arbitrary standard that humans used to categorize capital ships. Then there were the phase whales and phase lords. These powerful beings with face water running through their veins could reach ridiculous proportions. The most powerful among them had grown so big that they surpassed the size of many moons. When Tusa thought about whether his dark Zephyr would be capable of banishing these biological titans in another dimension, he did not harbor much confidence. While an ace pilot was expected to break through all obstacles and turn the impossible into a reality, the cold, hard truth was that there were still limits. The projection played a few other clips. In one instance, the ace Mech fought its way through the transphasic energy shields of an enemy warship and managed to strike the hull with a weapon integrated with Erleman. What surprised Tusa was that the ship indeed managed to get banished to another dimension. The next clip showed the same Mech confronting a battleship that was over 4 kilometers long. This was a true beast that was both modern and equipped with lots of powerful systems. "This is only a subcapital ship," the ace pilot said. "My Dark Zephyr can easily destroy a smaller alien warship like this without resorting to any fancy measures. Erleman is only truly useful if it can help me banish larger targets. Is it possible to do the same to a real battleship? The Mechers have tried. You can see the results yourself." The next clip showed the same Mech confronting a battleship that was over 4 kilometers long. This was a true beast that was both modern and equipped with lots of powerful systems. Such a vessel posed a true challenge to humans. One of the details that caused St. Tusa to frown was the fact that Erlemanin did nothing special against transphasic energy shields. The ace Mech was unable to banish the large alien battleship as quickly as it wished, because it had to break past the segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields first. Fortunately, the ace Mech received support from over 100 first-class multipurpose Mechs. Their combined firepower allowed the ace Mech get past the annoying defensive layers and strike the side of the battleship's hull with an Erleman hammer that was glowing with true resonance. This time, it was as if a miniature black hole appeared for a brief instant of time. The entire side of the battleship went missing. It was as if an invisible predator chomped a perfect sphere of ship matter from the massive hull. The efficacy of every resonating material scales with true resonance, domain expression, and other factors. Master Benedict reminded Tusa. The same resonating material can produce a weak effect when used by a weaker pilot, but can also produce a much more exaggerated effect if the pilot is stronger. The pilot of the ace Mech in the projection does not possess the resonance strength to banish the entire ship, so he can only make do with partial banishment. Half a minute later, the missing chunk of battleship hull returned to the material realm, but by then it was already too late for the vessel. The constant motion of objects in space meant that the missing hull section appeared much further behind on the battlefield from the rest of the alien ship. There was no possible way to merge them back together in the middle of an ongoing battle. Tusa's eyes lit up. "Wait, I do not need to use Erleman to banish an entire warship. It is much more useful if I use it as a weapon and bite off large chunks from the hull." That was the intention of the ace pilot in the projection, Benedict said with a smile. "However, Erleman will not let you employ this tactic too easily. It takes a large amount of energy to separate so much matter from a larger object. The denser and tougher the material, the harder it is for Erleman to cut through. The larger the volume, the more energy is needed to fuel this operation. That can be costly. This is why Erleman is better reserved for senior ace pilots. Their resonance strengths have grown extensively enough to employ this tactic on large targets several times during a battle without falling into exhaustion." "I see. If I get this straight, Erleman has 3 clear downsides. First, it doesn't do anything to energy defenses, which makes overcoming them a huge chore. Second, trying to banish anything that is too strong or too big can quickly drain the energy of an ace pilot. Third, trying to use it as a cutting weapon is also costly. I will not be able to maintain my fighting condition for long if the Dark Zephyr is built around the use of Erleman." Tusa became impressed by the effect of Erleman, but he would have to be careful about using its associated resonating ability in combat. He did not like it when he had to restrict his actions due to fears about exhausting himself too quickly. However, Master Benedict did not highlight Erleman without thought. He had good reasons to present this option to the ace pilot. Erlemin is a demanding, resonating alloy to use. That is not in doubt. However, every ace pilot is unique. You possess several advantages that allow you to utilize this material much more effectively than other ace pilots. For example, your domain allows you to bypass energy defenses entirely. Your signature leap of true freedom ability enables you to circumvent segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields instantly and with much greater ease. Your ace mech can banish a target without too much hindrance in those cases. Tusa nodded. He already recognized this synergy between himself and this material. However, that did not mean that he was convinced it was the best choice. The leap of true freedom is my most useful ability so far, but it takes a lot of effort to pull it off. If I have to resonate with Erlemin to either banish or cripple an enemy starship, that will force me to expend a lot of energy a second time. I do not think I can keep up with activating these demanding abilities multiple times. Besides, the Dark Zephyr also possesses an ultimate module that can help me cope with larger enemies. I have already tried out the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability during the Battle of Torment, and it worked great. Master Benedict nodded in concession. It is true that the effect of Erlemin partially overlaps with the outcome of using the Dark Wind module. I do not agree that the former is redundant. Resonating alloys work on different principles than ultimate modules. The Dark Wind module is purely offensive in nature. Erlemin is more versatile as it allows you to displace extremely powerful enemies that you cannot defeat. Why would I do that? As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can temporarily displace any enemy champion that is powerful enough to demolish our entire expeditionary fleet. The temporary absence of such a strong opponent can buy us enough time to eliminate the rabble before concentrating our firepower on the sole enemy that is left. You can also banish a terrible opponent to buy enough time for our entire expeditionary fleet to turn around and flee the battlefield. It is unlikely the rest of us can be saved if you are only able to rely on your Dark Wind Passage to inflict penetrating, but ultimately non-fatal wounds on powerful enemies. Tusa understood now that Erlemin allowed the Dark Zephyr to contain enemies that were too powerful to defeat, but too dangerous to remain present on the battlefield. He and his battle partner could play the role of saboteur. By specifically targeting these alien powerhouses or other major threats, he could contain them long enough until the other alien warships crumbled with greater use due to losing the support of their champion. While Tusa started to develop a greater appreciation for this resonating alloy, he still hesitated on whether he should pick this material over other viable choices. If I choose to integrate Erlemin into the Dark Zephyr, is it still possible to make use of Turbulenta or B-30 Shattersteel? I am afraid not, Saint. The inclusion of face water has caused Erlemin to become especially energetic and volatile. It does not go along well with Turbulenta. In addition, since Erlemin has to be integrated into a weapon or a limb, it cannot be used at the same time as a weapon integrated with B-30 Shattersteel. Wait, Tusa managed to catch an important detail. Weapons such as knives and hammers aren't built into mechs. They are handheld pieces of equipment that can be picked up or put down. Doesn't that mean you can build a weapon based on both Erlemin and B-30 Shattersteel? As long as I have access to both weapons, I can simply pick the most suitable one to use in a deployment based on the enemy that I am facing. This means that I won't have to choose. Master Benedict chuckled. That is an excellent deduction, Tusa. However, have you considered the issue of cost? Erlemin is among the most expensive resonating alloys on the war exchange because it is new and laced with face water. At your current budget, you cannot acquire useful quantities of both Erlemin and B-30 Shattersteel. Oh, I should be able to earn more war merits during the upcoming offensive. Shouldn't it be possible for me to wait until I have enough to exchange for the other resonating material? That is a common strategy among ace pilots, but is this how you wish to shape your post-expert pilot combat system, Tusa? The decisions you make this time can literally define your role, your image, and your value to your clan. It is not necessarily the best decision to branch out and acquire too many weapons. If your training and your combat style do not match your ace mech configuration, then you will experience problems in your subsequent growth. Tusa looked troubled when he heard that. You will have to clarify that, Master. Chapter 60, 172's future role. The transformation of the Dark Zephyr from a quasi-first-class expert mech to a first-class ace mech represented a huge and profound opportunity. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had become more powerful than ever before. How he fought as an ace pilot was already radically different because he was no longer afraid of getting overturned if his enemies targeted his weaknesses. The existence of a Saint Kingdom was the most profound gain of becoming an ace pilot. As long as Tusa paired up with a good enough mech, he could resonate with the machine so well to the point where his domain field could be amplified by several orders of magnitude, turning it into one of his strongest weapons and armor at the same time. Master Benedict could not stress the importance of these changes often enough. Expert pilots and ace pilots are two completely different species. The former is weaker and possesses more vulnerabilities that can instantly spell their defeat. The latter is stronger but also more rounded. So long as your Saint Kingdom remains strong and intact, it can already make up for the relatively weak defenses of your Dark Zephyr. This means that your mech is not limited to his old configuration anymore. Your machine has already transcended the definition of a light skirmisher. This is especially the case when your battle partner will also gain the benefits of becoming a first-class mech. What you need to decide is the direction of the evolution of your future ace mech. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson fell into thought. Any significant decisions related to his Dark Zephyr had massive implications. Each choice produced a lot of ripple effects. Ace pilots were usually regarded as decisive people, but Tusa did not dare to make any impulsive choices on this matter. Master Benedict observed the ace pilot carefully. He liked what he saw. Patriarch Reginald Cross often gave him headaches because of his lack of inhibitions. St. Tusa was much younger and less experienced than the ace pilot of the Cross clan, but he was much more willing to remain patient and adopt a rational perspective to his problems. That made Tusa far easier to deal with than other ace pilots. Of course, Benedict believed that Patriarch Reginald also had his good points. His passion and his desire to earn glory allowed him to make faster progress on the battlefield than many of his peers. Even though Reginald was no longer a part of the expeditionary fleet, he was making so much progress over the past few years that it was not impossible for him to catch up to St. Calasandra Bouget within a few decades. The only reason why St. Calandra was the strongest ace pilot of the Golden Skull Alliance was because she was twice as old as Reginald. Her steady personality allowed her to make slow but steady progress. She was unlikely to falter, but Master Benedict believed that her development speed was too slow to keep up with the rapidly changing era. This was why the former Skull Architect still had great hopes that Patriarch Reginald would be the first to attempt a breakthrough to God Pilot. The leader of the Cross clan was not afraid of taking risks. Whenever Master Benedict gained the opportunity to apply new upgrades to the Mars, Patriarch Reginald never bothered to think too much before he made his choices. St. Tusa possessed a different and more cautious personality. He could be decisive when he wanted to be, but he understood the value of being patient. This was because he cared about his responsibilities. Master Benedict could respect this attitude. The decisions I make about the Dark Zephyr will not only affect my future, but also the future of the Larkinson clan, am I right? That is correct, Tusa. As the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan, you bear a heavy responsibility to the people you serve. You have your own wants and needs, but you need to think strategically as well. How can you best defeat your enemies? How can you best protect the clan against catastrophic losses? A solution cannot always fulfill multiple goals at once. By choosing the configuration of the ace mech version of the Dark Zephyr, You are defining your role in the Larkinson clan. With Saint Isabel Coton indisposed for at least half a decade, you are expected to bear the burden of protecting your clansmen by yourself. This means that you must make sure you can fulfill your most essential duties by yourself. All of these considerations put greater pressure on Tusa's shoulders. He was not exactly ecstatic about assuming much of the burden of protecting the Larkinson clan, but that was the price of becoming an ace pilot. From the moment he broke past the limits of an expert pilot so early, Tusa already understood that he needed to set an example and become a leader. It was impossible for him to ignore the repercussions of his decisions. He had become so powerful that each change related to him or his living Mech could directly affect the lives of over 1 million Larkinsons. Saint Tusa continued to look at the projection of the ace Mech, banishing different targets with the help of Ermelin. He could imagine how the Dark Zephyr would become a more useful Mech to the Larkinson clan with the help of this resonating alloy. However, was this truly how he wanted to fight? "How do you think I should make my decisions?" Tusa asked. "HM." Master Benedict paused for a moment. "Instead of making your selection by focusing on the properties of specific resonating materials, it may be better if you take a step back and decide your future role and combat system first. Once you have fixated on a specific approach towards combat, I can give you a selection of several key resonating materials that fits your chosen style." Tusa liked that plan much better. "Please offer me your guidance." The master Mech designer reset the projection and began to display several different variations of the ace Mech version of the Dark Zephyr. Each of them were draft designs that Benedict hastily put together in order to visualize the different ways he could upgrade the Dark Zephyr. "I have drafted several possible development routes for your living Mech. Each of them possess their own strengths and weaknesses. I do not consider any of them to be superior to the others. They can all shine in the right circumstances. Let us start with the most familiar variant. The base edition of the Dark Zephyr is a straightforward evolution by substituting perfidious steel and bisonate with turbulenta and B30 shatter steel. You do not need to make too many changes to your combat approach, and there is no need for you to learn entirely different skills either. However, your ranged options are limited, and you will lack the versatility to deal with many different complex combat scenarios. In other words, this was the version of the Dark Zephyr that stayed true to Veth's original Mech concept. Tusa knew if he committed to this option, he would fully embrace the light skirmisher archetype and maximize its advantages at the cost of remaining shackled to many of its weaknesses. "This is not a bad Mech," Tusa said. "This configuration has always worked in the past. I see no reason why it would become less effective at the ace Mech level. Turbulenta will not only make my Dark Zephyr virtually untouchable, but I can also distract powerful enemies without needing to confront them directly. B30 Shattersteel synergizes well with it, as it allows me to defeat any opponent over time as long as I never get hit in return. With the addition of my Saint Kingdom, I no longer have to fear the risk of getting hit by weapons of mass destruction or huge saturation attacks. The base edition can fulfill the roles of a duelist and a saboteur quite well." The master Mech designer shared his own opinion. "Your Dark Zephyr in this case is best employed against powerful individual threats. Neither Turbulenta nor B30 Shattersteel are hungry resonating materials, so you can entangle enemies for an extended period of time. However, the base edition does not have the ability to stop a truly powerful enemy from targeting other friendlies. Aside from the obvious inability to launch strong ranged attacks, the base edition was quite rounded. The combination between the resonating abilities associated with Turbulenta and B30 Shattersteel, the Leap of True Freedom ability, the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability, and a couple of old prime abilities allowed the Dark Zephyr to fight or distract a lot of possible enemies at close range. It should not be impossible for Tusa to deal with a much more powerful phase, Lord, than the Eminence of Torment without any outside help. However, Tusa did not entirely favor this option. It was so simple that it seemed as if he was too afraid to ascend from his third-class roots. He did not forget that the Larkinson clan had gained the qualifications to field first-class Mechs now. A huge range of high technologies became available. The vastly stronger first-class power reactor alone was a game-changer to the Dark Zephyr. If I don't think much about the other options, then I have no qualms about choosing the base edition, Tusa said. Master Benedict smiled. There are many more exciting options available. The second variant here is the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr. As you can already guess, it is based on the integration of Erleman. Combined with other adaptations such as outfitting your Ace Mech with a much faster flight system, this is a configuration that fulfills the role of a saboteur much better. There are many ways you can use the resonating ability associated with Erleman to disrupt the plans of your enemies and produce large gaps in their defenses. It is still possible for the Banisher edition to fight directly against powerful opponents, but it is best to leave this job for other Ace Mechs. Tusa pressed his lips. He was not attracted by the Banisher edition, as it pushed his Dark Zephyr into a support role. This reminded him of the recent past when he was still an expert pilot. The Dark Zephyr had become severely outdated, preventing Tusa from accomplishing too much on the battlefield. He could only helplessly target weaker alien warships because his expert mech took too long to take out stronger vessels. It was only when he managed to develop the leap of true freedom that his performance on the battlefield improved to a more satisfactory level. Tusa did not want to go back to the days where his pitiful Dark Zephyr would get outshined by other and more impressive living mechs. The Banisher edition sounds like it could be really useful if our clan has grown up to the point where it can field multiple Ace Mechs, the Ace pilot guessed. Correct. If the other high-tier expert pilots of your clan have broken through, then it will gain at least one powerful offensive melee duelist in the form of an upgraded Riot or First Sword. The Dark Zephyr may have become an Ace Mech earlier, but if you ask most people who they prefer to send out in a single duel against a Phase Lord, they will overwhelmingly favor the other two Ace Mechs over yours. Since that is the case, you may as well give way to Orphan or Decee and specialize in a role that they cannot fulfill. An ugly expression appeared on Tusa's face. He did not like the thought of giving way to others. He had never considered himself to be a weak duelist. Yet both Orphan and Decee lived for duels. They specialized in them, the latter more than the former. Tusa could not deny that an Ace Mech based on the light skirmisher archetype was not the ideal machine for dueling. Ace Mechs based on the medium spearman mech and medium swordsman mech archetypes excelled at single combat. Chapter 60-171, Different Editions of the Dark Zephyr. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson felt torn as he struggled to make up his mind on how he wanted to fight in the future. The base edition and the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr both presented him with very different options. The former was more familiar to him. Tusa did not think he would make a wrong choice if he stuck to what worked in the past. The circumstances may have changed now that he and his enemies became stronger, but the Ace pilot was confident he could become a powerful duelist while also gaining the ability to support his clan by disturbing powerful enemies. The latter was different from what he was accustomed to. Giving up other key resonating materials for Erleman represented a big turn in the Dark Zephyr's evolution. It would make it harder for Tusa to defeat powerful opponents upright, and it would also make it harder for his machine to evade incoming attacks. What the Banisher edition delivered in return was a much better ability to mess with his enemies. As long as Tusa grew powerful enough to support the consumption of the resonating ability tied to Erleman, he could temporarily banish any troublesome presence, ranging from deadly warships to other Ace Mechs. This was not a version of the Dark Zephyr that was suited for solo combat. It was a full, teamwork-oriented configuration that explicitly relegated the light Ace skirmisher to a support role. By embracing the Banisher edition, Tusa would have to accept the reality that he would likely never be as good as other ace pilots in dueling. Yet by letting the Dark Zephyr fulfill a function that few other ace mechs could perform, his presence would provide a strong guarantee that the forces of the Larkinson clan would be able to cope against exceptionally powerful enemies. Besides, the Banisher edition was not necessarily weak in terms of offense. By making Erleman take a bite out of enemies, the Dark Zephyr could instantly cripple a phase lord or blow a huge hole in an enemy fortification. Since Saint Tusa was able to make his Dark Zephyr jump past any energy barrier, utilizing the resonating ability associated with Erleman right afterwards was the fastest and most effective way to cripple or kill a high-priority threat. Inadequate offensive power had always been a source of pain to Tusa. Even now, when he finally became an ace pilot, he still retained his sensitivity towards this problem. That was not to say that B-30 Shattersteel was weak, but Tusa found it to be a little underwhelming. It was not that effective against giant enemies, which meant that the base edition of the Dark Zephyr had no other option than to utilize the Dark Wind module. However, ultimate modules were called this way because they were designed to serve as explosive trump cards that could turn a desperate situation around. The power of the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability was without doubt, but the energy needed to execute it was not small. Using Erleman was also demanding, but only if Tusa used it at its fullest on enormous targets. It was much more versatile and could be employed in all kinds of ways as long as he took the time to master its capabilities. The Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr was genuinely a good development route. Master Benedict Cortez had comprehensively taken every variable into account. One of the differences between the base edition and the Banisher edition is their potential and how much time it takes to realize it to the fullest. Master Benedict explained to Tusa. The base edition's advantage is that you can reuse many of your old skills, so you will hit the ground running. It should only take a few months before you can comfortably use the resonating abilities associated with Turbulenta and B-30 Shattersteel. This does not apply to the Banisher edition. You will have to learn how to use the resonating ability associated with Erleman from scratch and figure out how to combine it with your new combat system. How big is the learning curve of using Erleman? It is a fairly powerful resonating alloy, so a fresh ace pilot such as yourself will struggle to leverage it to the fullest for a long time. According to the available data, it may take 5 to 10 years for you to gain enough resonance strength and proficiency to utilize Erleman as fluently as the ace pilot in the previous footage. That is too long, Tusa sputtered. It is not as bad as it sounds. You should barely be able to activate the resonating ability after a few months of exercise. It will only get better from there. Erleman is originally designed for senior ace mechs, so its ceiling is extremely high. Once your resonance strength has developed up to a certain point, you no longer need to worry as much about consumption as before. By that time, you can turn any space battle into a guaranteed victory by racing to an enemy fleet before banishing half a dozen of their most powerful and damaging warships. Once you become a senior ace pilot, you can potentially banish an entire space fortress, thereby opening up a critical gap in the defensive sphere of a highly fortified planet. Saint Tusa felt a bit better about the Banisher edition after hearing that. This version of the Dark Zephyr should be difficult to master at first, but promised to deliver very powerful capabilities at the later stages of his growth as an ace pilot. While the strongest uses for Erleman was still supportive in nature, Tusa did not feel bad about playing a key role in a titanic battle where the fate of an entire contested region was at stake. Now that Master Benedict provided additional clarification on ace mechs integrated with Erleman, Tusa actually began to appreciate the charm of this resonating alloy. Created by the resonance smith himself, Erleman was a modern face-water-infused material that gave red humanity hope of coping against overwhelmingly powerful alien forces. The only question was whether Saint Tusa was willing to give up the advantages of other variants of the Dark Zephyr in order to go all-in on the Banisher edition. What else is possible? Tusa asked. Master Benedict highlighted the third draft design. It displayed a version of the Dark Zephyr that appeared noticeably thicker and bulkier. The extra mass was needed to add enough capacity to incorporate a lot of miniaturized modules. This is the multi-purpose edition of the Dark Zephyr. It is one of my more radical design concepts. It is an attempt to convert the Dark Zephyr from a light skirmisher to a first-class multi-purpose mech. The latter is still fairly light and fast, but it sacrifices mobility in favor of a sizable expansion in weapon systems, defensive systems, and utility systems. Due to capacity limitations, none of these modules are particularly large or powerful, but as long as your resonance strength is powerful enough, you can turn any toothpick into a ship killer. Saint Tusa had the illusion that he had entered into an alternate reality, where he tread the path of godhood as a first-class mech pilot. If he was born a Terran instead of a Brighter, perhaps Tusa would not question the fact that his ace mech would come in this form. The multi-purpose edition of the Dark Zephyr truly looked similar to all of the other slender first-class ace mechs. Master Benedict briefly elaborated on what sort of high technologies the multi-purpose edition could carry into battle. From energy weapons to a stealth field generator, the Dark Zephyr would gain an insane degree of versatility. Can these high-tech systems be swapped out for other ones? Yes, they wouldn't be called modules if it was difficult and time-consuming to swap them out. First-class multi-purpose mechs with high modularity can be loaded with a broad set of systems that can perform adequately well in any situation. The mechs can also be equipped with specialized modules that all excel at fulfilling specific missions. For example, your Dark Zephyr can be loaded with a full set of energy weapons if a battle is about to ensue where closing the distance is absolutely not an option. The other variants cannot beat the versatility of the multi-purpose edition. What about the key resonating exotics? There are multiple good choices available for this edition. I have chosen the classic combination of Charge Mate and Heat Mate. Charge Mate, Heat Mate, they don't sound like serious resonating materials. You would be surprised, Master Benedict smirked. They are old but timeless classics because their functions have always remained useful to many first-class multi-purpose ace mechs. Charge Mate can generate a large amount of electrical current when affected by true resonance. The greater the resonance strength, the more absurd the power generation. Heat Mate is especially designed to work alongside Charge Mate, so there is no compatibility problem. As its name suggests, Heat Mate can quickly drain excessive heat buildup due to generating and expending a large amount of power. Together, Charge Mate and Heat Mate have become a popular, if somewhat generic combination for ace mechs that are heavily reliant on energy-hungry systems. Although the effects of Charge Mate and Heat Mate sounded awfully dull to Tusa, he could definitely see how they would be able to complement first-class multi-purpose ace mechs. The two resonating alloys were perfect for ace pilots who wanted to rely much more heavily on the conventional technologies of an ace mech as opposed to its more metaphysical qualities. Saint Tusa had heard and read enough about first-class multi-purpose mechs to understand many of their pros and cons. He could see the merits in the multi-purpose edition, but it was too much. He eventually shook his head. If the Larkinson clan needs a versatile ace mech, then it should look towards other ace pilots. Joshua, for example, is pretty versatile already, and I am sure that others will be able to fulfill this role much better than a light skirmisher specialist like myself. A light mech frame doesn't have enough space to fit all the impressive tech that a multi-purpose mech is supposed to carry. His rejection towards the notion of the multi-purpose edition was so strong and unambiguous that Master Benjamin eliminated this option right away with a single swipe of his finger. That narrows down your selection somewhat. Let me introduce the next variant to you. This is the Demolisher edition of the Dark Zephyr. It is all about enhancing your mech's offensive melee combat capabilities to the highest possible extent. The speed and maneuverability of your machine will not be as good, but he will gain a much more impressive capacity to inflict damage, especially on large targets. How? With the help of Resoblast alloy. This is a resonating alloy that has a very simple but powerful effect. It can convert strong kinetic energy as well as true resonance into shaped explosive force. The more energy you exert in the resonating ability, the more powerful and the greater the area of effect of the explosion. This resonating material will give your deceptively small light skirmisher the ability to punch far above his own weight class. The projection played another footage where an ace mech approached a large alien battleship. The ace mech first had to go through the transphasic energy shields, but it managed to get past them very quickly. A rapid series of powerful explosions collapsed the energy barriers when the ace mech struck with a pair of hammers. Once the ace mech reached the side of the enemy ship, the machine gained to strike the hull with its hammer. A succession of large explosions wrecked the interior of the battleship as the resonance-empowered strikes released energies that could rival that of tactical weapons of mass destruction. Though Tusa was not a fan of wielding hammers, he deeply became impressed by how this relatively small ace mech turned into the equivalent of a mighty siege engine with the help of Resoblast alloy. Chapter 6172, Official Titles. The Demolisher edition of the Dark Zephyr sought to turn the living mech into a highly mobile, but also highly destructive wrecking ball. Although this development route lacked the grace and elusiveness of the base edition, the hammer-wielding light skirmisher possessed a destructive capacity that could easily crush any large warship. It was an ace mech that was entirely geared towards inflicting mass destruction at close range. The destructive features of Resoblast alloy neatly compensated for the Dark Zephyr's prior inability to inflict mass damage. However, the capacity to inflict destruction at a large scale was not the only criteria that Tusa cared about. How good is the effect of Resoblast alloy when used against powerful but compact enemies such as other ace mechs? The ace pilot asked. The hammers can channel a large amount of force in any direction of your choosing upon impact, Master Benedict said. As long as your willpower is strong enough, you can narrow the blast cone so that it resembles a rod. This approach will concentrate the kinetic forces of your resonance-empowered attacks and can overwhelm or penetrate many strong defenses. The most notable shortcoming is that it is impossible to concentrate the blast force any further. This will make it difficult for the Demolisher edition to penetrate through particularly strong armor. If the enemy also possesses excellent shock-absorbing capabilities, then the explosive forces produced with the help of Resoblast alloy will not be able to inflict effective damage against enemies with particularly powerful defenses. That was a concern to Tusa. The Demolisher edition excelled at damaging large-sized targets, but its ability to defeat smaller but much more powerful enemies was questionable. This was especially the case when the configuration of this version sacrificed a bit of mobility in order to enhance its offensive power. Resoblast alloy is powerful, but it doesn't fit my style, Saint Tusa eventually declared as he crossed his arms. Don't get me wrong, I like the hammers, but using them changes my combat approach so much that I won't be able to recognize myself anymore. Besides, with the breakthrough of Isabel Cotin, my clan doesn't have to worry about inflicting mass destruction once she has recovered from her heavy injuries. The problem with that last statement was that Isabel required at least several years in order for the Larkinson clan to regrow an entirely new body around her brain and spine. A lot could happen during this time. The Larkinson clan was bound to confront a lot of native aliens, whose massive resource and home ground advantages allowed them to accumulate a lot of big warships and defensive fortifications. The base edition of the Dark Zephyr was not efficient at eliminating large quantities of massive enemy units. This meant that foregoing a very convenient solution like the Demolisher edition would impair Saint Tusa's ability to dominate the battles in the coming years. Most of the other versions of the Dark Zephyr were much more suited for targeted strikes against high-value targets. There was still value in taking out the flagship of a fleet, but such an act hardly affected the morale of the more disciplined and hardened aliens serving in the real war fleets of the major races of the Red Ocean. Very well, Master Benedict nodded. I merely drafted the Demolisher edition to present you with an alternative choice, as well as a means to expand your horizons. Even if you reject the concept that I have presented, I hope that you will at least become more aware of the greater possibilities at your disposal. First-class ace mechs are exceptionally powerful. In the past, it was impossible to design a light skirmisher that can easily destroy entire battleships. But now that the Dark Zephyr is about to reach this new standard, you can break any rule you want. Tusa had to admit that the Demolisher edition truly broadened his horizons. He appreciated Master Benedict's effort, but he also wanted to stay true to himself. Are there any other variations of the Dark Zephyr? There is one more. The Duelist edition of the Dark Zephyr seeks to satisfy your craving for achieving supremacy in single combat. This configuration boasts slightly thicker armor while still retaining high mobility. On the premise of possessing a trump card in the form of the Dark Wind module, I have sought out a resonating material that can bestow your ace mech with another means of inflicting strong attacks without draining too much energy. Can't we use B30 Shattersteel? Tusa questioned. B30 Shattersteel has the potential to break through all defenses, but it has several major shortcomings. Its effectiveness against massive enemies is inconsistent, and it is entirely useless against smart metal and certain types of biological matter. This is why the Duelist edition should ideally be paired with a resonating material that does not rely on repeated attacks in the same areas in order to breach particularly resilient defenses. I have also tried to find a better match with your E-energy attributes. The ace pilot grew intrigued when he heard that. The previous variations all sounded nice, but theft did not quite match with his domain. So what material did you find? It is another recently developed face-water-infused resonating alloy. Different from Erleman, Sunder Metal is a resonating material that does what its name suggests. When integrated into a bladed weapon, any contact with solid matter can produce a molecular dissociation effect. The effect is not too strong at low power, but when affected by much greater true resonance, it can easily split highly resistant materials in half. Channeling more true resonance into the weapon can also enlarge the molecular dissociation effect, allowing your ace mech to cut targets that are much larger than the blade itself. However, unless you have grown into a senior pilot, it is not advisable to make too many demands on Sunder Metal. You are not even close to utilizing it to its true potential. The projection changed to show an ace swordsman mech with this resonating alloy in action. The machine wielded a sword and confronted a variety of alien warships. The sword infused with Sunder Metal was quite effective against transphasic energy shields due to the fact that it was also a transphasic product. The mech easily overcame the transphasic energy shields of the enemy vessels before beginning to cut apart the hulls with surprising effectiveness. The ace mech fought as if it wielded a blade that was at least 5 times longer. That was not all. When the ace mech in the projection sparred against another ace mech, the one that wielded the Sunder Metal blade continuously wore down the defenses of its opponent until it finally delivered its crippling blow. The Sunder Metal sword glowed with concentrated power as it neatly managed to sever the enemy machine's left arm. Impressive, St. Tusa uttered. Sunder Metal was a powerful offensive resonating exotic. It was not bad when used against massive opponents, but it was even better when employed against particularly tough and damage-resistant enemies. Tusa did not have to worry too much about lack of offensive power if he piloted the Duelist edition. He vastly preferred the effects of Sunder Metal over B30 Shattersteel and Resoblest alloy. However, it was clear that the Duelist edition was less versatile than the base edition. So much of the former hinged on the effectiveness of Sunder metal that the Dark Zephyr would get in trouble if it was not effective. The Duelist Edition is designed to excel in attacking powerful individual combatants, but not much else. Master Benedict confirmed Tusa's thoughts. Due to the infusion of face water, Sunder metal is particularly domineering. It cannot be combined with Turbulenta, that can increase the invasive capabilities of your living Mech. That was a disappointment. Turbulenta did not sound impressive, but Tusa was confident his Dark Zephyr would suffer much less attacks with the help of this resonating exotic. So these are the variants that you came up with, Master. I am not limited to drafting 5 different development routes of the Dark Zephyr. There are many other resonating materials that I have left out of consideration. I do not believe it is necessary to overwhelm you with too many choices. These are the strongest and most compatible Mech configurations that I can produce with the information that I have on hand. If you are dissatisfied with all 5 of them, then I can take your feedback and use it to develop a more fitting Mech configuration. That won't be necessary, Master. I am already pleased with these options. I do not see much point in exploring other options. Saint Tusa furrowed his brows as he continued to contemplate the different variations. He knew that as long as he did not change his mind later on, the development route he chose today would define his career for the rest of his life. The powerful resonating materials integrated into the Dark Zephyr would allow it to excel in specific areas. Tusa may become famous for banishing powerful opponents or cutting through the toughest armor with a single strike. As long as he performed well enough to make an unforgettable impression, the people around him would eventually bestow him with a title related to his greatest strength or feat. Obtaining a title that was recognized by the public was an important turning point to the career of any Mech pilot. It was not too unusual for Mech pilots to gain a variety of titles, handles, call signs, and other pseudonyms from various different sources. Mech pilots or other people that possessed officially recognized titles could use them as their primary legal names, thereby reducing their former human names to relics of their mortal past. However, as long as the public acceptance and recognition of these messy titles remained low, they didn't count according to the official institutions of human civilization. Only a big institution such as the Red Association had the power to officially approve and register a title. Once that happened, the Mech pilot completed a life-changing transformation from mortal to transcendent. Mech pilots or other people that possessed officially recognized titles could use them as their primary legal names, thereby reducing their former human names to relics of their mortal past. This was why people always referred to the Destroyer of Worlds by her imposing title, rather than her distinctly less impressive human name or Irene Mox. In any case, it was a bit of a stretch for Tusa to obtain an officially recognized title when he was a mere expert pilot. There were just so many demigods that it was difficult for any of them to earn widespread fame. The story was different for ace pilots. They were much more powerful and much less numerous. Their combat feats were also so much more impressive that they could easily capture the imagination of billions, if not trillions of people. Saint Tusa did not consider himself to be as vain as Vincent Ricklin, but he was still human enough to crave validation. Who didn't want to become a hero? Therefore, earning an official title was one of his most desired goals after becoming an ace pilot. He was still aiming to become a god pilot, but this was such an enormous goal that it was impossible for him to succeed in the foreseeable future. It was much easier for Tusa to settle on a more attainable goal. The upcoming alien offensive granted him the perfect opportunity to climb up to the galactic stage. Many heroes would rise in the coming years. A lot of ace pilots that previously went under the radar were bound to become famous and inspire red humanity to resist the native aliens. Saint Tusa was the first ace pilot among his clansmen, but that was not the extent of his ambitions. He wanted to become the first true war hero of the Larkinson clan. Now that more dazzling clansmen such as General Ark Larkinson had yet to trigger their second apotheoses, Tusa felt an obligation to stand up and prove that his clan was not weak in terms of martial might. With this goal in mind, Tusa quickly narrowed down his selection to just 2 options. Chapter 60, 173 Solo or Team Player. As much as Saint Tusa wanted to have it all, it was impossible for his dark Zephyr to excel in every area. The closest the living Mech could come to performing like a mythical Omnimech was the distinctly boring multipurpose edition. Compared to a theoretical Omnimech that possessed all of the advantages of every Mech archetype with none of the associated weaknesses, the multipurpose edition was too lacking in hard power. Tusa hated the indecisive nature of a multipurpose Mech. Every machine that carried 20 different miniaturized modules could seemingly do everything, but never managed to excel in anything. This was why he rejected the multipurpose edition, despite how tempting it sounded to possess very little weaknesses. He believed he could do more for his clan if he became overwhelmingly strong in a single function. He already ruled out the Demolisher edition as well, because it tried too hard in forcing him to become a different ace pilot. As much as he didn't like it, Tusa already accepted the fact that his piloting style would never be good at inflicting mass destruction. The more concentrated and surgical nature of the Duelist edition appealed to him a lot more, but the over-reliance on Sunder Metal made him hesitate. It was a powerful resonating alloy for certain. He preferred it over B-30 Shattersteel, as Sunder Metal could breach enemy defenses in an instant. However, he also recognized that the effectiveness of Sunder Metal was heavily reliant on his resonance strength. As a material designed for use by senior ace pilots, Saint Tusa would struggle to use it to its full effect for many years. Activating the associated resonating ability to the fullest extent several times in quick succession would quickly drive him to exhaustion. While Tusa was still attracted by the powerful long-term prospects of Sunder Metal, he did not consider it appropriate to sacrifice so much immediate combat power to fully make use of its power. Certainly, Tusa fully believed that as long as he continued to practice and familiarize himself with Sunder Metal over the span over decades, he could one day become so powerful at freeing parts and limbs from his most formidable enemies that even phase whales would run away in terror after encountering his dark Zephyr on the battlefield. However, Tusa couldn't wait that long. The Larkinson clan's position in society was still too precarious. If his dark Zephyr remained underpowered in the coming years, he wouldn't be able to protect his fellow clansmen during a period where they were lacking in high-end combat power. "What will happen if I pick the Duelist edition?" the ace pilot asked. "The premier branch of your clan will depend heavily on your Mech to protect its forces against phase leaders and particularly powerful warships in the coming years," Master Benedict answered. "So I need to be ready to fight as hard as I must. Is that what you are saying?" First-class Mechs are expected to take part in a higher level of warfare than you are accustomed to. The premier branch will not be fighting against the rabble that our expeditionary fleet is accustomed to thrashing. The war fleets of the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean are truly formidable to the point where they can give the Red 2 a run for their money. These are the enemies that the first-class Mech pilots of your clan are expected to fight. Aside from your Dark Zephyr, the most your clansmen can count upon are the handful of warships your clan is permitted to field. Tusa frowned. Once his Dark Zephyr got upgraded to a first-class ace Mech, he would no longer be allowed to fight alongside the soldiers of the expeditionary fleet. He didn't like it. These were his brothers and sisters in arms. They could never enjoy enough protection, especially now that the Red War was about to escalate. Then again, Tusa understood the Larkinson clan's desire to build up a first-class Mech force. There were too many powerful threats that could destroy the clan if it lost the protection of the Red Association. The Larkinsons suffered betrayal too many times to let others become responsible for their safety. Only a true first-class Mech force was powerful enough to allow the Larkinson clan to maintain a true foothold in the new frontier. In addition, St. Tusser recognized that a powerful ace pilot like himself also served as an additional form of deterrent against the enemies of the clan. The thing about deterrence was that it should never be based on falsehoods. Tusser needed to possess a degree of combat effectiveness that was high enough to truly make the enemies of the clan back off. If his ace Mech struggled to launch powerful attacks, then that would obviously not be enough to scare away the most powerful of adversaries. I originally wanted to pick the Duelist edition, but if I can't keep up with the likes of the Mars in the following decade, then forget it. Tusser sighed. Benedict actually looked a bit surprised after he heard this resolute rejection. I calculated that there is a high probability that you would have settled for the Duelist edition. I specifically designed it to address several of your greatest grievances at once. It not only possesses high offensive power, but its growth ceiling is very high. It may take an extended amount of time for your Dark Zephyr to come to power, but your utilization of Sunder Metal will never reach a hard limit until you have become a peak ace pilot. Even if your living Mech has not been updated for several decades, you can still rely on your growing resonance strength and your increasing mastery of Sunder Metal to keep up with newer and much more updated ace Mechs. Tusser would be lying if he said he was not interested in this benefit. The Larkinson clan did not adopt an incremental update strategy like the Cross clan. Who knew how long it would take for the busy Vess and Gloriana to finally turn their attention to the Dark Zephyr once again? The ace pilot understood that, barring special circumstances, the upcoming upgrade would be the only one that the Dark Zephyr would enjoy for at least a decade, if not longer. This meant that Tusser had to make sure he would remain satisfied for an extended period of time with this upgrade. He still shook his head. Be that as it may, I don't think that is enough of a reason to pick the Duelist edition. It is not as if the other variants are much less useful in the long run. That is true. Which one do you prefer then? I have narrowed down my choices to the base edition and the Banisher edition, the ace pilot answered. I understand their pros and cons well enough, but I cannot make up my mind on the combat system that I should specialize in. The base edition is familiar ground to me, but the Banisher edition allows me to make a greater impact in large battles. The base edition's combination of Turbulenta and B-30 Shattersteel promised guaranteed performance, yet did not introduce anything drastically new or powerful. The Banisher edition's reliance on the new and powerful Erleman would allow the Dark Zephyr to become a fearsome saboteur and disruptor, but also became a less powerful duelist due to a reduction in offensive and evasion capabilities. Tusser closed his eyes as he struggled to make a choice that would define his entire career. It was too difficult to commit to a single development route. Seeing that the ace pilot could not make up his mind, Master Benedict made a suggestion. Tusser looked relieved. That is a good suggestion. I will spend a few days exploring my options. Do not be in a hurry to decide right away. Time is of the essence, but it would be terrible if you make a decision that you will eventually come to regret. Perhaps it would help you clarify your opinions if you listen to your friends and family. Ask your fellow Larkinsons what they think. Whether you agree with their standpoints or not, you should eventually gain a clearer idea on which version of the Dark Zephyr fits you best. Tusser looked relieved. That is a good suggestion. I will spend a few days exploring my options. He truly needed the break. Once he left the cyclical engine, he began to contact numerous Larkinsons in person or by remote order to hear what they had to say. There are merits to both the base edition and the Banisher edition, Venerable Janzi Larkinson thoughtfully said. From the perspective of our clan, the Banisher edition is much more useful to us. It is not necessarily a configuration that will earn you a lot of personal glory, but it is easier to tip the balance in our favor during pitched battles. We have other high-tier expert pilots that can do frontal combat much better as long as they break through. St. Tusser should have known that he would hear this kind of answer from Janzi. What if I go for the base edition instead? I would respect your choice, Tusa. You should always choose what is best for you. I am simply telling you what is best for our clan if you care about that. If you want to manipulate the battlefield and ruin the plans of our enemies, then pick the Banisher edition. If you want to become a versatile high-mobility troubleshooter, then go for the base edition. I know what I want, but my goals do not necessarily align with yours. Janzi gave Tusa a more measured response than he expected. He felt glad that she would not condemn him if he ended up picking the base edition. Tusa decided he needed to hear an opinion from the opposite side of the spectrum. He knew exactly who to approach. Venerable Vincent Ricklin scratched his head in confusion. I didn't expect that a big-shot ace pilot like yourself can be so indecisive. If you want my honest opinion, I think you are overthinking this issue way too much. Why don't you listen to your heart? Neither the base edition nor the Banisher edition appeals to me, but if I had to make a choice, I would pick the former. You can't go wrong by sticking to the classics. Besides, I know you well enough that you love to duel against powerhouses. The Banisher edition is much more useful to a team player. You think I am unable to be a team player? Tusa doubtfully asked. Vincent chuckled. Tusa. I am not saying you don't care about the rest of us, but you're a man. It is in your nature to pursue glory and defeat powerful enemies. Picking the Banisher edition will only make you suppress your aggression and turn you into a meek pilot that thinks about retreat at the first sign of serious resistance. A real ace pilot shouldn't be like that. A real ace pilot needs to possess the unflinching confidence that they can defeat any enemy, no matter how much the odds are stacked against them. Don't be a coward. Be a hero. Make the right choice. Despite the fact that Vincent was still a mere expert pilot, he had an uncanny ability to inspire Tusa's sense of manhood. The ace pilot couldn't help but become affected by Vincent's emotional appeal. What was Tusa's true nature? Was he a trickster, or was he a saboteur? Did he prefer to dance on the edge of the knife by dancing around powerful opponents? Or would he rather spoil their plans by banishing them or their key war assets into another dimension? The more Tusa thought about it, the more he came closer to an answer. He only wanted to seek out one more opinion before he locked in his choice. Vess, I need your advice. The physical projection of the Mech designer smiled. I have heard about your little inquiry. You are indeed facing a big decision. Let's explore what is holding you back. Chapter 60, 174, No Turning Back. Ask away, Tusa. What do you want to hear from me? I haven't studied the draft designs too closely, but I can share my own views on the technical and conceptual traits of the two variants of your Dark Zephyr. As the creator and one of the lead developers of the Dark Zephyr, Vess knew a lot about the powerful light skirmisher. The current iteration of the Living Mech was one of his best works. Although Vess had little involvement in Master Benedict's plans to upgrade the Dark Zephyr into a first-class ace mech, he still had access to all of the reports that Gloriana received. Even if Vess was busy with other matters, he always made sure to devote enough time to stay up to date on the developments of the first ace mech of the Larkinson clan. He had a strong personal stake in this matter. The strengths and weaknesses of the future version of the Dark Zephyr had a very large impact on the first-class mech force that he was planning to form in the near future. Vess did not have a personal preference on which version of the Dark Zephyr that Tusa should choose. He only cared about whether the ace pilot would be able to fight at his best when he obtained his desired ace mech. St. Tusa spent a few minutes sharing his thoughts on the subject. He then proceeded to ask a question. How easy would it be for the design department to upgrade or modify either versions of my battle partner? The reason why I am asking this is because the Red War is developing quickly. New technologies are coming out every year. If possible, I would like my mech to be kept up to date more frequently than before. That was a reasonable request. Ace mechs deserved better treatment than expert mechs due to their much greater strategic value. Vess thought for a moment. Gloriana should be able to give you a better answer on this. From what I know, the technical demands of the Banisher edition are not as high. This variant is primarily designed to move faster on the battlefield, so that you can quickly exile high-priority threats into other dimensions with as little delay as possible. It only relies on a single key resonating material to perform its primary role, so it is much easier to augment the more basic capabilities of your Mech with lesser resonating materials. Master Benedict has already taken the initiative to augment the mobility of the Banisher edition through this method, but we can also change that to boosting the Dark Zephyr's defenses or attack power. That was an informative answer. Tusa nodded in gratitude. What about the base edition? Well, I am not an authority in high-level materials science, but putting two powerful Ace Mech-grade resonating materials in a single Ace Mech is bound to create a lot of strain, shall we say. When your resonance strength is still on the low end of an Ace pilot, it will be more difficult to keep the base edition stable when your living Mech is operating at high intensity. It is like piloting a volatile explosive. There should be enough safeguards to prevent your Mech from exploding, but there is very little leeway to push the limits further when you are still a rookie Ace pilot. The situation will improve once you have grown stronger and subjected your Dark Zephyr to a lot of willpower baptism. The metaphysical strengthening of the Mech frame will give Gloriana greater leeway in applying additional resonating materials. These were technical considerations that Tusa was not previously aware of. It was interesting to learn about these differences. I have another question. Vess, are you working on new tech now or in the future that could make the base edition or the Banisher edition a lot more powerful? Which one has the best chance to become a lot more effective when our society has managed to make a lot more progress in advancing new technologies? That was a rather difficult question, but Tusa happened to present it to the right person. I cannot say too much about other fields of technology, but I know a thing or two when it comes to face water technology, hyper-technology, and e-technology. In my opinion, it is harder to apply innovations to the base edition. There is not much room for improvement to weapons that have integrated B-30 Shattersteel because its effect is so simple and direct. Turbulenta presents more possibilities, but they won't be game changers. Are you saying that it will be different for the Banisher edition? The physical projection of Vess nodded. The Banisher edition is like a soft reset of your Dark Zephyr. It is a new configuration that has yet to undergo years of refinement and optimization. Its signature resonating ability is also very new and flexible, which means that there are many ways to improve its performance by making targeted modifications to your living Mech. That was an interesting difference. The Banisher edition should receive more dramatic upgrades in the medium and long term. Which of the two variants plays better with face water? The base edition is not too dependent on face water, Vess answered. Sure, it can be used to strengthen and speed up the relatively thin Mech frame, but these are standard applications. The use of B-30 Shattersteel makes it less important for the knives of this variant to possess strong penetrating capabilities. I see. I suppose it is very different for the Banisher edition. Correct, Tusa. I suspect that your recent exposure to face water may allow you to unlock the hidden potential of Erleman, if it even exists. It is one of the few face water-infused resonating alloys available so far. The Mech industry knows too little about how this extra detail affects the performance of resonating materials in real-world scenarios. I won't lie to you, Tusa. I think that part of the reason why the Red Association has put Erleman on the war exchange is so that people like you can field test this new material. That caused the ace pilot to frown. He did not exactly wish to turn himself into a test subject, especially without making it clear from the start. Then again, the Resonance Smith personally invented Erleman. He would never deign to release anything too unstable that could pose a real danger against ace pilots. His reputation for excellence made it impossible to consider Erleman an unstable experimental material. It is an honor to help the resonance smith collect more data, Tusa said in a neutral tone. I haven't thought about my connection to Facewater. I myself don't really know what exactly I gained out of completing that stupid challenge of yours. All I've noticed is that I am getting along a little better with Facewater technology. Maybe this is one of the reasons why I have become drawn to the Banisher edition. Don't let this single factor dictate your choice. There is more to the Banisher edition than Facewater. There are also the design spirits to consider. I have been meaning to ask about that, Vess. From what I can see, the base edition plays well with both Trisk and Arnold. The Banisher edition, on the other hand, doesn't have a strong connection to Arnold anymore. I am also not very certain whether this variant is compatible with Trisk. Vess chuckled. Your thinking is too limited. It is true that Trisk embodies the concept of freedom, but the act of banishing an enemy does not necessarily contradict it. Instead, you can treat it as an opportunity to liberate your enemies from the prison that is called the material realm, and send them to one of the many other dimensions that exist. With the power that the Banisher edition commands, you practically gain a key that may lead you to a lot of different dimensions. Saint Tusa was sharp enough to hear the elevated interest in the Patriarch's tone. You sound like you favor the Banisher edition over the base edition. Sort of, Vess answered. Let me be honest. From the perspective of the Larkinson clan, you are more useful as an asset if you pick the Banisher edition. It is also in my own best interest that you pick this development route. However, I do not want to force you to take on a role that you are truly not interested in. Any short to medium-term benefits pale in comparison to our ultimate long-term goal, which is to help you transcend into a god pilot. If the base edition makes you more comfortable and grants you greater confidence in overcoming your challenges, then by all means go for it. What is best for you is also best for our clan. Tusa's expression softened a bit after he heard that. He was grateful for Vess for not trying to pressure him into selecting one variant over another. The base edition represented a continuation of his existing fighting style and allowed him to pilot what may ultimately become the strongest light skirmisher to ever exist. It was important for him to make the final decision himself. There was a lot of promise in either development route. The base edition represented a continuation of his existing fighting style and allowed him to pilot what may ultimately become the strongest light skirmisher to ever exist. The Banisher edition took a very different turn by granting his Dark Zephyr a powerful new gimmick that could become his defining ability due to how great of an impact it could have. Tusa truly felt torn between choosing a configuration that allowed him to earn more personal glory and a configuration that enabled him to become a more useful helper to the Larkinson clan. Of course, making progress until he successfully became a god pilot was the best possible way for him to do well in both areas. Tusa. What is it, Vess? Let me guess. The reason why you are struggling so much is due to a conflict between your selfish desires and your sense of duty to the clan. Tusa plainly admitted it by nodding. That is one of the reasons why I have been postponing my decision so far. I think my domain is pushing me to choose the base edition, but I don't know if I will be able to forgive myself if that makes me unable to save our clan from a catastrophic defeat. Vess shook his head. I think you are approaching this the wrong way. You are the master of your domain, not the other way around. The reason why your domain is tied to the concept of freedom is because you yearn to be free and unrestrained. However, you are still a human. You still have the freedom to choose, to act illogically, and to contradict yourself. Don't make a decision just because it is what your domain prefers. Settle on a variant that you look forward to piloting the most, even if you cannot list out all of the reasons why. Even if your choice conflicts with your domain, then impose your will onto it until it conforms to you again. This final piece of advice cut through all of the fog and confusion that filled Tusa's mind, ever since Master Benedict presented him with so many options. The ace pilot once again radiated clarity and certainty as he decided on his future course as an ace pilot. If that is the case, Then I want to take a chance on the Banisher edition. I think I am ready to try something new and different." Vess grinned. "Good choice. Our clan will support your decision all the way. I will pass on your preference to Gloriana and Master Benedict so that they can quickly get to work. Make sure to get ready to redeem the necessary quantity of Erleman from the war exchange. It is really expensive and has limited availability, so it is better to acquire it sooner rather than later." Saint Tusa did not know whether he made the wrong choice at this junction, but once he spent almost all of his accumulated war merits on Erleman, there was no turning back anymore. Chapter 60, 175 Tusa's Value. After Vess ended his call with Saint Tusa, he tried his best not to grin like an unhinged madman. He felt ecstatic. Out of all of the draft designs that Master Benedict Cortez whipped up as possible evolutions of the Dark Zephyr, Tusa picked the one that provided the greatest benefit to Vess and the Larkinson clan. Hesiach. Although Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was the first member of the clan to advance to the rank of ace pilot, he would soon be joined by others. Isabel Coton had already broken through, and there were many high-tier expert pilots that just needed to take one step further in order to reach the same rank. Although not even Ilvain could predict the timing of pilot breakthroughs, the Larkinson clan nurtured enough peak ace candidates to be able to win the jackpot at least once or twice in the upcoming campaign. This was not a certain bet, but Vess did not think that Tusa and Isabel were the only pilots in the Larkinson clan that could undergo apotheoses for a second time. The other high-tier expert pilots possessed their own strengths. They just needed a single powerful opportunity to push themselves past the threshold. Whether that was receiving an updated high-tier expert Mech or fighting an extremely intensive battle during the imminent alien offensive, Vess had already formulated a few plans based on the assumption of specific individual breakthroughs. If the future matched his predictions, Saint Tusa's role in the Larkinson clan would automatically change from a frontline leader to a flanking supporter. This was what fit Tusa best. His Dark Zephyr functioned best when the light skirmisher was not the most ostentatious presence on the battlefield. It would have been great if Ark broke through and came back to the clan. Vess sighed. Ark was by far the best candidate to take a leading position in any large Mech force. His domain and his combat system all hinged on becoming the brightest star in the field. Still, Vess could work with others if necessary. Janzi Larkinson, Joshua Larkinson, and Kaysella Ingvar all possessed good leadership or inspirational qualities. Each of them had the potential to elevate the Larkinson clan's premier fighting forces in different ways. As harsh as it sounded, Vess did not include Tusa on that very short list. It was not that Vess had no faith in Tusa's leadership abilities. He could certainly step up if there was no better alternative. He was just not suitable for this prominent role. If not for the fact that St. Isabel Coton's distorted breakthrough and traumatic injuries caused her mental stability to drop off a cliff, Vess would have already prepared a plan to turn her into the standard bearer of the Larkinson clan. In any case, Tusa's decision to adopt the Banisher edition was fantastic news to Vess. The Dark Zephyr with the power to exile troublesome enemies to another dimension had many useful applications, but Vess mainly prized one use in particular: loss mitigation. Yes, Vess did not naively assume that his forces would be able to win every battle in the future. The Larkinson clan became stronger, but the enemies his forces were expected to confront were growing stronger as well. Part of that is due to the technological and organizational improvements made by his opponents. The rabble that the Larkinsons previously looked down on in the past was slowly getting better and better. All of the trash had already been wiped out, but that meant that the second echelon forces that remained were much better. The expeditionary fleet should no longer have it as easy as before. Another part of the increasing difficulties was that the first-class Mech force that Vess intended to raise in the near future had to fight against the real enemies of red humanity. The Torment fleet only gave the Larkinsons a small preview of what it was like to fight the main war fleets of the major alien races. Against a real Orvan, Nuncer, or Pulmer warfleet, the Larkinsons were bound to suffer a lot of casualties in battle. After all, if not even the well-equipped R-Ray and R-Ref warfleets could win their own battles without losing valuable soldiers and assets, how could the Larkinson clan possibly do any better? Even if the first-class Mech force of the Larkinson clan actively tried to avoid any alien warfleets that posed too great of a threat, there was no guarantee that a confrontation could be avoided forever. The price of losing was far too great to Vess. This was why, before he thought about the benefits of winning a battle against such powerful opposition, he needed to think about what must be done if his forces lost a battle. This was where the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr came into play. If the living Mech truly incorporated Erleman as a key resonating material, then the machine should be able to buy the Larkinson forces enough time to retreat. Saint Tusa did not even need to kill the winning enemies. As long as he used his ace Mech to banish a handful of extremely powerful warships or units that possessed the greatest lethality, the remaining alien enemies had a much smaller chance of wiping out the fleeing Larkinson troops. Perhaps the pursuers may even decide to interrupt their chase, for fear of getting defeated in detail. This was a role that only Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr could perform. Theoretically, any other ace pilot that was compatible with Erleman could fulfill the same purpose, but the situation was not so simple. Out of all of the high-ranking Mech pilots in the Larkinson clan, a light Mech specialist such as Tusa possessed the highest agency on the battlefield. His Dark Zephyr was the fastest and most evasive Mech of the Larkinson clan. The light skirmisher could visit any corner of the battlefield and get away without suffering any significant consequences. Only Saint Tusa was able to execute a mission as dangerous as flying in the middle of the formation of an enemy warfleet and banishing the well-protected flagship before slipping away. There is absolutely no way that Janzi and her Bastion can pull off the same feat. The Bastion possessed the lowest mobility out of all of the Larkinson expert Mechs, and that was fine. She was fully geared towards functions that did not require her to maneuver around a lot. There were still many medium expert Mechs that possessed decently high mobility, such as the First Sword and the Evert Shanger, but it would be a waste to integrate Erleman into them. It was better to play to their strengths and let them excel in different areas. In any case, once Gloriana and Master Benedict are done with upgrading the Dark Zephyr, I have much greater confidence in the success of our upcoming deep strike expeditions. It was only when the Larkinsons finally jumped deep behind enemy lines and fought against the native aliens in their home turf that the threat of annihilation was the greatest. The addition of a Mech like the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr served as a powerful guarantee against any unexpected surprises that the aliens may spring. After all, as competent as the Red Two's intelligence-gathering efforts may be, it was impossible for their spies to discover every phase whale enclave. Any manner of threats could hide inside those secretive pocket spaces. What happened in Davut back then was just the mildest form of ambush, as the ones inside merely consisted of a minuscule defeated remnant of the original race that occupied the planet. Other planets might be hiding much more terrible enemies, from adult phase whales to secret armadas. Well, the Dark Zephyr can't take care of any enemy. Vess briefly frowned. There was not much he could do about that. The only way to increase the chances of survival was to team up with other powerful deep strike fleets. Perhaps he should think about fighting alongside a friendly Terran or Rubarthan Mech force. In any case, there was an entirely different reason why Vess was happy about the Banisher edition, and it did not have anything to do with combat. Vess saw a potential synergy between the Banisher edition and the latest upgrade of the Mech designer system. One of the issues that troubled him when he chose the upgrade track corresponding to Dimension Breach creation was the insanely high AP cost to get the Dimension Observatory up and running. While Vess expected to make a bit of progress on that in the near future, he was still on the lookout for cheaper alternatives. The Banisher edition may be able to serve as that cheaper alternative. What he did not mention to Tusa was that the Dark Zephyr did not necessarily have to use the resonating ability associated with Erliman on enemy units. What if the Banisher edition of the Ace Mech exiled a friendly probe into a random dimension? That probe would enter into a completely different facet of reality, record a lot of useful data, before subsequently coming back to the material realm. As long as the probe survived the abnormal environment of another dimension, it might be able to provide enough data to skip the need to employ the Dimension Telescope. In fact, as long as the Banisher edition gained more power and control over the banishing process, Vess could even render the Dimension Telescope redundant. Forget about investing thousands of AP into this expensive device. As long as the Dark Zephyr was able to produce the same results without spending a single ascension point, only a fool would commit to the more expensive option. As Vess continued to daydream about how the Banisher edition might be able to facilitate his dream of plundering lots of unique and valuable resources from other dimensions, he soon reminded himself that this was not the time to think about expansion. Instead, he needed to spend more time on making sure his clan was able to weather the incoming storm. What is taking the aliens so long? Vess briefly frowned. The big offensive that everyone was afraid of had yet to kick off. This should be good news to Red humanity, as it gave everyone more time to prepare. However, the Red Cabal was not stupid. The Phase whales may possess alien thinking that caused them to make decisions that did not make immediate sense to humans, but they had all proven to be rational and self-interested enough when their core interests came under threat. This suggested that the native aliens needed to wait until they completed their own preparations. Whatever schemes they had in mind were bound to deal a nasty blow to Red humanity. "There's nothing I can do," Vess sighed. He had grown faster and more powerful than any Mech designer of his generation in the Red Ocean. He was the model of a successful pioneer that had managed to rise up by taking advantage of the opportunities of the new frontier. He even became the catalyst to the formation of a new hegemonic organization that had the potential to stand equal with the Red Association and the Red Fleet. However, Vess did not let these accomplishments go over his head. He knew quite well that he firmly remained in the palm of the hands of the true big shots of Red humanity. Vess was quite sober in his realization that he was still a chess piece, as opposed to a chess player. He only managed to promote himself from a pawn into a bishop or something. Regardless, a chess piece remained a chess piece. Vess had little actual agency in his ability to influence the strategic direction of human civilization. At most, he could use his most radical inventions to slightly nudge Red humanity in one direction or another. This was why he quickly put the matter of the Red Cabal's schemes aside. It was not his responsibility to foil the plans of the native aliens. He had better ways to spend his time. One of them was to contact Kedis to discuss the withdrawal of some of the combat forces in the Reticula-Corine system. Chapter 60-176, The Weight of Responsibility. When Vess finally made contact with Kedis by remote, the latter looked a little glum. This was a rather uncharacteristic appearance from the young journeyman. Kedis had always been positive, upbeat, and confident about herself and her future. Yet now, Kedis' mood and posture made no attempts to hide her disappointment. Meow. Lucky, who had previously been resting on Vess' desk, noticed the swordmaster's depression. The gem cat jumped from his perch and flew over to the physical projection of the sword maiden Mech designer. The arrival of the cat succeeded in lifting her mood, if only by a small extent. "Oh, hey, Lucky, it has been a long time since we met each other," Kedis said as she held the gem cat in her arms. "How are you doing as of late? Are Vess and Gloriana's children keeping you company?" Meow, meow, meow. Kedis spent a little time indulging herself in cat therapy before she shifted her attention back to Vess. "I suppose you did not call me, because you wanted me to reconnect with Lucky. Vess nodded. We need to discuss the follow-up arrangements of Task Force Salus. Now that the Emperor Tree is out of the way, how much progress has been made to take control over the major Salus gas deposit? It is taking a long time for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to examine and clear out the massive root system underground, Kedys reported to Vess. That doesn't stop us from disassembling Chimera Base back into modular construction parts before bringing them over to the Emperor Tree, clearing in a much more strategically important location. Emperor Base is still under construction, so it will take time before we can begin to harvest large volumes of Salus gas. The harvesting and export of Salus gas was a key part of Vess' future plans. The exotic gas had already demonstrated many amazing capabilities that could make any Larkinson Mech a lot more powerful. Chimera Base previously hosted a small gas harvesting operation, but so little Salus gas sputtered out from that minor deposit that it could never satisfy the demand of the Larkinson clan. This time was different. Once Emperor Base got up and running, the Larkinsons could finally harvest and make use of as much Salus gas that the Emperor Tree previously monopolized. This was the greatest benefit of eliminating that tall and incredibly resilient calamity plant. There were many possible uses of Salus gas. Vess already intended to build a huge stockpile of it in reserve for the purpose of producing or upgrading every Larkinson Mech with alloys laced with this special material. What excited Vess the most was that Task Force Salus already managed to harvest enough Salus gas to upgrade the Dark Zephyr with this material. Unfortunately, upgrading the masterwork Archimech with altered alloys that included Salus gas was incredibly tedious and troublesome. It would have been much more convenient if the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III incorporated these highly anticipated materials, but Task Force Salus hadn't made as much progress at the time. Oh well, at least the process of upgrading the Dark Zephyr to a first-class ace Mech gave the Larkinsons a chance to incorporate this overdue upgrade. Vess was glad that he did not have to address this headache in person. He already delegated this problem to Gloriana and Master Benedict. So how are the risk factors on the surface of Reticula Corine V? Have the other calamity beasts shown any signs of movement? Not for the time being. Kedys shook her head. Our ships in orbit and the probes that we have sent to their gas-filled locations have not detected any indication that they are preparing to attack Emperor Base. This can change at any second, so true safety can never be guaranteed unless our clan takes full control over every corner of the globe. That is not possible for the time being. The Red War takes precedence. This is also why it is about time to transfer Venerable Desi, Venerable Joshua, their expert Mechs, and a large proportion of Task Force Salus back to the expeditionary fleet. If they begin to move out in time, they can catch up to the first battles that will soon break out across the border regions. The Swordmaster sighed. I understand the need to reinforce the expeditionary fleet, but the situation on the ground is not yet stable. If a calamity beast decides to attack Emperor Base one day, there is no way the garrison forces over there can defeat this opponent. It's okay, Kedys. Whoever is left can evacuate the base. It's just a bunch of construction material and so on. We can always come back later and try to gain a foothold on the planet again. It is more important to end your mission and get back to what is important. Don't you want to return to the expeditionary fleet and fight against our real enemies? The woman looked glum again. I do, but... Vess narrowed his eyes. He already guessed why she was in this mood. What is wrong? I feel like a failure, his former student frankly admitted. I tried my best to exercise operational command over Task Force Salus. I set up the missions that allowed us to fulfill several goals, but also cause our clan to suffer severe losses in return. We had no choice but to exile Town and Laney. Isabel also came very close to dying and needs to undergo heavy treatments for several years in order to regain her health. I could have prevented all of these losses from happening. Meow meow. Lucky tried to console the swordmaster by acting cute, but it was a pity that Caddies was too obsessed with her perceived failures to pay attention. Vess stepped closer and slowly reached out to place a hand on her shoulder. Failure is a part of commanding troops in battle. No fight can proceed without losses. Haven't you forgotten that every time a Mech pilot steps onto a battlefield, they already considered the faint but realistic possibility that they may never return alive? When Town and Laney agreed to take part in that ill-fated mission, they accepted the risks, knowing that they can never stay safe if they want to push themselves beyond their limits. Neither of them died in the end, so the worst did not happen. That is actually a pretty good outcome. Even if they died, that is no reason for you to beat yourself up. Losses happen. All you can do is to learn from your mistakes and try your best to avoid a repeat. Caddies grimaced and firmed up a little. I am not unused to seeing the people around me die. I am a sword maiden, remember? It is just that this is the first time that it happened under my command, and to people who I care about more than most. I was eager to prove myself, you know. In the end, my decisions were partially responsible for giving Town and Laney lifelong trauma and nightmares. You'll get over it, Vess reassured her. As long as you continue to stay in charge, your troops will suffer more and more losses. This is an inevitability. Once the deaths reach a certain scale, you will no longer take it personally anymore. Trust me, it happened to me as well. Remember all of those big and painful battles we fought back in the old galaxy? I used to take the losses hard as well, but I learned from those ordeals and made my clan stronger so that it is no longer prone to losing half of our troops just to win a Pyrrhic victory. That is progress. For whatever reason, Caddies did not welcome's opinion. Honestly, Vess, I don't want to become like you. I don't want to see so many people who have put their trust in me die because they misjudged me. I never imagined that the weight of responsibility is so heavy. I could bear the weight during times of peace as mistakes are never fatal. But now that I have led Task Force Solus on this dangerous planet, I am afraid that I do not have what it takes to become a field commander. Vess smiled but shook his head as he gazed into her eyes. You are a journeyman and a swordmaster. That is already impressive enough. There is no reason for you to excel at field command as well. Leave these sorts of operations to professionally trained military officers such as Commander Kaysella Ingvar. That does not mean that there is no place for you in the hierarchy. Instead of trying to make so many important decisions yourself, you should delegate more responsibilities to your staff. Your job is to set the goals and other high-level directives of your unit. Let the underlings below you figure out all of the detailed stuff. That put Caddies to thought. Though Task Force Solus definitely had a robust staff that already took care of such matters, she never gave them the credit they deserved. Perhaps it was a mistake to pay too much attention to the frontline combatants as it caused her to neglect her staff. I suppose you are right, Vess. No, stay. I know you feel bad about yourself, but you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether you are suited for command or not, you cannot escape this responsibility. This is the only way you can effectively grow as a swordmaster. The only other alternative is to completely disregard your safety, as well as the cruelty of modern warfare, by taking part in every infantry action in person. You can only truly do this by boarding enemy starships that have already been crippled and secured from the outside. And even then, there are a lot of risks. Do you still want to exercise command during the upcoming campaigning? Vess inquired. There may be cases where the expeditionary fleet will split up or send small detachments to reinforce the defenses of different locations. There is still room for you to be in charge. I know it is important for you to remain involved in real conflict in order to promote your swordmaster progression. Caddies paused for a moment before lowering her head. It is not the only method. I think I may not be suited to exercise this responsibility. Maybe it is time for me to distance myself from the action and join you over at Diandi Base so that I can design my mechs in peace for a few years. Vess frowned. He would welcome her arrival, but he did not think that was the best course of action for her. Kedis was an even more extreme Mech designer than himself. As a true swordmaster, how could she possibly distance herself from the blood and fire of true warfare? No, stay. I know you feel bad about yourself, but you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether you are suited for command or not, you cannot escape this responsibility. This is the only way you can effectively grow as a swordmaster. The only other alternative is to completely disregard your safety, as well as the cruelty of modern warfare, by taking part in every infantry action in person. You can only truly do this by boarding enemy starships that have already been crippled and secured from the outside, and even then, there are a lot of risks. That is still a better alternative than putting myself in charge of troops and having them die due to my mistakes. Caddies, I won't force you to do something against your will, but please reconsider your decisions. Once you return to the expeditionary fleet, you should go and visit Commander Kaysela Ingvar and hear what she has to say about your experiences. Promise me that you will have a good talk with her. If you have done that and still decide to relinquish your command responsibilities, then so be it. I hope you will change your mind, though. Why do you care so much about this, Vess? Because there are very few people I trust with my back, caddies. There are so many new people in my clan that the overwhelming majority are strangers to me. Sure, we have the golden cat bringing us together, but this is only partially effective. As my power and influence grows, it becomes more important to build an inner circle consisting of comrades who I can absolutely depend upon in good times as well as bad times. You have stuck with me in both situations. I haven't forgotten about that. This is why you must be capable of assuming greater responsibility in my absence. I don't have many people I can count upon. Chapter 60, 177 More Swords. As Vess explained his hopes and explanations to caddies, the swordmaster appreciated what she heard. It felt good to hear that Vess, the Mech designer that she looked up to the most, was willing to trust her with his back. As a sword maiden who was born and raised in the frontier of the old galaxy, she knew how precious it was to earn such unreserved trust. She only shared this sentiment with the original surviving members of the Sword Maidens, such as Venerable Desi. There was no need for Vess or caddies to say too much about this subject. They understood each other implicitly. The times they spent together in the past still caused them to maintain a bond of trust. I will try, Kedis said as she sounded a little more motivated. I will consult Commander Kaysela and others to figure out what I should do next. I am not as eager to take charge as before, but I will do it if it is necessary. However, there are many talented and capable officers in the clan. They can do this job a lot better and don't require a lengthy learning process like myself. I am sure you are clever enough to figure out the answers. Aside from learning how to command troops, which is a useful skill to have for any leader, you will also be able to take charge of an entire wing of our growing clan. It's impossible for me to control every aspect of the Larkinson clan. Instead of trying to do the impossible, I would rather delegate responsibility to trusted people like yourself. Don't underestimate the value of acting as my agent. Once the clan grows big enough, you will have a massive amount of people and assets at your disposal. You can pursue a lot more goals once you are in charge. I don't mind what you do with your power as long as it is not too disruptive. Vess crossed his arms. That is true, but I don't know them in person. Perhaps I can rely on their professionalism and sense of duty towards the Larkinson clan to obey my directives, but I am afraid they choose to reject my orders during a critical time. I don't want to bear this risk. These folks can still issue orders and such, but I want to place people on top of them to make sure my troops remain under my control. You can be one of them, caddies. What do I get out of this? The swordmaster skeptically asked. I am sure you are clever enough to figure out the answers. Aside from learning how to command troops, which is a useful skill to have for any leader, you will also be able to take charge of an entire wing of our growing clan. It's impossible for me to control every aspect of the Larkinson clan. Instead of trying to do the impossible, I would rather delegate responsibility to trusted people like yourself. Don't underestimate the value of acting as my agent. Once the clan grows big enough, you will have a massive amount of people and assets at your disposal. You can pursue a lot more goals once you are in charge. I don't mind what you do with your power as long as it is not too disruptive. That sounded like an invitation for Caddies to become enfeoffed noble within the clan. Did Vess wish to develop her into a prominent leader that could act as his loyal vassal in the future? If this was the case, Caddies did not have a strong reason to reject this invitation. She learned enough from Vess that if she truly wanted to gain control over her life, she needed to be in charge of a group that was powerful enough to fight for her interests. When she thought about her ambitions, she became more determined to give wartime leadership another shot. As a swordmaster, she was able to read the trends of the Red Ocean well enough that conflict would only grow more severe in the future. The times of relative peace that humans enjoyed before the Great Severing was already a thing of the past. If Caddies was not able to make the most out of the turbulent times to come, she would not be able to take advantage of all of the opportunities that could help her grow into a star designer as well as a sword god. Seeing that Caddies already started to pull herself out of her depression, Vess changed the subject. By the way, Caddies, the expert pilots and most of the troops should travel straight back to the Bordel system to reunite with the expeditionary fleet, but you should take a detour to the new Constantinople system. I already informed you in the past that I need to talk to you in person. The subject is a little sensitive, so it is best to avoid any mention of it over insecure channels. The female Mech designer did not look pleased. Can it wait? Just because I am not eager to take responsibility does not mean I want to stay away from our soldiers. I want to support them, even if I can do little more than to raise their morale like an expert pilot. Visit New Constantinople Romanate first. This truly cannot wait. You will understand once you get here. There are several important matters that we should talk about. As my confidant, you can't go around acting as my agent if you don't have a good idea of what you need to do. It is not a waste of time for you to come to my location. Though Caddies felt frustrated by his refusal to share anything specific, she eventually nodded. Fine, I will pay a visit to you. I truly hope that you make this diversion worthwhile, she said in half-resignation. Vess grinned. He was absolutely confident that Caddies would not regret this decision. This was because he finally intended to expose the Mech designer system and invite her to become its second user. The two Mech designers proceeded to chat about a few other subjects. One of them was the next iteration of the first sword. The design department is not ready yet to start the upgrade project for the first sword. Once we have upgraded the Amaranto and the Riot and observed their subsequent performance, we can finally turn our attention to the first sword. Have you already formed ideas on what Venerable Deceased Expert Mech should obtain aside from all of the standard upgrade package? The standard upgrade package consisted of all of the expected improvements. This included quasi-first class, face water technology, hyper technology, architect, second-generation god body method, ultimate module, Salu's gas integration, and more. It had been a long time since the first sword came to life. Her last update had also taken place several years ago. Technology advanced so much during this interval of time that the standard upgrade package actually translated into a gigantic leap in performance. And this was just the mandatory improvement that Vess imposed onto every old expert Mech. Caddies did not look like it, but she was actually really excited about most of these upgrades. She understood the benefits of face water technology and hyper technology quite well. The fact that the first sword never enjoyed their full benefits for so long was a mistake. She also learned the value of Salu's gas, even if she hated what it wrought onto her forces. It was a terrible material when utilized by the enemies of the Larkinson clan. This was why she felt it was all the more important that the first sword, as well as other Larkinson Mechs, firmly utilized this advantage. As much as she heard about the benefits of the other improvements, Caddies still found it difficult to understand and accept the weirder stuff, such as Architect and Ultimate modules. Still, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III served as physical proof that the latest innovations of Vess and Gloriana delivered on their promises. Venerable Deci would definitely benefit from piloting a Mech that incorporated both advanced technologies. I have come up with a few ideas I want to implement in the next version of the first sword, Kedis answered. I have been working on additional improvements for a while now. My design philosophy can do a lot for swordsman mechs, but previously I was only able to provide a handful of benefits. I couldn't do much aside from making their blades sharper and imparting their weapons with one of my sword styles. Not all of my research has produced good results, but I think I can apply at least one major improvement to the first sword. Oh, Vess immediately grew more interested. Would you like to share more about what you have been working on, or are you still working on the details? The swordmaster and journeyman mech designer hesitated for a few seconds. She was not as innovative as Vess and had yet to develop as many design applications as him. She was afraid her own work might not meet his standards. For the sake of the first sword, she decided to share her thoughts. If it turned out to be bad, then she would at least hear about it sooner rather than later. Very well, I will share my ideas with you. Please do not be too harsh on me. One of them is based on your most recent work. It is more speculative than anything. I intended to discuss with you on whether it is feasible when we are finally ready to design the upgrade project for the first sword, but I may as well bring it up now. Oh, you have my curiosity. Keddy's physical projection sat down and began to pet Lucky, who was lying comfortably on her lap. The enormous distance between their locations didn't matter with the help of physical projection technology. The simulation was not entirely perfect, but it was good enough to get the job done. My first proposal is to add Living Fae to the first sword. Living Fae. Out of all of the possible suggestions that Kedys could make, Vess never expected her to develop an interest in the characteristic living spurs that turned the Fae Fiona line into one of the best-selling mechs of the LMC. What? You don't think Deci is capable of controlling Fae in combat? No, that is not it. If a high-tier expert pilot is unable to employ a set of 4 or more living Fae in combat, then how are ordinary pilots supposed to do any better? I responded like that because I never peg Venerable Deci as an expert pilot that bothers to use other weapons aside from her decapitator. Kedys gave him an understanding expression. I can see why you would think this way, but I can assure you that Deci is not as rigid as you think. She is disappointed at how she failed herself during the last 2 missions. She has taken a good look at herself and concluded that she needs to fight like an expert pilot as opposed to a swordmaster or something else. She did not elaborate on the latter, but that was not important. How do you expect this to work, Kedys? Is Deci willing to let go of her no-ranged weapons rule that you sword maidens insist on following? Not quite. For now, I think it would be useful if the first sword could be accompanied by a set of defensive and auxiliary Fae. Think about additional Azure energy shield generators and space suppressors. If that is too uncomfortable for Deci, then we can pair her with sword Fae instead. Vess adopted a dubious expression. Drones, mounted with sword blades, don't exactly have a good reputation. You are not wrong. They indeed perform terribly compared to their ranged weapon equivalents. I think I can do better. Much better. The other mech designers do not understand swordsmanship as much as I do, so they are still blind to the greater possibilities. Give me a chance. I will flesh out this proposal and give you a more detailed explanation at a later date. This is really exciting, but it is admittedly difficult to realize. Her aura grew stronger and brighter when she brought up this topic. That meant her full proposal was bound to be amazing. Ordinary Fae would never be able to make her so eager. Vess looked forward to meeting her in person even more. He already anticipated that their confidential talk at that time would change both of their lives forever. Once he opened up the system to Kedys, there was no turning back. He really hoped that he did not misjudge her loyalty. Chapter 60-178, Frontier Warlords. Kedys shared a few more ideas on future upgrade directions for the first sword. Many of them did not sound as dramatic as pairing up the first sword with living fae, but Vess did not mind. He was glad that his former student possessed an adventurous spirit and kept trying to think up ways to give her Mech an edge over the competition. If Kedys did not possess a strong enough enterprising spirit, then she would never be able to excel in this industry. A Mech designer who only sought to keep up with the competition had already lost from the beginning, because such a loser only needed to suffer a single setback to fall behind. In contrast, a much more innovative Mech designer like Vess, who managed to gain market dominance in several product categories, managed to build up a lot of strategic depth. If he ever fell into a disadvantage, he could continually cede market share in order to buy enough time to make a comeback. Products like the most recent Fae Fiona and Ultimatum lines still managed to preserve an invincible lead in their respective niches. The competition was not letting the LMC get away with completely dominating those markets, though. At the very least, most rivals who hadn't given up on the markets for second-class drone mechs or heavy artillery mechs managed to readjust their positioning and appeal to more budget-conscious customers. This was not a market segment to be underestimated. The demand for cheap mechs had skyrocketed as many of the colonies situated in or just behind the border regions invested massively in their defensive forces. The expansion of so many planetary garrison units happened on an enormous scale. This meant that it cost a huge amount of money to fund these expenditures. The cheaper the product, the more mech a customer was able to buy. Aside from outfitting elite forces, it made little to no sense to invest in the infamously expensive products of the LMC. The Ultimatum, though undeniably powerful and incredibly accurate, was extravagantly priced at 30 MTA credits. Typical heavy artillery mechs could already be bought at around 4 to 8 MTA credits. Sure, the customer would get an objectively worse performing mech in return, but when space and logistics were of no concern, it was better to field 6 generic heavy artillery mechs in a defensive stronghold than a single Ultimatum. This was not a long-term solution to undermine the Ultimatum's absolute dominance in the upper end of the heavy artillery mech market, but it gave the rival mech companies hope of regaining much of their market share. They did not necessarily have to design a mech that performed better than the Ultimatum. The competitors just had to design a more attractive product. There was a difference between the two. Vess already read reports that the dominant mech companies were already in the process of designing low to mid-end hyper-heavy artillery mechs that performed well enough and were much more affordable to buy and maintain in bulk. The Red War was not just a war between high-end elite forces. The rabble that did not appear as heroic and barely managed to reach the top of the news portals also played an important role in territorial struggles. In any case, in order for Vess to achieve success and maintain his market leadership, he had to be competent enough to navigate these market dynamics. Kedys already made a good start by releasing her early Monster Slayer model, but she needed to do more in order to become a serious force onto the market. The good news was that she was making progress. The innovations that Kedys sought to apply to the next iteration of the first sword may very well serve as a prototype to innovative new commercial mech models. Whether she would succeed in the end or not was never certain, but Vess did not think she would fail. She had access to excellent support and infrastructure within the Larkinson clan. The advantages of working as a mech designer in the design department continued to grow over time. "I can feel it." The physical projection of Kedys spoke in a serious tone as she hugged the black gem cat tighter against her chest. "A dark cloud is about to engulf the Red Ocean. The coming war will not end soon. It will encroach upon our society and slowly drive everyone to desperation. I do not want my children and your children to grow up in this period, but there is little we can do about it. I don't expect my work to save red humanity, but I will do whatever it takes to make my children's childhood a little brighter. As a father himself, Vess agreed with Ketty's sentiment. He was no longer working for his own interests anymore. He also wanted his children to live well, and the best way to do that was to ensure that human civilization maintained cohesion. It's not going to be easy, Vess sighed. We can never win the Red War by relying on quantity. We can only do our best to increase the quality of our products and hope that our pace of innovation exceeds the speed in which the native aliens steal and adapt our technology. The aliens may be able to apply many of our stolen tech with the help of the cosmopolitans, but they cannot replicate our mechs. So long as we focus on that, we can always preserve our greatest technological lead. Technology was Red humanity's few remaining hopes of winning the Red War. That was the common consensus of the higher-ups. Vess agreed with it as well, but he put greater stock in another advantage: the unlimited potential of the human race. That was not to say that other races such as the Orvans and the phase whales possessed any less potential. However, their rigid societies and long-term stagnation made it difficult for Vess to believe that they would be able to keep up with humanity. As Vess finally ended his long but informative discussion with Ketties, he wrapped up his work and returned to his private villa in the evening. Vess, his wife and children enjoyed dinner before settling down to enjoy quality time in the evening. Of course, he had never stopped his work. He had left his cyborg leg behind in his design lab in order to work on the Amaranto Mark Roman III project, and his other incarnations were also helping in different ways. Vess still felt the need to cherish the remaining time of relative peace by letting his main self stay away from work and devote much of his attention to his family. This time, he decided to play a virtual board game that reminded him of pirate empires. Frontier warlords adopted a similar style of strategic gameplay, but it took place around the much more current setting of the Red Ocean immediately after the Great Severing. The game developer frequently updated the game and also released many interesting expansions themed around different alien races or specialized gameplay. Admittedly, the base game was rather bare-bones, but it truly came to life after customers like Vess bought all of the pricey expansions. Vess didn't care about the cost. He only cared about playing a game that truly encompassed the vastness of the Red Ocean. "Your turn, Vess," Gloriana stated. Oh, right. This turn, I intend to expand the fleet of my Pulmer raiding fleet by investing my funds in the construction of 2 high-end heavy cruisers. They should have all of the latest stolen human tech that the Pulmers managed to reverse engineer and adapt to their own tech base. They should be ready in 3 turns, though it will take longer to merge with my fleet. A section of the projected board screen. Somewhere inside the large stretch of alien-occupied space, a series of shipyards began to show that they were in the process of completing this order. Vess spent his remaining actions on making his fleet of Pulmer warships raid a highly developed colony on a human-occupied star system. The rich resources and advanced human tech on the planet should make up for the heavy investment that he previously made. "I'm done." Aurelia smirked when she finally got her turn. "It's too late, Papa. I choose to trade all of the favors I have earned from the Red Association to request a rushed portal jump to the E3 system. My Mech force should arrive just in time to catch the Pulmer raiding fleet at a disadvantage, thereby preventing it from disengaging early." "What? Is that what you are spending your favors on, Aurelia?" "It is better to eliminate your Pulmer raiding fleet earlier rather than later. The strategy guides taught me that Pulmer fleets are notoriously difficult to defeat at the later stages of the game." Vess groaned. Since Aurelia's single action was such a big deal, there was nothing else she could do in her turn. "Sister." "It's my turn now, hee-hee," Andrest exclaimed. "Papa, I want to make a trade." "What is it that you want, Pumpkin?" "I will try to save your fleet in exchange for becoming my vassal. You will transfer half of the profits you make to my account and do whatever I say." Vess' expression looked ugly. Are you blackmailing your own father? I am not Tilda, I am merely asking for fair compensation. Isn't this what you taught me, Papa? He, Tilda. I also taught you that everyone has a bottom line. I will take my chances with Aurelia's Mech force if you stick to your excessive demands. Let's do this. My Pulmer force will relinquish 30% of the profits to your phase whale, and it will also obey 3 reasonable requests, but no more. Once my Pulmers have completed their last request, you will free them from their vassalage. Is that agreeable to you? I will not accept anything worse. His second daughter struggled to make up her mind. In the end, she did not want to risk this deal. Fine, Papa. I will take action now. I am letting my phase whale Jenny initiate a cross-system teleport to the E3 system and team up with the Pulmer raiding fleet to beat back Aurelia's human Mech force. Sister, no fair, your phase whale is too strong. I only have one, and her actions are so expensive that I hardly managed to do anything in the previous turns. Did you know how long I waited for someone like Papa to get into trouble? Quiet down, children. No arguing, please. Gloriana sternly admonished her girls. Lucky, you are next. Meow. Lucky yawned as he woke up from his shallow nap. The gem cat raised his paw and began to press a series of projected buttons and levers. Lucky's secretive cosmopolitan cell, that had remained dormant in the past few turns, suddenly exploded into action. Icons that previously remained hidden from view, to every participant aside from Lucky, became visible. That was not everything they did. The cosmopolitans were blowing up space stations, sabotaging starships and detonating bombs inside various settlements in the star systems surrounding E3. It became clear that Lucky's wanted to generate enough disruption to slow down and hinder any additional human reinforcements to the star system in the center of his action range. What? Aurelia looked shocked. How many sleeper agents have you trained, Lucky, and how come you managed to predict that a fight would erupt in E3? The gem cat arrogantly lifted his head. Meow. Another cat began to make her turn. The elegant-looking Clixie used her paw to manipulate the interface of the digital board game according to her own plan. Clixie has invested her resources into furthering the development of her human colony, yet again. She has completed the construction of an industrial spaceport and has begun the construction of 3 light industry and 1 heavy industry factories. The Rubarthan Sentinel cat completely chose to avoid any form of conflict by setting up a colony in a relatively resource-poor star system in the rear of human-occupied space. This extremely steady development strategy was incredibly safe, but also incredibly boring and slow, which was why most players rejected this approach. Clixie was different. She unflinching kept reinvesting her resources into colony development, not even bothering to raise a token Mech force for defense. Meow, the cat declared once she was done with her turn. Chapter 6179, Tricky Plays. It's your turn, Marvane. The young boy furrowed his brows in a cute manner. He looked as if he was struggling to make a big decision. His choice of player group had a lot to do with his problems. Frontier Warlords had only been out for a few years, but it had released so many expansions that players could practically pursue any development strategy. Unlike Pirate Empires, the newer game tried to keep every game session short and fresh by imposing unique winning conditions for every group or faction. Total annihilation of all other players could definitely lead to victory, but the digital game board was so large and intricate that it was unrealistic to eliminate everyone. This was why players needed to race against time to complete their unique victory conditions as fast as possible. For example, Vess needed to make his Pulmer force plunder resources and acquire advanced human tech to complete the development of the first alien Mech. Andrast's goal was to evolve her Soul Leader unit from a lesser to a greater phase whale. Lucky needed to tip the scales so that red humanity entered into an unstoppable decline. Everyone knew what the other players needed to accomplish, so they could choose to take calculated risks to hinder each other's progress. This time, Marvane did not have the desire or the assets to intervene in the struggle between his father and his sisters. The youngest member of the family only had one goal in mind. I bet half of my resources and all of my actions into developing the ultimatum, Marvane declared. Yes, the Larkinson clan was one of the more recent additions to Frontier Warlords. Frontier Warlords already included a lot of states such as the Terran Alliance and the Colonial Federation of Davut. However, the game also added in expansions based on the more notable and successful organizations in the Red Ocean. The game developer joined the Larkinson clan right after Vess managed to attain civilization-wide recognition during the infamous public inquiry on living mechs. Naturally, the company first approached the Larkinson clan in order to negotiate a licensing agreement. Vess never received any reports related to this minor transaction, so one of his underlings must have taken care of this matter at the time. It didn't matter. Vess felt flattered that he and his clan not only became a part of this popular digital board game, but also became a popular player choice, especially among other mech designers. Unfortunately, Frontier Warlords focused so much on publishing new and pricey expansions that the game developers neglected to work on balancing the damn game. This led to the unfortunate fact that the playable groups were highly unbalanced. Many players developed a loathing for the Larkinson clan in Frontier Warlords due to a unique and exaggerated gameplay gimmick. The Vess in the game had some of the highest potential for innovation among any of the other named mech designers. He also happened to be the most unstable one. The exaggerated reliance on luck led to highly variable game sessions. In some of them, the Larkinsons managed to climb their way up to first-class standards much sooner, allowing them to demolish every player by relying on superior capital and tech. In other game sessions, the Larkinson clan remained stuck in second-class society and lacked too much funds and troops to do anything meaningful. In short, playing the Larkinson clan was bound to be exciting, as people would either obtain extreme satisfaction or deep despair, as Vess either succeeded or failed to develop a groundbreaking product. The randomness of the Larkinson clan reflected in the fact that 3 projected dice appeared in front of Marvane. One of his small hands reached out and tossed them out again. "Ha-ha," Andrest laughed. "You failed again." Marvane made a frustrated noise. "Why are you so bad in this game, Papa?" Vess chuckled and leaned over to kiss his frustrated son in the head. "This is just a game. It is never meant to be an accurate reflection of reality." Frontier Warlords has done a good job at representing how much of the success of our clan, Larkinson clan, is dependent on making a lot of calculated gambles. In reality, I have a lot of different ways to stack the odds in my favor. It is regrettable that this game doesn't include those options in order to maintain a semblance of fairness. So the game has to nerf you in order to keep it balanced. Pretty much, Vess smirked. Marvane's failure to make the Larkinson clan release a guaranteed bestseller in the form of the ultimatum was a major setback. The loss of time and funding meant that the boy had to scale back his ambitions and focus on recovery. "Mama, it's your turn now." "I am aware. I choose to dispatch my Hexer Mech force to the E3 system. I want to intervene in the battle over there, even if I know that I may be coming too late to defend Oralia's troops." The daughter in question perked up. "I will do my best to hold out." "You don't want to save her," Vess accused his wife. "You just want to pick up the scraps for cheap and sell them for a lot of money." That caused Oralia to deflate again. "Vess, stop telling nonsense. I am doing my best to keep Oralia in the game." The game session continued as every player encountered both successes and failures. Due to the accelerated time progression of Frontier Warlords, a lot of years quickly went by. The Red War progressed way into the future, causing massive changes throughout the galaxy. One of the ways that made Frontier Warlords so interesting was that all sorts of random factors determined the course of the Red War. In some cases, Red humanity successfully defended the border regions and disrupted the native alien offenses by conducting relentless deep strike operations. In other cases, the native aliens managed to gain superiority and smash through one zone after another, thereby driving Red humanity to an increasingly smaller corner. Other weird scenarios could also take place. For example, there was one where the Terrans and the Rubarthans successfully overthrew the hegemony of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Of course, many specific scenarios could be triggered through player intervention. A cosmopolitan player was able to negotiate a permanent peace deal between Red humanity and the Red Cabal if he managed to make all of the right choices. This outcome was virtually impossible to attain because other players had too many ways to sabotage such an extreme outcome. The only player standing in her way was Clixie, whose colony in the rear of human space had been left alone for so long that it had finally grown into a formidable high-tech research and industrial hub. All in all, Vess and his family experienced a mix of satisfaction, disappointment, and anger as the game session rapidly reached the end stage. Only 2 players remained in contention by this time. Andrast's leader unit had managed to weather a lot of different crises and was close to evolving into a greater phase whale. The only player standing in her way was Clixie, whose colony in the rear of human space had been left alone for so long that it had finally grown into a formidable high-tech research and industrial hub. The cat cleverly compensated for the lack of resource endowments by investing heavily in education and research to raise a lot of high-quality scientists and engineers. With so many brilliant people growing up in the colony, most of them went on to emigrate to other star systems in order to work for big enterprises. However, a small group of locals agreed to stay on their home planet and contribute to its prosperity. There were enough entrepreneurs among them that they managed to found numerous successful research institutions and production companies, many of which had become regional giants. Now, Clixie desperately sought to buy time for her colony to grow large enough to satisfy her winning condition by delaying Andrast's progress. "You scaredy cat, you did nothing but hide away from everyone. How dare you mess with Jenny?" "Meow meow meow." "Ha, your mercenaries are worthless. A phase whale can't be defeated by these Mechs. There's not even a single ace Mech in their lineups." "Meow." Only 2 more turns to go before Jenny becomes a powerful greater phase whale. "Meow." "What? How come you managed to find my hidden phase whale enclave? Wait, is that an RF strike fleet? It takes a huge amount of money and favors to mobilize the fleeters. You despicable cat. You deceived me. You gave up on trying to win the game by making your colony reach its growth target. You diverted the funds that were supposed to develop your colony further in order to get the Red Fleet to move." "Meow," Clixie responded with a toothed grin. Her tail was swishing confidently behind her back. "No, Jenny, get away. How did you manage to track my pocket space? I was sure I took enough precautions to keep it hidden." "Meow, meow, meow," the cat arrogantly explained. Andrast looked at her father in pain. "How could you, Papa? How could you sell me out to the humans?" "I needed funds in order to make a comeback after my fleet almost got smashed by your mother's crazy Hexer forces." Vess admitted his guilt. "I managed to eliminate her from the game, but it was a Pyrrhic victory in the end. I managed to scrape a couple of extra Pulmer warships with the secret deal that I have made. Not that it helped since Marvane of all players managed to ambush my fleet and crush it utterly. Saint Tusa is such a ridiculously overpowered ace pilot when fighting against Pulmer warships. His ultimate ability is too effective against the small alien hulls." Marvane had already gotten drowsy as he rested on Gloriana's lap. His only response was a slight curl of his lips. In the end, Jenny failed to escape the hunt of the Red Fleet. The phase whale got speared to the point where the fleeters managed to capture her alive. "Nuu. Maizuo." The ultimate winner of this session was Clixie. The cat preened with pride as she had proved her mettle as the strongest warlord among the gathered players. Okay, let's get ready for bedtime. It's time to sleep so that you can get ready for another day in school. Ottawa. I want to stay up and watch the new Talston Confidential drama. Where did you hear about that? Talston Confidential is not a show that you should be watching, young lady. As Vess and Gloriana were about to lead their children to their bedrooms, they abruptly paused as they received a silent alert. Soon enough, flashing red lights briefly engulfed the entirety of Diandi Base, as not just the Larkinsons, but all of human civilization received a dreadful piece of news. It's happening, Vess whispered in shock. He already expected something like this to happen, but now that the time had finally come, he still couldn't maintain his composure. Attempting to restore contact as soon as possible, but likelihood is low as special sensors have detected that the star system is entirely walled off by a new and unprecedented spatial anomaly. Prepare yourself for humanity. Chapter 6180, the start of the Red Tide. Red humanity was at war. In fact, humans had been at war with the native alien races of the Red Ocean since they secretly arrived decades earlier. Yet even after the opening of the new frontier, humans never really took the local opposition seriously. Humanity was the giant of the Milky Way. The race had managed to conquer far more territories than the alien hillbillies of the Red Ocean had ever traversed in their lives. How could a war against the phase whales and the other quaint aliens of this tiny galaxy make the humans feel concerned about the outcome of the so-called war? The only uncertainty that people held during the age of Mechs was how many years it would take before the superior humans managed to conquer every corner of the Red Ocean. Everything changed when the Red Cabal pulled off the Great Severing, yet this statement was not quite true. People's perception of the conflict between humans and the native aliens had most definitely shifted, but the change in mentality did not go far enough. A lot of humans may have begun to refer to it as the Red War, as if this conflict had become serious enough to be referred to by a more formal name, but far too many people did not feel threatened enough to take the alien menace seriously enough. Many people's false illusions about the danger of the Red War finally began to crumble today. On the 37th day of the third year of the Age of Dawn, the native aliens finally kicked off the dreaded Red Tide. The big offensive shook Red humanity awake. Though many people who were already asleep would probably learn about the explosive events later, it was undeniable that the entirety of human society in the Red Ocean paused in shock for a collective moment. Then, pandemonium erupted as everyone tried their best to figure out how the alien offensive affected their lives. As more news erupted, the public became informed about the huge amount of alien warships and face fighters bearing down on the fortified star systems that firmly kept the zones at the border in the hands of human civilization. Despite all of the time, effort and resources spent on bolstering the defenses of the star systems that would inevitably attract alien aggression, many people had little confidence that the defenders would be able to hold out for long. The quantity of alien opposition was too great. As Vess continued to read through a lot of news reports from many different sources, it became clear that the initial wave of the alien offensive could not be dismissed as easily as other alien incursions. Different from the ramshackle alien raiding fleets, the assault fleets were much better equipped and crewed. Every assault fleet was clearly comprised of more standardized and uniform modern alien vessels. Each of them incorporated at least some degree of stolen and adapted human technologies. While every alien warship was at least as tough and threatening as the Orvan vessels of the late Torment fleet, the good news was that a lot of hulls were dispersed throughout many fleets. The Red Cabal did not dare to concentrate too many expensive alien warships in a single humongous armada. That would just make it easier for a god Mech to intercept the armada and wipe out all of the warships at once. by dispersing the threatening alien warships across so many different fleets before sending off to attack many different star systems. Every god pilot stationed at the border could only mop up so many alien warships at a time. The Red Cabal clearly understood that relying on their huge numbers advantage was the best way to gain the upper hand. It worked. The public news reports already started to mention that several god pilots had taken action, but their actions only temporarily saved a few strategic star systems from getting breached and razed by the vengeful aliens. There were hundreds more star systems that were under imminent threat. How could a handful of god pilots possibly reach them all in time to relieve the assaults? This was the downside of relying too much on a very low quantity of super champions to lock down a lot of territories. Fortunately, the Red Fleet's dreadnoughts were picking up the slack, but they were not as overwhelmingly strong. On many battlefields where the defenders had to make do without such powerful backup, the fighting turned intense or desperate at a rapid pace. At this time, Vess had left Diandi base hours ago. He left Gloriana behind to soothe their restless children while he allowed himself to get teleported to the Terrask in orbit. The R-Ray heavy cruiser clearly entered into a heightened state of alertness. More armored troops patrolled the corridors, and the crew members all looked busier than ever. The atmosphere in the glaringly white and pleasant interior of the warship had clearly taken a turn for the worse. The Mechers, as powerful as they may be, could not repel the red tide by relying on their own forces alone. This caused them to feel frustrated. All of them were long-standing members of the Mech Trade Association before the Great Severing occurred. It was much harder for them to shake off the veneer of absolute superiority that they previously took for granted during the Age of Mechs. It was only now that the native aliens launched an offensive of such a massive scale that even the forces of the Red Association were swamped by the quantity of attackers. Even though several hundred star systems were under siege at the start, there were already plenty of signs that more alien assault and raiding fleets were crossing the border. Perhaps the incredibly numerous fleets did not encompass a large quantity of warships, but that was not the sole problem. As the initial fighting erupted in the orbits of strategically valuable planets and moons, Jovi Armelin pointed out a massive problem shortly after Vess arrived at one of the ship's operations centers. "The native aliens have learned more from our race than our tech," he spoke. "They have also gained a strong appreciation of our reliance on small craft." He gestured towards a projection that displayed one of the many battles occurring in space. The planet located in the first defensive band was surrounded by a ring of defensive platforms and fortifications. Together with a small garrison of RF warships and lots of different line fighter mechs, the defenders should have been able to keep the native aliens at bay for at least several days, if not a week. However, the aliens did not just bring over their warships this time. Accompanying them were massive alien cargo haulers. These massive vessels with enormous cargo spaces did not carry any ordinary goods, though. It turned out that the native aliens converted each of these former transportation hulls into improvised carrier vessels. Regardless of who these kilometers-long cargo haulers and mass conveyors belonged to in the past, they were all included in one of the many alien fleets for the sole purpose of bringing over as many face fighters as they could fit. The converted alien carriers were clearly terrible compared to modern human carriers. The former's defenses were paper-thin and did not properly secure all of the face fighters. Any major accident could destroy hundreds, if not thousands, of small craft. Not only that, but the former cargo vessels did not carry too many supplies and lacked the facilities to service and repair the small craft at a high pace. All of this meant that as long as the human defenders managed to weather the initial assault, the subsequent attacks would probably decrease in severity as the unqualified alien carriers struggled to service and rearm all of the returning face fighters. Unfortunately for Red humanity, this did not happen very often. The reason for that was that the assault fleets all deployed an overwhelming amount of face fighters. For example, the battle in the projection showed how over 100,000 face fighters were blitzing the orbital ring in a single massive attack run. The defending Mech forces could only deploy a third as much Mechs in comparison. Sure, the human Mechs could count on the orbital defenses for support, but the alien face fighters were also able to rely on the accompanying warships for additional firepower. The warring became intense, and the losses mounted at a dizzying pace. Hundreds of Mech and face fighters blew up by the minute. Due to the huge amount of alien face fighters, the defending Mech forces were unable to launch any serious attacks on the threatening alien warships. This was bad, as every alien armed vessel could rely on their powerful transphasic primary and secondary armaments to demolish the relatively immobile orbital defenses with ease. There was so much happening during this fast-paced battle that Vess could not focus everything at once. He decided to direct his focus on the Mechs in particular. "They're outnumbered. They're badly outnumbered," Vess grimaced. "Yes, they are," Jovi said in a serious tone. "The native aliens are well aware that their immature face fighters are unable to win against our Mechs in fair fights. This is why they have resorted to their own form of cheating by bringing at least twice as many face fighters that are stationed on every star system. This is not a coincidence. Every planet under attack is being besieged with face fighters that outnumber the defending Mechs by a very obvious margin. Just the sight of all of those face fighters is enough to shake the confidence of every human Mech pilot. As assaults like these unfolded across many different star systems, Vess noticed that the aliens utilized their face fighters a lot better than before. The native aliens not only increased their winning chances by bringing a lot more face fighters, but they also developed or retrained a set of simple but highly effective tactics. For example, when the alien face fighters enjoyed such an enormous advantage of numbers against the human Mechs, the former could employ all kinds of strategies and tactics that fully leveraged their ability to outflank or surround their enemies. This made it so that the quantity of face fighters mattered more than their quality. Their shortcomings became irrelevant as the aliens continually ganged up on the outnumbered human Mechs whenever possible. In the face of all of this overwhelming aggression, the human commanders had little choice but to pull back their Mech units. So this is where the native aliens spent so much time and resources on, Vess surmised. They want to crush our Mechs by swamping us with face fighters. I cannot imagine how much the aliens invested their face water and other previous resources into mass-producing so many small craft. I don't think it is worth it if their quantity is only on par with our Mechs. But now that they have fully leaned on throwing as many of these face fighters into our lines as possible, the individual strengths of our brilliant Mech models don't matter as much anymore." Jovi looked troubled. "The situation at the border regions is not optimistic, I admit. However, the native aliens have yet to attack or pass through the 4th and 5th defensive bands, so the front lines are unlikely to get breached entirely. I am more concerned about the complete isolation of Bridgehead 1. That is clever of the aliens. Their main assault on the border regions will force us to commit most of our available forces in this war theater. It will be a lot more difficult to divert forces to Bridgehead 1. Do you know what sort of enemies are attacking it? They are definitely targeting the Greater Beyonder Gate. I hope you guys have taken our warning seriously. I can assure you that your unconventional assistance has resulted in changes," Jovi replied. "I cannot say whether we have made enough preparations. Early signs indicate that multiple ancient phase whales have arrived in Bridgehead 1 before completely isolating the entire star system from the rest of the dwarf galaxy. How many god pilots are assigned to defend the Greater Beyonder Gate?" "1. Just 1. Chapter 61, 81 Doomed Soldiers. Across Red Humanity's borders, a hurricane crashed against all of the fortified positions at once. The Red Tide offensive had begun. The native aliens spent so much time on building up their assault fleets and equipping them with more modern tech for the singular purpose of overwhelming the barriers that stood in the way of human extinction. Pretty much every alien soldier yearned to do their part into driving the hateful humans back to the edge of the dwarf galaxy before wiping them out entirely. This was pretty remarkable. The forces that had answered the call of the Red Cabal were composed of a lot of different races, cultures, and other subgroups. The full answer why this was the case would take too long to explain, but the essence of it was that the native aliens built up far too many grievances towards the humans over the past decade. Since their explosive expansion across the new frontier, the extragalactic invaders had mercilessly wiped out every native alien that occupied the precious planets that had already been earmarked as future colonies. The humans did not play by the rules and conventions that had been responsible for establishing a relatively stable galactic community. The deification of phase whales had long kept the 13 major races connected in a loose galactic community that transcended the barriers of race and cultures. Few of the local races liked each other, but they deliberately controlled the intensity of every scuffle below a certain level to avoid any disastrous escalation. Most of the alien leaders were rational enough to understand that if two civilizations went to war against each other, others would just sit back for a time before swooping in to mop up both sides at once. When such conditions remained stable for a long time, the native races were unlikely to engage in all-out slaughter. Despite fielding massive homeships that were capable of unleashing the same scale of destruction as human warships, the natives of the Red Ocean implicitly or explicitly agreed to withhold their most destructive arms in any violent conflict. This was not actually all that remarkable. A similar status quo existed in the Milky Way before the Age of Conquest. It was not until the rise and explosive expansion of human civilization that this uneasy but fairly stable balance shattered all at once. In the old galaxy, the greedy but insecure humans saw no choice but resort to lying, stealing, cheating, and other underhanded means to disrupt the regional status quo and supercharge their growth. In the new galaxy, the much more arrogant and uncaring humans disregarded the rights of the native life forms to an extremely callous degree. Humans only saw everything in the Red Ocean as resources that were just waiting to be harvested. Unfortunately for the greedy pioneers and colonists, the Red Cabal completely turned the situation around when they teleported the Red Ocean far away from the Milky Way. Now that the Red humans could no longer obtain any form of support from their much more powerful cousins in the old galaxy, the native aliens that previously got beat up more times than they could count finally gained a chance to exact their revenge. Regardless of the alien language they used to express their feelings, the crew members of all of the alien fleets unanimously cried out for blood and vengeance. The sheer collective fury and bloodlust among all of the aliens taking part in the first wave of the offensive boiled over to the point where it looked as if they dyed the space around them in red. The red nebula background that suffused the dwarf galaxy seemed to become a little richer and darker. It was as if the Red Ocean itself heralded the true beginning of the Red War and all of the bloodshed that was about to ensue. In the face of this momentous tide of red, the soldiers assigned to guard the strategically valuable border systems were all the first to face the brunt of this aggression. The pressure among the star systems located in the most forward and vulnerable first defense band was especially high. It went without saying that practically no sane human would want to reside in a star system located so close to angry aliens that wished to do nothing more than to genocide every human population center. This made it difficult for the Red II and the other major powers to assign enough troops in these crucial star systems. The leaders of human civilization briefly considered the option of automating the defenses at the most vulnerable and doomed border systems. However, they quickly dismissed this idiotic notion. Automated defenses could always be hacked. Even if the polymath herself programmed the cybersecurity defenses of the automated defensive platforms and armies of battle bots, there was always a way to circumvent them, either internally or externally. It didn't matter that the native aliens were much less capable of hacking state-of-the-art human AIs and algorithms. The damned cosmopolitan movement were just as proficient in hacking, if not more. These degenerate human traders had proven many times that they were superior hackers, as they relied on their ability to subvert electronic systems to engage in untold amounts of data theft and sabotage. The hidden presence of an unknown amount of cosmopolitan cells throughout human society was one of the real reasons why people developed such an unreasonable degree of fear towards extensive automation. No matter how convenient AIs may be, as long as one competent bad actor came around and completely messed them up, a disaster would occur. Human intervention and control, therefore, remained an essential component of Red Humanity's defensive layout. This forced the Red Ocean Union, the Terran Alliance, and the Rubarthan Pact to come together and hammer out a necessary addendum to the new elites program. Only after offering additional incentives were the three colonial alliances able to attract enough soldiers to the most dangerous star systems in the new frontier. Right now, hundreds of Mech pilots assigned to an elite Mech unit had gathered in one of the briefing rooms of an orbital space fortress. A gloomy atmosphere pervaded in the compartment. All of the uplifting and motivational banners displaying thrilling scenes of human victories or blood-pumping slogans failed to lift the mood. A relatively old 55-year-old Mech pilot called Josh Ketter stood in the middle of a crowd of fellow soldiers. Each of them adopted grim expressions as they listened to the speech of the R-Ray liaison. "Your hour has come," the well-dressed and impeccably handsome man said. "After months of waiting, the native aliens have unleashed their red tide upon us all, seeking to flood the defenses that we have painstakingly built in the border regions. As one of the many nails that our race and civilization has hammered into this star system, we must stand up and hold our ground no matter the cost." None of the Mech pilots showed any cowardice or hesitation. Sure, they might harbor a lot of fears inside their minds, but they possessed enough discipline to avoid exposing their insecurities. Each of you have chosen to do their most sacred duty to uphold the first defensive band. I shall not lie to you. Our forces are stretched too thin. The entire first defensive band is projected to fall within a week, if not less. This means that most of us may end up dead by the time 7 days have passed. The gathered Mech pilots did not show any strong reactions towards this news. They already expected as much. They knew what they signed up for. It would be stupid for them to change their stance on the matter now that so much time had passed. The Mecher liaison continued to address the honored soldiers. "Our preliminary analysis on the alien fleets that are on their way to break our planet's orbital defenses and bombard our strongholds on the surface has revealed several lethal threats. The more updated warships are not only armed with greater quantities of tertiary gun batteries, but also feature many more missile launchers. Do not get close to them, and do not group up too much. These anti-Mech warships can shred entire Mech companies in a matter of seconds under the right conditions." A projection of several different alien ship models appeared. Josh Ketter already recognized the distinctly broad hulls as warships belonging to the Orvan race. Just as the liaison had said, the Orvans had chosen to install less primary gun batteries in favor of installing a lot more tertiary gun batteries. The largest Orvan hulls boasted over 1,000 tertiary gun batteries, thereby allowing them to vastly exceed the firepower of a typical ranged Mech regiment. Aside from that, the native aliens have also prepared another specific counter to our Mech in the form of face fighters. The projection changed to display several civilian cargo haulers that had hastily been converted into dinky carriers. Although the conversions had been completed in haste, the terrible qualities of these former cargo haulers did not affect the immediate combat power of the state-of-the-art alien face fighters. Not only did they look fairly new and modern by human standard, their quantity was absolutely dazzling. These cheap capital carriers have shown up on every star system under siege, the R-Ray liaison said. They may look fragile, but don't think they can be blown up with ease. They are equipped with strong enough transphasic energy shields to resist sustained attacks. What truly matters is the fact that they can all transport at least 2,000 face fighters each. Since there are so many converted carriers within the alien fleets, we have already estimated that our Mech forces will be outnumbered 3-1. That caused the Mech pilots to finally express more emotion. Many looked dismayed at the prospect of trying to fend off 3 times as many face fighters. "Do not be intimidated," the speaker shouted. "The alien face fighters are difficult to eliminate, but you can still do it. The more you are able to eliminate, the more time you buy for us all. No matter how hopeless the battle may seem, remember what you are fighting for." As the most selfless line fighters to exist, each of your names will be remembered in our greatest halls of honor for as long as our civilization persists. A lot of Mech pilots puffed up their chests after they heard this. It was a dream to many of them to matter in some way. So many humans lived and died that it was too difficult for any of them to leave a notable legacy behind. If these elite Mech pilots were able to receive one of the highest honors by sacrificing their otherwise mediocre lives, then they would gladly make this trade. While Josh Ketter desired this honor as well, it did not excite him as much as his other goal. His thoughts strayed to his teenage daughter, who resided in a much safer star system far away from the dangerous border region. Many of you are not just fighting for yourself, but also for your families. The Red Association has already guaranteed that all of your offspring will be awarded with the title of War Children, thereby officially recognizing them as the immediate descendants of war heroes. The better your performance, the more generous the pensions, subsidies, and other privileges we bestow on your spouses and children. Our association will further grant all of your war children a chance to pass a low-barrier test to join its ranks. The greater your contribution, the more bonuses your offspring will receive. The eyes of many Mech pilots lit up as they heard this. Many of the veteran soldiers signed up for this duty for this express purpose. They fought not for themselves, but for their precious children. In a galaxy where many humans were about to experience a deterioration in quality of life and life opportunities, it would be great if their children could become a part of one of the most powerful human organizations in the Red Ocean. Chapter 60, 182, War Children. War Children had become a new class of people within the new Elites program. It was a way to reward line fighters for answering the highest calling. After all, by sacrificing their lives for a greater purpose, they would not be able to live to enjoy the rich rewards that they deserve. This was why the Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates came together and figured out a fair and reasonable way to transfer contributions to the next of kin. The class of War Children therefore came into being. Any child or adolescent below the age of 30 that bore this special title could enjoy a lot of conveniences. From pensions to easy access to prestigious educational institutions, these offspring who had lost their fathers or mothers to the Red War gained a much easier ride to success and prosperity. The benefits were substantial enough to motivate a lot of soldiers to volunteer for the ominous duty of trying to hold the line against the powerful aliens. Josh Ketter smiled as he thought about how his daughter would live far better than him. As a second-rater, he never dared to dream that his girl would be able to exceed him to this degree, but this time was different. Under the guarantee of the 3 colonial alliances of Red humanity, each of your war children will gain enough wealth and access to promising opportunities to fast-track their way to success. The liaison from the Red Association continued. All war children can expect to retain all of these benefits until they have reached the age of 30 or 10 years since they have received this title, whichever period is longer. After that, the war children can retain their titles, but lose all of the corresponding pensions and other privileges. If they cannot stand on their own feet after gaining so many promising career opportunities, then that is their responsibility. It was not the intention of the higher-ups to raise a growing number of good-for-nothings. The new elite program must always retain its essence, which was to promote the development of elites among the masses that normally lacked these opportunities. Josh Ketter did not begrudge the limits on Wart children. He had full faith and confidence that his daughter would be able to make good use of all of the benefits. Many of his fellow colleagues shared similar sentiments. They did not believe their sons and daughters would dishonor their parents by squandering the advantages of becoming Wart children. If they somehow failed in their studies and squandered all of their pensions on recreational stimulants, then their ghosts would come back from the dead and punish their useless children. Before I leave, I wish to announce one recent change to our battle plan, the liaison said, causing the gathered Mech pilots to pay closer attention. The additional time bought by the prior delay of the red tide has allowed us to make additional preparations. Our association has assigned a small stealth ship in the orbits of many fortified planets, including this one. The purpose of this ship is to wait until the attackers are on the verge of attaining orbital supremacy before quietly evacuating key personnel from this star system. How was this relevant to the Mech pilots? None of them possessed a high enough status to earn a place on this secretive evacuation ship. It would have been better if the liaison never mentioned it, as there was a higher chance the news might leak and prompt the native aliens to hunt the vessel down. The liaison smiled. A new opportunity has opened up for you. Yes, you. The coming days will test your mettle like nothing else. We are well aware that each of you have already made the determination to die, but what if I tell you that there is a small chance that you can live? The Mechers' words did not elicit much of a reaction. The veteran Mech pilots were not that easy to hoodwink anymore. It didn't matter. The Mecher was confident that his next announcement was bound to excite his audience. The sole criterion for earning a seat in the stealth vessel is not based on wealth, connections, or officer rank. You can rest assured that no one in this besieged star system can take the spot of one who is more deserving. This is because the only eligible passengers of our stealth ship will be Mech pilots who have managed to break through during the upcoming fighting. The audience became stunned as they listened to this surprise announcement. Josh Ketter and the other Mech pilots were not stupid. They quickly realized that they had gained a faint but realistic chance to make it out of this doomed star system alive, as long as they satisfied a single condition that was very easy to discern. However, the expressions of many soldiers soon began to fade. Josh was no exception as he thought about how hard he had tried to break through in the past. As a middle-aged Mech pilot who had served for around 3 decades, Josh never managed to exceed his limits throughout his career so far, and it was not for lack of trying. Now that his aging caused him to gradually lose his sharp reflexes and agile thinking, the father had gradually let go of his childish dream. The sensible decision to make was to treat this fleeting chance as a lottery that Josh was unlikely to win. This star system would become his grave if everything proceeded as he envisioned. Yet, if there was a light at the end of the tunnel, how could a soldier like himself remain indifferent to it? Even if the chance of reaching it was below 0.01%, that still motivated pilots such as himself to strive for a breakthrough in what may be their last attempt of their lives. The liaison smiled wider as he observed the effects of his announcement. The harder the Mech pilots fought, the more setbacks the invading aliens would suffer. Any additional losses and delays could sap the enemy's offensive a little more. This is a time of heroes and gods. The power of humble soldiers such as yourselves will always remain important, but the best way for red humanity to turn the tide against the native aliens is to draw out your potential and gain strength beyond the reach of mortals. Fight, kill, ascend. We ask nothing more or less from you. As long as you become an expert candidate or expert pilot during the upcoming battle, we shall do whatever it takes to protect you and evacuate you from the field. A brand new life awaits you within the ranks of our association. You will receive the opportunity to master the best skills and pilot the strongest first-class mechs, but only if you fight with the determination to survive. Break through, and you shall live. Die, and your offspring shall become war children. Many Mech pilots' eyes immediately grew red as they processed the implications of the liaison's words. A lot of Mech pilots that had already become resigned with their imminent deaths suddenly began to develop a renewed desire to make it out alive. Even if their best days were already past them, the veteran soldiers still wanted to fight for the small but not impossible chance to live past this week. "Josh," another Mech pilot excitedly whispered, "we can still live, haha. We can still make it of this doomed star system and become a high-end mighty Mecher. I bet none of us ever expected to enter the association at our ages. Think of how rich and powerful we can become. With the honor, glory, and merit of fighting in the 1st Defensive Band, we'll be treated as heroes everywhere we go. Your daughter and my brats will want for nothing once we get inside." As much as Josh wanted to feel as upbeat as his more optimistic comrade, he couldn't help but be realistic about his chances. "I will try like the rest of you, but we're old, Franklin. We can't keep up with the younger generation pilots anymore. We already put our best days behind us. We have begun to enter our twilight years. I will already be happy if I can turn my daughter into a wart child." Franklin jabbed his elbow into his friend's side. "Don't think like that, Josh. We are living in the age of dawn. Any miracle can happen these days. Think about how much happier your daughter will be if you return from the front lines alive. Don't you want to live long enough to see her grow up into a beautiful woman and hug your grandchildren?" The mention of what he might be missing out on created an ache in Josh's heart. His desire to live grew stronger. As long as he broke through, he could return and continue to take care of his daughter in person. "Thank you for that, Franklin. I don't know if your words will make any difference, but I will fight as best I can. That is what friends are for. If you ever manage to make it out without my company, please tell me you will keep an eye on my sons. The RA will definitely take good care of them, but I will treat them as if they are part of my own family," Josh earnestly promised. "I expect you to look out for my girl if the reverse happens." After the liaison shared the latest announcement, he quickly left the briefing room so that the Mech pilots could receive more mission-specific briefings from their superiors. Josh and Franklin did not pay too much attention to the final details. Every Mech pilot assigned to this dangerous star system had already studied and memorized the main defensive plans. They roughly understood the defensive layout and also comprehended their roles. The staff only made a number of last-minute adjustments to the plans in order to account for the enemy response. "Remember to maintain your distance from the enemy warships whenever possible," the officer in front of the stage emphasized. "The native aliens have begun to mirror us by unleashing a large amount of face fighters in our direction. Leave the enemy vessels to our orbital defenses and our warships. Your duty is to keep the face fighters at bay. You can think about attacking other enemies after you have cleared the enemy fighter screen." The Mech pilots felt rather mixed about needing to fight against the enemy face fighters. The annoying transphasic small craft were always troublesome to kill due to their strong energy shields. The fact that the Mechs would be going into the fight with a heavy numbers disadvantage also tempered people's confidence. However, Josh Ketter would gladly fight against a giant swarm of face fighters, then confront one of those threatening new anti-Mech warships. As the pilots finally got dismissed, Josh and many others proceeded down to the space station's hangar bays in order to enter their respective Mechs. "I am glad that we get to enjoy a good old-fashioned dogfight in what may be our final battle," Franklin said in a light-hearted tone. "Mech pilots like ourselves are trained for this. Those face fighters might not look like Mechs, but the resemblance is close enough, unlike with warships." Josh nodded in agreement. "MHMM, it is a good thing I am piloting the right Mech for the job. I hope this hangar bay has enough of the right Fae in stock." The two Mech pilots stopped before Josh's machine. As far as second-class Mechs were concerned, the Fae Fianna easily stood out from the rest, even if it was just the standard edition. Their silhouettes were unique, and their visual design was striking. Their characteristic glows also made it impossible for people to dismiss them as ordinary machines. "I am so jealous that you get to pilot such a new and well-regarded Mech." Franklin did not hide the envy in his voice. "How did you ever manage to get your hands on this machine?" "Would you believe that I won this machine from a membership raffle?" Chapter 60, 183 Siege Weapon. All of the fortified star systems located in the first defensive bands were never meant to last. The Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates may have a reputation for being wealthy and powerful, but their resources were ultimately finite. This meant that it made little sense to invest too many resources in the star systems that were ultimately supposed to serve as speed bumps to the alien offensive. Unlike the more well-equipped fortified star systems located further to the rear, the star system, where Josh was about to fight the battle of his life, did not receive a lot of luxuries. The RF was entirely absent. The RA only stationed a handful of aging warships, as well as a far too small contingent of first-class multipurpose mechs. The bulk of human resistance in this star system relied on the cheap but cost-effective second-class mechs and the bulky but relatively low-quality defensive platforms. This ensured that, when the star system eventually fell, Red humanity would not suffer too many losses. It was a pity that almost every mech pilot who volunteered for this exceedingly dangerous duty would not be able to make it out and leverage their abundant combat experience in other battles. However, people found it morally unacceptable to station younger and more vigorous soldiers in this doomed place. They were the future of Red humanity and deserved to live a lot longer. As mech after mech started to launch from the hangar bays of many different space stations, the orbit of the planet quickly became a lot busier. The mechs all grouped up with their respective units, but made sure not to enter into any tight formations. The machines also hovered close to nearby space stations and defensive platforms in case they needed to shelter behind the only forms of cover in this space environment. All of the mech pilots waited for the alien fleets to approach the fortified planet. It shouldn't take too long. The alien vessels all relied on their warp drives to rapidly cross through real space. Soon enough, the ships slowed down and maintained their distance just outside of the effective ranges of most weapon systems. "They are here," Franklin said as his rifleman Mech flew in the vicinity of Josh Ketter's Faye Fianna. "The enemy carriers are not wasting time in deploying their face flighters. Look at how many of them are launching into space." Thousands of them appeared within a minute. More and more face fighters steadily flew out of the converted capital carriers with a remarkably high degree of coordination. Most of the native aliens never took small craft seriously, but the astonishing performance of humans forced them to reconsider. Many of the Orvans in the cockpits of the face fighters only received a year of training or less. Mech pilots such as Josh and Franklin looked down on these aliens for that reason. There was no way the skills of those alien face fighter pilots could rival that of the worst professionally trained human Mech pilot. While there were certain alien races that adapted a lot better to fighter combat than others, the Orvans did not demonstrate any notable affinity to them. The biggest difference was that their larger bodies made them tougher, but also a little clumsier. Their learning speeds were not notably higher than that of humans. The alien developers of all of these face fighters took these limitations into account. All of the craft released during this early stage of the Red War were dumbed down in order to reduce their complexity as much as possible. Clever applications of automations reduced a lot of the manual control requirements and enabled the low-caste Orvan fighter pilots to control their machines as if they were playing an immersive virtual reality game. Perhaps the extensive automation might make the face fighters more rigid, less precise, and slower to respond, but it didn't matter because they could afford to make mistakes. The aliens had access to so much face water that they were able to equip all face fighters with transphasic energy shields. a part of the face fighters that deployed from the alien carriers, even showed signs of enjoying the protection of more modern Azure energy shields. Fortunately, their quantity remained limited to the most elite fighter units. Just as the humans did not invest extravagant resources in the star system, the Orvans had done their homework and sent out fleets that could do the job without making any excessive commitments. As the number of icons denoting face fighters continued to multiply in the local plot, the full weight of having to square off against so many enemy small craft began to dawn upon all of the Mech pilots. Josh began to wonder whether he would be able to survive long enough to trigger a breakthrough. "Don't worry, Josh. My Fae and I will watch your back. You just do your thing." "Thank you, partner." The Fae Fiona was his first living Mech, and boy, it was an experience. Josh already found it creepy enough that the Mech showed signs of life at the start. He jerked in his piloting seat the first time the Fae Fiona grew clever enough to speak like a human. Fortunately, everyone who knew about living Mechs reassured Josh that this was completely normal behavior for a certain Mech company's products. "We can't take too many attacks," Josh spoke to his machine. "You're just the standard edition of your line. If you were the elite edition, we could have resisted a lot more attacks. Those face fighters are all armed with transphasic energy weapon systems. Even if there's only a drop of face water in their cannons, their repeated attacks can shred through our defenses. Then we make sure to stay mobile and ruin their aim as much as possible. With all of the echem, jamming, and other interference on the battlefield, the amateur alien pilots will have to resort to manual aiming to land their shots." Josh was confident he could evade the attacks of a typical alien face fighter, but he could not make the same guarantee when there were 5 or 10 of them attacking his machine at the same time. "The Orvans are done with deploying all of their fighter craft," Franklin mentioned. "Our intelligence was right. The Orvan carriers have no intention of rotating their craft. The enemy wants to break open our defenses in a massive assault, thereby ending our resistance within a single day." Josh sneered. "Then let's make sure these aliens will break their teeth when they attempt to gnaw on our hard bones." Minutes went by as many Orvan face fighters and warships began to close the distance. The orbital space fortresses interrupted the relative peace. Their warship-grade gun batteries fired their hyper-energy beams straight at the distant enemy warships. The well-protected Orvan warships all began to struggle as their transphasic segmented multi-layer energy shields quickly got drained. Though the targeted vessels ultimately managed to get away with their hulls unscathed, they lost so many segmented energy shields that their coverage had become severely inadequate. The enemy warships retaliated with their own energy weapon barrage. Hundreds of thick warship-grade energy beams collided against the Titan shield of a single orbital space station. The Orvan spacers responded quickly by having the partially depleted warships fall back and hide behind the hulls of other large vessels. The enemy warships retaliated with their own energy weapon barrage. Hundreds of thick warship-grade energy beams collided against the Titan shield of a single orbital space station. "It's holding." The exchange of fire grew more intense. The orbital defenses, with clear firing lines, began to pummel the approaching enemy warships. The Orvan vessels struck back with their own powerful transphasic cannons. Josh found it strange that both sides flung so much firepower at each other, yet failed to inflict any material damage up to this point. Transphasic energy shields were simply too strong. The Azure energy shields were even stronger due to making use of hyper-technology. Just as Josh and many other Mech pilots assumed that they would remain spectators for a while, a mutation occurred when a very bright and powerful source of light flashed across the battlefield and struck the beleaguered space fortress. What was that? These energy readings are insane. Which enemy ship fired this attack? The initial confusion quickly made way for dread as the humans observed what just happened to one of their space fortresses. "The Titan shield has been breached." The enemy's super attack has breached the fortress walls and disabled multiple power generators and other essential systems. Many sections are losing power as we speak. Fortress Antidon is partially crippled. The Orvans have secretly brought a capital ship armed with a spinal energy cannon. Our initial analysis on the tech and materials of this vessel indicates that she is a fairly economical vessel that the Orvans have hastily constructed to serve a single purpose. She happens to do her job fairly well, and therefore poses a massive threat against our orbital defenses. Spinal cannons love targeting stationary targets the most. Change of plans, one of the commanding officers spoke over a public channel. Turtling up is not an option anymore. We must take the fight to the enemy and eliminate the siege ship as soon as possible. Our orbital defenses can last long against the firepower of the enemy vessel's spinal cannon. New orders quickly arrived. Most of the Mech pilots had to leave the cover of the orbital defense network and cross through open space. Most Mech units did not receive orders to destroy the siege ship. Their job was to escort and remove any obstacles that could hinder the advance of the powerful first-class multipurpose Mechs of the R-Ray. As powerful as these machines may be, even the Mechers were reluctant to send a single squad in the middle of all of the enemy face fighters and anti-Mech warships. Advance. Tens of thousands of Mechs flew forward. Although many of the less mobile machines remained behind in order to guard the orbital defenses against ambushes, it was remarkable to see how many human machines left their reassuring confines and made themselves vulnerable by flying through open space. The Mech unit that Josh belonged to happened to fly closer to the first-class multipurpose Mechs. Josh took a brief moment to enjoy the reassuring sight of these powerful machines, but he also felt uncertain how many Mechs would get destroyed by moving so close to the enemy fleet so soon. The siege ship is firing again. Another blinding flash occurred as an extremely powerful transphasic energy beam struck another orbital fortress, shattering its Titan shield and dealing crippling damage to its internal systems. Damn, how do the aliens know where to aim? That energy beam accurately eliminated 3 power generators at once. Do you really have to ask? The Cosmopolitans must have stolen and passed on the blueprints to the Red Cabal. Those damn Cosmos. More assets began to open fire. The smaller but much more numerous defensive platforms all fired their energy or kinetic armaments at the approaching enemy warships. In turn, the Orvan vessels returned fire with their own primary and secondary gun batteries. The energy shields protecting all of these assets began to deplete at varying rates. Some of the smaller and weaker alien warships already began to suffer serious damage as they failed to take shelter behind friendly vessels in time. However, the human orbital defenses were being reduced at a rapid pace. The enemy warships did not need to spend too much effort on aiming in order to land all of their shots on their targets. Debris fields began to emerge as the large combatants from both sides continually pummeled each other without any finesse. Josh tried his best to ignore all of this activity. He knew he had to take action very soon as a huge amount of alien face fighters had split away from the alien fleet and attempted to intercept the approaching human Mechs. I am opening fire. Franklin's rifleman Mech proceeded to fire one positron beam after another. The searing energy attacks struck several different alien face fighters, yet only lightly reduced their transphasic energy shield integrity. Without concentrated fire, it would take too much time and effort for a single rifleman Mech to eliminate just one of the alien's small craft. This is just my luck. These Orvan face fighters are even tougher than I expected, Franklin complained. Josh, I am counting on you to soften them up. Don't let them bully us with their obnoxious energy defenses. I am on it, Franklin. Unlike many other Fae Fianas, the one piloted by Josh flew forward along with many other melee Mechs. This was because his drone Mech was uncharacteristically equipped with a full melee loadout. Chapter 61, 84, The Raffle Mech. Josh truly won the Fay Fianna in a prize raffle. Before he signed up for this suicidal defense mission, he worked for one of the many mercenary organizations that had emigrated to the Red Ocean. The pay was good, and he was able to sponsor his daughter's education and augmentations with his income, but it did not leave him with enough capital to afford his own Mech. In truth, most Mech pilots did not develop a great yearning to buy their own Mech. It was nice if they had one, but owning one came with a lot of additional costs and responsibilities. Although experienced Mech pilots of Josh Ketter's skill level earned a lot better than average, this income was far from being able to purchase a decent Mech, especially one that was fresh from the factory. Even if Josh had an inheritance or something, the economic burden of owning his own Mech did not end at that point. Every Mech needed to be certified on a regular basis. They needed regular maintenance by Mech technicians who knew what they were doing. Repairs could also get exceedingly expensive if the machine ever suffered any serious harm. An entire infrastructure had to be formed around an independent Mech. While there were many services available on developed planets and space stations that allowed independent Mech pilots to forego the need of building up an entire crew, the cost of relying on third parties often exceeded the profit that could be earned from solo mercenary contracts. In fact, the best way for mercenaries to take advantage of owning a personal Mech was to negotiate a deal with an existing mercenary outfit. All of that was beyond Josh Ketter. As a Mech pilot who graduated from the Mech Academy and served as an ordinary soldier in various Mech organizations, he did not learn how to set up an independent business, manage his own crew, or maintain a positive balance sheet. He never even set out to buy his own Mech. What would he do with it anyway? That was why he became completely dumbfounded when he won an actual Mech in a raffle. The raffle was part of a promotion from a Mech magazine that he subscribed to for a long time. The virtual publication regularly held these raffles, and it was quite easy for readers to sign up. They merely had to check a few boxes before pressing the confirm button. Josh had been reading this magazine for over 15 years. He signed up for every raffle with the attitude of not missing any opportunity, but he never won any prizes during these years. He did not even receive a plushie for his efforts. After realizing that these sweepstakes were no different from the lotteries, where the chances of winning anything were infinitely close to zero, Josh no longer held any expectation for them anymore. He did not stop signing up for the raffles that appeared on the projected pages from time to time, but he became so dismissive of them that the act of checking the boxes and pressing the confirm button became a subconscious instinct. When he received the announcement one day, Josh still could not believe that he had won the raffle and managed to obtain the greatest prize worth 3 MTA credits. It truly did not sink in until the Mech actually got delivered to a warehouse close to his home at the time. He even thought about selling the Fay Fianna, as he had always been accustomed to using company Mechs. The money he could earn from selling a second-hand but completely unused Mech could easily fund his daughter's tuition and other expenses for many years. Yet from the moment he visited the warehouse in person and took a close look at his new possession, he instantly discarded his plans to get rid of the machine. So this is a living Mech. LMC Mechs had become well known for making unforgettable first impressions. They outright manipulated the minds of anyone who went close to them, and somehow the Red Association still permitted the so-called living Mechs to do so despite the potential for abuse. In any case, once Josh started to try out the Fay Fianna for himself, he couldn't help but fall in love with the popular drone Mech. No wonder all of those Mech pilots became fans of this model. This Mech is so easy to pilot. The Fay Fianna at the start had not yet grown smart enough to speak to Josh, but the living machine could already convey its feelings and emotions through the man-machine connection. Josh changed his plans. He decided to stick with this machine. If he obtained this fantastic Mech a few years ago, he probably would have tried to make it work by signing a contract with a mercenary outfit. However, times had changed, and Josh was not a young Mech pilot anymore. He fought against alien raiding fleets, enough times to comprehend that red humanity had not yet fought against the real war machine of the native alien civilizations. When the dreaded offensive finally erupted, human civilization would suffer a huge amount of damage that would cause a lot of collapses and breakdowns. Even if red humanity managed to block the assault, the damage to human society would be so great that the lives of the people at the bottom of the pyramid was about to become a lot worse. This was why Josh Ketter decided to sign his life away by volunteering for this exceedingly dangerous mission. He wanted to fight to keep his daughter safe. Already, his decision allowed his girl to transfer to a much safer and more developed colony in the rear of human space. Being able to provide his Mech saved the defenders a bit of effort and also allowed him to negotiate additional compensation. What Josh found important was that his Fae Fianna was better than most of the second-class Mechs stationed in this doomed star system. Perhaps it didn't matter too much, as the native aliens would eventually kill all human Mech pilots regardless of the quality of their Mechs. Josh still wanted to go down swinging if possible. There was only one big problem with utilizing the Fae Fianna as his combat Mech. Josh specialized in melee combat. He was not a particularly talented or skillful Mech cadet back during his academy days. His advisors told him that he needed to choose his specialization early if he wanted to keep up with his training. This was why he only completed the bare minimum of ranged combat courses before he happily focused his efforts on becoming a qualified Night Mech and Spearman Mech pilot. Josh never lacked for opportunities to pilot melee Mechs since then. He steadily developed and polished his fighting skills and also became competent in piloting swordsman Mechs. He never held any desire to improve his marksmanship. A number of his company Mechs had occasionally been equipped with ranged secondary weapons, but he never made use of them in his 30-year career. This left him in an awkward position, as the Fae Fianna was heavily slanted towards ranged combat. The most effective offensive Fae were all mounted with ranged weapons. Josh was not able to land his shots when wielding an ordinary rifle. He had even less of a chance of hitting anything when trying to aim with his Fae. It seemed like the Fae Fianna was profoundly unsuitable to a melee Mech specialist like Josh. Though he thought about exchanging his Fae Fianna for a good melee Mech, the problem was that the infamously slow LMC had yet to add a modern second-class spaceborne melee Mech model to its product catalog. There were plenty of rumors that claimed that the LMC was working on it, but it had yet to release a good melee Mech model that conformed to the standards of the Hyper generation. The thought of swapping the Fae Fianna for a melee Mech, produced by another Mech company, never entered his mind. Once Josh experienced the comfort and pleasure of piloting a living Mech, he refused to go back to steering those lifeless lumps of metal. If he was about to fight one last battle before he perished, he wanted to enjoy the experience to the fullest. Fortunately, the Mech technicians working in the orbital space fortress offered Josh a convenient solution. "We can modify it into a melee Mech configuration," the chief technician gruffly told Josh. "We normally have to wait for a Mech designer to come and work out the modifications for us to implement, but you're in luck." The standard edition of the Fae Fianna is such a popular Mech model that plenty of Mech designers have already developed many different variants and modification kits. We can obtain one of the off-the-shelf schematics and begin the modification work right away. Josh was no stranger to aftermarket modifications to Mechs, but he gazed skeptically at his relatively skinny Fae Fianna. Without the Fae mounted on the back, the Mech did not look like it possessed the physical power and structural strength to be able to hack at enemies at point-blank range. The chief technician grimaced. "We are short on personnel here for obvious reasons. We don't have the time or manpower to spare for a complete overhaul. We should look at the catalog for one of the less radical modification kits. We won't be able to turn your Fae Fianna into a real melee Mech, but once we are done, it should get close enough that the limitations are not too crippling. You can even rely on the Fae to compensate for most of the shortcomings. It looks like the Fae Fianna needs a complete redesign in order to become a good melee match. The chief technician grimaced. We are short on personnel here for obvious reasons. We don't have the time or manpower to spare for a complete overhaul. We should look at the catalog for one of the less radical modification kits. We won't be able to turn your Fae Fianna into a real melee match, but once we are done, it should get close enough that the limitations are not too crippling. You can even rely on the Fae to compensate for most of the shortcomings. Josh Ketter became impressed by this plan. How much will it cost? Nothing. We are short on personnel, and our budget is not endless, but we still have enough spare materials on hand. We'll cover the expenses. This will be an interesting distraction for us. If we are about to die soon, then I at least want to work on at least one of the LMC's famous living mechs. The two proceeded to sit down behind a desk terminal and browse through an extensive product catalog. Josh eventually settled for a spear-wielding variant. The modification kit was fairly small and did not require a lot of work to apply to the Fae Fianna. Much of the modification work went into the arms and the upper shoulders. The arms needed to become a lot thicker and stronger. The limbs lost the precision and fine control that enabled them to land accurate shots with a rifle as a consequence. In exchange, the heavier arms were able to maintain a much more solid grip on a two-handed spear and thrust it forward with decent power. This won't be a full spearman mech. The chief technician warned the pilot and owner of the modified Fae Fianna. The limitations of the arms and torso structures make it so that your mech is only truly good at stabbing. It is very slow at swinging a polearm in wide, sweeping horizontal or vertical motions. The mech cannot respond fast enough to block any incoming swings of other melee weapons. I can live with that, Josh said. The native aliens don't make use of anything resembling melee mechs. A simple stab is enough for me to kill any alien fighter craft within my reach. You're right. Let me warn you that this modification kit has only barely turned your Fae Fianna into a spearman mech. Do not mistake it for a lancer mech. High-impact charges are not recommended unless you want to damage the arms and lose your only weapon. Noted. Now let us finalize your selection of Fae. Chapter 6185, Mass Mechs vs. Mass Face Fighters. As tens of thousands of mechs were about to come into contact with an even greater quantity of alien face fighters, the space in between already became filled with energy beams, projectiles, and missiles. Watch out for the missiles fired by the face fighters. Each of their warheads are transphasic, so they are powerful enough to cripple most of our mechs if they manage to score direct hits. Riflemen mechs intercept the missiles. Every face fighter mounted at least a pair of transphasic missiles under their wings or fuselage. This increased their threat by a huge margin so long as they had yet to launch their payloads. The initial salvo of missiles launched by the enemy face fighters crossed the distance and attempted to nail down any mech they could lock onto. Riflemen mechs managed to shoot down many of them with each passing second, but the slender cross-sections and evasive movements made it challenging to intercept the missiles. However, the mech pilots proved their mettle and succeeded in blowing up the majority of missiles. The few that managed to get through overwhelmingly went on to blow apart energy shields and blast through multiple layers of armor plating. Only a small proportion of heavily damaged mechs had to retire from the battlefield. The damage was small, but this was just a probing attack. The only question on everyone's minds was whether the Orvan face fighters chose to save their transphasic missiles for the ensuing dogfight or planned to unload them right away. The face fighters are holding onto their missiles. Damn. Even if many of the mech pilots had not fought against the newfangled alien face fighters in reality, they already spent plenty of time tangling against them in virtual training settings. The performance of the virtual face fighters might not be a total match to the actual alien craft, but the principles should still be the same. It was terrifying to encounter a huge missile swarm right at the start. If the Mech force did not possess enough missile interception capabilities, then the human machines would almost certainly suffer a heavy blow. The abrupt losses inflicted by this thunderous missile strike could even set up a chain reaction that caused the damaged Mech force to suffer continuous setbacks until it lost entirely. However, many Mech pilots preferred to get it over with. As long as the face fighters emptied their missile reserves at once, the fighter craft no longer became as threatening as before. Pilots such as Josh did not have to watch his back all of the time for fear of getting waylaid by a missile launched during inopportune moments. Seeing that the Orvan's small craft still clung to most of their missiles, Josh grew more nervous but also more excited. His blood pumped faster as he tried to make his Fey Fianna navigate through the energy beams whenever the enemy craft occasionally aimed in its direction. "We can take it, at least for now," he judged. "I will leave the management of the Fey and their hyper-energy shields to you, partner. I know what to do. We practiced this." Josh Ketter felt a little guilty for not possessing the multitasking skills to properly pilot a drone Mech. The Fey Fiannas kind of made that requirement optional, but it was well known that drone Mech specialists could get much more use out of these machines. This was also why he deliberately chose a Fey configuration that required as little manual control as possible. Since his Mech had been modified to fight with a spear, he saw no need to pair it up with any of the ranged weapon Fey. Josh eventually settled for a balanced but boring selection of 2 water energy shield Fey and 2 space suppressor Fey, thereby augmenting his base Mech with additional defense and utility. The shield Fey added a lot of fault tolerance to his Mech, allowing him to last a lot longer so long as he and living Mech properly juggled the multiple active energy shields. The space suppressor Fey worked well in weakening nearby transphasic energy shields. They had practically become mandatory for any melee Mech expected to fight against the native aliens. Josh was counting on his pair of suppressor Fey to quickly eliminate the enemy face fighters. Without the transphasic qualities to their tech, they were not as scary as they sounded. The only issue was getting close enough for the 2 Fey to do their job, and for his Mech to attack with its spear. The Fey Fianna was not built for high mobility. That honor went to the light Mechs that flew ahead and to the sides of the main mass of Mechs. Our light Mechs are beginning to tussle with the enemy face fighters. The leading Orvan craft suddenly came under a lot of pressure as thousands of light skirmishers assaulted them without any reserve. The aggressive Mech pilots relied on the impressive mobility of their light machines to close in and catch up to the face fighters that possessed no effective means to fight at point-blank range. Every face fighter that became haunted by a light skirmisher immediately stopped what they were doing and tried their best to shake off the Mechs that sought to tear them to shreds. The initial contact made it difficult for a lot of face fighters to avoid contact. Hundreds of them ended up getting swarmed by at least 2 light skirmishers that rapidly chipped away at their transphasic energy shields. The lighter Orvan face fighters appeared to save on costs by placing much less emphasis on material defenses. Their fuselages were light and slender, granting them superior mobility at the cost of becoming incredibly vulnerable if they lost their transphasic energy shields. In order to make sure they would last, the Orvan developers had made sure to equip the craft with fairly strong transphasic energy shield generators, but there was only so much they could do with a limited budget and face water allowance. The space suppressors equipped by light skirmishers were very small and weak, but 2 of them working in concert was usually enough to remove the transphasic factor from the enemy fighter craft. The sight of all of the light skirmishers working together to eliminate the face fighters was beautiful. The paired machines coordinated their movements and always made sure to box in their targets. When 4 different knives struck the weakened transphasic energy shields on a repeated basis, the poor alien shield generator usually reached their limits in just half a dozen seconds, even though they were supposed to last at least 3 to 5 times longer at their face water level. As long as the fighters lost their fancy shields, their exposed frames became incredibly vulnerable. Dozens of fighter craft got crushed or cut into several pieces with ease. Once the predatory light skirmishers finished off their prey, they did not delay and move on to eliminate other face fighters. Woohoo! Kill skirmishers. Don't let the cowardly face fighters fly away. Josh became impressed by the sight of these mechs at work. He never had the reflexes or guts to specialize in light mechs, so he always held a greater degree of respect towards these daredevils. Despite piloting cheaper and more breakable machines, the mech pilots maneuvered around the battlefield without betraying any fear. Perhaps the mech pilots were all secretly scared out of their wits, but their strong discipline and sense of duty kept them clear-headed enough to do their jobs without any interruption. Kill as many Orvan fighters as you can. Kill 2 of them, and you have proved you are not a waste of space. Kill 3 of them, and you'll break even with the Orvans. Kill 4 or more of them if you want to earn a profit. The calculus of war did not quite work that way, but the light skirmisher pilots did not care. They just wanted to take down as many alien fighter craft as possible before their mechs eventually met their end, which was an inevitable outcome. Although the light skirmishers were able to take down the Orvan face fighters with ease, they were just as vulnerable against the craft they were hunting. The Orvans knew how to exploit the fragility of human light mechs. The native aliens may not have made use of small craft on a large scale for much of their recent history, but they still retained much of the tactics and combat doctrines in their historical archives. The Orvan fighter pilots did not panic, but instead maneuvered around in accordance with their training. Many face fighters began to circle around in chaotic patterns. While the frequent turning allowed the pursuing light mechs to close the distance faster, when many face fighters weaved into each other at the same time, it became possible for the craft to shoot down the pursuing mechs. Lots of energy beams began to strike the light skirmishers from different angles. The face fighters did not bother to shoot down the mechs on their tail, but instead took advantage of any moment an enemy machine briefly entered their crosshairs. Most of the Orvan pilots were rather clumsy and formulaic when employing these basic weaving tactics, but it didn't matter, as their numbers advantage allowed them to fire a lot of shots at the light skirmishers in a short interval of time. Both sides began to suffer a lot of casualties. The light skirmishers continued to pair up and shred any alien face fighter they managed to get close to. The Orvan fighter craft utilized their superior numbers and their rapid-fire energy cannons to shred the relatively fragile light skirmishers with just as much ease. There's too many of them. Our light mechs can't hold out long if they are left by themselves. Fortunately, it did not take too long for the main wave of mechs to crash into the swarms of Orvan face fighters. The collision between human mechs and alien face fighters caused an entire section of the battlefield to turn into an indiscriminate cloud of moving metal pieces. Mechs and face fighters weaved into each other, making it difficult for human orbital defenses and alien warships to intervene in this chaotic melee. Tens of thousands of small craft on each side tangled against each other without trying to impose any greater sense of order. This was not a surprise. The Orvan fighter pilots were too inexperienced and poorly trained. The human mech pilots were restrained by their numbers disadvantage and their fear towards the new anti-mech warships. It was impossible to adopt any greater formations or establish teamwork on a wider scale. The commanding officers of both sides could not even force their subordinates to retreat, as the combatants on both sides had become utterly devoted to eliminating each other to the very end. Josh had lost almost all of his awareness of the greater battlefield once he truly entered the fight. As a member of one of the elite units, it was not his job to hunt down the most fragile Orvan face fighters. Instead, Josh set his sights on the heavier, bulkier, and most importantly tougher face fighters. The heavy face fighters intimidated a lot of mechs due to their vastly superior firepower and defenses. While their mobility was not as great as their lighter counterparts, the more massive craft were able to rely on their more powerful arms and higher face water content to shred one Mech after another. Not just the light skirmishers, but also the thicker medium Mechs faltered quickly when under attack by a heavy face fighter. No more. Josh's Fey Fianna intercepted a heavy face fighter that had just crippled a swordsman Mech and thrust out its spear. The Mech pilot made sure to limit the interception speed to make sure the contact did not result in anything breaking, but the Fey Fianna still shook as it suffered a rattling collision. Josh quickly shook it off and renewed his attack on the enemy face fighter. The enemy craft was losing its shield integrity quickly as the two space suppressor Fey did their jobs and blocked most transphasic effects. Even so, the Fey Fianna was too clumsy and simplistic in its attack moves to wear out the energy defenses of the alien craft quickly enough. The elite Orvan fighter pilot quickly started to bend and corkscrew around in order to give other available face fighters the opportunity to take potshots at the enemy drone Mech. Josh's Mech indeed began to receive more attention from enemies, but its two hyper-energy shield Fey ensured that the machine remained physically unharmed. If you think this can deter me from pursuing you further, then you are sorely mistaken, alien. Chapter 6186, Josh and Franklin. The battlefield turned into an entire mess. Orbital fortresses continued to get breached by the siege weapon brought forth by the invading aliens. Countless engineers and technicians worked hard to control the damage and allow the alloy bulwarks to last a little longer. The longer these fortresses remained operational, the more enemy fire they attracted. The fortresses were also able to employ their own turreted gun batteries to retaliate against the distant enemy warships. Alas, the volunteers who had all chosen to stay behind in this doomed star system could not do much to undo the catastrophic damage inflicted by the invading enemies. There were too many enemy warships. Even if more of them adopted an anti-Mech weapon configuration, they still possessed enough primary armaments to wear down the structure of the exposed space fortresses. Meanwhile, the large capital ship that bore a mighty spinal cannon accumulated a lot of energy before launching an extremely penetrating transphasic energy beam at the next fortress. That's the sixth space fortress that this siege vessel has broken open. We are losing our strongest defensive assets far too soon. Why haven't we eliminated this ship yet? She should be broken up into billions of pieces at this time. We can't, sir. Our teleportation strikes are being hindered by the alien versions of interdiction fields. Our ship-killer torpedoes are always intercepted before they reach their target. As for our more direct energy and kinetic attacks, the Orvans have placed multiple capital ships around their siege vessel to intercept our direct fire. What of the Mech we sent out? Our second-class Mechs are being entangled by at least twice their number of enemy face fighters. Our first-class Mechs are being hindered by 10 times the number of elite Orvan face fighters of a model that we have never encountered before. Our observations and analysis indicate that they are expressly designed to counter first-class Mechs. Give me the data on those elite face fighters. Are they individually on par with our first-class multipurpose Mechs? No, sir. They are only a fraction as powerful and expensive. However, the gap in performance is not so crushing anymore. The aliens are able to field many more elite face fighters and rely on their superior numbers to destroy or at least stall our first-class Mechs. The first-class multipurpose Mechs that were supposed to hinder or destroy the alien siege vessel could not proceed any further. So many elite face fighters swarmed them from every direction that the outnumbered R-ray Mechs would probably get mowed down in quick succession if they forced their way through. Despite their excellent defenses and the use of shield link technology, the Orvan pilots were not deterred by the superior Mechs. They all knew that as long as they landed enough attacks onto any Mech, they would steadily be able to deplete the excellent protection that kept the first-class machines safe up to this point. The first-class Mech pilots were all smart and perceptive enough to understand they could not remain active on the battlefield for long if they tried to push towards their objective. They had no choice but to alter their trajectories and move as unpredictably as possible in order to avoid getting struck too many times. Their collective Azure energy shields could resist a lot of attacks, but everything had a limit. Even then, the first-class multipurpose Mech truly found it unbearable to deal with so many elite face fighters at once. Their defenses and mobility were not that impressive, but the aliens had massively increased the face water content of their energy cannons, allowing the fighter craft to inflict slight but real harm on the famous first-class Mechs of the Red Association. If that wasn't bad enough, the elite face fighters were also equipped with expensive but threatening transphasic missiles. Any first-class Mech that showed the slightest sign of faltering instantly became targeted by at least 5 transphasic missiles. If they impacted their target and detonated at the same time, the resulting explosions were powerful and violent enough to overcome the upper limits of the Mech's shield link module, thereby causing the machine to become exposed and a lot more vulnerable. The superior armor systems of the first-class multipurpose Mech should have given it a chance to disengage and retreat to safety, but many of the surrounding face fighters behaved as if they smelled blood in the water. Over 50 elite face fighters instantly prioritized the vulnerable Mech and fired as many transphasic energy beams at the poor Mech as possible. Unless the Mech possessed a special defensive module that still remained working, there was no way a first-class Mech could withstand the combined firepower of so many potent elite face fighters for long. Damn. These elite Orvan face fighters don't have that many alien design characteristics. It is too human. The Cosmopolitans must have designed this model for the Orvan race. A human design was ultimately responsible for helping the Orvan kill first-class multipurpose Mechs in a much more cost-effective manner than before. It was not as if the Orvans were unable to eliminate first-class multipurpose Mechs. They just relied on a lot of huge and technologically advanced warships in order to crush the much smaller Mechs. As long as the advanced alien vessels directed enough massed firepower in their direction, even first-class Mechs could be mowed down en masse. This was similar yet also different. It still took too many face fighters to defeat a single first-class multipurpose Mech, but the disparity between the two was a lot less lopsided than before. All of this was of hardly any relevance to Josh Ketter at the moment. The melee Mech pilot did not have the attention to spare on what was happening further away from his Mech. Now that his Fae Fianna joined the fray in earnest, his machine immediately came under pressure by getting targeted by over a dozen face fighters as they circled and weaved around. The good news was that the face fighters only made opportunistic attacks as the Fae Fianna whenever it was convenient. The bad news was that there were so many enemy craft that the hyper-energy shields were getting drained at a rapid rate. There are too many. I know, we need to catch up to one of the face fighters. The Orvan fighter pilots are at least reluctant to commit friendly fire. It was not too difficult for his living Mech to catch up to a heavy face fighter, especially when the Orvan pilot did not initially pay too much attention to the Fae Fianna. By the time that Josh's Mech came close enough, it was already too late for the heavy face fighter to shake off the threat. The Fae Fianna thrust out its spear with both hands multiple times, causing the transphasic energy shield to flare. At the same time, the two space suppressor Fae stacked their effects and caused the enemy fighter craft to lose most of the benefit of face water technology. Not just the transphasic energy shield, but also the transphasic energy cannons lost a lot of their impressive performance amplification. To a melee Mech pilot like Josh Ketter, the offensive value of the two space suppressor Fae exceeded that of any armed Fae. That did not mean that Josh rejected additional assistance. Franklin. On it, do you know how difficult it is to avoid all of the attacks launched in my Mech's direction? Further away, Franklin's rifleman Mech evaded another barrage of energy beams before aiming its weapon directly at Josh's target. Bright and hot positron beams struck the weakened transphasic energy shield, causing it to deteriorate at an even faster pace. If the rifleman Mech attacked the heavy face fighter by itself, it wouldn't be able to inflict nearly as much damage. Only when a melee Mech like Josh's Fey Fianna brought its short-ranged space suppressors to the enemy was it possible for a non-transphasic ranged Mech to strike so hard. The two Mechs were pretty decent if they fought by themselves, but the two became much deadlier if they fought together. As the compromised energy shield finally collapsed, the heavy face fighter tried its best to distance itself from the Fey Fianna, but it was too late. The thicker frame and outer plating did little to stop the Fey Fianna's spear from punching through and destroying the powerful engines that kept the craft mobile. The penetrating spear strike must have hit something important, because secondary explosions soon blew the heavy face fighter apart. Another one down. We are starting to earn a profit. It's not enough, Josh scowled. You missed Franklin's share. We still need to eliminate more. He checked the condition of the hyper-energy shields. Despite rotating them to give the other shields time to recover, their overall conditions had deteriorated to a dangerous extent. The constant attacks hitting his Fey Fianna's hyper-energy shields worsened his mood and made him feel as if he was getting short on time. There was no reprieve on this battlefield. More. His Fey Fianna flew towards another heavy face fighter that was putting a lot of pressure on a friendly swordsman Mech. The pilots of the two Mechs did not even need to communicate in order to work in conjunction with each other. The swordsman Mech altered its trajectory and curved around to make it more difficult for the heavy face fighter to avoid the incoming Fey Fianna. The Orvan pilot did not even realize that his craft was getting led into a trap. This was because his face fighter already managed to inflict serious damage onto the swordsman Mech. The fighter craft only needed to put a bit more effort to finish off the machine entirely. When the face fighter finally alerted the Orvan pilot to the danger, the alien knew he would get in trouble unless he decided to disengage as well. The Orvan grew furious. He wanted to add another kill to his name. Instead of turning around to avoid getting within spear-striking distance of the incoming machine, the alien pilot instead made use of the missile lock onto the swordsman Mech and launched the remaining transphasic missile that he had left. No. The transphasic missile flew out at rapid speed and only had to traverse a relatively short distance before blasting apart the damaged and vulnerable swordsman Mech. A hefty explosion spread lots of debris in each direction. Even if the Mech pilot of the swordsman Mech activated the eject command, the cockpit would not have survived. Franklin. On it, Josh. If the distance between the face fighter and its target was a lot larger, then Franklin might have been able to shoot the warhead down. Alas, the interval was too short for the rifleman Mech to intervene. Josh and Franklin could only take revenge by ganging up on the offending heavy face fighter with the same measures they utilized before. Though the face fighter went down easily, its destruction hardly gave any consolation to the two Mech pilots. Similar tragedies were happening everywhere around them. So many Mechs and Mech pilots perished with each passing minute that there was little that the two could do to turn the tide. Just as the duo sought to eliminate another heavy face fighter, they suddenly received priority orders from a Mech colonel. Josh's expression became grim. If the elite Mech units were not able to suppress the alien heavy face fighters, then a lot more second-class Mechs would get eliminated as a consequence. However, Josh did not question his orders. He knew that the purpose of the R-Ray Mechs was far more important than any other consideration. The Mechs piloted by Josh, Franklin, and other elite Mech pilots all tried to disengage from the big fight, with varying degrees of success. The elite Mechs that were able to get away with assistance of other Mech units soon proceeded to fly towards the center, where a much more intensive fight took place. These face fighters are too strong. Chapter 60-187, Red Humanity Under Siege. As the Red Tide offensive swept across human space, everyone's lives became affected one way or another. Aside from the completely isolated secret bases and such, every human learned that the Red Cabal had unleashed a tide of over 1,000 fleets. The zones at the border between human and alien space turned into meat grinders as the simultaneous assaults exerted a massive amount of pressure onto the three colonial alliances. The Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact, and the Red Ocean Union all came under siege at once. The good news was that the invading aliens did not concentrate the bulk of their forces at any single front in order to achieve a faster breakthrough. Their strategy of spreading out their fleet assets as much as possible successfully minimized the impact of the God pilots stationed at the border at this time. In one fortified star system located in the middle of the Rubarthan Alliance, the Rubarthan defenses began to endure a powerful beating from a mighty alien armada belonging to the Juregs. The Jureg race was one of the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean. Red humanity had yet to encounter the Juregs on a wider scale until today. The formal meeting between the two races was a misfortune to the defenders, because the attacking race was well known for its cruelty and brutality. The Juregs were aquatic crustacean-like aliens that preferred to colonize planets with deep and extensive oceans. The average Jureg was 5 times larger than a human and weighed a lot more due to their thick exoskeletons. One of the more remarkable traits was that their shells were able to integrate face water fairly easily. The Juregs relied on this trait to increase the rate of phase lords emerging among their population, thereby causing the race to become strong and feared. If not for their low rationality and their lower-than-average intelligence, the Juregs could have become a lot more dominant in the Red Ocean. The Juregs bred fairly quickly, but it was due to this racial trait that the aquatic aliens engaged in brutal competition starting from birth. The childhood mortality rate of the Juregs was horrendously high, as only 1 in 500 juveniles make it to adulthood on average. While this allowed the Juregs to keep their population levels under control, it also caused their society to become strongly biased towards hyper-aggression, bullying, rule-breaking, and other unsavory behavior. This predictably caused them to get along poorly with many of the other major alien races of the Red Ocean. The only notable exception was their relations with the phase whale race. The Juregs fanatically worshipped the phase whales as the descendants of the elder gods. The Juregs were convinced that their common aquatic origins and the ease in which their race was able to produce phase lords definitely proved that they were related to the phase whales somehow. Even though the phase whales themselves never acknowledged this crazy theory, it did not stop the so-called descendants of the elder gods from bringing the Juregs to heel. After all, who didn't want a strong civilization made up of fearless warrior aliens at their beck and call? Although it was difficult to keep the infamously unruly Juregs in line, the Red Cabal still found it worthwhile to hold their leash and direct their aggression against different targets in order to maintain their high ground. Nowadays, the Juregs had answered the call to arms and moved to the other side of the Red Ocean in order to slay as many humans as possible. The bloodthirsty aquatic aliens sent much of their assault fleets towards the border zones of the Rubarthan Pact. One of the most important human star systems that the Red Cabal wanted to topple was the Duvalin system located in the small but crucial Monroe Upper Zone. Orbital fortifications, manned by Rubarthans, unleashed a lot of firepower towards the formidable armada that consisted entirely of massive capital warships. The Juregs preferred to build their homeships big. The huge capacity of their water-filled vessels offered lots of room for hull plating and functional models. Not only were they extremely well protected by many strong transphasic energy shield generators, their exteriors offered lots of room for powerful kinetic gun batteries and missile launchers. The Jureg race overwhelmingly preferred to make use of short to medium-ranged transphasic kinetic cannons, as they remained effective underwater. Energy weapons tended to perform poorly in aquatic environments. In order to compensate for the shorter ranges of their cannons, the Jureg warships also tended to carry a lot of missile and torpedo launchers. Right now, the orbital ring built and fortified by the Rubarthans were doing their best to intercept the large amount of transphasic missiles and torpedoes launched by the Jureg fleet. The Rubarthan Mechs, defensive platforms, orbital fortresses, and starships all tried to wipe out the missiles with intercepting fire. Precise laser cannons and more destructive counter-missiles sought to blow up as many of the incoming warheads as possible, but their efforts only made a partial difference. There were too many missiles. The much larger and more destructive torpedoes also resisted a lot of damage before they could finally be stopped. The Rubarthan defenders of the critical Duvalin system all received a considerable shock as the missiles struck and exploded. Many fortifications overloaded their Azure Shield generators and employed additional high-tech defensive measures to mitigate the damage. However, the Juregs, who received a lot of intelligence about the Rubarthans and other first-class human forces, had made sure to compensate for that by allocating additional missiles onto specific targets. Dozens of defensive platforms and half a dozen orbital space fortresses soon turned into debris fields as the transphasic explosions shattered their structures and killed every Rubarthan serviceman who hadn't managed to evacuate in time. The remaining human defenders lost confidence after witnessing the destruction wrought by the invading Jureg warships. "We need backup. Send out our reserves. Where are our ace pilots? Our saints are being suppressed by the Jureg phase lords." Although the Jureg fleet no longer launched a super salvo of expensive transphasic missiles, their formidable kinetic cannons had already begun to open fire. Although the weapons were relatively low-tech, the damage they could inflict was no joke as long as their calibers were large enough. As many Rubarthan fortifications began to wither under the titanic barrage of transphasic kinetic projectiles, the fall of the main planet of the Duvalin system would not take long to come to fruition. Just as the eager and bloodthirsty Juregs drove their massive and devastating warships closer, the Rubarthan soldiers all received a priority notification that uplifted their moods. A single heavy artillery shell launched from the other side of the planet. Strangely enough, the flaming orange comet precisely curved around the globe and rapidly advanced towards the side, where the Jureg armada sought to demolish half of the orbital defense ring at once. Even though the shell did not appear to be too big, it glowed bright enough to light up the dark side of the planet and traversed across space at a much higher velocity than more mundane projectiles. Strangely enough, the flaming orange comet precisely curved around the globe and rapidly advanced towards the side, where the Jureg armada sought to demolish half of the orbital defense ring at once. Though the flaming orange artillery shell generated alarmingly powerful energy emissions, none of the Rubarthan systems saw any reason to trigger any alarms. This was because the exceptionally powerful artillery shell bypassed all of the Rubarthan assets and flew straight in the direction of the Jureg warships. Before the extremely powerful explosive projectile reached its destination, it abruptly split up into 10 smaller but still devastating cluster munitions that spread evenly across the different Jureg fleet elements. 10 simultaneous explosions erupted at once, causing many sensor systems to become temporarily blinded. As the cluster munitions silently did their work, the once proud Jureg armada had become a thing of the past. Not a lot of Jureg warships actually managed to get destroyed, as the aquatic aliens made sure to keep their huge vessels far apart from each other. However, the split shells accurately managed to annihilate the largest and most destructive capital warships that were responsible for exerting the greatest degree of pressure towards the Rubarthan defenses. With the elimination of these Jureg flagships and siege vessels, the alien offensive in the star system immediately became a lot less threatening. Even if the Juregs wanted to persist in their assault, they might not have many warships left. There was only one Rubarthan hero that could wreak so much devastation. It was impossible for a mere ace Mech, even one piloted by a peak ace pilot, to break the back of the powerful Jureg armada so easily. Every Rubarthan began to feel as if they possessed the power to destroy the galaxy as soon as they came under the effect of a god kingdom. The Ragnarok emerged from behind the planet. The powerful god Mech looked larger and heavier than many other god Mechs, but its speed was not slow in the slightest. Haha, the destroyer of worlds has come. Your doom is at hand, aliens. We're eating crab meat tonight. As the Ragnarok appeared high above the north pole of the globe, dozens of cannons emerged across its ominous and fiery surface. Disintegrate. As the god pilot's oppressive meaning rang through the minds of every human and Jureg on the battlefield, the multitude of artillery cannons began to fire several salvos of artillery shells at many different targets at a time. Explosion after explosion engulfed the warships, the support vessels, the converted carrier vessels, and more. For all of their vaunted, segmented, multi-layer transphasic energy shields, the might of a god pilot that could warp reality to make her attacks more destructive proved too much for these technological solutions. The only extraordinary champions that had the potential to mitigate the damage were the Jureg phase lords. The giant-sized crustacean, aliens disengaged from the ace Mechs they had been dueling against. Strangely enough, the Rubarthan ace pilots did not bother to chase after their enemies. Poor aliens. They are already dead and gone from the moment the destroyer of worlds entered this star system. From the perspective of the powerful saints, there was no point in fighting anymore, as every single Jureg invader had already been marked for death. There was no challenge anymore, so it was pointless for the saints to do any needless work. As the multitude of resonance-empowered artillery shells shattered through the defenses of so many alien warships and broke apart their hulls, the Ragnarok soon directed its hostility towards the phase lords. A larger cannon extended from the front of the god Mech and began to glow much brighter than all of the other barrels. Shatter. The large cannon fired a single projectile that was surrounded by a giant flaming cat-like illusion. Mew. With Emmer riding along the shell, there was no way for the phase lords to escape death. The Jureg gods attempted to split up in the faint hope that maybe one of them could escape this forsaken kill zone alive. But before the glowing artillery shell came close enough to one of the panicking aliens, the warhead exploded in the middle of empty space. 3 alien mental cries erupted from 3 Jurgen phase lords as 3 enormous energy lances penetrated their transphasic shells and impaled their massive bodies up to their giant brains. It turned out that the strange artillery shell did not explode like other warheads, but instead concentrated all of their destructive power into 3 different directions, thereby forcing all 3 alien phase lords to endure a third of the titanic destructive potential of the explosive projectile. Amplified and controlled by Emma, the enormous fiery lances not only punched through many essential organs, but also destroyed a lot of arteries and other life-sustaining organs. The Jureg phase lords rapidly weakened and began to die without exception. None of them could mobilize their spatial abilities or regenerate their fatally wounded organs. The destroyer of worlds was too powerful. Not only that, but the surgical strike towards the phase lords also preserved a lot of face water and other important organs, thereby making sure that the Rubarthans could salvage plenty of valuable bio-tissue from these corpses. The god pilot could be quite restrained when needed. Destroyer of worlds, destroyer of worlds, destroyer of worlds. Pretty much every Rubarthan in the star system felt grateful towards their god pilot. They literally worshipped her as their god and savior. As the god pilot silently accepted the faith of all of the Rubarthans she had managed to save, her Ragnarok minutely grew a little darker and gloomier. The god Mech had begun to absorb faith as well. Yet instead of opening itself up to the positive feedback of fellow humans, the machine employed special means to absorb the negative faith and resentment of the Juregs that died at the hand of its artillery cannons. The harvesting of alien lives fueled the Ragnarok's growth. Chapter 6188, Terran Struggles. What happened in the Duvalin system was no exception. The Destroyer of Worlds had already wiped out another invading alien force in a nearby star system. Unfortunately, the god pilot did not see much reason to be happy. The blow she dealt to this Jureg assault force was unquestionably heavy, but it was just a drop in the ocean due to all of the other alien invasions taking place at the same time. If she had a choice, then Divine Irene Mox would have wanted to blast all of the alien intruders at the same time, but her Ragnarok did not have the power to strike at targets many light years away. The only way to slow down the alien offensive and prevent the border of the Rubarthan Pact from collapsing was to put every fire out one by one. The Destroyer of Worlds could not afford to waste any time. Although the Jureg fleet still retained a lot of damaged and undamaged warships, the invaders no longer possessed an advantage anymore. The Rubarthan defenders should be more than capable of mopping up the confused and demoralized alien survivors. The Ragnarok engaged its powerful and sophisticated minidrive and traveled to another star system under siege. The Rubarthan defenders that remained behind in the Duvalin system continually expressed their gratitude towards the god pilot as she left. Godspeed. May you slay as many aliens as possible, Your Holiness. Multiple more god pilots made appearances in the other border regions. Among the 13 major alien races, the Nuncer race preferred to field lots of cylinder-shaped homeships. Their armed vessels were not particularly technologically advanced or brilliantly designed. Few of them bothered to put up much of a show. They only did the bare minimum to inspire hope and courage among the defending humans before leaving to halt other ongoing assaults. Somewhere in the beleaguered Caesarian upper zone, the powerful orbital fortifications and first-class multipurpose mechs, hailing from the nailed ancient clan, struggled to hold back the multitude of Nuncer warships. Among the 13 major alien races, the Nuncer race preferred to field lots of cylinder-shaped homeships. Their armed vessels were not particularly technologically advanced or brilliantly designed. They functioned like workhorses that the Nuncers were able to mass-produce in large numbers by relying on their strong industry. The Nuncer vessels were a bit tougher on average, though their firepower fell a bit behind. The herbivorous aliens did not care too much about this downside, as they simply fielded more of their thick and reliable vessels if they needed more firepower. This was what the Terran defenders had to face in this star system. The quantity of Nuncer homeships was great enough to crush the nailed ancient clan's fortified star system in less than a week, but that was not the extent of their power. The Nuncers made a clear effort to keep up with the times, as evidenced by their carrier vessels that disgorged thousands and thousands of face fighters. Due to the larger size of Nuncer individuals, the cockpits and the rest of the frames of the small craft had to be larger in scale in order to keep everything in proportion. The Nuncer face fighters were therefore tougher and more threatening at the cost of reduced acceleration and maneuverability. Unlike the face fighters assigned to fleets invading the middle and lower zones of red humanity, the models utilized by the fleets entering the Caesarian upper zone were clearly a lot more powerful in many ways. There was little point in deploying anything weaker, as they would only serve as fodder for the first-class multipurpose mechs. Even if the Nuncer face fighters were far from being able to match the Terran mechs, it was already enough if the alien small craft could keep the human machines occupied. Terran mechs were considerably more effective at closer ranges in general, so the Nuncers clearly sought to keep them away from the alien homeships. As the initial exchange of fire already began to take a toll on the defenses painstakingly built by the nailed ancient clan, The grandiose assault of the Nuncer invaders suddenly paused for an inexplicable reason. Many sensors managed to catch a very brief but bright needle of light threading through a lot of alien warships. Soon, those warships began to suffer many internal explosions and malfunctions, as it turned out that a huge hole had been drilled through their sides. From one end of the hull to the other, a tenth of every Nuncer warship received such crippling damage that many of them lost a part, if not all, of their fighting capabilities. What was strange was that not even their vaunted segmented multi-layer transphasic energy shields protected them from whatever struck the affected hulls at once. The crippling surprise attacks completely disrupted the rhythm of the Nuncers. Their forward advance slowed down while their face fighters hastily moved back to protect their homeships from whatever dastardly human weapon managed to take them by surprise. Unlike the Nuncers, the Terran defenders already figured out what happened. Many of them were no stranger to this phenomenon. In an instant, another flash of flight struck the Nuncer warships. An entire line of them got struck before promptly getting crippled due to the gaping holes in their hulls. This attack repeated several times after a short delay, until the invading Nuncers lost control over 2/3 of their homeships. Many hulls lost propulsion or power. The more unlucky ones got blown apart, as whatever managed to breach their hulls also detonated their explosive munitions. By the time the Nuncers managed to take stock of what had been done to their precious vessels, they all grew horrified at how much losses they suffered in so little time. The Nuncer vessels did not solely function as warships. They were their true homes, relying on their ability to land and take off from the surface of different planets to remain in a familiar environment at all times. To see so many Nuncer homeships fall was as devastating as witnessing the genocide of every resident on a settled planet to the humans. The Nuncers took the catastrophic losses so hard that all thoughts about breaking open this fortified star system had disappeared from their alien minds. Meanwhile, the defenders working for the nailed ancient clan all cheered the intervention of their sole god pilot. Light of Sol, Light of Sol, Light of Sol. Typically, the Terran god pilot made an effort to appear before the Terrans and leave an unforgettable impression behind. However, the Red Tide offensive struck the Terran alliance so hard that the god pilot never properly showed up from beginning to end. The Radiant had already utilized its blazing speed to depart from the star system so that he could bail out another Terran star system. The god Mech relied on the latest cutting-edge technologies to push its traversal speed to greater heights. The pressure on the Terran god pilot was far greater than his Rubarthan counterparts because he was the only true god that could serve as a backstop to the faltering defensive front of the Terran alliance. I must go faster. My speed is not enough. My speed is never enough. Fortunately, the Terrans did not have to bear the burden of defending the Caesarian upper zone and other zones of the Terran alliance by themselves. The Red Two temporarily put down their unofficial rivalry against the first-rate colonial superstate and sent reinforcements to lighten the burden. In another star system located in the shaky Eureka's upper zone, a multiracial fleet comprised of Pulmer as well as Z-Zamail warships utilized their eclectic tech to cover for their weaknesses. The technologically advanced Pulmer warships might not be as large as the vessels of other races, but they had come the closest to reaching parity with modern human warships. What surprised the defending Terrans was that the aggressive ball-like aliens successfully managed to adapt one of the Webmistress' most iconic innovations. Those Pulmer hulls are emitting distinct emissions that we have only detected from Mechers and Fleeter warships so far. Wait, if these readings are correct, then the Pulmer heavy cruisers have all managed to connect their energy shields to each other. The aliens stole the Red Two's shield link technology. This revelation came as a shock as the Mechers, and the Fleeters had always been careful about keeping the core scientific principles of shield link technology as confidential as possible. for the greedy and shameless Pulmers to not only obtain the valuable technological schematics of shield link modules, but successfully adapt them to their own alien warships so quickly was incredibly alarming. The Pulmer warships are much harder to defeat than before. The Pulmers are still hitting us as hard as we are used to from their armed vessels. Their primary energy gun batteries have become even more accurate and powerful than before. They are also as fast and agile as ever. Their mobility has not decreased in the slightest. As the Pulmers assaulted the Terran defenses from afar, the Zamails charged forward and began to cause a lot of distress due to their abnormal tech. As a slime-based race, the extremely weird Zamails never managed to get along with the other races. They were just too different in thought, appearance, culture, and goals. Their tech base was both conventional and biological in nature. The Zamail saw no need to distinguish between the two and created all kinds of horrifying and unique biomechanical warships for themselves. The Zamail fleets that assaulted this star system consisted of fleshy vessels with clear mechanical additions. While the Zamail ships possessed the usual armaments, they actually possessed several more tricky attack measures. Our space fortress has become infected. How? The Zamail ships launched biological matter towards our orbital base, where it exploded on impact and spread countless spores in the environment. What are the effects? The spores have no effect on our personnel, but they are beginning to eat away at the softer and more vulnerable metals of our space station. Remove the spores. Decontaminate the compartments affected by the spores. There are too many spores spread throughout the structure of this space station. The spores are not difficult to remove, but they propagate too quickly. Then do your best. What of the other problem? The Zamail warships are organic enough to be able to employ methods of attack that we never envisioned for our starships. One Zamail capital ship boldly charged towards a Terran warship that had partially lost her thrusters. While the human vessel attempted to limb back to safety, the Zamail battleship surged forth before opening up her organic maw. The trapper vessel applied more and more force until the Terran hull deformed. The alien vessel then proceeded to bite the rear half of the fleeing Terran warship. The trapper vessel applied more and more force until the Terran hull deformed. Many more hungry Zamail biomechanical warships advanced towards the Terran defenses. The alien vessels gave off the impression that they were more interested in devouring all of the Terran hardware than winning this battle. It didn't matter, as one automatically led to the other outcome. As the Terran defenders grew shakier at the thought of turning into food to these artificial monstrosities, many strikes assailed the Zamail warships, but few managed to do serious damage. The Zamail warships turned out to be quite sturdy and resilient against damage after losing their transphasic energy shields. They were able to withstand a lot more damage than the warships of other races. The biological internal systems of these vessels were often at least just as tough as the exterior hull plating. This represented more bad news to the Terran soldiers. The strange alien warships took a disproportionate amount of damage to eliminate. Just as the defenders thought that the joint Pulmer-Zamail armada would grind down and topple the Terran defenses, a seventh of the most forward Zamail biomechanical ships rapidly began to lose temperature. Although the loss of heat did not happen quickly, the slime aliens frantically sought to reverse the decline in temperature, to no avail. Eventually, the affected Zamail warships absurdly started to freeze. The freezing effect was so strong that the chill even reached the innermost compartments of the alien vessels. This frost. There is only one asset that can freeze so many warships at once. Look, it's the rain of frost. A dreadnought has arrived. Although dreadnoughts were not able to crush the invading alien fleets as easily as the much flashier god Mechs, the Red Fleet's trump cards were not to be trifled with, especially if they did not encounter any ancient phase whales. Chapter 6189, a more effective counterattack. Not every god pilot was available to defend the border regions. Crucial star systems, such as Bridgehead 1, also needed strong protectors to guard against sneak attacks and prevent any human rebels from plunging the rear of human space into chaos. The intervention of dreadnoughts, such as the Rain of Frost, urgently relieved the pressure and allowed the defending star systems to hold out a little longer. Even if an even larger second wave of alien assault fleets were on the way to overrun the human fortifications that managed to defend their positions for the time being, any progress was better than nothing. As millions of humans and aliens perished across the border zones of human space, more dreadnoughts intervened in their own ways. In one star system, another multiracial fleet of advanced Pulmer and Orvan warships abruptly began to malfunction on a large scale. Their sensor systems became blinded, while the targeting systems of the gun batteries aimed the weapons at their own warships. The multitude of face fighters that briefly gave the opposing human Mech a lot of grief all began to glitch out or lose power for whatever reason. The Mechs that opposed the face fighters instantly recognized the opportunity and began to focus all of their attacks against the defenseless alien craft and wipe them all out with much greater ease than before. Although only a part of the enemy forces suffered a severe degradation in functionality, this was already enough to turn the tide. If not for the fact that the Pulmers reacted quickly and utilized their formidable intellect to hastily patch the most obvious vulnerabilities to their hardware, more of the alien vessels would have succumbed to this mass cyber attack. How come the alien ships and face fighters malfunctioned all of a sudden? Isn't the answer obvious? Only one ship can do all of this. The Throne of Lies has arrived. The dreadnought never bothered to make an appearance, but her presence was most certainly felt. Without firing any of her armaments, the Throne of Lies utilized her exceptionally powerful ECM and hacking systems to continually pummel the virtual security defenses of the enemy vessels. Although the Pulmers strangely managed to shield their technologically advanced heavy cruisers against most subsequent cyber attacks, the Orvans were not as fortunate. There were much less Orvans serving aboard the vessels that possessed expertise in this field. Their proficiencies also weren't as exceptional as that of the Pulmers, so their fleet and face fighters were steadily beginning to suffer one mishap after another. Hundreds of face fighters spontaneously exploded after their transphasic missiles detonated, while remaining attached to their frames. Several Orvan warships began to lose control over their propulsion systems, causing them to fly away from the rest of their fleets and subsequently getting targeted by the vengeful human Mechs. Other Orvan warships began to spin around their axis while shutting down a part of their inertial dampeners. This caused every Orvan crew member, regardless of their caste, to get flung into the bulkheads, as if they were laundry in a rapidly rotating tumbler. Due to the excessive rotational speeds, most Orvans only had a short moment to scream before their bodies collided against solid metal surfaces. The blood and chunks of furred flesh stained the interior of many compartments. Eventually, the unceasing cyber attacks ceased. The stealthed dreadnought responsible for terrorizing the invading alien fleet had already slipped away without any announcement. Although a lot of partially functional enemy face fighters and warships remained in the field, the Pulmers and the Orvans had become utterly broken. Kill them before they regain their balance. Destroy as many of them as possible. The more we kill today, the less we have to fight against the next day. Kill the aliens. The power of dreadnoughts clearly exceeded the level that more ordinary alien fleets could cope with. This was a surprise, as the massive capital ships did not display as much combat power during Operation Jazz. Of course, anyone who took a closer look at the dreadnoughts would notice that their hulls had changed considerably. The Red Fleet continually invested in new technological and material upgrades. The fleeters spared no resources in order to apply the latest advances in both facewater technology and hyper-technology to their precious flagships. Even if they lacked the heaven-defying upgrade, that the dominion of man had received in the recent past. Dreadnoughts such as the Throne of Lies had become much more confident in dealing with the enemy armadas than before. Elsewhere, the antithesis of the Throne of Lies was leading the defending warships, and Mech in a massive counterattack against the invading alien forces. The Grail of Eternity utilized her extremely powerful support link technology to form brilliant golden energy links with dozens of warships and tens of thousands of Mechs. Despite providing additional boosts of power to a humongous amount of human assets, the Grail of Eternity exhibited no strain at all as she led the charge, and utilized her powerful defenses to weather the initial enemy strikes. Charge forward. Let us kick the aliens out of this star system. As the aliens tried to destroy the smaller human warships, the enemies found to their dismay that the Grail of Eternity was so good at providing remote support that it was practically impossible to harm any linked vessel. The aliens needed to bring in an ancient phase whale or a lot more warships in order to break apart the defensive network of the human dreadnought. Elsewhere, the guns of Armageddon dealt with the enemy more directly. She did not bother to coordinate with the local human defense forces, but boldly approached the hostile alien fleets and shattered them to pieces with an unrelenting barrage of fiery hyper-energy beams. All in all, the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet performed so well during the start of the alien offensive that many people began to regard them in a much better light. I always heard that dreadnoughts suck in comparison to god mechs. I don't see that much of a difference. The RF's dreadnoughts might not be able to kill the invading aliens as fast, but they are just as invincible in doing so. It's clear that the fleeters have done their best to close the power gap by installing a lot of new technologies. If the god pilots aren't careful enough, maybe the dreadnoughts will overtake them one day. If the goal of the fleeters was to gain more prestige and have their dreadnoughts get taken seriously again, then they certainly succeeded. The R-Ray and R-Ref working in tandem to slow down the overwhelming alien offensive certainly played a crucial role in propping up the 5 defensive bands, but it was ultimately not enough. To the top human leaders, who had access to the complete intelligence collected by many human scouts and spies, they all knew that the initial wave of attacks was just the setup. It was the second and third wave of alien assault fleets that threatened to collapse the border regions and completely break open the interior of human-occupied space. This was why it became more and more important to stall the initial advance by any means necessary. Red humanity desperately needed to reduce the enormous gap in numbers. Fortunately, there were certain individuals that had thought hard on how they could make this happen. The Evolution, which had a plan. She had many plans, but one of them was especially relevant to the situation. The leader of the transhumanist faction and the chief counselor of the Interim Leadership Council did not appear on the battlefield as a leader of institutions. She showed up in her guise as one of the strongest Mech pilots in the Red Ocean. Even though she was younger than the other god pilots, she believed she could do better in reversing the tide than her other godlike peers. She had been working on this plan months before the start of this alien offensive. Though she was burdened by many commitments, she made sure to prepare a special solution for these exact problems. A grinning organic god mech brazenly approached a fleet of joint Z-Zamail and Archie warships. The biomechanical warships, as well as the stealthed Archie ships, instantly ceased their assault and tried their best to disengage as fast as possible. The native aliens all recognized the powerful human god mechs. Unlike the other god mechs that had utilized their powerful god kingdoms to mask their arrival, the Geneforger made no effort to hide its very strong and obvious emissions. While the native aliens had most definitely made the correct response when faced with such a ridiculously powerful human adversary, the entire reason why the Evolution which did not bother to hide her traces was because running was futile. The Geneforger might not be able to match the Radiant in pure speed, but the former's continual evolutions and assimilations had made her a lot faster than many other god mechs. Once the god Mech arrived in the middle of the fleeing and scattering alien fleets, the godlike Biomech instantly took action and began to spread a huge amount of bacteria across her huge god kingdom. These bacteria appeared directly inside the hulls of every enemy warship within range. As for the vessels that were located further away, the evolution which did not intend to let any of them escape her reach. The Geniforger grew out numerous different organic cannons and began to fire flesh balls that delivered concentrated doses of resonance-empowered bacteria at the fleeting ships. Soon enough, every alien vessel became infected by bacteria, personally concocted by the god pilot. Cease fire. Do not attack the Zamail and Archie warships. They are mine now. Many people initially became confused when they heard the evolution witch's instruction, but they soon understood what she meant as the face fighters and warships changed before their eyes. Organic growths erupted from the hulls of the alien vessels. The Zamail biomechanical warships mutated to the point where they became wrapped by eerie-looking veins. The Archie warships all dropped out of stealth as their metallic exteriors became covered by a lesser degree of veins and tumors. As for the face fighters that were originally deployed to fight against human mechs, the evolution which clearly did not see any value in preserving them, as they all shut down and became inert without exception. What happened? The alien fighter craft have not suffered much damage on the surface. One of our teams is breaking open their cockpits. Their pilots are gone. No, the pilots have melted into liquid organic puddles. Eventually, the alien vessels of both races had completed their dark transformations. A lot of people felt chilled when they saw the enemy warships regain their activity. They moved in coordination with each other and formed up into geometrically perfect formations. What was important was that the warships no longer faced their bows towards the planet that they originally sought to attack. Instead, they pointed in another direction. Many people guessed that the evolution, which managed to subvert the Zamail and Archie crew members by rewiring their genes and brain chemistry, somehow. Many people couldn't help but shudder. They were lucky that the evolution which was on Red Humanity's side. The Geniforger glowed as its god kingdom issued a directive to its subverted minions. Converge with the fleets of other races aside from humanity and your own two races. Ambush and attack the alien fleets without restraint. Destroy as many of their warships before you perish. Show them the fate of those who dare to challenge the human race. The brainwashed alien officers and crew members exhibited no resistance at all, as they completely ignored their former enemies and steered their mutated alien warships to another star system that was under siege. No one dared to say anything. No one had the guts to question whether the evolution witch's subversion would hold. A surprisingly small amount of people were brave enough to cheer. This was because the evolution witch was too scary. It was not for nothing that the human bio-disaster was her alternate title. Chapter 61, 90, The Sacrifices of Ordinary People. The Red Tide Offensive struck human society hard. The imposition of martial law in the border regions and more restrictive legislation in other human-occupied regions changed the fabric of human society forever. An oppressive air began to loom above people's heads. The time for leisure and relaxation had passed. Even the most secure star systems could not completely escape the aftermath of the alien offensive. Only the periodic intervention of numerous god mechs and dreadnoughts served as a bright spot during the mass alien incursion. No matter which star system they appeared in, the powerful machines displayed their absolute dominance over their alien foes and easily stopped every invasion in its tracks. People needed hope. They invested their hope and expectations in the best of what Red Humanity had to offer. Heroes rose up as well. Numerous ace mechs and other exceptional combatants performed above and beyond to hold back the unrelenting aliens and save the lives of as many humans as possible. In this era of gods and heroes, the potential of the human race began to explode. "Father," a certain teenage girl sat on her bed in her dormitory. Andi Ketter was enrolled in a boarding school located in the safe and prosperous Selan Middle Zone. As a zone that fell within the sphere of influence of the Violet Central Star Node, much of the planets had been colonized by old money originating from the Milky Way. Ever since the Great Severing occurred, so many attempted to emigrate to the colonies in this middle zone that the colonial states couldn't handle the excessive intake. The conditions required to settle in a good location in the Selan Middle Zone skyrocketed. Andi's father would have never been able to get her to enroll in a good school under normal circumstances. Even the status of a line fighter only managed to get him so far. Without enough money, nothing could be done. The girl knew that her father feared for her life if she was forced to remain in one of the more vulnerable regions, such as the Krakatoa or the Torald Middle Zones. This was why the father made the extreme decision to volunteer for a suicide mission. The tangible and intangible rewards for serving as a noble defender of a fortified star system in the first defensive band was the greatest. Allowing Andi to become a wart child was already enough to pave her road in transphasic alloys. Together with the pensions and additional compensation, she would have to be a fool or a spoiled idiot if she was unable to complete an elite education and work for an excellent employer. Andi was not a fool, and she certainly did not think of herself as spoiled. She recalled the argument she had with her father on the eve of his departure to the front. "Why must you leave? Why do you want to kill yourself so badly? Can't you stay and be my father for many years more? Don't go. Just tell them you are sick or something." "It is already too late, sweetheart," Josh Ketter told his daughter. "I have already signed the contract with the Red Association. It is impossible to breach this agreement. From the moment I accepted this duty, my life is not my own anymore. The R-Ray doesn't joke around." Andi looked aggrieved as she hugged her father. Tears spilled from her eyes as she did not want to let go. The thought that this may be the last time she would get to talk and hug her only remaining relative in the Red Ocean broke her heart. Despite the girl's repeated pleas, the father remained unmoved. The Mech pilot kissed her daughter's head and held her tighter. "Look, even if I can nullify the contract, I won't do so. The rewards are too great. You have never entered the battlefield and fought against the native aliens. These are enemies who cannot be reasoned with. They hate us so much that they resorted to the most extreme measure of teleporting their dwarf galaxy 50 million light-years away from the Milky Way. Do you think the aliens will slack off and leave us alone after investing so much effort? There are so many more of them than us. Once they truly get serious, red humanity will be pushed to the brink. Many colonies shall fall. Only by securing a place in the rear will I be assured that you will remain safe." Though Andi did not want to accept it, she was smart enough to understand that her father's logic was likely sound. From his perspective, if he did not do anything exceptional enough, both he and his daughter would perish. By trying to maximize the value of his life, by signing up for a very lucrative suicide mission, Josh Ketter essentially managed to get a lot of benefits for free, without paying any additional price. As long as he was able to trade his availability as a soldier to secure a much better future for his daughter, at least one of them would be able to thrive in this new and dangerous age. "Father." Andi Ketter could feel her father's heartfelt words and emotions. No possible argument could sway him from this course of action. She had nothing more to say anymore. "You must think that I am a terrible father for leaving you so soon," Josh said, as he continually patted his daughter's back. "It was my fault for believing in all of the promises and relocating to the Red Ocean. I don't want our family to end up this way, but now that it has come to this, I am powerless to fix my mistakes. Both of us have lived in the new frontier long enough that you can hardly make anything out of yourself if you are short on money or connections. Average people like us can never rise high enough to protect our lives and secure our futures. The entire point of letting you become a wart child is to change your own fate. As long as your status is high enough, you will not lack opportunities. That's the spirit. Josh smiled in satisfaction. As long as you become a war child, you will be able to move to a much more developed planet and enroll in a much better school. You won't have to worry about the expensive tuition, and the teachers will never dare to neglect you in order to avoid dishonoring my sacrifice. You will also gain access to better augmentations, which are crucial to getting ahead. I truly cannot wait to provide you with all of these benefits. You can only remain young for so long. Once you are a decade older, you won't have as many chances to turn your life around anymore. It would have been better if you were even younger, but then I wouldn't have been able to spend so many precious years with you. I love you, Andi. This is why I must do this. The future belongs to the younger generation. Tears kept welling in the daughter's eyes. I won't waste the opportunities gained from your sacrifice. I promise that. I will do my best to complete my studies and earn the highest grades I can. If I can't become a Mech designer, I can still become an engineer. There can never be too many engineers and technical personnel in our society. That's the spirit. Josh smiled in satisfaction. As long as you become a war child, you will be able to move to a much more developed planet and enroll in a much better school. You won't have to worry about the expensive tuition, and the teachers will never dare to neglect you in order to avoid dishonoring my sacrifice. You will also gain access to better augmentations, which are crucial to getting ahead. I truly cannot wait to provide you with all of these benefits. You can only remain young for so long. Once you are a decade older, you won't have as many chances to turn your life around anymore. It would have been better if you were even younger, but then I wouldn't have been able to spend so many precious years with you. I love you, Andi. This is why I must do this. The future belongs to the younger generation. His father had to leave shortly afterwards, causing Andi to be haunted by many regrets. Why did her father have to sacrifice his life? Why couldn't other Mech pilots take his place? There were so many more Mech pilots that could fight against the aliens during the offensive. However, these were just the childish complaints of a teenage girl who had never seen the full face of the new frontier. Andi was already 14 years old. She had witnessed how extensively human society was stratified to a huge degree. First class, second class, or third class. Affluent or poor. Family descendant or ordinary civilian. It was virtually impossible for those at the lower end of the pyramid to rise high enough to gain actual control over their lives. The daughter did not wish for this to be the case. If human society became fairer and granted more opportunities for people such as herself, then her father would never take the initiative to sign up for this suicide mission. The girl gripped her fist, but soon let go. There was no point in raging at the unfairness of human society. She was not a politician and did not aspire to become one. Right now, she only wanted to live up to her father's greatest expectations. Andi could not focus on her homework this time. She was so worried for her father that she activated a projection and switched to one of the many live feeds that displayed the ongoing fighting. The Red 2 made no attempts to hide the victories, as well as the losses of the Red War. Any failures must clearly be shown to the public in order to emphasize the serious nature of this conflict. The fighting forces must also learn from each other's mistakes and improve their operations as quickly as possible. Right now, the battle in the star system, where her father had been stationed at in the past few months, was not going well for the human side. The Orvan assault fleets brought a lot of face fighters and warships. Their sole siege vessel steadily eliminated the orbital space fortresses that served as the crucial anchors to the human defense network. The amount of Mechs and face fighters circling around each other boggled Andi's mind. She could not distinguish anything special from all of the tangled small craft. More likely than not, her father's Fae Fianna must be there somewhere, but the live feed did not provide enough resolution and supplementary information for her to track that new machine. I hope you will protect my father long enough for him to enjoy a satisfying fight. She had heard many good stories about the products of the living Mech Corporation. Many of her fellow students at school dreamt of working for this rapidly rising firm. This was because they could not only work in one of the most promising new Mech companies in the Red Ocean, but also join a powerful clan that was already starting to break into first-class society. If possible, Andi wanted to apply to the Larkinson clan as well once she graduated from her studies. The clan was responsible for releasing a more powerful Mech than her father had access to. This caused her family to form a special connection to the Larkinsons. Is it possible? Andi did not have much hope unless she enrolled in a much better school and earned much higher grades. Many people like herself harbored the same aspiration. The Living Mech Corporation was not short of talented personnel. If Andi remained as she was today, then she never thought that she had any chance of getting employed by the LMC. If she became a Wart child, then the story might be different. Even if she ended up falling short of meeting the strict standards of the Larkinson clan, she could apply to work in any renowned Mech company or institution. A whole new future would open up for her soon. She only had to wait until the aliens defeated the human defenders of this distant star system. At that time, the Red Association should send a notification to her address that confirmed her elevation to a Wart child. Father. The naive part of herself wanted her father to come back alive. She wanted a god pilot to swoop in and save the day by annihilating all of the Orvan attackers. However, Andi had already checked out the map on the galactic net that tracked the sightings of every god Mech and dreadnought. None of these powerful assets were close to the star system, where his father fought the last battle of his life. There are too few saviors. Chapter 6191-3, VS 1 million MTA credits. Since Josh and Franklin received their new mission, their Mechs flew towards the center of the battle between small craft. The battlefield had already become littered with debris. Broken Mechs and fighter craft continually soared away in every direction. Broken and shattered pieces of metal collided against the frames of machines that were too busy fighting against each other to bother with the impacts. Further away, many Orvan warships continued to launch transphasic energy beams, kinetic rounds and missiles at the faltering defensive fortifications surrounding the planet. Both sides had already incurred serious damage, but it was clear that the human defenders were at a clear disadvantage in this fight. As many elite Mechs disengaged from the main confrontation against the Orvan face fighters and headed over to the much more intense part of the battlefield, Josh Ketter and his fellow pilots grew tenser and more apprehensive at what they were about to fight against. The elite face fighters fielded by the Orvans clearly stood above the light and heavy face fighters that they fought against just earlier. The models of the elite face fighters varied considerably from each other, but the Mech pilots already guessed that even the worst of these craft had reached quasi-first-class standards. The more modern and advanced alien craft might not be able to defeat a first-class multi-purpose Mech by itself, but the fighter can still inflict enough damage against the human machine, and that was enough. When Josh observed the ongoing battle between the top small craft of both sides, he understood why the higher-ups wanted to divert additional Mechs to this engagement. The elite face fighters abused their numbers' advantage to the fullest. Although the craft did not possess powerful defenses, they were able to rely on a combination of numbers and fairly potent firepower to completely suppress the first-class multipurpose Mechs. Although the first-class Mechs did the best they could to rely on their superior all-round performance to evade many attacks and eliminate as many elite face fighters as possible, there was a limit to the amount of damage they could withstand. The first-class multipurpose Mechs were badly outnumbered. The elite face fighters eagerly ganged up on specific human machines in order to quickly tear them apart and increase the numbers disparity even more. Josh, Franklin, and the other reinforcing pilots all knew what they had to do without requiring any additional clarification. Those elite face fighters are too strong compared to our Mechs, Franklin grumbled. Their defenses might not be as good as their current opponents, but they are still better than the defenses of our Mechs. As for their weapons, They are an entire class above our own. Our hyper-energy shields won't last long, and even their lightest transphasic attacks can shred our armor plating. Are you chickening out, Franklin? Hell no, I don't think I will be able to make it out of this battlefield alive. I just want to last long enough to take out more enemies before I go. The more elite face fighters I defeat, the better off my kids will be. Let's make sure we don't die too soon. Your thoughts are the same as mine, Josh savagely grinned. Now that he had liberated his fear towards death, his drive became stronger than ever. All he thought about was killing more of these threatening elite face fighters before his Fey Fianna crumbled apart. He knew that it wouldn't be easy. The Fey Fianna had a lot of excellent defensive options at its disposal, but there was only so much that second-class solutions could accomplish. Josh needed to approach this fight with care. His Fey Fianna needed to avoid attracting too much attention. It may be better to slow down its traversal speed and let the other mechs attract the attention of the aliens first. He shook his head. He rejected this cowardly course of action. Honor demanded that he followed his comrades into the Ray, no matter how much they imperiled themselves. Besides, nothing escaped the monitoring of the Red Association. The Metcher liaison already made it clear that under their watchful eyes, every action would be tracked and evaluated in order to make certain that nobody tried to cheat or game the system. Only honorable combat allowed pilots such as Josh to make a meaningful contribution to the war effort. The reinforcing Mech pilots received more precise orders. They needed to relieve the first-class multipurpose Mechs as much as possible by distracting their attackers as best as possible. One way that could truly force the Orvan face fighters to divert their attention was to reduce their numbers as quickly as possible. We need to team up with other pairs, Josh said. It will take at least 4 or 5 melee mechs equipped with space suppressors to quickly breach their transphasic energy shields. The mechs all formed into squads based on the assignments transmitted by their motherships. Josh's Fey Fianna grouped up with 3 more swordsman mechs and 1 light skirmisher. With the light mech flying ahead, the mech pilots of the other 3 melee mechs expressed clear interest in the Fey Fianna. That is not a machine you see here every day. How is the piloting experience? Sublime, completely different. It has helped me out more times than I can count. It is as if I have a permanent co-pilot by my side. That sounds great. I am jealous of you. If I did not sign up for this duty, I might have been able to pilot one of those new living mechs one day. Maybe you will have a chance one day, Josh quipped. Dream on. Let's focus on our mission. Target that black fighter with red stripes first. The craft's transphasic energy shield is already half depleted. We should complete what the first-class mechs have started. Agreed. The elite face fighters that had previously been using their numbers advantage to bully the first-class multipurpose mechs suddenly began to experience greater pressure. The rifleman mechs fired first. Their energy beams and Gauss rounds failed to penetrate the transphasic energy shields of the elite face fighters, but still managed to drain them a little further. However, the lack of transphasic arms meant that the ranged mechs hardly posed much of a threat. The tech and material disparities were simply too large. The second-class mech only cost a handful of MTA credits to produce. It was difficult to estimate the production cost of the various models of elite face fighters that could actually threaten genuine first-class multipurpose mechs. However, any decent mech designer could roughly estimate that their cost in human currency may start at 1 million MTA credits. Even if Facewater made up for a hefty chunk of this cost, this huge price gap still illustrated how ridiculous it was for second-class mechs to intervene in this fight. Yet the second-class mechs still took on this fight because they could still make a difference. Careful, the red-striped fighter is turning towards us. It is about to fire its energy cannons. The enemy craft ignored the approaching light skirmisher and tried to take down one of the 3 swordsman mechs. The pilot of the targeted mech already anticipated this move and began to make desperate evasive maneuvers. Most laser beams ended up missing the Mech, but the few that managed to land a hit quickly broke apart the weak hyper-energy shield and burned deep holes through the armor plating. If not for the fact that the Mech pilot made his machine spin in an attempt to spread out the energy damage across a wider surface area, the swordsman Mech would have suffered severe internal damage by this time. One of the power lines got burned. My Mech has lost 20% of its power already. Its armor plating is as thin as a leaf against this level of firepower. The elite facefighter did not cease firing. Even though there were multiple ranged Mechs trying to sap its transphasic energy shield, the Orvan fighter pilot clearly understood which targets to prioritize. It only took a few seconds for the alien to accomplish his goal. "It looks like I am going out first. Kill this Orvan bastard for me. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." Josh's eyes grew a little strained when the swordsman Mech succumbed from the transphasic attacks. The damage inflicted by this small machine was not great, but the story was different for the other melee Mechs. Fortunately, the elite facefighter did not have enough time to mop up the other Mechs before it became assailed by the remaining human machines. The light skirmisher arrived first and continually pummeled the transphasic energy shield with its daggers. The damage inflicted by this small machine was not great, but the story was different for the other melee Mechs. The two surviving swordsman Mechs tried to box in the facefighter and utilized power moves to quickly deplete the fighter craft's transphasic energy shield. The Fey Fianna joined in as well and thrust its spear at the energy barrier on a repeated basis. The melee Mech also tried their best not to put themselves in the crosshairs of the ranged Mechs. The attacks of so many Mechs began to take a toll on the half-depleted transphasic energy shield. Not only that, but the space suppressors from the light skirmisher, the two swordsman Mechs, the Fey Fianna and two additional supporting Fey all produced a stacking effect that successfully negated the powerful face-water reinforcement of the affected facefighter. The elite alien fightcraft's energy shield became a lot more fragile, allowing the attackers to deplete it much faster than before. What was also important was that the attacks launched by the facefighter also became weaker. Even though the elite facefighter tried to resist as much as possible by launching attacks at the more distant ranged Mechs, Franklin's machine only received light to moderate damage up to this point. "We're through." As soon as the suppressed energy shield shattered apart, the light skirmisher zipped forward faster than the other Mechs and instantly shoved its knives through the surprisingly fragile exterior and demolished the cockpit. The alien pilot died instantly. The fighter craft lost all activity and began to drift aimlessly through space. Though it still retained a bit of functionality, there was no point in attacking it further as the Orvans weren't stupid enough to automate their face fighters. Again, the 4 melee Mechs and 5 ranged Mechs did not rest and decided to gang up on another face fighter. At this time, their group was hardly the only one to achieve a result. Many other veteran Mech pilots had successfully teamed up to eliminate one elite face fighter after another. The Orvan fighter pilots could no longer afford to ignore the threat posed by human reinforcements than before. The angry Orvans turned away from the first-class multipurpose Mechs and began to turn their guns against the much weaker second-class Mechs. As the Fey Fianna and the other Mechs approached another elite face fighter, 2 more face fighters came to the rescue and started to launch a counterattack. "We are being targeted." The incoming damage was terrible. One swordsman Mech got ripped to shreds within seconds, as energy weapons designed to take down first-class multipurpose Mechs were no joke. The sole remaining swordsman Mech broke away and invested its full power into evasive maneuvers. The Mech pilot of this machine had made the right decision. By no longer flying forward, the Mech gained a lot more freedom of movement. Alas, the 3 face fighters were too powerful. They ignored the ranged attacks splashing against their transphasic energy shields in order to finish off the remaining swordsman Mech as possible. Josh grew dismayed. Only the light skirmisher and his Fey Fianna were left. The loss of several Mechs equipped with space suppressors increased the burden of the survivors. The pilot of the Fey Fianna suddenly felt a lot threatened. He could guess that the 3 face fighters had set their sights on his Fey Fianna next. Multiple powerful transphasic energy beams ripped the Fey Fianna's hyper-energy shield and began to burn out dozens of modular armor plating. As the second volley arrived, Josh desperately put the 2 shield generator Fey in the way in order to prevent an early collapse. Even so, the Fey got so badly beaten that they had become littered by holes. No. Chapter 6192 outclassed. Most Orvan face fighters were too strong. Their defenses were already fairly tough, but their offensive power was too high due to increased power levels and the use of face fighter. So long as the fighter craft were not affected by a space suppressor field, their lethality was too high towards second-class mechs. Even a popular and well-regarded second-class drone mech like the Fey Fianna was little different in this regard. As Josh witnessed the 2 hyper-energy shield Fey getting destroyed within a few seconds, his mind worked faster than ever as he and his living mech tried to fight for their survival as much as possible. Armor. The Fey Fianna had already begun to form the best possible response, aside from engaging in evasive maneuvers. One of the handy features of the Fey Fianna was its modular armor system. Developed by Beatrice Hendricks, the modular armor plating had the potential to increase the mech's ability to resist damage by as much as 5 times. Of course, this was just a theoretical claim. Whether it was possible to do this in practice was questionable, but Josh did not want his fragile mech to fall into pieces too soon. A lot of modular plating had already left their original places. The intact modular plates from the fallen energy shield, Fey, as well as the ones located to the rear of the base mech, all moved to the front of the machine. The modular plating quickly formed into makeshift physical barriers that were several layers deep. Only the torso received their protection, as there simply weren't enough plates to cover the rest. It was enough, if only for half a dozen seconds. The firepower of the elite face fighters was immensely powerful, so much so that one of the Fey Fianna's legs already lost most of its functionality. However, the desperate move to prolong the survival of the mech worked, if only for a very short period of time. A lot of modular armor plating got burned or vaporized. The penetrating energy attacks easily damaged multiple layers of armor at the same time. If Josh and his living mech did not work together to reposition more modular armor plating in order to maintain a sufficient degree of thickness, the torso of the Fey Fianna would have gotten blasted by now. Even so, there was no way the Fey Fianna could resist the attacks for long. Josh already understood that his desperate actions may have only prolonged his death by a dozen seconds at most, but what else could he do? His Fey Fianna was far too weak compared to these elite face fighters. He just hoped he could be a little more useful than the swordsman mechs that got shredded to pieces a lot faster than his own machine. Just as Josh was resigned to die without being able to kill another highly threatening elite face fighter, the engagement suddenly took a radical turn as a series of plasma bolts, micro-missiles, and transphasic hyper-positron beams struck one of the elite face fighters. Since the fighter craft had turned their attention towards the reinforcing mechs, they had neglected to pay enough attention to the first-class multipurpose mechs they had previously tried to contain. Now that the first-class mechs endured a lot less pressure, they gained more room to launch counterattacks. One of them just so happened to turn its formidable arsenal against the fighter craft that threatened the Fey Fianna. Even if the first-class multipurpose mech was no longer in a good condition, it still possessed more than enough firepower to blast apart one of the elite face fighters with ease. The Orvan pilots of the other 2 elite face fighters completely lost their rhythm to the point where their attacks had stalled. While it was important to get rid of the annoying human reinforcements, There was no way they could ignore the hostility of a powerful first-class multipurpose Mech. The alien pilots clearly dismissed the existence of the Fey Fianna and split away from each other in an attempt to evade the attacks launched by the first-class multipurpose Mechs. It didn't work. Although the first-class Mech soon began to get attacked by other opportunistic small craft, the aggrieved Mech pilot became determined to wipe out the two face fighters. Despite flying in opposite directions, the first-class multipurpose Mech targeted both machines at the same time. One of the craft got overwhelmed by a deluge of plasma bolts. The other fighter craft crumbled apart after getting struck by potent positron beams. It didn't matter that the two face fighters were not weakened by any nearby space suppressor fields. In the face of an R-ray Mech whose firepower was on a completely higher level, any additional measures became optional. Josh and the remaining Mechs in his impromptu squad all became impressed at what just happened. The main reason why the first-class multipurpose Mechs hadn't been able to eliminate as many elite face fighters with such ease was because they faced too many enemies at once. The arrival of reinforcements had changed this equation. The R-ray Mechs took advantage of the reduced pressure to attack the elite face fighters, managing to eliminate many of them in a much shorter span of time. The pilot of the R-ray Mech soon transmitted a direct short-ranged message to the Fey Fianna and other nearby machines. "Follow my lead." "Yes, sir." Josh felt grateful for the R-ray Mech's intervention. He also recognized that it was better to cooperate more closely with such a powerful machine. More melee Mechs joined his squad. They soon began to act in coordination with the R-ray Mech by attacking the elite face fighters that sought to eliminate the powerful machine. It was hard work. The elite face fighters were still too numerous, and many of them did not have much qualms about turning their energy cannons at the second-class Mechs. Josh felt as if he was a few steps away from death the longer he took part in this struggle. Numerous Mechs fell apart as they got targeted by the powerful alien craft every 30 seconds. Though Josh's Fey Fianna managed to escape this fate for the time being, the pilot knew that it would not take much to collapse his machine defenses entirely. Teaming up with an R-ray Mech still yielded a lot of results, though. The second-class Mechs were not really able to take down the elite face fighters by themselves, but so long as they attracted the attention and hostility of the alien pilots, they had already done their jobs. The Fey Fianna and the other second-class Mechs literally and figuratively served as shields for the first-class multipurpose Mech. The powerful machine hailing from the Red Ocean possessed a seemingly endless amount of firepower. The pilot of this powerful machine did his best not to squander the sacrifices made by the reinforcements and managed to take down over 10 enemy fighter craft at a much faster pace than before. Alas, it still wasn't enough. The elite face fighters were still very numerous, and many second-class Mechs could not withstand their attention. Even if the first-class multipurpose Mech managed to thin the herd of enemy small craft by over 15% since the arrival of human reinforcements, that still left a lot of face fighters that had already succeeded in reducing the number of first-class multipurpose Mechs. Both sides suffered greater losses, but the reinforcements suffered the greatest losses by far. It couldn't be helped. A large number of second-class Mechs got thinned out due to their vulnerability against the more powerful alien small craft. This was the price they paid for intervening in a fight above their class. Just as it seemed that the disproportionate losses to the second-class Mechs would ultimately cause them to fail in their mission, miracles started to occur. When an elite face fighter swept past the damaged Fey Fianna and went on to damage the ranged Mechs following in the rear, Josh immediately grew alarmed. Franklin. His friend's rifleman Mech was not the first machine to get targeted, but the fragility of the adjacent ranged Mech meant that his machine soon came under imminent threat. Yet just before the elite face fighter could switch to its other target, an explosion of power erupted from another nearby rifleman Mech. A breakthrough. Even though the lucky pilot only became an expert candidate, his age and experience caused him to build up a lot of accumulation. The more powerful breakthrough energies, as well as the ability to surpass his human limits to a modest degree, caused the new expert candidate to enter his best state in his entire career. Die. The resonance-empowered positron beams fired by his Mech exhausted the transphasic energy shield much more quickly than normal. Without its energy barrier, the elite face fighter quickly succumbed to the firepower. Though Josh felt a little disappointed that neither him nor Franklin managed to break through, they were genuinely happy that one of their colleagues managed to take the first step. "I have received new orders," the happy and jubilant-sounding expert candidate said. "There is no obligation for me to fight anymore. I can go back and wait for evacuation. It is just..." "Go," Josh earnestly said. "You deserve this chance. Red humanity can get much more out of you if you live long enough to break through again. You should not be buried in this miserable grave." Franklin concurred. "Any of us would make the same decision as you if we were in your position. You are not a coward. You are being prepared for more important battles. Go and fight on our behalf. Kill every alien until you have avenged us all. We are counting on you heroes." The expert candidate did not hesitate any further and disengaged from the fight without feeling any guilt. He was not the only pilot who managed to break through. Over a dozen other pilots across the entire battlefield successfully broke through as well. Many of them received immediate instructions to focus on preserving their lives while they retreated from the enemy. The Red Association dispatched several first-class Mechs to provide additional cover and support in order to ensure the expert candidates made it back safely. This was a special treatment that the other Mech pilots could never dream of receiving. They all knew their own places in this battle. So long as they remained mortal, they could forget about getting pampered. The breakthrough of these lucky pilots stimulated the others into fighting harder. Josh, Franklin, and many others who witnessed the emergence of an expert candidate began to feel greater hope. As long as they managed to break through, they would also be able to gain a new lease on their lives. Unfortunately, the breakthroughs happened too infrequently. The battle against the elite face fighters was also steadily getting worse for the human Mech pilots, as the immediate removal of every expert candidate deprived them of a lot of momentum. As the losses among the second-class Mechs started to reach an unsustainable level, everyone received a new but heavy instruction. "Are you hearing this, Josh?" Franklin asked. "We have received orders to drag down the remaining elite face fighters as much as possible." Josh and Franklin soon understood the intention of the higher-ups when a sudden but crucial change occurred. Every first-class multipurpose Mech that had previously mowed down plenty of elite face fighters, with the help of reinforcements, turned around and flew away at full power. The R-Ray Mechs completely disregarded the second-class Mechs. They cooperated with as well as the surviving elite face fighters that still posed a certain threat. Although the Orvan enemies immediately started their pursuit, the second-class Mechs did their best to distract them and pull them away from their chase. The reason why the first-class multipurpose Mechs chose to turn tail now was because the situation had so much that they could finally resume their mission. They no longer feared the elite face fighters anymore, because they no longer had the numbers to keep the first-class multipurpose Mechs in place anymore. This was especially the case when the remaining reinforcements were just strong enough to hold back the most powerful alien fighter craft. Once the Orvan pilots realized they could no longer stop the first-class multipurpose Mechs from attacking their siege vessel, they grew angry and stewed all of their ire towards the second-class Mechs that dared to slow down their fighter craft. The Mechs that stayed behind started to suffer enormous losses. Chapter 6193, Driven to Exhaustion. The battle was starting to reach its climax. Both sides suffered greater and greater losses as they fought for dominance over a star system located in the vulnerable first defensive band. Every human fighting in this strategic location knew that they would likely never be able to get away alive, let alone see another tomorrow. Yet the volunteer line fighters all did their duty without giving in to panic or despair. They signed up for this mission. They fought not for themselves, but for the future of their next of kin and as well as red humanity as a whole. This sense of duty and sacrifice fortified their spirits and allowed them to face certain death with a brave face. Ha ha ha, 5 elite face fighters already fell at my hand. I'm rich. My sons will definitely be able to squeeze into the Red Association after this. Help me kill more of them so that I can get my cousins in as well. My flight system is toast. Leave me behind. I can't move, but I can still serve as a distraction. I'll even eject my cockpit so that the aliens have 2 targets to fight against. For humanity, death to the aliens. The greater the threat of death, the more fearless the Mech pilots became. As for the elite Orvan fighter pilots, they had all grown furious at their inability to keep the first-class multi-purpose Mechs contained. If not for the human reinforcements running interference, the aliens would have been able to hold back or even destroy the powerful R-ray Mechs. It was for this reason that the elite face fighters no longer became distracted by other priorities and focused their full efforts on annihilating the elite Mech units. Transphasic missiles exploded against Mechs, causing the latter to either get crippled or blown apart without any other exception. Multiple face fighters formed into a wing and kept strafing multiple Mechs at once. The firepower of their transphasic energy cannons was too strong for their targets to resist. Many alien fighter craft endured a lot of attacks, especially from the ranged Mechs that were able to strike at any distance in this open environment. However, their powerful transphasic energy shields easily withstood a lot of blows, thereby making it so that very few face fighters succumbed from ranged attacks. The only effective way for the second-class Mechs to take down the face fighters was for multiple melee Mechs to get close to them. The Red 2 heralded space suppressors as game changers, and they proved their value many times over in this battle as well as many others. Not only were the melee Mechs able to shatter the transphasic energy shields multiple times easier, their intervention also increased the effectiveness of ranged Mechs targeting the same enemies. Although the original squad assignments had already turned useless due to all of the deaths, the veteran Mech pilot did not require any formal assignments in order to work with each other. Informal teams formed and broke apart with every passing minute. The Mech pilots utilized their own judgment to decide whether to group up with other machines or go their separate ways. As the amount of second-class Mechs and elite face fighters began to drop at a rapid rate, it became clear that the latter steadily gained more ground. It couldn't be helped. The elite face fighters may have suffered heavy losses after tangling with the first-class multi-purpose Mechs they were supposed to stall, but their remaining numbers was still more than enough to grind down the much weaker second-class Mechs. This confrontation was turning into a grave for an increasing number of Mech pilots. Their courage and optimism were admirable, but high morale alone could not save them from near-certain death. The only way for these imperiled and dying Mech pilots to reach the light at the end of a very dark tunnel was to break through. Under the insane pressure exerted by the powerful fighter craft that they had been struggling against, more and more Mech pilots managed to exceed their limits and break through. I will not allow myself to be defeated by these pathetic fighters. My story does not end today. I am the savior of red humanity. Their strong emotions propelled their willpower to unprecedented heights. Not only did they gain strong convictions, but their forced resonance directly amplified the combat power of their machines by around an order of magnitude, enabling them to kill elite face fighters with greater ease. If these brand-new expert candidates all committed to the fight and directed their temporary boost in power to eliminating the elite face fighters, then the second-class Mechs might have a chance of winning this confrontation. However, this did not make sense from a strategic perspective. The higher-ups valued the lives of all of the newly ascended expert candidates far greater than the ordinary Mechs and Mech pilots that had yet to display any extraordinary strength. The only known evacuation ship could accommodate a large number of passengers on an emergency basis, but it could not accept any people that held no greater value. Only the expert candidates were entitled to receive a ticket on this ride. As soon as they broke through, the expert candidates only fought for a short amount of time before they resolutely retreated from the front. The elite face fighters didn't want to let them go. It became clear that the Orvans all received orders to shoot down as many Mechs piloted by expert candidates as possible, so a frenzy occurred after every breakthrough. The few R-Ray Mechs assigned to escort these expert candidates back to the rear provided a lot of cover to guarantee the survival of these future human heroes, but it was not enough. The other second-class Mechs had to come to the aid of their luckier comrades and do their part to reduce the pressure. All of the hectic struggles caused people's emotions to surge even higher, thereby triggering further breakthroughs. These were remarkable phenomena, as many of the pilots here were older veterans who had previously given up any hope of treading onto the path of godhood. It was only now that they were literally in the fight of their lives that these old dogs seemed to experience a renaissance. All of their training, experience, and skill seemed to come together and sublimate into willpower that became strong enough to impose their ideas on reality, if only momentarily. Josh Ketter became incredibly inspired by all of these breakthroughs. He had interacted with a few of them in the past few months. They were similar to him in terms of age, growth trajectory, and more. To see these brave men and women defeat the odds, as well as their own estimations, gave everyone else hope that they may be able to replicate this feat. Press the advantage. The elite face fighters are already beginning to flag. Those Orvan fighter pilots are too inexperienced. The tech utilized by the Orvans may be a lot more superior than the tech utilized by the second-class Mechs, but the individuals controlling them also mattered. Compared to the veteran Mech pilots, their much younger and less trained Orvan counterparts began to show their faults. Even if the alien fighter pilots did not have to control as many variables, their hasty training and their lack of tempering obviously left their mentalities rather weak. Their ferocity could not match that of their human foes. Their motivations were also fairly weaker, as they were mainly fighting on behalf of their gods and their higher caste superiors. This caused the alien face fighters to fight less fluidly than before. As the Orvans became susceptible to fear and doubt, they began to forget parts of their training. This made the fight a bit more bearable for Mech pilots such as Josh Ketter, but only to a modest extent. The huge gap in tech level was still too difficult to overcome. Dai, a battered and partially crippled Fey Fianna, utilized its only intact arm to stab its spear against an elite face fighter. The enemy craft had clearly lost its transphasic energy shield at least once before. Its fuselage exhibited clear signs of damage and burn marks caused by laser beams. However, the craft somehow managed to pull back and rest long enough for its transphasic energy shield generator to restore its function. It was difficult for the Fey Fianna to inflict effective damage to the craft at its current state. The loss of an arm due to getting shredded by enemy fire had made it a lot more difficult for the machine to wield its spear. What made the Fey Fianna's situation even worse was that it had almost run out of modular armor plating. The machine had stripped every piece of plating from the head, the limbs, the space suppressor Fey in order to protect its most essential internal components against damage. The Fey Fianna would have definitely fallen, if not for the ability to rearrange its armor plating. Even so, Josh Ketter knew that he had exhausted his allowance. He fought with the constant fear that his Mech would get torn to pieces as long as it attracted the attention of a determined enemy fighter pilot. In order to reduce the chance that his Mech would get singled out, Josh purposefully fought alongside other melee Mechs in order to give the Orvans other targets to focus their fire. It worked so far. The swordsman Mechs and other melee Mechs all looked deadlier and more threatening than Josh's beat-up Fae Fianna. Even as the Axeman Mech that Josh had been fighting alongside began to shut down, as another enemy craft blew a hole through the cockpit, his Fae Fianna, along with other supporting Mechs, finally breached the defenses of their target and made short work of the damaged fighter craft. Another one down. Less than 200 elite face fighters were left at this time, but these craft were predominantly piloted by the most skilled and resilient alien fighter pilots. The cowards who had begun to flag as the fighting dragged on had already been eliminated for the most part. The ones that remained were undoubtedly the more promising fighter pilots that had become baptized and tempered in battle. As the weary and increasingly faltering second-class Mechs tried to finish off the remaining elite face fighters, Josh suddenly felt threatened as an elite face fighter finally targeted his partially crippled Mech out of all of the other nearby Mechs. "Josh!" Franklin roared even as his hot energy rifle spat out hyper-positron beams at the strafing face fighter. "Get out of there!" As the jaws of death began to descend upon him, Josh became more and more focused. His Fae Fianna abused its strained flight system past its limits and forcibly juked around in space, thereby managing to evade the majority of incoming shots fired by the enemy craft. The inexperienced Orvan pilot became frustrated by the continuous evasions and tried to compensate for his aim as best as possible. However, the alien's frustrations only caused his aim to worsen, thereby allowing the Fae Fianna to get away with only minor damage. Much of the shots that would have otherwise struck the torso of the machine had been resisted or softened up by the space suppressor Fae. Both modules that had served the Fae Fianna extremely well during the previous fighting finally reached the end of their journeys. Their fall was swift, as the Fae Fianna had already cannibalized all of their modular armor plating. Though the Mech no longer possessed any obstacles that could shield its internals from damage, the alien face fighter had already come too close to launch any further attacks. Unlike Mechs, fighter craft were not meant to remain stationary in combat. The enemy face fighter had little choice but to swoop past the Fae Fianna without gaining the satisfaction of downing another human Mech. The Orvan Mech pilot focused the formidable firepower of his fighter onto another Mech. Josh briefly relaxed now that he confirmed that he had managed to prolong his life a little more, but he soon began to panic when he noticed that the enemy craft was firing its energy cannons at the supporting ranged Mechs. "Franklin, disengage right now." "I can't, Josh. The enemy fighter has it out for me. I can't shake its fire." "Then eject." "It's pointless. My time is up. I will leave the rest to you, Josh, for a human galaxy." The elite face fighter managed to land enough shots on the evading ranged Mech to destroy the latter's flight system. Once Franklin's rifleman Mech lost its ability to move, it became an easy target. The Orvan face fighter took advantage of this condition and easily demolished the Mech's exposed torso. Seeing his war buddy and genuine friend of the past few months die, without being able to do anything to avert this outcome, finally caused Josh to go over the edge. Red filled his vision as his helplessness and repressed fury boiled over. He broke through. "You filthy aliens." The Fae Fianna exploded with energies as forced resonance, spontaneously repaired, and fortified a lot of parts. The Mech had gone from a near wreck into a formidable threat. Even as Josh became an expert candidate and earned a ticket from this battlefield, he refused to obey the orders to retreat and ready himself for evacuation. All thoughts about returning to his daughter disappeared from his mind, as only vengeance dominated his irrational mind. Chapter 6194, The Drive of Vengeance. The breakthrough of an expert candidate was not as exaggerated as that of an expert pilot. It should not be underestimated, though. Expert candidates had taken their first step in transcending their mortal limitations. To younger and less experienced Mech pilots, this transition was relatively mild and short-lasting. The story was different for an older and more experienced Mech pilot like Josh Ketter. His accumulation was far greater. His failure to break through during the prior decades did not diminish this in the slightest. If he was just a normal Mech pilot who followed a normal career trajectory, then all of this accumulation would slowly atrophy as he fell victim to long-term stagnation and regression as he aged. Yet because he somehow managed to break through while he had just moved past his prime, Josh still managed to benefit from all of the hidden energies that he had built up over the course of piloting Mechs on a near-daily basis for so many years. The Fey Fiona that had previously lost both of its and an arm began to look a lot better than before. The forced resonance phenomenon could not replace all of the missing modular armor plating, but it strengthened the machine just enough to serve Josh's purpose. The death of Franklin shouldn't have affected him to this extent. Sure, the two had become as thick as thieves ever since they met each other after transferring to this star system. Yet that did not mean they became family all of a sudden. Josh's emotions refused to listen to his rationality. To him, Franklin had become far more than a friend to him. The two shared similar experiences and volunteered for this duty for the same reasons. He was like a brother that Josh had never met. The two could have accomplished a lot more if they met each other sooner. It was through pure luck and coincidence that the two Mech pilots converged on this star system out of all of the other places in the old galaxy and the new frontier. Now, Josh had lost his friend and brother that he had met too late. He only carried a few months' worth of memories of Franklin. This was far from enough to keep him satisfied. As the latest expert candidate to break through on this battlefield came into his power, he no longer became distracted by as many considerations as before. In order to avenge Franklin's death and satisfy his own desire for spilling alien blood, Josh rejected the repeated calls to disengage and went on the offensive. With the power of forced resonance, the Fey Fiona not only flew faster, but also maneuvered more agilely in space. This enabled the machine to continually evade the attacks launched by other elite face fighters. Josh, together with his living Mech, did their utmost to squeeze the potential of the Fey Fiona beyond its potential. Even though the Mech had lost all of its Fey, that did not bother the expert candidate all that much. As more and more Orvan fighter pilots sought to take down the latest human hero to rise up, the other second-class Mechs did not remain idle. They increased their aggression towards the alien fighter craft and tried to force them to divert their attention by any means possible. Go ahead and kill to your heart's content. We will shield you from every enemy that seeks to cut short your killing spree. It is high time we annihilate these elite face fighters. Too many of our brothers and sisters have fallen to their energy cannons. Fight until there is nothing left. As the Fey Fiona closed in on the elite face fighter that had been responsible for ending Franklin's life, the Orvan pilot knew he was in serious danger. The alien combatant already possessed a powerful impression of expert candidates and had no intention of fighting back. The pilot instead steered his craft away in order to avoid falling prey to the vengeful enemy. Coward! Josh grew angrier as the enemy avoided any form of confrontation. The Fey Fiona began to accelerate a little faster as the pilot did not hesitate to exceed the safe limitations of the flight system. The Fey Fiona's flight system and other components would likely collapse after the forced resonance state had come to an end, but neither Josh nor his living Mech cared about this consequence. We are gaining on him, Josh. Let us drench the tip of our spear with the blood of Franklin's killer. The Fey Fiona had already developed an intimate bond with Josh and cared about Franklin almost just as much. The close alignments of their thoughts and motivations strengthened their forced resonance and allowed the Mech to gain the boost it needed to get a little closer. Unfortunately, it was not enough. The Orvan fighter pilot somehow figured out a way to squeeze additional speed from his face fighter. The craft began to purge unnecessary components. Various parts began to fall away from the frame, allowing the face fighter to reduce its mass by a small margin. At the same time, the face fighter's thrust power also began to increase, as the pilot managed to override the safety limitations of his own craft. Even as the heat levels of the engine and thrusters rose to a dangerous level, the Orvan pilot ignored the warnings given by his craft and tried to delay a reunion as much as possible. "I need more speed," Josh urged his living machine. "There is nothing more left to give. My flight system is already stretched beyond its limit. There is no way we can accelerate any harder." If that is the case, Josh refused to let his enemy get away. Other ranged mechs helped out by shooting their rifles at the fleeing fighter craft. The attacks strained the alien face fighter's transphasic energy shield, but not enough to collapse it quickly enough. Enough. Josh made a spontaneous action. He commanded his Fey Fianna to hold its spear in an overhand grip before launching it forward as if it was throwing a javelin. Empowered by all of the forced resonance that Josh was able to concentrate into the weapon, the glowing polearm soared through space and accurately nailed the elite face fighter despite the pilot's hasty attempt to make a barrel roll to the side. The strained transphasic energy barrier shattered as the spear, enhanced by Josh's desire for vengeance, pushed through and struck the thrusters of the fighter craft. Although the spear had lost so much power that it was unable to pierce too deep into the fuselage, the weapon had nonetheless done its job. The elite face fighter had lost its main source of propulsion. The small craft tumbled into space as it had lost control over its movements. With a spear tip embedded into the rear of the Orvan face fighter, the alien pilot lost his chance to escape the reach of a vengeful expert candidate. A glowing Fey Fianna stopped by the side of the tumbling machine and yanked back the spear. Though Josh wanted to take a moment and savor the satisfaction of driving his target to a dead end, the battlefield was still dangerous to him and his living mech. With multiple elite face fighters trying to take down the Fey Fianna and kill the promising expert candidate, the living mech constantly had to stay in motion in order to prevent its damaged and overstrained frame from collapsing. Josh decided to keep it short and simple. "This is for you, Franklin." One firm spear thrust was enough to breach the cockpit and squash the body of the Orvan fighter pilot. Dead. Josh gained an indescribable sense of fulfillment for killing the alien fighter pilot that had been responsible for killing his friend. The fight was not over, though. The number of elite face fighters had dwindled by a lot since he last paid attention to their quantity, but a lot of second-class mechs had perished as well. Instead of making the sensible decision to retreat and board his ride out of this doomed star system, Josh wanted to eliminate all of the remaining elite face fighters before he left. The glowing Fey Fianna valiantly raised its spear. "Kill the rest." As the Fey Fianna began to fly towards another elite face fighter, the remaining elite mech pilots cheered and fought a little harder. Both sides had pretty much fought each other to a state of depletion, so this was a time where both mechs and face fighters were prone to glitches, malfunctions, and other sudden mishaps. Many craft became vulnerable and got destroyed in an instant. If not for the latest expert candidate intervening in the fight, the second-class mechs would have collapsed a bit sooner. As the dwindling amount of elite face fighters were being driven to desperation, they no longer attempted to wipe out all of the surviving elite mech units, but instead sought to take down their leader and symbol of resistance. The Fey Fianna began to attract a lot of unwelcome attention. The mech had been forced to pick up large pieces of metal debris from the battlefield in order to make up for its inadequate protection. The Fey Fianna had tossed aside its spear so that its remaining hand could grip chunks of metal that originated from broken mechs and face fighters. Josh and his living mech soon learned that the thickest pieces of metal tended to last longer regardless of where they originally came from. The strongest alloys came from the first-class multipurpose mechs. But it was a pity that not a lot of debris from these powerful machines had spread to this side of the battlefield. The expert candidate found it hard to shield his mech from attacks coming from multiple directions. Josh did his utmost to maneuver and shield his machine so that its torso received as little damage as possible. By serving as the main target of the remaining elite face fighters, the other surviving second-class mechs readily took advantage of the situation. They attacked their obsessed enemies and wore down their defenses at a brisk pace. Eventually, the elite mechs, what little of them were left, had no more elite face fighters left to kill. Each of them had been destroyed. The Fey Fianna that looked to be in a much worse shape than before amazingly managed to last long enough to witness the annihilation of the elite face fighters. As Josh registered what had happened, his breakthrough had finally run its course. The Fey Fianna no longer glowed with power, but instead began to dim until its strained parts all began to shatter and spread apart. The living mech knew that its time was up. It held no regrets about its imminent demise. "Do not mourn for my death. Remember me and fight for me. Please give my regards to your daughter. My only regret is that I have never met her myself. I will do as you say. Please go with peace. You have done your job. No other living mech will replace your place in my heart. That is my promise." Josh closed his eyes as the man-machine connection got cut off due to the total breakdown of his machine. Only the cockpit remained intact. It was only now that Josh regained his wits. He realized that he still remained in a very dangerous part of the battlefield. Now that he had successfully realized one of his dreams, his greatest priority was to retreat and make his way out of this star system alive. "Andi," Josh called out his daughter's name, "it looks like I am coming home after all. I am so happy that I can watch you grow up. With my new strength, I can." The jubilant expert candidate's words suddenly cut off as a powerful spatial vibration spread across the center of the battlefield and shattered many mechs and face fighters alike. The Orvan fighter craft managed to resist this unannounced spatial attack to an extent, but the same could not be said for the mechs that overwhelmingly lacked transphasic defenses. The cockpit of the broken Fey Fianna had no chance to survive this devastating strike. The metal cage shattered apart, while the body inside had already shook into a bloody mush. The expert candidate had fallen upon the moment of his triumph. His bright and promising career as a hero had been cut off before it could get off to a proper start. The culprit behind Josh Ketter's death never spared a thought to the deceased expert candidate. All of the puny humans and Orvans were little more than insects to the arriving Phase Lord. As the trampler of stars beheld the siege that had faltered due to the Mechers successfully pulling off a decapitation strike on the Orvan siege vessel, the quadruped alien sneered. The powerful Phase Lord raised its forelimbs before slamming them down onto an invisible floor. The fabric of space around the trampler of stars shook and began to spread a second spatial eruption. Chapter 60, 195, Tricky Isolation. In the first 24 hours after the start of the Red Tide offensive, both sides suffered enormous losses. The humans found themselves unable to preserve orbital supremacy over the fortified planets located in the first defensive band. This did not immediately spell the fall of the human-controlled fortifications built on the planet. Depending on how extensively the humans had dug in, and how many forces the native aliens were willing to commit to planetary cleansing, it could take weeks if not months to effectively root out all human presence. One of the advantages of the total state of war between red humanity and the native aliens was that neither side sought to subjugate each other's populations. Pesky affairs such as trying to pacify a population comprised of hostile aliens did not bother the conquerors at all. They simply had to engage in extensive bombardment and deploy as many armies as needed to solve the presence of enemies on the planet within a given deadline. The Red War was a conflict with very high stakes. As long as one side gained absolute dominance over their adversaries, They stood to gain complete and unchallenged control over the vast dwarf galaxy and all of its riches. With the continued existence of two completely different civilization groups in contention, neither side dared to show any mercy towards their opponents. Perhaps a handful of fringe groups like the infamous cosmopolitans and more sensible pragmatists still thought there was a way to turn enemies into allies, but the drive towards conflict was too strong on both sides. For this reason and more, the native aliens expended considerably greater effort and resources in the opening of their offensive than the red humans expected. Instead of trying to pace their offensive advances and spend more time on testing the human defenses, the Red Cabal daringly chose to throw all caution to the wind and commit almost all of their readily available forces to the front. This was a daring gamble. Many assault fleets ended up diving straight into various traps or encountered far greater resistance than expected. No phase whale, or particularly prestigious phase, lord had yet to show up anywhere at the front. Then there were all of the god mechs and dreadnoughts that were working overtime to annihilate as many expensive alien fleets as possible. Perhaps the most sensible decision that the alien strategists had made was to hold back much of their phase leaders for the time being. No phase whale, or particularly prestigious phase, lord had yet to show up anywhere at the front. The only alien champions that had a chance of fighting human ace mech to a standstill were the phase lords dispatched by numerous alien races. Known alien warlords, such as the Trampler of Stars, appeared in contested star systems and utilized their considerable might to provide support to the alien fleets. The phase lords weren't exactly eager to put their necks on the line in a front where any god pilot could drop by and harvest their lives in all sorts of gruesome ways, but the native aliens needed their strength in order to topple the border regions. The Red Cabal resorted to a combination of threats and incentives to encourage the phase lords to set an example and lead from the front. As the Trampler of Stars utilized his powerful ability to shake the fabric of space across a wide area of space, the stubborn but overmatched defenders of the second-class star system failed to hold out for long. Most of their mechs shattered into pieces, as they had no effective defense against the tyrannical power of the Trampler of Stars. Tens of thousands of machines that previously fought hard against the alien face fighters collapsed after being affected by just one of two terrible spatial waves. If the star system enjoyed the protection of several ace mechs, then perhaps the Nuncer Phase Lord wouldn't have been able to wipe out so many mechs with impunity. But the leaders of Red humanity had been unwilling to put their most precious heroes in such dangerous positions. Only a few fortified star systems in the second defensive band, and most of the strategic locations in the other remaining defensive bands enjoyed the protection of at least one saint. The ace pilots stationed further in the rear were all eager to move forward and lift the siege on the star systems that were in the process of falling. But the Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates refused to take action before they completely figured out the enemy's troop disposition. Back at New Constantinople Roman VIII, the De Vaux's ancient clan had imposed a heightened state of alertness. The New Constantinople system was located in the Agamemnon Upper Zone, which was located close to the center of the Terran Alliance. The Terran star system was therefore not in an acute risk of welcoming alien visitors anytime soon, though the story might be different once the border regions fell. In any case, the local defense forces had partially mobilized and began to engage in much more active patrols as a precaution. Although the safety factor increased due to this response, many Terrans felt more and more oppressed by the worsening atmosphere. The war did not leave the peaceful star system untouched. Up in high orbit, the Tarrasque received a familiar visitor. After Vess had dealt with the various emergencies that erupted in the last day, he had enough time to allow himself to get teleported to the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet so that he could receive a classified briefing. One of the perks of being a Tier 3 galactic citizen was that Vess was entitled to a lot of insider knowledge. Only by being well-informed about the naked truth of the Red War would he be able to make the most appropriate response. The information spread over the galactic net was so messy and opinionated that it was difficult to lend credence to every claim. "Hello, Vess." "Hello, Jovi." "Hello, Vector. I see that the two of you have a lot to share with me today." Vess spoke as he sat down in the conference room. Nobody was in the mood for small chat this time. The intensifying war and the mounting deaths made everyone clear that there was a serious chance that the aliens might actually overrun the border regions in a single sustained push. How could anyone joke around when the survival of the human race in the Red Ocean started to come into question? Survivalists such as Jovi Armelin were especially concerned about the deteriorating border regions. "Many developments have occurred that you should be aware of," Jovi said to Vess. "Let us address the elephant in the room right away. Bridgehead 1 is unavailable to us since the start of the Red Tide offensive." "What's going on with that place anyway? Shouldn't you have fortified it even further based on suspicions that the Red Cabal wished to sabotage the Greater Beyonder Gate?" It might be difficult to believe in the prophetic visions painted on the Zeal, but Vess had reasons to take them seriously. The Mechers would be fools not to take additional precautions just in case Ilvain's prophecies turned out to be closer to the truth. Jovi sighed. "I do not have access to the full details, but Master Vero Goldstein assured me that the Red Two have indeed increased the defenses of Bridgehead 1 in total secrecy. What none of us expected was that the Red Cabal utilized one of their masterful manipulations of space and time to turn our most important star system into an isolated region of space. A projection became active that displayed a visual image of a boundary in space. It looked as if a shimmering bubble had formed around a coordinate that completely prevented stuff from passing through. Shortly after Bridgehead 1 fell silent, our closest fleets attempted to enter the star system, only to get stopped in front of this enormous spatial barrier. From what our scans and observations have revealed, Bridgehead 1 has become enveloped by an artificial hazardous region. We have attempted to launch many attacks at the spatial barrier in conjunction with the warships of the fleeters, only to accomplish nothing at all. This barrier is impenetrable." Vess widened his eyes at the sight. "How? The energy and effort required to conjure up such a massive spatial barrier is astronomical." "We think so as well, so our adversaries employed exceptional means in order to make this possible," Jovi explained. "When we studied the data logs transmitted from Bridgehead 1 just before it was isolated, we found clues that numerous sensors detected the appearance of at least 6 ancient phase whales." 6? How the hell did they manage to slip to Bridgehead 1 without getting intercepted? "Our guess is that the ancient phase whales utilized a special long-range displacement technique to secretly emerge inside an undiscovered pocket space located in the vicinity of our most important star system. What matters is that once the ancient phase whales surrounded Bridgehead 1 from each cardinal direction, they performed a grand spatial technique that is still preventing us from sending urgent reinforcements to relieve the crisis in this key location. What is strange that it is not only space that is being disturbed, time is being altered as well." "What?" Vess almost shot out of his conference seat. "The phase whales managed to manipulate time." As someone who had taken a few jaunts back into the past, Vess understood the horror of being able to manipulate time more than most people. "It is not as bad as you think, Vess," Jovi reassured. "The manipulation of time within this isolation bubble is relatively crude and simple according to our physicists. As far as we can tell, 6 ancient phase whales with the assistance of unknown but extremely powerful materials or devices have formed a temporary hazardous region that not only isolates space, but also the progression of time to slow down by as much as 10,000%. This effectively means that if 100 days have passed in the universe, only a single day has passed inside this isolated bubble." "Huh?" Vess looked confused. "What is the point of doing this? Is it really worthwhile for the native aliens to spend so much extra effort on slowing down the passage of time inside Bridgehead 1? Vector Lobin spoke up for the first time during this briefing. Not exactly. The Red Cabal are hedging their bets. If their 6 ancient Fays, whales along with their forces, have succeeded in destroying our greater Beyonder Gate, then they have completed their primary mission without any complications. If they are somehow stopped by the defenses that we have put in place, then the Red Cabal has still won in a sense. According to our scientists, the space-time bubble can be sustained for at least 15 years. Do you understand what that means? If the bubble expires naturally, any work on the Greater Beyonder Gate, if it has managed to survive, has only progressed by 5 days. That was a huge setback to Red humanity's strategic outlook. The Deep Strike plan hinged on the successful and timely transformation of the Greater Beyonder Gate. If its conversion had been delayed by 15 years, then that would give the native aliens much more time to raid humanity's borders without worrying about getting attacked in the rear. So that is why the Red Cabal went through so much effort. Vess frowned deeper. Are there any solutions? The space lock should be able to break down this space-time bubble. Jovi tentatively nodded. We do not dare to get our hopes up, but we agree that he is our best candidate to solve this problem. If he does not have the power to dispel the space-time bubble alone, then several star designers have pledged to cooperate and construct a specialized counter device that should assist the spacelock in liberating Bridgehead 1. I don't think it will be easy for the spacelock to dissolve this space-time bubble alone, Vess judged. The Red Cabal don't want to make it easy for us. They pretty much threw at least 6 ancient phase whales to this objective alone. Vess had no idea how many ancient phase whales existed in the Red Ocean, but losing 6 of them at once was doubtlessly a heavy blow to the native aliens. Chapter 6196, Strategic Pains. The Red Cabal's counterattack was more sophisticated and difficult to deal with than the leaders of Red humanity anticipated. In the initial years of the Age of Dawn, it seemed that the ability for the native aliens to adapt to the new environment was worse than their enemies. Humans had experienced multiple periods of rapid growth and explosive technological progression. They were accustomed to producing a lot of new technological innovations in a short amount of time. They also possessed a secret cultivation heritage that gave them a head start in leveraging the greater potential of exotic radiation. This gave humans the conceit that time was on their side. As long as they managed to hold their defenses against the aliens long enough, they would be able to turn the tables one day. That assumption came under serious question after Vess learned what happened to Bridgehead 1. It was not just the Greater Beyonder Gate that had entered into a bubble of near-frozen space-time. As the very first star system that the Red 2 colonized after they secretly crossed the void between galaxies and reached the Red Ocean a number of decades ago, Bridgehead 1 served as the focal point of all human activity in the new frontier. Bridgehead 1 was the base of the tree that represented human-occupied space. The population density in this heavily transformed and fortified star system was immensely high. Many of the brightest scientists, engineers, naval engineers, and Mech designers of the Red Association, and to a lesser extent the Red Fleet, resided in this crucial star system. It also held a lot of administrative offices and other important institutions that kept human society running. The sudden removal of Bridgehead 1 instantly caused a lot of plans and arrangements to hit a wall. People were scrambling to adjust their processes and operations in order to make up for the unexpected communications blackout to this critical strategic star system. Most people pretty much regarded Bridgehead 1 as the unofficial capital of human-occupied space, or at least the Red Ocean Union portion of it. Any star nation would become severely hampered if they suddenly lost their capital out of the blue. I cannot overstate how bad it is that we have lost access to Bridgehead 1, if only temporarily, Jovi Armalin said as he leaned over the conference table while staring at the projection of the time-space bubble. Losing access to all of the headquarters, research institutions, and high-tech production facilities that we have built over there is a huge setback, especially now that the Red Tide offensive has just begun. The lack of progress due to the extreme deceleration of time progression inside the bubble will slow down our technological progression and allow the native aliens to maintain the upper hand for a longer period of time. That is especially the case when the polymath and possibly other star designers have been marooned in the spacetime bubble as well, Professor Vector Lobin added. I do not think I need to emphasize how much damage our society incurs when these star designers are effectively unable to contribute to the advancement of human science and technology. Oh yeah, that was the case as well. Vess grew even more pessimistic about red humanity's future in the new frontier. Each and every star designer was a productive powerhouse of the highest level. Just the polymath alone was responsible for continuing the development of many existing high technologies, whose chief developers had all remained behind in the Milky Way galaxy. While there were other star designers that could compensate for the polymath's absence, there were many good reasons why the survivalist faction only put the failed coup artist under house arrest instead of killing her off entirely. Red humanity couldn't afford to lose her services. The mere idea that the polymath and potentially other star designers found themselves cut off and isolated in a bubble where the passage of time had been slowed down to an enormous degree was a nightmare to Vess and every other red human. Which god pilot is stationed at Bridgehead 1? Vess asked. Jovi exchanged glances with Vector before he answered the question. This information is classified, but you have a right to know. It is not as if we can keep it secret for long. The god pilot who is assigned to defend the Greater Beyonder Gate, as well as keep the star designers safe, is the First Flame. That was not a name that Vess wanted to hear. Why the First Flame of all choices? Jovi gave him a rueful smile. It is not that complicated to find out, Vess. We knew that the aliens were about to launch a massive offensive, so we needed to station as many god pilots to the front and other key star systems as possible. We also have indications that Bridgehead 1 may be targeted in a bold deep strike operation meant to destroy the Greater Beyonder Gate. Since the Red Cabal is already aware that we always station one god pilot in this key star system at all times, the alien strategists will certainly formulate a plan based on this fact. It is therefore safer to station 2 god pilots in Bridgehead 1, but the painful reality is that we cannot have it both ways. So you tried to have your cake and eat it too by assigning this crucial post to the oldest and arguably strongest god pilot in the Red Ocean. Vess flatly said. It makes sense, Vector Lobin commented. It is difficult for people at our level to gain more detailed information on how strong the First Flame may be, but you have witnessed his performance during Operation Night Jazz. He possesses ample power to destroy multiple ancient phase whales in quick succession if he goes full Phoenix. Even if he cannot eliminate all 6 of them, the defenses in Bridgehead 1 are not trivial. It is the most fortified star system in human-occupied space. We have made concerted efforts to make our main fortifications as phase whale-proof as possible. Jovi formed a confident expression. The polymath and other star designer can contribute to the fight in ways that you cannot imagine. Vess, there are multiple superweapons in the star systems that have reached masterwork or even grand work levels of quality. Then there are the first-class Mech corps and warfleets of the highest standard. If the ancient phase whales are leading an armada of alien fleets, then the forces stationed in Bridgehead, one can halt the enemies in their tracks. I do not see a way for the 6 ancient phase whales to survive our combined forces. Can't they just run away when they realize that they are outmatched? Vess questioned. Our current theory is that escape is not possible. The spacetime bubble has to be strong enough that god pilots and star designers cannot breach them with their vast might and technological options. In order to pass this test, the ancient phase whales that have set it up must also resign themselves to the fact that they are subject to the same restrictions. I see. So the aliens essentially turned Bridgehead 1 into a slow-motion deathmatch. Neither the humans nor the aliens can run away. They have no choice but to fight to the death, while the rest of the universe zips through time. That is a decent description of what will likely unfold inside the space-time bubble, Jovi admitted. Personally, I have great confidence that the first flame and the rest of the human forces trapped inside the star system will be able to crush the alien invaders. The real issue is the space-time bubble. Breaching it is not so simple. Trying to destroy it by force may produce dangerous outcomes. At worst, a spatial storm of an apocalyptic scale may erupt that will annihilate almost everything inside the star system. This is why we have concluded that it is better to unravel it with as much finesse as possible. Vess looked thoughtful. Hence why you want the space lock over there. He possesses the greatest command of space outside of the ancient phase whales. If anyone can unravel the space-time bubble, he stands the greatest chance. Maybe the people trapped inside may be able to do the same, but the passage of time inside the bubble has slowed down to such a massive extent that it may take hundreds of days in real space before the first flame, and the polymath managed to cook up a brilliant response. The failsafe employed by the Red Cabal was simply too diabolical. The native aliens truly managed to inflict a blow that severely inconvenienced red humanity, to the point where it may fall behind due to the absence of several critical true gods and powerful institutions. If the native aliens had any sense, they would definitely press their advantage and strengthen their offensive in an attempt to make as many gains as possible without encountering as much resistance. It was no wonder that the Red Tide offensive started off with such an overwhelming opening push. The native aliens were racing against time. They made a big bet that they could break through red humanity's defensive lines and collapse the defenders before Bridgehead 1 rejoined the rest of the cosmos again. If this was the case, then Vess had less confidence in the Spacelock's ability to unravel the space-time bubble. The Red Cabal and their cosmopolitan lackeys could not possibly overlook the interference from the Rubarthan God pilot. As Jovi and Vector continued to supply additional information about the enormous implications of Bridgehead 1's continued isolation from the rest of human society, Vess understood that they were all in deep trouble. Assuming that the space-time bubble cannot be solved from the inside or outside in a short amount of time, what the hell do we do? Tell me you guys have a plan. The two Mechers exchanged glances yet again. That was not a good sign. The survivalist faction always has contingency plans on hand, Jovi said with a touch of confidence, though he sounded a lot less certain than before. One of our rules is that how unlikely it may sound in many cases, we must always plan for failure. We are already adjusting to the fact that Bridgehead 1 has become unavailable to us. The good news is that we have not placed all of our eggs in a single basket. We have invested in the development of multiple central star nodes that can partially cover the responsibilities that Bridgehead 1 used to fulfill. What about the war effort? We have plans for that as well, Vess, Vector Loban answered. Do not expect any drastic turnarounds, though. Our best hope is to dispatch our peak ace pilots to the front and wait for one of them to successfully break through. War is the ultimate crucible of gods and heroes. Isn't that dangerous? The transhumanist grinned. That makes this even better. It doesn't matter if 10, 20, or 30 peak ace pilots step onto the road to no return and ultimately fail to reach their destinations. As long as just one of them have managed to break through, then our chances of withstanding the Red Tide offensive grows that much stronger. Only by producing enough God pilots will we be able to take the first step in stabilizing our borders and stop the native aliens from making any further territorial gains. With an impenetrable defense, we can proceed with the next step, which is to use the Greater Beyonder Gate to conduct many deep strike operations at once. This layout only comprised of 2 steps so far, but neither of them were easy to realize. Several years had gone by, but none of the known peak ace pilots, such as the Mace of Retaliation, had shown any signs of breaking through. Perhaps one might emerge in the coming months, but Vess did not get his hopes up. The ascension of a god pilot was such an unlikely event that it was little different from winning the lottery. As for starting Red Humanity's counterattack, the space-time bubble clearly stood in the way of taking the next step. It seems that the Red Cabal are truly determined to deny us every possible advantage, Vess grumbled. Chapter 60-197, Reevaluating Priorities. The classified briefing provided by Jovi and Vector truly underscored the dire state of Red Humanity. The costly alien gambit to isolate Bridgehead One from the rest of human society was bound to deprive the Red Cabal of 6 powerful ancient phase whales. However, this painful sacrifice may be worth it in the end if the native aliens manage to smash through all 5 defensive bands and take over the border regions in the next half-year. We truly cannot afford to let the native aliens break past the defensive bands that we have built up over the years, Jovi stated in a serious tone. There are still many fortified star systems in the zones behind the crucial border regions, but they are too scattered and not cohesive enough to form a solid defensive line. It will be too easy for the alien fleets to bypass the fortified star systems and raid the less well-defended colonies without needing to worry too much about getting flanked by human forces. We need much more time to work on our supply lines, war preparation, defensive buildup, and troop mobilization outside of the border regions. If the aliens do not give us that time, we collapse, Vector succinctly stated. The aliens will be able to invade our interior with impunity, putting star systems such as New Constantinople in great peril. Our divided forces cannot effectively stop the alien fleets from advancing deeper into our space in the absence of enough fortified star systems that can act as anchor locations. The intricacies of waging war in a completely open space environment eluded Vess. There were all kinds of complicated strategic and logistical considerations that limited how far the humans and aliens were able to push into enemy territory. The cold, hard truth was that Red Humanity's war preparation had ultimately been inadequate. The pressure of war was almost entirely absent in places like New Constantinople and Davut. Many people were well aware that a war for the survival of their race was being waged, but they always assumed that they would have plenty of time to respond to the intensifying war. The increasing likelihood that the 5 defensive bands may fall prematurely completely shattered their illusions. This was probably why the major powers all instituted at least some form of martial law or another. It took a crisis like this to truly wake up all of the pampered people who thought that the Red War was a distant show. The survivalist faction is in the process of activating plans that are meant to accelerate the transformation of our society, Jovi continued to explain. In the age of Mechs, we sought to establish stability and sustainable growth most of all. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance worked in conjunction to lower the temperature and foster greater peace among the states. Even when states are beset by war, the vast majority of the civilian population will only lose their rights and property at most. They will still be able to survive one way or another. This is not the case in the Red War. When extinction is the price of losing, we cannot afford to be as lackadaisical about not doing our best anymore. So you want human civilization in the Red Ocean to transform from a civilian to a martial society, in a hurry, Vess stated. That is about right. It is anything but perfect, but what choice do we have? We would rather prefer to adopt the gradual approach, but the native aliens are adamant about not giving us time for our society to enter into a proper war footing. We have little choice but to ram all of the necessary legislation through and hope we do not stretch our social contract to a breaking point. This sounded really serious. If the survivalists weren't careful enough about this and failed to gather enough support, the Red Association may end up losing its grip on the states. If the reforms proved to be wildly unpopular, then the Mechers would go from being revered to becoming hated figures in society. Vess didn't think it would come to that, though. The Mechers have plenty of smart heads among them that could predict such an outcome. They would definitely take steps to ensure their hegemony remained intact during this hectic transition period. I see. I don't think the sales of my products will take a nosedive. They are still very strong products without factoring the benefits of growth. I have always tried to make their value propositions attractive right after my customers get their hands on their products. So how do these societal changes affect me directly, Jovi? Vess curiously asked. Much of this stuff is too big for me. I am not a politician. I am a Mech designer. I am most curious how the transition to a martial society will affect my work. There are many changes. Even we cannot fully predict how you will become affected due to the sheer amount of variables that are in flux. We can broadly predict that the Mech industry will become more competitive. There will be less tolerance for errors and fatal defects. Immediate performance will take precedence over long-term growth potential. The war has reached a phase where many Mech pilots and commanders can only afford to think about winning the battles of today rather than fantasize about piloting living Mechs that have grown powerful many years later. That was not good news to Vess. I see. I don't think the sales of my products will take a nosedive. They are still very strong products without factoring the benefits of growth. I have always tried to make their value propositions attractive right after my customers get their hands on their products. Jovi was anything but finished with his response. A graver consequence is that resources will be in short supply. Your living Mech corporation and large partners will likely not experience too many supply interruptions because of this, but smaller and less productive Mech companies will be experiencing a much greater squeeze. There is less room for independent creators, as both the supply and demand side demand greater efficiency and certainty. Your Mech company will be able to recruit a large amount of promising talents over the next 2 years. Vess dismissively waved his hand. We are already able to recruit promising talents before these latest changes. Will certain Mech companies receive greater institutional support than others? There will be, Jovi flatly admitted. The Red Association normally advocates free and fair competition. However, now that we cannot rely on imperfect market behavior to always distinguish winners from losers, we may decide it is necessary to give a few nudges here and there. This will distort the market for Mechs, but as long as more Mech pilots are making use of more cost-effective products, the changes will lead to better results on the battlefield. Will the LMC benefit from the new policies? Yes. Not only has your latest commercial Mech designs proven their value many times over, your upcoming Carmine Mechs are a priority to us, Vector Lobin answered. Due to the changes that have taken place recently, both the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction are willing to relax the conditions that we have imposed upon you in the past. We lived in a different time back then. Even our association has grown too conceited towards our enemies. Vess perked up after hearing that. Relaxing conditions had a lot of different meanings. What did the survivalists and the transhumanists expect from him exactly? You need to clarify what you just said. Jovi sighed while Vector smirked. The Red Association is forced to reevaluate its priorities. We have put more emphasis on winning the war at the expense of many other considerations that we have deemed unnecessary. What I am trying to say is that we have become much more flexible about what it takes to produce superior results. We are willing to overlook transgressions to a greater extent than before. We are also eager to speed up the introduction of revolutionary products without wasting too much time on mandatory safety inspections. Vess raised his eyebrow. That sounds like you are encouraging me to experiment more wildly than I have before. Do you want me to rush the introduction of Carmine Mechs to the Mech market? Surprisingly enough, both Jovi and Vector nodded. This was completely different from the restraint they expressed in the past. "The old plan can go out of the airlock as far as we are concerned," Vector stated. "This is not the time for caution anymore. If the Red Tide offensive unfolds as we anticipate, then our society will be met with a deluge of defeats and tragedies on a scale that our race has never endured since the Age of Conquest. We need to create more sources of hope and optimism among the population. Anything that can invigorate the enthusiasm of the masses can do much to dispel the tide of negativity." That sounded interesting. Vess could see how the announcement and the release of Carmine Mechs could excite a lot of people, despite all of the bad news circulating on the galactic net. This was because Mech was everyone's romance. The age of Mechs may have come to an end in the Red Ocean, but the vast majority of people were still marked by that wonderful period. Mechs played such a dominant role in their lives that the return of warships did not significantly impact the prestige of humanity's exclusive war machines. Compared to signing up to become a faceless spacer that practically possessed no agency on a massive warship, people would rather pilot a Mech and become the hero of their own story. Even if only a fraction of Mech pilots ever managed to break through and start their near-impossible journey to become a god pilot, that did not depress the enthusiasm of a lot of dreamers. The greatest regret of norms who grew up during the age of Mechs was that they never had a serious chance to prove themselves in this way. Their unsuitable genetic aptitude disqualified them at a young and impressionable age, causing them to bear lifelong trauma and regret of their crushed dream. This happened so often that society already had plenty of ways to encourage the disappointed teenagers to appreciate other vocations. There was more to life than piloting Mechs. While grown-ups such as Vess successfully managed to close the chapter of their childhood fantasies and embraced a different life, there were many more norms who remained unresigned to this day. It didn't matter whether they chose to become a Mech designer, a doctor, an intelligence operative, or a farmer. They only took on these jobs because they needed to make a living. Their inability to move on from their most cherished dreams caused them to show little enthusiasm in their line of work. They were less likely to achieve success as a result. The dreamers didn't care too much about that because they all yearned to attain greatness while piloting Mechs on the battlefield. Alas, the only way these regretful norms could gain a small measure of satisfaction was to pilot virtual Mechs in various simulation games. The community for virtual Mech games was enormous. It was by far the most popular game mode on the galactic net. Vess had heard about how these virtual Mech enthusiasts even played pilot characters in an entire simulation of the old galaxy, and more recently the new frontier. In reality, their unqualified genetic aptitude and their lack of professional training forced them to pursue other careers. In the virtual reality game of their choice, they could freely indulge in their desires to become a heroic Mech pilot, one who skillfully outfought other rivals and proved their valor on the virtual battlefield. How would these virtual Mech fanatics react when they finally had a chance to pilot a Mech for real? What if the gaming skills they honed over decades of dedicated training in order to excel on the virtual battlefield could be directly translated to piloting an actual Mech, if only one equipped with a Carmine system? If Vess unveiled his Carmine Mechs to the public, he would instantly rouse a sleeping dragon that had been lying dormant in human society in the past 4 centuries. Chapter 6198, Damn the Consequences. Vess had not spent too much thought on the consequences of making his Carmine Mechs available to the public. His primary target audience had always been professional Mech pilots. He knew that Carmine Mechs would fulfill the long-held dreams of many norms with regrets about their awful genetic aptitudes, but that did not change the fact that they were amateurs. Even if they could pilot a Carmine Mech tomorrow, how could they possibly match up against alien face fighters, let alone conventional Mechs piloted by actual professionals? It was unlikely that these Carmine Mech pilots could match the performance of potentates who trained and studied in the Mech academies for 10 to 15 years. Sure, virtual reality games did a pretty good job at simulating the experience of piloting a Mech, but the degree of realism was terrible. The games targeting the mass market had to simplify and outright remove a lot of variables in order to make the experience more enjoyable. They also had to work around the very obvious limitation that norms couldn't form an effective man-machine connection. Vess had played those games in the past, so he knew that the virtual mechs relied extensively on extreme automation to make up for the lack of deep pilot control. That may be acceptable in a virtual battle where the stakes were trivial, but it was not a wise idea to surrender so much control to AIs and algorithms on a real battlefield. Even so, that should depress the fanaticism of norms who always wanted to become a Mech pilot even after they had grown into adults. Out of all of the people who would be willing to embrace Carmine Mechs and put in the work required to become a useful presence on the battlefield, these die-hard Mech enthusiasts would definitely go all out in order to fulfill their greatest dreams. Once Carmine Mechs exploded a bomb in human society and completely ignited the passion of so many people, the ripple effects may actually be able to change the narrative of the Red War for the better. No wonder the survivalists and the transhumanists decisively changed their minds. They had become desperate. When the Mechers started to get desperate, they were much more willing to resort to extreme measures. What do the Fist of Defiance and the Evolution Witch think on this matter? Vess bravely asked. Neither god pilots have made any specific comments as far as we know. They are rather busy with beating back the alien offensive, Jovi said. Their adjutants are able to make decisions on their behalf. Trusted leaders such as Master Goldstein are permitted to utilize their own judgment to activate the most appropriate contingency plans and make other decisions in response to unforeseen situations. If the leaders of our factions do not bother to countermand the decisions made by their subordinates, then we will all assume that their will is being carried out. This is the case with your Carmine Mechs. That sounded reassuring to Vess. He was afraid that the true leaders of the survivalists and transhumanists would get angry because the initiative shown by their subordinates had ruined their master plans. How soon do you want Carmine Mechs to show up? Should I work on them at my usual pace, or should I attempt to rush them into completion in order to give the public something to chew on as quickly as possible? Jovi paused for a few seconds before offering a response. We would rather have you introduce them sooner rather than later. Safety is still important, but we are willing to tolerate certain risks as long as they are not too severe. Our association have never ceased to conduct tests on the prototype Carmine Mech that you have supplied to us in the past. To be absolutely honest, these tests are far from sufficient. We have yet to conduct proper longitudinal studies over several years or decades that can definitely prove that piloting Carmine Mechs will not lead to long-term harm to the physical and mental health of their users. That was a fair and valid concern. A lot of products that provided a lot of benefits in the short term only started to inflict serious harm onto people a decade or several decades later. Instances like this happened so many times throughout human history that inventions as radical as Carmine Mechs needed to undergo extremely rigorous studies in order to rule out these awful possibilities. Perhaps the Carmine pilot became so accustomed to hooking up his body to the Carmine system that it lost the ability to sustain itself outside of the cockpit. Only by permanently circulating the blood produced by a Carmine Mech would the pilot be able to sustain his body. However, the decision to skip all but the most shallow examinations in order to bring the release date forward came with a hidden implication that disturbed Vess. If he was reading this strategic shift correctly, then the unspoken message was that the Mechers didn't care about the long-term dangers of making use of Carmine Mechs anymore. It may very well be the case that after piloting a Carmine Mech for 1 or 2 decades, the Carmine pilot would begin to suffer a range of health problems and psychological disorders. Perhaps the Carmine pilot became so accustomed to hooking up his body to the Carmine system that it lost the ability to sustain itself outside of the cockpit. Only by permanently circulating the blood produced by a carmine mech would the pilot be able to sustain his body. Another potential long-term problem was the psychological distortion of maintaining strong, intimate contact with a living mech. Unlike conventional mechs that could only be piloted by professionals that had completed rigorous studies and training on how to control them to the best of their ability, a lot of norms who rushed to acquire their own carmine mechs lacked these qualifications. Perhaps their lacking skills and knowledge could be compensated for in other ways. The issue was that amateurs lacked the military-esque conditioning and tempering that orthodox mech pilots received during their education. Vess possessed a decent understanding on how much of a shock it was for pure civilians to dive headfirst into a bloody battlefield. The shock and trauma of seeing thousands of humans die in an instant could break the mentalities of these poor mech enthusiasts who had never witnessed real death up close. The extreme emotions that carmine pilots would experience on the battlefield may become amplified or lead to other unintended consequences due to the presence of a blood pact. Even though Vess invented the blood pact, he himself had no idea whether it would lead to any negative side effects in the long run. Just because nothing happened so far did not mean that these health risks were absent. For the Mechers to outright disregard these risks, this time indicated that they would not care if carmine mechs ended up killing their bonded partners a few decades later. This was because they predicted that the Red War would no longer be in such a dire state in the future. So long as Red humanity managed to survive this difficult early period, its advantages would begin to accrue. So what if carmine mechs ended up killing a lot of people later on? What mattered now was to stop or slow down the decline in the short term as much as possible. Though Vess recognized the benefit of this dangerous approach, he grew worried about what this would mean for himself. After all, if he released a product that ended up causing a lot of misery, he would definitely be condemned by society. How could he possibly maintain his reputation by then? Much of the reason why many of his initiatives proceeded smoothly was due to the respect and acceptance he gained on account of his good reputation. All of these advantages could disappear in an instant if he became the subject of a huge scandal. There will be many consequences to this change of plans, Vess spoke. I am sure that you guys have figured out these possibilities, but if anything serious happens in the future, I will get into big trouble. We know what you mean, Vector Loban said. We cannot negate all of the consequences of serious errors, but I can promise you that we will take the corresponding actions to resolve any public outcry. Radical innovation can never be separated from controversy. The evolution which understood this truth early on and embraced her notoriety as a way to train the public into developing a tolerance for the occasional accidents. I see. I am no god pilot, though. It is an idea. Although Vess did not put too much stock in this promise, he understood that so long as he remained useful enough to the Red Association, the Mechers would continue to cover his back and shield him from most negative consequences. Of course, Vess knew better than to take this protection for granted. The Mechers sure hadn't been able to accomplish much when his critics compelled him to attend the public inquiry on living mechs. It may be that all of his fears were overblown. The Carmine system did not produce all of the negative side effects that he imagined. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to trouble himself too much over these issues. The three senior mech designers continued to discuss the alterations to their original plan. If possible, the transhumanist faction would like you to postpone your non-essential design projects and work on designing Carmine mechs right away, Vector Loban explained. We do not have the patience to address every class one at a time. We would like you to design a third-class mech, a second-class mech, as well as a first-class mech on a concurrent basis in the next half-year. Are you serious? Are you unable to fulfill this request? I can do it, Vess quickly responded. Depending on the requirements, it would probably be really helpful if I can gain access to additional help. This is particularly the case with the first-class Carmine Mech. I will have to suspend multiple ongoing design projects in order to clear up my schedule. To be fair, I do not begrudge the delays because it may be better for me to let my more ambitious projects remain dormant while I wait for technology to catch up to my needs. Outside of the expert Mech design projects helmed by Gloriana, Vess had been working on a range of interesting Mech designs. He had been puzzling with a light skirmisher in the style of the Dark Zephyr, a heavy support Mech equipped with shield link technology that looked like an upright elephant, an ECM Mech with special transphasic features, and a missile interceptor Mech. All of these projects had a lot of value if he completed them to his satisfaction, but that was still too far away. The high technological demands of most of them caused him to waste a considerable amount of time on scientific research and technological acquisitions. While Vess most definitely believed that the impact of these Mech designs would be as great as the Fey Fianna and the ultimatum if he completed them one day, he could affect the balance of the Red War a lot more extensively if he shifted his attention to Carmine Mechs instead. He would be able to open up a brand new market with the release of numerous Carmine Mechs. Not only would he be able to fulfill the dreams of millions, if not billions, of Mech enthusiasts, he could also invigorate lives of potentates whose genetic aptitudes were too low to get taken seriously. Carmine Mechs also promised to revive the careers of brain-damaged Mech pilots like his grandfather. There were definitely a lot of injured veterans that would probably explode with potential now that they gained a second chance to become a hero again. The Carmine system also offered benefits to existing Mech pilots that could already make good use of the neural interface. The promise of increasing their effective genetic aptitude would definitely attract a lot of Mech pilots, most particularly the first-class ones who had always been frustrated that their shortcoming in this aspect limited their futures. As Vess grew more eager about how he could fulfill the needs of so many different people, he fully went on board this new plan. Tell me what I should design. Chapter 60-199, Return of the Swarm Project. Jovi Armalin and Vector Lobin feared that Vess might have cold feet about the plan to introduce Carmine Mechs a lot sooner than originally planned. Those fears turned out to be unfounded, as Vess agreed to rush the development of Carmine Mechs despite the obvious risks. This was the courage that the Mechers expected from a renowned and highly successful innovator like Vess. He would have never been able to make so many useful contributions to human civilization if he lacked the willingness to tackle dangerous challenges. He was much like a Mech pilot in this regard. Many people secretly wondered how great Vess could have become if he possessed the right genetic aptitude for Mechs. Of course, nobody wanted to trade away his abundant contributions as a Mech designer. Human society was far better off if Vess remained a Mech designer as opposed to a Mech pilot. In any case, now that they passed this hurdle, they soon began to discuss the specifics of the Carmine Mechs. Speaking from my limited experience, first-class Mechs, second-class Mechs, and third-class Mechs are completely different products. Vess started. If we want to complete a Carmine Mech in each class as soon as possible, then it is best to start with a central and highly adaptable Mech concept and divide it into 3 different subconcepts for every tech level. However, it is very difficult to keep all of the separate designs similar enough to each other, while simultaneously making them efficient at their respective price levels. Both Jovi and Vector were Mech designers at the same level as Vess, so they understood the argument quite well. Does that mean that you prefer to design completely separate Mechs for each of the 3 tech levels? Not quite, Jovi. I am merely stating that if we go for this expedient approach, the results will be less than perfect. However, if your goal is not to release the most powerful and polished Carmine Mech designs, but to release a bunch of highly accessible products in an accelerated time frame, then we can go for this approach depending on what else you require. The initial product must be simple and cost-effective, but also highly modular and adaptable, Vector stated. We project that your first Carmine Mech models will be met with great enthusiasm. Many people will seek to get their hands on an early model and form a blood pact with the machines straight away. If they are not patient enough to undergo extensive training to become a halfway decent auxiliary combatant, then they will inevitably blunder on the battlefield. If we want to prevent this disaster, then we must simplify the first available Carmine Mechs to the point where it takes greater effort to make a mistake. So you want a frontline Mech? Yes, but one that can be transformed and made more powerful later on. Vess. You can do this by not only making the base models highly upgradable, but also implementing a high degree of modularity. Your Carmine Mechs must become an open platform that possesses a low barrier of entry to third-party participation. That sounded a bit familiar to Vess. That sounds similar to what I have done with the Fei Fiona line. In order to make my drone Mechs more useful, I have encouraged the rise of third-party developers who are incentivized to design all sorts of useful Fei models for the Fei Fiona platform. We want you to apply this approach to the entirety of your Carmine Mechs as opposed to just a single core feature. You already have experience with designing modular and highly malleable Mechs, such as the Bright Warrior, so this should not be an insurmountable challenge to you. You can count on our assistance to solve any technical problems in this regard. The priority is to give early adopters an easy way forward once they survive the initial fighting and improve their skills. That was understandable. A lot of Mech enthusiasts who wanted to pilot a real Mech as soon as possible would eventually outgrow their initial Carmine Mechs, especially if they were designed to function as frontline Mechs with higher automation and simplified controls. A lot of customers would grow terribly upset at Vess for permanently locking them to Carmine Mechs that were very difficult and expensive to upgrade. If Vess was able to lower the barrier to altering the configuration and upgrading the Carmine Mech in advance, then that would save others a lot of trouble when they wanted to make any changes to their machines in the future. Ah, I see. You want to kill multiple birds with a single stone, right? Vess began to smirk. If my Carmine Mech models turn into bestsellers, then that will produce a lot of Carmine pilots who will eventually grow dissatisfied with the limitations of their basic frontline Mechs. They will demand lots of upgrades and customizations that can only be met by Mech designers. This will create a groundswell of employment for grassroots Mech designers and small boutiques. Most customers won't be able to afford the services of a high-ranking Mech designer, so a lot of people will turn to novice Mech designers and apprentice Mech designers. Turning your Carmine Mech models into open platforms will provide a range of benefits to you. Jovi shared his opinion with Vess. It will reduce the pressure to design Carmine Mechs based on different Mech archetypes and concepts. It will also allow you to shift the responsibility of providing aftermarket services to third-party Mech designers and Mech companies as much as possible. If Carmine Mechs truly become as wildly popular as we think, then the demand for these custom services will explode accordingly. Your invention has the potential to create a thriving new subgroup within the Mech industry. That reminded Vess of another trend. Ah, I see. You want to kill multiple birds with a single stone, right? Vess began to smirk. If my Carmine Mech models turn into bestsellers, then that will produce a lot of Carmine pilots who will eventually grow dissatisfied with the limitations of their basic frontline Mechs. They will demand lots of upgrades and customizations that can only be met by Mech designers. This will create a groundswell of employment for grassroots Mech designers and small boutiques. Most customers won't be able to afford the services of a high-ranking Mech designer, so a lot of people will turn to novice Mech designers and apprentice Mech designers. Vess realized the potential of this future market. The difficult part was that outside of making use of official variants and modification kits by the LMC and other reputable Mech companies, Mech designers had to design upgraded Carmine Mechs on an individual basis. You want my work to create new employment opportunities for low-ranking Mech designers. Vess guessed. Given what you told me earlier about the changes in both market and industry trends, a lot of smaller independents will be squeezed out of the business. It should be good for them to be able to practice their craft by designing customized variants of my early Carmine Mechs. The survivalist did not deny this motivation. The age of Mechs was a golden age for Mech designers, but particularly low-ranking Mech designers. The stable market conditions created by the Mech Trade Association has created enough room for capable young Mech designers to achieve success as independent entrepreneurs. You are the ultimate example of one. The Mech community has long relied on these favorable conditions to maintain enough upward mobility within our profession. I suppose that has changed now that we have entered the age of dawn. We may very well return to the stability and prosperity that we enjoyed during the age of Mechs, but the current trend is leading us in a different direction. Since we are moving towards greater consolidation in our sector, we are working towards providing alternate business development opportunities to all of these low-ranking Mech designers. We have confidence that your initial Carmine Mechs can become a part of our solution. Vess had no objections to this plan. He would benefit massively from it, as the additional third-party participation would increase the overall value and desirability of his Carmine Mechs. If people knew that they would not remain stuck with the base model, but could easily approach one of many independent Mech workshops in order to upgrade their machine to their liking, then that would remove a major impediment towards early adoption. Of course, Vess did not intend to give up on designing more sophisticated Carmine Mechs at a later date, but all of that took precious time that was in short supply. The three Mech designers moved on to thinking about what sort of Carmine Mech concept they should use as the initial starting point. You look as if you already have a plan, Jovi guessed. I do. I already thought about what I wanted to design for the third-class market. Although it is expressly targeted towards third-raters, I think its advantages should also appeal to second-raters and even first-raters. Vess began to pull a pair of draft designs that he had buried deep in the memory banks of his cranial implant. It was a set of 2 Mech designs, both of which were supposed to work in concert. I call it the Swarm Project. It is a concept I came up with some time ago, but placed it on hold because I intended to design my first Carmine Mech later on. Now that our plans have changed, I might as well pull them out of the closet again. As you can see, it is based on the assumption that the majority of the people who will form a blood pact with the subordinate Mech are essentially incompetent in terms of piloting skill and battlefield awareness. Without lengthy training, it is reckless to the extreme to dump them onto the battlefield and expect them to know what to do. These amateurs need a guiding hand, hence why the subordinate Mechs must be led by specialized command Mechs that are expressly designed to coordinate the frontline Mechs they are assigned to supervise. The 2 Mech designs couldn't look any more difficult. The commander model looked like a proper command-oriented Mech. It was capable of fighting like a rifleman Mech, but the design placed a lot of emphasis on the command and control modules mounted on the back. It did not take much guessing to assume that this model was not a Carmine Mech and had to be piloted by a professional Mech pilot. An interesting quirk was that Vess had designed it with an alternating black and yellow striped color scheme. The true Carmine Mech was the subordinate model. It was a frontline Mech that shared the same color scheme, but possessed a much more simplified design. Its frame possessed an insectoid shape rather than humanoid shape. By imitating the appearance of a wasp, but with optional hardpoints instead of 3 pairs of legs, the subordinate model could adopt a range of modular configurations, all based on what people wanted to slot into the limb sockets. The default loadout that Vess had in mind was to slot a pair of ranged weapons into the forward modular arm sockets. There was no need to make use of articulating arms, as that would increase the cost and piloting difficulty of the subordinate machine. Sure, it was incredibly limiting for Carmine pilots to control a wasp Mech that lacked actual limbs, But it didn't matter so long as it fought in aerial or space environments. If anyone wanted to pilot the subordinate Mech on land, then they could simply slot one but more preferably two modular leg parts into the bottom 4 sockets. I can recognize the inherent versatility of this Carmine Mech, Jovi commented with interest. By using an insectile form as opposed to a humanoid form, it becomes much easier to treat the limbs as optional components. There is no mandatory requirement that the Mech should come with a pair of arms and a pair of legs. There is also room for a third set of limbs, thereby opening up more room for easy customization. As long as a large enough variety of socketable weapons and other gadgets became available, Carmine Mech pilots would have the freedom to slot whatever they wanted into these modular sockets. From physical shields to melee weapons, the modular Mech platform could fulfill multiple different roles. The only caveat was that it had to conform to the insectile shape of the subordinate Mech model. The insistence on sticking to an unorthodox insectile frame for the subordinate model would probably disgust a lot of potential customers, but Vess did not care. He had great confidence in the potential of this product. If wannabe Carmine Mech pilots desired to control a proper humanoid Mech so badly, then they could wait until Vess designed such a Mech at a later date. Chapter 60-200, The Expanded Swarm Project. This is an interesting interpretation of a Carmine Mech, Professor Vector Loban uttered. You have made numerous daring design choices. Can you clarify your reasoning for adopting an insectile shape for the subordinate model of your swarm project? I can recognize the obvious advantages in terms of modularity, but that alone is not enough to explain why you insist on making your first commercial Carmine Mech resemble a wasp. Vess smiled. I have already shared the central premise of this Mech concept to you earlier. All of the other Mechs that I have designed as of late are targeted towards skilled and professional Mech pilots. The Fey Fiona may be easier to pilot than a traditional drone Mech, but it is not a machine that is suitable for beginners. The Ultimatum is a much more powerful and sophisticated heavy artillery Mech than the norm. It can only reach its full potential when piloted by a highly skilled and experienced artillery Mech specialist. What is your point? I'm getting there, Vector. What I wanted to convey is that since I am targeting a completely different audience this time, I can't copy my old design approach and need to start from scratch by taking my new target audience into account. I truly do not expect to see a lot of competence from the first Carmine Mech pilots to emerge. After all, we can't let them study in the Mech Academy for 10 years. If they have to be mobilized as soon as possible, then it is better to design the controls and limit the complexity of the subordinate Mech to make them as dummy-proof as possible. You are expecting the worst from your customers. I do, Vess admitted. Unless your association is willing to heavily regulate who gets to pilot a Carmine Mech, I think a lot of accidents will occur when Carmine pilots find out that controlling a real machine is very different from piloting a virtual Mech that is heavily simplified and automated. He just happened to understand this difference a lot better than most people. He had piloted virtual Mechs before in various virtual reality games during his childhood. He also completed multiple mastery experiences, where he was able to witness multiple different professional Mech pilots control their respective machines with great skill and judgment. Of course, Rian Auden was the obvious exception here, but Vess managed to make a lot of gains as well by watching the amateur, self-trained dwarf fumble with his stolen human Mech. He at least managed to gain more insight on what sort of factors strained a Mech pilot that attempted to control a machine that was slightly beyond his level of competence. In short, Vess considered himself to be a small authority on the subject of piloting difficulty. After contemplating many different shapes for his initial Carmine Mechs, he believed that no other Mech shape could match his needs as best as this one. Jovi recognized another angle to this approach. I recognize 3 additional advantages to this wasp Mech concept. The unconventional wasp shape makes a clear separation from the virtual mechs that many amateurs have piloted in their mech simulation games. The probability that any Carmine pilot has piloted an insectile mech of this type in the past is almost zero. This will allow the pilots to truly approach this duty with a fresh and less biased approach. The transhumanist mech designer looked skeptical. Those die-hard mech fans won't shake their bad habits that easily. Wasp mech or not, they will still fall back to the same acquired instincts that have earned them a measure of success in their virtual reality games. It is better than nothing, Jovi shrugged. Another advantage to committing to the Swarm project is that we can temper the demand for Carmine mechs in the beginning. While we want to reignite the optimism and enthusiasm of the general population, we do not want to cause major disruptions in our society by releasing a Carmine mech that is too popular. A versatile humanoid mech design may definitely cause more harm than good in the short term. By releasing the Swarm project first, only the most desperate, fanatical, and those who lack confidence in their own skills are prone to adopting this frontline mech first. The potential customers who desire to pilot a more advanced Carmine mech should be willing to wait for a couple of years until a more premium option has become available. That happened to be an accurate description of Vess' product strategy for his Carmine mechs. He wanted to start out by releasing a foolproof low-end budget module at the start. After that, he intended to expand his catalog of Carmine mechs with mid-range and premium options over the next few years. A lot of mech companies actually tended to do the reverse. They introduced a mech based on fancy new technologies by releasing an overpriced device so that they could earn insane profit margins by catering to the impulsive needs of wealthy idiots. Only after the mech companies were done with fleecing the rich and gullible fools would they begin to release more sensibly priced products. The profit margins became smaller as the price got lower, but the expanding sales volume of more affordable products compensated for this dynamic. Vess actually missed out on a fantastic opportunity to earn a huge amount of profits by releasing a low-end product first. This was because he was not aiming to maximize his products. He was aiming for mass adoption. The original intention for the base version of the Carmine system was to make mech piloting more accessible to humans. Vess wanted to create a proper first impression for his Carmine mechs by making them cheap and accessible to the common folk. Of course, cheap was a relative term here. The price of a subordinate mech would still exceed that of a typical shuttle. It was only cheap for large organizations to buy the Carmine mechs in bulk. The third advantage of the Swarm project is that it is quick in every way, Jovi continued. I can already tell from the draft design that its complexity will remain low regardless of tech level. When you think about it, the subordinate mech shares more similarities with fighter craft than mechs. They just have the option of slotting in additional arms. The simplicity of this design also makes it fast and easy to mass-produce it under suboptimal conditions. Furthermore, the difficulty for Carmine pilots to gain enough proficiency in the most basic modular configurations is low. It should only take a couple of months for these soldiers to learn enough not to crash into each other or commit friendly fire by accident. Of course, that does not clear them for independent operation, but I suppose that is why the command mech exists. Vess grinned. You hit the nail on the head. The reason why I felt it was necessary to add in a command mech was because I knew that a lot of people simply don't have the patience to go through 5 years of accelerated training or 10 years of proper training. By letting a mech pilot that knows his business make all of the important decisions, the Carmine mech pilots don't have to worry about any of the big picture stuff. Their only job is to follow orders and fight on command, which is pretty easy because the subordinate model is expressly designed to possess the lowest possible skill ceiling in a flight-capable mech. The less moving parts, the less could go wrong. The WASP form was ideal for fine-tuning the level of complexity that each individual mech pilot could handle. The less skilled and experienced Carmine pilots could start by mounting just one weapon system in one of the 6 modular sockets. In order to avoid wasting the 5 remaining sockets, the pilot or his superior could choose to fill them up with defensive or auxiliary modules such as energy shield generators, ECM systems, communication arrays, space suppressors, and more. Once the Carmine pilot mastered the art of piloting the Wasp Mech with just one weapon system, he could increase his agency on the battlefield by mounting a second weapon system in a socket. This could continue onwards until he or she reached the desired proportion of offensive power. There were also other ways to upgrade the subordinate Mech, as the Carmine Mech pilot outgrew the old configuration. The possible options ranged from increasing the thickness of the armor plating to adding living Fae. This is a Mech concept that is perfect for the third-class Mech market, Vector Loban commented. However, translating the same concept to the second-class Mech market may not work out as well. Second-raters are not as humble as third-raters. They will look down on piloting a wasp-shaped frontline Mech. Vess crossed his arms. Then that is their business. I can only work on so many projects at a time. They can wait until I release a humanoid Carmine Mech like their third-class counterparts. Besides, if you are really concerned about this problem, then your association can impose a demand that they acquire training certifications that proves they are competent enough to pilot anything more complex than a frontline Mech. That is an interesting suggestion. We will take it under advisement. Our association will have to draft an extensive set of legislation around Carmine Mech alone. First-raters will be especially difficult to please. The notion that they must condescend to piloting simplified versions of Mechs is an insult to them. They will demand that we supply them with a Carmine version of a proper first-class multipurpose Mech. Vess rolled his eyes. I am not ready to design a big Mech like that. Also, first-class Mech pilots have to meet a punishing amount of requirements in order to earn the qualifications to make use of those bad boys. Their genetic aptitudes have to be either A or B, and they need to cram a huge amount of knowledge in their heads. Then they also have to practice their skills until they have reached excellent proficiency in the use of at least 24 weapon systems and a bunch of auxiliary modules. How can first-class norms possibly cram 15 years' worth of high-intensity training in just a few months? It's not possible, Jovi plainly stated. The virtual Mechs that first-raters have purportedly mastered through years of gaming are nothing compared to the real thing. The degree of automation and simplification of those advanced Mechs are by far the highest. Even if you release a first-class multipurpose Carmine Mech tomorrow, our association will never permit amateurs to recklessly play around them. Their energy levels are too high. Their ordnance is too destructive. Professional training is mandatory in order to legally pilot any first-class Mech. As far as we are concerned, this rule should be extended to first-class Carmine Mechs as well. If that was the case, then there was enough justification for a first-class variant of the subordinate Mech to exist. There were definitely a lot of busy and impatient Mech fanatics among the first-raters. Vess was not afraid that no one would bite. After a bit more discussion, the 3 mutually agreed to go ahead with the expanded version of the Swarm project. Vess had cleared out most of his design schedule in favor of spending most of his time on this expansive and ambitious rush job. Aside from his existing commitments to the Amaranto Mark Roman III project, the Riot Mark Roman III project, and a few other minor obligations, there were no other design projects that could distract him from designing his first proper set of Carmine Mechs. I take it that the 2 of you intend to participate in the Swarm project, Vess said. We would be happy to help if you are willing to have us, Jovi said with a smile. It is a great honor to be able to work on the very first public Carmine Mech. Our names will be in the history books. That said, if you prefer to work with master Mech designers, you can say so. I can check whether they are available and willing to collaborate with you on this unprecedented design project. That won't be necessary, Jovi. I want to retain as much control over this project as possible. I don't mind too much about letting other highly competent Mech designers take the lead in subsequent Carmine Mech designs, but the first one has to be a strong representation of my work and my design philosophy. It will serve as the base and the starting point for a brand new category of Mechs.